Perfect, people. Let's go ahead and now start the next chapter. The next chapter is input tax credit. Chapter number 12. ITC. Everyone over here. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, I GST will get levied. Intrastate, C GST will get levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? GST is equal to value of your supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you'll prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now you'll go ahead and maintain them in your accounts and records, and sir, you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now what will happen? Your liability to pay will come. Liability to pay comes at the time of supply. Your liability is 1,000 rupees. How will you pay it? First of all, you will use your credit, and that is why the next chapter comes input tax credit. Use your credit. For example, I have 500 rupees credit. Remaining amount I will go ahead and make the payment. Is my point clear to all of you? So here comes the next chapter, input tax credit. Input tax credit chapter starts with section number 16, which says who is eligible, what are the conditions subject to you which you are eligible. Section number 17 talks about apportionment and block credit. Section number 18 talks about some special circumstance when you will go ahead and get the credit. Are we clear, everyone? This three sections we are going to talk in the chapter of input tax credit. Baba, A++ graded chapter, you will see 6 to 8 marks or even 10 marks coming in the exam. Everyone over here now, let's go ahead and start with input tax credit. See, input tax credit. What do you mean by input? What do you mean by tax? And what do you mean by credit? It's the credit of the tax which is paid on the inputs. Now, what do you mean by input? If I go ahead and tell you, inputs actually mean only goods other than capital goods we used or intended for use in the business. Whatever you buy, goods other than the goods which you have capitalized. Leave your capital goods. Other than that, any goods which you have bought in your business, which are to be used in your business, are called what, everyone? Input. And now you tell me one thing. But you know what, everyone? In your business, you go ahead and get the credit of input also, input service also, and capital goods also. They could not have named the chapter saying input, input service, capital goods tax credit. They can't name you as per your qualities, no? So they named only in shortcut input tax credit. But what they mean is you get credit of inputs also, you get credit of input service also. Any service which you have gone ahead and taken in your business, that service you will get the credit. And capital goods mean those goods which are capitalized and used or intended to be used in your business, also you'll go ahead and get the credit. Remember one thing, what are the three things you get the credit? Not only input, it actually means input service and capital goods. Whatever the tax which is paid, tax means what, sir? The tax means the GST which you have paid under forward charge, I paid to the supplier, supplier paid to the government, I'll get the credit. I paid under reverse charge, also I will go ahead and get the credit. Whether you are paid under forward or you are paid under reverse, whether it is CGST, HGST, IGST or UTGST, and it includes IGST on imports. Whenever you import goods from outside India, you have to go ahead and pay custom duty plus IGST, and that IGST credit is also given to you. And remember one thing, you will never get the credit of the composition tax. Composition taxpayer pays 1%, 1%, 5%, 6%. Composition person also does not get the credit. His buyers also don't get the credit of composition tax. Are we all clear till here? Remember one thing, input means input service, capital goods. Tax means only GST, which is paid under forward or reverse, and you will get the credit of it. Credit will be given in the e-credit ledger. Are we clear, everyone? And that's why this chapter is called input tax credit. Everyone over here now, the first section, which is section number 16, eligibility and condition for taking the ITC. Either a 2-mark question or a 4-mark question will come from section number 16, you see. Everyone over here now, who are the people who are eligible and what are the conditions they have to fulfill? Only then they will get the credit. Section number 16, first one, section number 16, one goes ahead and says, who are the people eligible? You tell me one thing, who are the people eligible? Registered person is eligible. Of what is he eligible? Of any goods, any service or a combination of goods and service which he has bought, used in his business, and the amount will be credited to his e-credit ledger. Tell me one thing, in the question paper, if they give you unregistered person, will you say he will get the credit? No. Remember one thing, only registered person gets the credit of whatever goods or service he is buying for his business. Now remember, and what are the conditions for taking the credit? Section number 16.2 goes ahead and talks about the condition for going ahead and taking the credit. Section number 16.2 goes ahead and talks about what are the conditions. Section number 16.2 has A, B, BA, C, and D. How many conditions are there? 6 conditions are there, which are going ahead and telling what are the conditions basically you have to fulfill to go ahead and take the credit. Section number 16.2 goes ahead and says you should be in possession of tax invoice. Sir, I should have the tax invoice, you should have the debit note, or you should have such means it is told in the rules, such other tax paying document as may be prescribed by the rules. And rule number 36 is over here, which says documentary requirement and condition for claiming the credit. Sir, section number 16, section number 16(2), A went ahead and told you should have tax invoice, you should have debit note, and you should have such other document. Such other document is told by rule number 36. Rule number 36, 1 goes ahead and says you should have birds. You should have what, everyone? Birds. Sir, what is bird? B for bill of entry. You should have bill of entry. I for ISD invoice. You should have the ISD invoice to take the credit. R for RCM ka case mein, do you remember self invoice, everyone? RCM ka, you should have the self invoice. D for debit note you should have, and S for supplier's invoice. Can you tell me what are the documents on the basis of which you will take the credit? B for bill of entry, I for ISD invoice, R for RCM ka case mein, you should have the self invoice, D for debit note, and S for supplier's invoice. All these documents, if you have any of these documents, if you have, you can go ahead and take the credit. Now I have an invoice. Can I take the credit of the invoice? Yes, but you should make sure that, see, invoice should be the invoice which is issued as per rule number 46. In our tax invoice chapter, all details should be there. Sir, what if some detail is missed in the tax invoice? Can I not take the credit? So government went ahead and told all these documents you can go ahead and take the credit, but all these documents should have at least minimum these things, only then you can take the credit. See, it should contain description, value, tax, GST number of supplier and recipient, and the place of supply in case of interstate. Only then you can take the credit. So first of all, you should have birds. In birds, what details should be there? Description, value, tax, GST number, and place of supply in case of interstate supply. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Are we all clear till here? The next one, now they have gone ahead and told, third one, you will not get the credit of any tax paid in pursuance of a demand order confirmed on account of fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression of fact. You have tried to do some fraud, you have gone ahead and done some wrong things, and officer went ahead and caught you, and now you went ahead and paid the tax to the government. Remember one thing, that tax which you have paid to the government because of a fraud, you never get any credit. For an example, I had sold some goods to Visit went ahead and told me don't issue an invoice. Later I was caught, so I went ahead and paid the tax to the government. Government gave me a demand order, and because I had done a fraud, I had to pay the tax to the government. I told Vijit, because of you telling me not to raise the invoice, I did not raise the invoice. Now I am going ahead and giving you an invoice with the tax. You go ahead and take the credit and pay me the tax. Remember, he will never be able to take the credit because that tax which is paid because of a fraud. Are we all clear till here? Any tax if you pay because of a fraud, willful misstatement, something which you have stated wrong and you got caught, or you had suppressed some fact and you got caught, and later you ended up paying some tax, that tax ka credit, your buyer will never be able to take it. The next one over here, remember one thing, fourth one goes ahead and says, whatever invoice and debit note you want to take the credit, no, whatever invoice and debit note you want to take the credit, supplier, people, can I directly tell? Yes, what is this point telling? No ITC shall be availed by a registered person with respect to invoice or debit note, the details of which are required to be furnished by supplier in GSTR 1 and 1A or using invoice furnishing facility, and the details of such invoices have been communicated to you in GSTR 2B. So people, if I am going in and taking the credit of an invoice or a debit note, the supplier should have shown that invoice in GSTR 1 and the amount should be coming in my GSTR 2B. Only then I can go ahead and take the credit. Can you tell me, everyone? I went ahead and told you section number 16. Section number 16, 1, I went ahead and told you who is eligible? Registered person is eligible of the goods, services, or both, and the credit will be given in the e-credit ledger. Is my point clear to all of you? Section number 16, 2 went ahead and told what are the conditions to go ahead and take the credit. Condition may, first condition went ahead and told you should have tax invoice, you should have debit note, or such other document as told by rule number 36. Rule number 36 went ahead and told you should have birds. Then they went ahead and told description, value, tax, GST number, and place of supply should be there. Only then you can take the credit. Sir, fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression, no credit. Last one, supply should show in GSTR 1 and the credit should come in your 2B. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Now, section number 16, 2 may A done. A comes over here. You know what happened? First, they went ahead and told tax invoice and debit note, you can go ahead and take the credit, right? Now, this tax invoice and debit note, see, they told supplier should show in GSTR 1 and it should come in your 2B. Only then you can take the credit. But this is told in rule. Anything told in the rule also has to be there in the act, and hence they went ahead and told the same thing. This tax invoice and debit note, you will tell I can go ahead and take the credit because it is not told in the act that I can't take it if it is not coming in my 2B. So they went ahead and wrote the same thing in A and went ahead and told the same thing. They went ahead and wrote over here the details of the invoice and debit note referred to in clause A over here have been furnished by the supplier, and such details have been communicated to the recipient in the manner prescribed. Basically, in the manner specified means it should have come to you in your GSTR 2B. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. The same thing which was told over here in the rule has been supported by the act. You know what, everyone? Whenever the next one, you should have received the goods, services, or both. Tell me one thing. The supplier has gone ahead and supplied me. He has gone ahead and given me an invoice. I got an invoice, but I have not received the goods. I can't go ahead and take the credit. Always remember one thing. You should have received the goods, services, or both. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Deemed received ka concept is also fine. What do you mean by deemed received? I went ahead and told the supplier, please give me the invoice. bill to me, but ship it directly to the other person. When the other person receives, I can go ahead and take the credit, because when he receives it, it is deemed that I have gone ahead and received it. Bill to me, ship it to him. When the other person receives, I can go ahead and take the credit. It is applicable with respect to goods also. It is applicable with respect to service also. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, listen. Now, whenever supplier will show in GSTR1 and the details will come in my 2B, no? In 2B also there are two columns which is there. One is ITC available and one is ITC not available. One is ITC available, one is ITC not available. Remember one thing, if the amount is coming my ITC not available. Sir, when will the amount come in my ITC not available? Baba, section number 38 is there. Section number 38 has gone ahead and told sometimes because of the default of the supplier, the credit will be coming in your ITC not available. But those things are yet to be prescribed, yet to be notified by the government. Are we all clear till here? And hence, as of now, remember one thing, if supplier has gone ahead and done a default, then the amount will come in your ITC not available. Now, whenever the amount comes in your ITC not available, that credit you can't go ahead and take, even though it has come in your GSTR 2B, but it should not be restricted, because if it is restricted, which is coming basically in ITC not available, you will not be able to take the credit, even though it is coming in your GSTR 2B. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. I went ahead and told you, first of all, section number 16 over here, section number 16, 2 May, A, I went ahead and told you should have the tax invoice, debit note, and such other document which is there. The amount should be shown in GSTR 1 and should come in your GSTR 2B. And Baba, you know what, everyone, PA is there, which says there, it should come in your 2B. In your 2B, it should not be restricted. It should not be restricted. And that is what is being told. The details with respect to supply communicated to the registered person under section number 38 has not been restricted. It means the amount which is coming in your GSTR 2B, it should not be restricted. If it is restricted, you can't go ahead and take the credit. The next point which you have already gone ahead and understood, you should have received the goods, only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Now, C point over here goes ahead and says, see people, everyone tell me one thing. The supplier should have paid the tax to the government. Supplier should have paid the tax to the government. So it says, sir, subject to section number 41, tax should be paid to the government through using your cash or credit. It means who should have gone ahead and paid the tax to the government? Supplier should have gone ahead and paid the tax to the government. But tell me one thing, sir, on the date of filing GSTR 3B, he also has to file GSTR 3B. I also have to file GSTR 3B and I have to claim my credit. Do you guys agree with me? Sir, on the date of filing GSTR 3B, no, he did not pay the tax only, but I too went ahead and availed the credit also in my GSTR 3B and I used it also. But sir, supplier on the same day had to file GSTR 3B, he did not file. But I too took the credit. So government goes ahead and says, as of now, if you took the credit on the date of filing GSTR 3B, if you took the credit, it's okay, no problem. But tell your supplier to go ahead and pay the tax as soon as possible. And for that, they have gone ahead and told something. See here, everyone. Every registered person, people, you understood what I'm trying to say? My supplier is there, I'm the recipient. He filed his GSTR 1, it came in my 2B. So what I did, when I was filing GSTR 3B, I took the credit. But when he was filing the GSTR 3B, he did not file only. But I already took the credit. What to do now? Because the due dates are same, you can't keep calling everyone. And hence they went ahead and told every registered person shall be entitled to avail the eligible credit as you tell in your GSTR 3B as self-assessed, and the amount will come in your e-credit ledger. Take it. The ITC availed by registered person with respect to the supply, the tax has not been paid to by the supplier shall be reversed along with interest in the manner prescribed. Tell me one thing. I went ahead and already took the credit, but my supplier did not pay the tax to the government. Then whatever credit I have taken, I have to reverse it. I have to pay it back to the government along with interest. Now you will tell me, sir, when should I pay it back? The government went ahead and introduced one rule number 37A, where government went ahead and told reversal of ITC in case of non-payment by the supplier and re-availment thereof. What government is trying to say, where the ITC has been availed by registered person with respect to invoice or debit note, the details of which has been furnished by the supplier in GSTR 1A or even IFF using invoice furnishing facility, but corresponding GSTR 3B has not been furnished by the supplier. People, my supplier went ahead and did not file his GSTR 3B, but I already went ahead and took the credit. Tell him, please file your GSTR 3B, please file your GSTR 3B, please file your GSTR 3B. If he does not file his GSTR 3B till next year September, I can keep it. Means once the year gets over, by next year September, if he does not file his GSTR 3B and pay the tax, then whatever credit I've taken, no, on or before 30th November, I should reverse it. Next year. So for example, this is the year, April till March. April May I went ahead and took the credit. Full year I can still keep the credit even though he has not filed his return. Tell him to file the return. If he files it till next year September also, I can keep the credit, no problem. If he does not file it till next year September, then on or before 30th November, I have to reverse the credit. Are we all clear till here? If I reverse the credit on 30th November, no problem. If I reverse it after that, I have to reverse with interest. Sir, I reverse the credit. Later he paid the tax. I can take the credit back. Interest will not be given back. Can I go ahead, everyone? So what they are telling, where ITC availed by registered person with respect to GST in GSTR 3B with respect to invoice, the details of which has been furnished by the supplier. Supplier showed in GSTR 1, I took the credit. But corresponding 3B has not been furnished by the supplier till what date? 30th September, following the end of the financial year in which ITC has been availed by me, the said ITC shall be reversed by the registered person while furnishing GSTR 3B on or before 30th November following the end of the financial year. But sir, if the ITC is not reversed on or before 30th November, then it should be reversed along with interest. Sir, what if later subsequently see, I reversed it, later he filed the GSTR 3B. Can I take the credit again? Yes, you can go ahead and take the credit again when you are filing the GSTR 3B. After he has gone ahead and paid the tax, whatever GSTR 3B you are filing, you can re-avail the credit. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Always remember one thing, supplier should have paid the tax to the government. But what if my supplier did not go ahead and pay the tax to the government? What if my supplier did not go ahead and pay the tax to the government? Still, I can keep the credit. But remember one thing, I will tell my supplier, hey, file the return, file the return, file the return. If he files the return on or before next year, 30th September, then okay, I can keep the credit, no problem. But sir, on or before 30th September, if it does not pay, then on or before 30th November, I should reverse the credit. Once I reverse the credit, if I don't reverse the credit on 30th November, after that, if I reverse, I have to reverse along with interest. Can I go ahead, everyone? After 30th November, whatever delay I do, I have to pay interest. I reversed it. Later, he files the return. I can take the credit again. That's all is told by rule number 37A. Tell me one thing, everyone. I went ahead and told you till now, section number 16. Correct, everyone? Section number 16, everyone with me. Who is eligible to take the credit? Registered person is eligible of the goods, services, or both which he has gone ahead and used for his business, and the credit will be given in your e-credit ledger. Are we all clear till here? Section number 16(2) goes ahead and says, sir, what are the conditions to go ahead and fulfill to take the credit? Number one, you should have the 2A goes ahead and says you should have tax invoice, debit note, or such other document as told in rule number 36. Correct, everyone? Rule number 36 says you should have birds. Correct, everyone? Birds may description, value, tax, GST number, and place of supply should be there. Fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression, no credit. GSTR 1 may supply should show, and it should come in your 2B. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. AA went ahead and told, sir, supplier should show in GSTR 1 and it should come in your 2B. Again, BA point went ahead and told, in 2B, it should not be restricted. Then we went ahead and told, A ke baad, B also came over here. You should have received the goods, services, or both. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Deemed received concept is also fine. It means he gave me the bill, but shifted to the other person. When he receives it, I can go ahead and take the credit. The third one over here is, tax should be paid by supplier to the government. Sir, what if my supplier did not pay the tax to the government? Still, you can keep the credit till next year, 30th September. If he pays the tax, very good. If he does not pay the tax on or before 30th September, then whatever credit you have taken, you have to reverse it on or before 30th November. Are we clear, everyone? And D point over here, tell me one thing. Supplier paid the tax to the government. If I want the tax, no. Always remember, in my GSTR 3B, I should claim it. Supplier will pay the tax. You will get the credit in your e-credit ledger only if you ask for it. So always remember one thing, everyone. You should have filed the return. Supplier should pay the tax and return should be filed by recipient, which is basically you should have filed your GSTR 3B. Only then you will get the credit. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? So remember one thing, everyone. This is what you have gone ahead and return should be filed by the recipient. Only then he can go ahead and take the credit. Are we all clear till here, everyone? The next one over here is section number 16 may, 2 may, some provisos are there. For example, I went ahead and told one person to go ahead and supply goods to me. He went ahead and gave me one tax invoice, but for that tax invoice, 3 times the goods are coming. The goods are coming in lot or installment. First lot came in January, second lot came in February, third lot came in the month of March. Tell me one thing, I received the invoice in the month of January only, but I am receiving goods in lots. Can you tell me when will I get the credit? On the receipt of the last lot, I can go ahead and take the credit. If goods are against an invoice, means one invoice was there, but goods are received in lots or installment, registered person will be entitled to take the ITC on the receipt of the last lot or the last installment. One more proviso is there over here, which goes ahead and says, if your supplier has gone ahead and supplied you, everyone tell me one thing, is payment a prerequisite to take the credit? Is paying the supplier a prerequisite to take the credit? No, I never went ahead and told you that you should make the payment to the supplier only to take the credit. Correct, everyone? I never went ahead and told that you should have made the payment to the supplier only then you can go ahead and take the credit. I never told you. Do you guys agree with me? But if you don't pay your supplier within 180 days from the invoice, then whatever credit was given to you, you have to go ahead and reverse it. Remember one thing, to take the credit, payment is not a necessity. You can go ahead and take the credit. But remember one thing, if you have gone ahead and taken the credit of an invoice, please make the payment of that invoice within how many days? 180 days. If you don't make the payment of the invoice within 180 days to your supplier, then whatever credit you have taken has to be reversed along with interest. What they are going ahead and telling everyone over here, it says payment to the supplier should be done within 180 days from the date of invoice, that is value plus tax. If you don't pay, then whatever ITC you have availed, you have to reverse along with interest in the manner prescribed, and manner prescribed is rule number 37. Rule number 37 goes ahead and says reversal of ITC In case of non-payment of consideration, you should pay or reverse an amount equal to the ITC availed in respect of the supply proportionate to the amount which you have not paid. Sir, what if I made half payment to the supplier? Then half credit need not be reversed. Half credit amount which you have not paid with respect to that, whatever is the GST, you have to reverse it. It says along with interest under section number 50 while furnishing the GST 3B for the tax period immediately following 180 days from the date of invoice. So for example, you have gone ahead and received one invoice in the month of January. Everyone, 1st of January you went ahead and received one invoice. 180 days gets over on 30th of June. This invoice was in the month of January. January means 20th February you went ahead and took the credit. Correct everyone? Now 30th June 180 days got over. You did not make the payment to the supplier. Once 180 days got over, June ke baad, what is the GST 3B? July you are going to file the GST 3B. When you file the GST 3B, whatever ITs you have gone ahead and availed, you have to go ahead and reverse it. Along with interest under section number 50. And you know what? Interest under section number 50 comes only if you have gone ahead and used the credit. If you have not used it, there is no interest payable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. People, and there is no reversal. Means, sir, I went ahead and took the credit. I did not make the payment to the supplier. Still, I don't have to reverse the credit in 3 scenarios. Number 1, supplies on which tax is payable under RCM. Tell me one thing. I paid the tax under RCM. I can keep the credit. There is no reversal even if I don't pay the supplier. Government says, Ramesh, you paid the tax, you take the credit. Even if you don't pay the supplier, let him go to hell. We don't care. If you have to pay the tax under RCM. Secondly, supplies without consideration, schedule 1 supplies. For example, my head office went ahead and supplied me some goods and head office paid the tax to the government because it was deemed a supply and I went ahead and took the credit. But it is without consideration. I don't have to make any payment to the head office over here. When I don't have to make the payment to the head office only, why reversal? The next one, on that part of value of supply which is made by the recipient, my sir, supplier went ahead and supplied me 1 lakh rupees ka good. 50,000 I paid on his behalf to his friend. Have I already paid 50,000? Yes or no? 1 lakh rupees ka supply, I already paid how much? 50,000. So remaining 50,000 which I have not paid him, only on that reversal will come. Everyone over here now, ITC can be taken again. Tell me one thing, everyone. I went ahead and got one invoice. I took the credit. Within 180 days from the date of invoice, I did not make the payment. So I reversed the credit. Later, I made the payment to the supplier. Can I take the credit again? Yes. ITC can be taken again when the payment is made to the supplier. There is no time limit to regain the credit. Section number 16(4), we say that 30th number on annual return ka actual date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier, you can go ahead and take the credit. All those are not applicable in case of retaking the credit, regaining the credit. Are we all clear with this point, everyone? Tell me one thing. Section number 16(3) goes ahead and says now, registered person, if you go ahead and claim the depreciation on the tax component. If you go ahead and take the depreciation on the tax component, don't take ITC. For example, I bought one goods for 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees I paid 18,000 rupees GST. Then 18,000 either I can depreciate or 18,000 I can take the ITC. It says registered person if claiming depreciation on the tax component of capital goods and plant and machinery under income tax, no ITC on the tax component. You can't take the credit if you have claimed depreciation on the tax. Section number 16(4) says maximum time limit to take the credit with respect to any invoice or any debit note is what date, everyone? 30th day of November or actual date of furnishing annual return, whichever is earlier. Tell me one thing. I went ahead and got one invoice. I got one invoice. I kept the invoice and sat on it. Later I found it. Can I go ahead and take the credit? Baba, whenever you find the invoice, you can go ahead and take the credit. But the maximum time limit to go ahead and take the credit with respect to an invoice of a year is next year, 30th November, annual return ka actual date of filing, whichever is earlier. Sir, with respect to an invoice, I got a debit note next year. Remember, invoice and debit note, there is no link. It means invoice ke liye, invoice ka next year 30th November annual return ka actual date, which was earlier, you can take the credit. If I received invoice related one debit note in the next year, that next year when I receive the debit note of that ka next year 30th November annual return ka actual date, which was earlier, I can take the credit with respect to that debit note. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? People, for invoice ka next year, for debit note when it is received, debit note ka next year. Invoice and debit note is not linked. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here. Clarification on time limit under section number 16(4) in respect of RCM supplies received from unregistered person. Tell me one thing, everyone. If you generally receive one invoice, or in this year, you can go ahead and take the credit when received one invoice in the year 25-26. Next year, 30th November annual return actual date, whichever is earlier, I can go ahead and take the credit. Right now, for an example, people listen to me very carefully. I received one supply on which I have to pay the tax under RCM. Supplier was unregistered. If he was registered, he will give me a tax invoice. If he gives me a tax invoice, with respect to that tax invoice, I can take the credit by next year 30th November or annual return actual date, whichever is earlier. Do you guys agree with me? For example, I went and received supplies on which I have to pay the tax under RCM, and the supplies are received from registered person. He will give me an invoice. With respect to that invoice, I have to pay the tax and I can take the credit. The last date to take the credit is 30th November and return का actual date whichever is earlier. But what if my supply is unregistered and I have to pay the tax under RCM? Will he give me a tax invoice? He will not give me a tax invoice, so I have to raise my self invoice. Self invoice raising, what is the time limit? 30 days. Correct, everyone? I should raise the self invoice. So if I've raised one self invoice in this month, then when I raise the self invoice, I should pay the tax and I should take the credit. Do you guys agree with me? I did not raise the self invoice only. For example, now rent pay, commercial renting pay, I have to pay GST under RCM if my supply is unregistered. Do you guys agree with me? My building which I have taken on rent, my supplier is unregistered person. He did not go ahead and give me a tax invoice. He did not go ahead and give me a tax invoice. So I should make my self invoice. I did not make my self invoice because I did not know the law properly. Later, department caught me after 2 years. And department told before 2 years, you did not raise the self invoice and you did not pay the tax also. Now you have to raise the invoice also and you have to pay that tax also. Correct? Now that self invoice of 2 years before, I am raising now. So I have delayed in raising the invoice and paying the tax to the government. So I have to make the self invoice now, pay the tax to the government, and I will get the credit also. But remember one thing, because I am paying the tax now, after 2 years, I have to pay along with interest. But even if I raise self invoice in the year 2025-26, that self invoice which I have raised in 2025-26, can I take the credit? Yes. What is the last date to take the credit with respect to the self invoice? Next year, 30th November, annual return actual date, whichever is earlier. Remember one thing. If you raise a self invoice late also, you can take the credit. A good thing for the taxpayers. Sir, I didn't know the law. I did not raise the self invoice. Now I'm ready to make the self invoice. I will pay the tax. Pay the tax. You can take the credit. But remember one thing, because you are paying the tax late, you should have made the self invoice 2 years back. Might be 2023-24 May. You should have made the self invoice in April. But you are making now in 2025-26. 23-24 gone, 24-25 gone. 2 years you have gone ahead and delayed. For 2 years, you have to go ahead and pay the interest because you did not make the self invoice on time. Hurry everyone. But government is saying, no problem. Now you pay the tax and you can go ahead and take the credit. What government says, everyone see. In case of supplies received from unregistered person where tax has to be paid under RCM. I hope everybody got it. And where invoice is issued by the recipient in accordance with 31(3)(f), the relevant financial year for calculation of time limit for availing the ITC will be. People tell me one thing. What is the relevant financial year for claiming the credit? The financial year in which the invoice has been issued by the recipient, that is the self invoice under 31(3)(f), but subject to payment of tax and fulfillment of other conditions. Okay? In case the recipient issues the invoice after the time of supply, in case you have gone ahead and issued the invoice after the time of supply, he shall be required to pay along with interest. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? People, if I have to raise a self invoice, the year I raise the self invoice, I can go ahead and take the credit. If I did not raise the self invoice on time, no problem, you can pay the tax along with interest. But the year you raise the self invoice, that year ka 30th November annual return ka actual date, which was earlier, you can go ahead and take the credit. Everyone over here, section number 16.5 is total bakwas, irrelevant. Section number 16.6 over here, can I go ahead and directly explain it to you? Everyone listen now. Time limit to go ahead and take the ITC in case of cancellation of registration. People over here, people watching at home, is my point 100% clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Over here now, time limit to go ahead and claim the ITC in case of cancellation of registration, order is revoked. Everyone over here now, can I go ahead and tell you, everyone? For example, people tell me one thing. This is the year 2025-26. 2025-26 ke liye, what is the last date to go ahead and take the credit? 30th November or annual return का actual date of filing. For an example, annual return actually date is 31st December due date. 31st December is the due date, correct? You could have filed over here also. Now you know what happened. On 20th October, your registration got cancelled. Oh, registration got cancelled. Now you found one invoice over here, which you are sitting. Suddenly you found that invoice. Now can you take the credit? You can't take the credit because your registration is cancelled. Now you found one invoice. What to do? In the month of October, you could have taken the credit on or before 30th November, or annual return when you are filing it. Might be you are filing on 31st December. You could have taken the credit, but you could not take the credit because your registration was cancelled. Do you guys agree with me? Now you know what you went ahead and did. You went ahead and applied for revocation. Okay? And revocation ka order came saying, Ramesh, your registration cancellation order has been cancelled. Is my registration revived now? Correct, everyone? Within the next 30 days, whichever invoices I could have taken the credit, but I could not take because my registration was cancelled. Within the next 30 days, those invoices ka credit I can go ahead and take it, even though 30th November annual return ka actual date is gone. But I could not take it, no sir, because my registration was cancelled. Now when you apply for revocation and revocation order came, no. Once the revocation order comes within the next 30 days, you can go ahead and take the credit of the invoices which you could not take because your registration was being cancelled. Everyone over here now, they are going ahead and telling where the registration of a registered person is cancelled and subsequently the registration is revoked. Cancellation is revoked and the ITC of invoice or debit note was not restricted under section number 16.4. Was my credit restricted? No, sir. I could have taken it on 30th November annual return when I was filing it, but I could not take it because my registration was cancelled on the date of cancellation order. My sir, on this date, I could have taken the invoice. My invoice ka credit, I could have taken it. It says the said registered person shall be entitled to take the credit of invoice or debit note in a return under section number 39 filed up to 30th November or annual return, whichever is earlier, or they have gone ahead and given now extended time saying, sir, for the period from the date of cancellation or the effective date till the date of order of revocation. By which date, everyone? See what they are trying to say over here. You can go ahead and take in the return to be filed. Correct, everyone? In a return under section number 39, which you for the period from the date of cancellation till the effective date of cancellation, or as the case may be till the date of revocation. Tell me one thing, from the date of cancellation till the date of revocation, whatever returns you are going to file now, they are going ahead and telling you can go ahead and take the till the order of revocation. This return you will go ahead and file within the next 30 days. So when you are filing the return, you can go ahead and take. So basically, after this revocation order, you will go ahead and file all the pending returns, correct? In that return, you can go ahead and take the credit which you could not take due to cancellation. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, and they're telling where the return was filed within 30 days from the date of order of revocation or cancellation of registration. People, once the revocation order comes, you should file all the which return, everyone? Pending returns within the next 30 days. In that return, you can go ahead and take the credit of the invoice which you could not take because your registration was cancelled. Shall I explain again or got it, everyone? Baba, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now, clarification on ITC availment. Can I go ahead and explain it to directly? This is an amendment ka part, but tell me one thing. For an example, I went to Maruti Suzuki in Maharashtra. I am a showroom in Karnataka. Maruti Suzuki ka factory I went to in Maharashtra, and I am in Karnataka. Sorry, I am in Karnataka showroom. Maharashtra factory. I went to the factory. Factory me I went in and told I want 100 cars. They told, sir, 100 cars will give you delivery at the factory gate. They gave me the delivery at the factory gate only. Now the goods are going to come to my office in Karnataka, showroom in Karnataka, but it's going to take time, right? So can I go ahead and take the credit when I have not received the goods yet? But they gave me the goods outside their factory gate. When they gave me the goods outside their factory gate, is it deemed to be received? Is it received by me? Yes. Even though not received at my factory, when they say you should have received the goods, if it's an X factory contract, X works contract, which is basically the goods are handed over to you outside the factory only, can I go ahead and take the credit? They went ahead and told everyone over here. Clarification on ITC availment under section number 16.2b. Section number 16.2b says you should have received the goods in respect of goods delivered by the supplier at his premises, at his place of business under X work contract. So, Baba, the factory delivered the goods to me at their factory gate and told you take it now. From there, transportation will take time. So, should I wait for the credit only when the goods come to my factory, or I can take the goods ka credit when I have received the goods at the factory gate? They have gone ahead and told over here whether ITC can be availed by the dealer only after the vehicles are physically received by the automobile dealer in their business premises, or ITC can be availed on the date when the vehicles are billed to the dealer and handed over to the transporter by the original equipment manufacturer at his factory gate. Means Maruti Suzuki went ahead and gave me the goods outside their factory gate. Can I go ahead and take the credit there only, or I should actually receive the goods in my factory? They went ahead and told ITC can be availed on the day the vehicles are built and handed over to the transporter by the original equipment manufacturer, here Maruti Suzuki, at his factory gate. No ITC if goods are diverted for non-business use, or if goods are lost, stolen, destroyed, written off by way of gift or free sample. That is all total bakwas. But tell me one thing, when he has handed over the goods to the transporter saying transporter X work, now at the factory gate he has handed over the goods to the transporter saying my work is done. Whose responsibility is transportation? My buyer. So can the buyer go ahead and take the credit? Is it deemed that I have received the goods? Yes. When he has handed over it to the transporter, it is deemed that I have received the goods and I can go ahead and take the credit. But just imagine on the way when it was coming, lost, goods lost, ITC lost. On the way when it was coming, you entered and gifted it to your girlfriend. When the way goods are gifted, gone. ITC also gone. Can I go ahead, everyone? I'll do one thing, everyone. This was a part of the amendment. I'll close my revision on section number 16. Baba, in section number 16, no, anything can come. I'll tell you one thing. In our registration chapter, we have learned violation of section 16. Section 16 and their rules. Registration cancelled. Remember one thing, what I taught you section number 16. Now, if you violate the provision of section number 16 and you take the credit, your registration gets cancelled. See, Baba, in your exam, section number 16, they can tell you about this rule number 37, one small question can come. Okay? About this 180 days, one small question can come. They can talk about this goods received in loss, wala one point they can ask. This ITC depreciation taken, ITC can't be taken. Sir, what is the maximum time limit? They can ask you a question. This self-invoice pay, they can ask you one question. Baba, anything can come from this. This works contract, so again, important point. So anything can come, Baba. I don't want you guys to leave one single point from section number 16. Right, everyone? Closing my revision on section number 16. Now comes section number 17, everyone. Section number 17 goes ahead and talks about apportionment of credit and block credit. Everyone listen to very carefully. First of all, they are talking about apportionment of credit and then they are going to talk about block credit. Sir, section number 17 has 17.1, 17.2, section number 17.3, section number 17.4. Block credit is section number 17.5 and then we have section number 17.6. Section number 17.1 goes ahead and says, if you buy something which are going to use for business purpose also and non-business also, you can take the credit only with respect to what, everyone? How much is attributable to your business purpose. Sir, if you are going ahead and buying something to make what, everyone? Taxable supply, including what? Zero rate supply. Baba, zero rate supply, even though those supplies are exempt in India, but still it will be treated as zero rate supply and it is considered as if it is a taxable supply. Are we all clear till here, everyone? So taxable supply including zero rate supply and exempt supply, you will get the credit only with respect to what, everyone? Taxable supply including zero rate. Now, sir, if I'm using something personally for business, non-business, how much credit should I take? If I'm using something for my taxable and exempt, how much credit I should take? And that is what they have gone ahead and told. How much credit you should take and how much credit you should not take is told by section number 17.6, which is method of apportionment. How much credit you should be taking and how much credit you should not be taking is to be prescribed by the government. And government went ahead and prescribed that rule number 42 and rule number 43, which is the manner of distribution of ITC with respect to input and input services. And rule number 43 is manner of distribution of ITC with respect to capital goods. If you have gone ahead and used input and input services commonly, how to distribute the credit? If you have used capital goods commonly, how to distribute the credit? So everyone over here now, let's talk about rule number 42 and rule number 43. Rule number 42 goes ahead and talks about manner of apportionment of ITC with respect to input and input service. Rule number 43 goes ahead and talks about manner of apportionment with respect to capital goods or goods used commonly, which is basically capital goods which are used commonly. Rule number 42 goes ahead and talks about input and input services. See, Baba, rule number 42 says whenever you go ahead and get invoices with respect to all the inputs from your client, see, first of all, you should go ahead and total the invoices ka credit. That is known as what, everyone? Total credit. Out of total credit, everyone listen to me very carefully. We are trying to apportion the credit. Correct, everyone? Whatever is business, non-business, taxable and exempt. Out of that business purpose we are taking and taxable supply we are taking, exempt supplies and non-business purpose we have to remove it. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? So for example, my client went ahead and gave me these invoices. Out of this, I am going to say, oh sir, number one, personal purpose ka invoice, remove it. You can't take the credit. Correct, everyone? Secondly, sir, exempt supply related invoices, you can't take the credit. Sir, block credit, you can't take the credit. Whatever amount of invoices are remaining, the credit in this is called credit. Out of this, sir, these invoices, no, they relate to taxable supply, sir. Keep it in the side. These invoices which are there, no, sir. Out of this, some things are business purpose, non-business purpose, taxable and exempt. So we go ahead and call this. For example, oh, sir, this is also taxable only. Keep it on the side, no problem. Sir, these invoices are relating to business also, non-business also, taxable also and exempt also. What to do? Apportion. Remove non-business purpose, remove exempt supply related. This also you can go ahead and take the credit. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Your client went ahead and gave you these invoices. Your client went ahead and gave you these invoices. You should first of all go ahead and write down the total credit which is there, which is known as what, everyone? T. For example, I went ahead and told the total credit over here is 1,000. Okay? 10,000. Out of this, sir, personal purpose invoice, remove it. Sir, 1,000 rupees was the credit, remove it. Secondly, exempt supply, 1,000 rupees credit, sir, remove it. This invoice, sir, this invoice of credit is block credit, remove it. How much is the remaining amount, everyone? 7,000, no? Take the credit in the e-credit ledger. 7,000, take the whole credit. I took the credit. Now, out of this, I have to find out what is the hodgepodge. Means in which invoices are used for business, non-business, taxable and exempt commonly. Sir, all these invoices, no, they are relating to taxable only, sir. Have I taken the credit of everything? Yes. These are relating to taxable. Keep it on the side. Now, this is invoice relating to business, non-business, and also one more invoice is there, taxable and exempt also. For example, one more invoice. This is used for taxable also and exempt also. This is used for business and non-business also. This is known as common credit. This is known as what, everyone? Common. So, out of this, for example, 5,000 rupees ka invoice are relating to taxable. So, how much is the common credit, everyone? 2,000. Out of 2,000, how much is relating to exempt supply? How much is relating to non-business? Remove it. So 5,000, which is there over here, 2,000, which is there over here, multiplied by exempt supply divided by total turnover, you will get supposedly 500 rupees over here. Remove this 500. Done. Now 2,000, which is there, non-business purpose, you don't have turnover. Everyone, does non-business purpose have turnover? No. So one deemed figure of 5% is told to be removed. So remove 5%. What is remaining is your common credit, say credit which you are eligible. Do you guys agree with me? Is this credit eligible credit? But you have already taken the credit of this. So do one thing, whatever you have removed it, no, these two you put in the output tax liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Can we go ahead, everyone? So what they have gone ahead and told, see, first of all, T will be there, the total credit. Do you guys agree with me? Out of that, personal purpose, thief number 1, thief number 2, exempt supply, thief number 3, block credit. What is remaining is your credit. Out of credit, whatever is your taxable supply, remove it. Out of credit, whatever is your taxable supply related, you remove it. What will remain is your common credit. Common credit, say, remove the exempt supply related based on the common credit multiplied by turnover divided by total turnover. D1 gone. D1 means your exempt supply related. D2 means whatever is your common credit multiplied by 5%. People, out of common credit, D1 gone, D2 gone. What is remaining is called C3. C3 is your common credit, say, eligible credit. Do you guys agree with me? Now tell me one thing. Have I already taken the credit of C1? Yes, so D1 and D2, I can go ahead and reverse it in my GSTR 3B. In my GSTR 3B, I can give it back to the government. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. Can you tell me once again, everyone? I went ahead and give you these invoices. This total credit is known as T. Out of T, thief number 1 you have to remove. What is thief number 1, everyone? Personal purpose. People, you think personal purpose, remove it. Then exempt supply. Then what will you remove? Block credit. What is remaining? Can I take the full credit? This is known as credit. Please take the credit. Out of the credit, now I've already taken the credit. Sir, all these invoices which are there now are relating to taxable supply. This is relating to taxable, keep it on the side. This is relating to taxable, keep it on the side. Now you tell me one thing. Where are we? Here. This is your common credit. I've removed the taxable. So this is my common credit. Out of the common credit, relating to exempt supply, I remove based on turnover. Relating to what, everyone? Personal use, I'll remove 5%. Now this credit, have I already taken it? Yes. So these two which I have to remove, no, just reverse it off. Is my point clear to all of you? And one thing, everyone, they have gone ahead and told finalization of credit. This is okay, everyone. See, every month what credit you are going ahead and reversing, it's just provisional credit. What you are reversing, everyone, every month, D1 and D2, every month you are going ahead and reversing, that is just provisional. In the year end, what you have to do, whole year ka common credit multiplied by exempt turnover divided by total turnover, and whole year ka common credit multiplied by 5%. Are you clear, everyone? That is called the final reversal to be done. But whole year you reverse already 5 lakh. Finally, it came that for the whole year, see, monthly you total, it came 5 lakh. For the whole year, it should have been 6 lakh. So you have to reverse 1 lakh rupees extra. What they are going and telling, D1 and D2. D1 and D2, final amount which is there is supposedly 6 lakh. What you have gone and reversed already every month, it is only 5 lakh. Then 1 lakh is the extra amount which you should reverse on or before 20th of November. Remember one thing, from the 1st of April, because your turnover already was there with you on 31st March, 1st of April, you should have reversed it. If you don't reverse on 1st of April, once the year gets over, then you have to reverse along with interest. Are we all clear till here? Everyone? And sir, what if I reverse more earlier only? Year end pay it came less, then differential you can go and take in your e-credit lecture. Everyone over here, please tell me, is this point clear to all of you? Yes, sir? Clear? Chalo, next. People, remember when you are taking E by F, in E by F, central excise duty, state excise duty, VAT and CST is not to be included. Exempt turnover divided by total turnover when you take, exempt turnover divided by total turnover, in exempt and total turnover, don't take what everyone, central excise duty, state excise duty, VAT and CST. Everyone over here now, the next one is rule number 43. Rule number 43 goes ahead and talks about credit with respect to what, everyone? Capital goods. I want to go ahead and explain this with the help of directly one normal thing. Everyone listen to me very carefully. For example, this is your month of July. Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. This is your month of July. July May, you entered and bought one asset number 1, which is used for business purpose. Can I take the ITC, everyone? ITC will go in the credit ledger. Do you guys agree with me? Secondly, I bought one capital goods, which I'm using for non-business purpose. Can I take the ITC? No. Thirdly, I went ahead and bought one asset which I'm going to use for my taxable supply. Can I take the ITC? Yes, it will go in the credit ledger. Do you guys agree with me? I went ahead and bought one asset which I'm using for exempt supply. Don't take the ITC. I am buying one asset which I am going ahead. People, I'm just telling you so that you remember it. I went ahead and bought one asset which I'm using for taxable supply as well as exempt supply both. For example, I went ahead and paid 10,000 rupees GST for this. First of all, they go ahead and tell, please take the ITC full in your e-credit ledger. Okay? But it will also go for apportionment. I went ahead and bought one more asset, for example, which I am using for taxable and exempt supply. And I paid GST 20,000 rupees. Can you tell me what will happen? ITC I should take in the e-credit ledger, plus it will also go for apportionment. Is my point clear to all? Tell me one thing. I had gone ahead and bought earlier one asset in the month of January, for an example, which I had bought exclusively to make exempt supply. I had paid 60,000 rupees GST. Did I take the ITC or I did not take? I did not take because it was used exclusively for. Now I am thinking I will start using it for taxable supply also and exempt supply also. Then what will happen, everyone? Tell me one thing. It says, Ramesh, did you take the credit? I told no. They are telling first of all 60,000 take the credit. ITC will go in my e-credit ledger. But am I using it commonly now? So it will go for apportionment. 1 minute. From here till here, did I use it exclusively for exempt supply? But I took the full credit. Am I eligible for full credit or reduced credit? And hence they go ahead and say, Ramesh, tax relating to the interim period when it was used exclusively for exempt supply. Tax relating to this interim period when it was exclusively used for what? Exempt supply will be 60,000 rupees into 5%. How many quarter? Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June. 2 quarter it was used for exempt supply into 2. 60,000 into 2 over here will give you how much, everyone? 6,000 rupees. Array 5% into 2 is 10%. 10% into 60,000 is 6,000. So 6,000 I should add to my output tax liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. One more asset I had gone and bought over here in the month of January only, which I was exclusively using for taxable supply. I had paid 1.2 lakh ka GST. 1.2 lakh ka GST. Did I already take the credit? Yes. Now I'm thinking I will start using this asset for taxable supply also and exempt supply also. I had paid how much GST? 1.2 lakh. You tell me one thing, 1.2 lakh. Will I take the credit again or it's already taken? So now, but 1.2 lakh, am I using it commonly? So it will go for apportionment. What they are telling now, everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. People, are you all clear till here? Whatever is going for apportionment, no, add it. 1 lakh 80, 2 lakh, 2 lakh 10, 2.1 lakh. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? This is the total credit which will go for apportionment. A, apportionment wala total credit. This you should convert into monthly portion. Monthly portion means 2.1 lakh is actually, one asset ka life is how many months? Years, 5 years. So divided by how much, everyone? 60 months. How much will you get, everyone? How much? Hey Baba, 2,10,000 divided by 60 quickly. 3,500. This is your monthly portion. This month, the credit is how much, everyone? 3,500. Do one thing. Tax relating to exempt supply will be nothing other than 3,500 into exempt turnover divided by total turnover. If exempt turnover is supposedly 1,000, total turnover is supposedly 3,500. Correct, everyone? How much credit to be reversed? 1,000. Just put it in your output tax liability. So can you tell me, everyone, is this point clear to all of you? Everyone, nothing. They have told Ramesh, listen, everyone, I'll tell you once again. Here, this is all my asset. Taxable supply asset, I can take the full credit, no problem. Exempt supply asset, don't take the credit. Exempt supply, don't take the credit. Block credit, don't take the credit. This asset I have used commonly. Take the full credit first. The asset ka life is 5 years. You took the full credit, correct? Now divide it into 60 months. How many months, everyone? 60 months. Have you already taken the credit? Array, have you already taken the credit? Yes. Take first month. First month, 60 months, 60,000 rupees for an example. How much is first month ka credit? 1,000. Have you already taken this credit? Nothing. 1,000 rupees into exempt turnover divided by total turnover. Exempt come out, you reverse it. Put it in the output tax liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Second month, again, what will you do? Take it. This month, 2,000 rupees exempt supply. Total turnover also 2,000. Full is exempt turnover. What to do? Full amount, reverse it. Third month, no exempt supply. I have already taken the full credit. There is no reversal. Fourth month, 50% is exempt supply. 50% to be reversed. Not reversed, put it in the output tax liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, I hope this point is clear to all of you. People watching at home, people over here, is this point clear, everyone? See, they have gone ahead and told, see, whatever is non-business purpose, what is exempt supply, don't take the credit. Correct, everyone? Whatever is your non-exempt supply, means taxable supply, including zero rate, that credit can be taken. Sir, then whatever is the common credit, take it as A. A will become what, everyone? TC. TC divided by 60 months will give you monthly portion. Monthly portion into exempt by total turnover will give you tax relating to exempt supply. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Sir, if earlier you are using taxable, now you are going to use it commonly, then TIE should be calculated. Earlier if you are using taxable supply and now commonly, then Baba, there is no TIE calculation. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, the next one. Chalo. People, tell me one thing. I went ahead and told you about apportionment. Correct, everyone? Apportionment, rule number 42 and rule number 43. Now, whenever you are taking rule number 42 and 43, may exempt turnover. You are taking what, everyone? Exempt turnover. Can you see, everyone? Exempt turnover over here. Can you see exempt turnover over here? You need exempt turnover, right? You tell me one thing. If my exempt turnover is more, will my credit be more or credit will be less? Less. So what government went ahead and did? Government went ahead and told generally exempt supplies means what, everyone? Generally exempt supplies only mean nil rated supply. As per section number 17(2), generally, people 1 minute. As per your exempt turnover ka definition, it means what? Nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, and non-taxable supply. Do you guys agree with me? But government went ahead and told, I will go ahead and add some more things in your exempt turnover so that your exempt turnover is more and your credit will come down. Are we clear, everyone? So government went ahead and told generally exempt supply means nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, and non-taxable supply. But government went ahead and told over here value of exempt supply in 72 shall be as prescribed. It will include some more additional items. And what I did, whenever you are doing apportionment, remember one thing, these things generally are not exempt supply, but only for the purpose of apportionment, they are going ahead and calling it as what, everyone? Exempt supply. Government went ahead and told exempt supply, section number 247, if you go ahead and read, it is nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply. Correct, everyone? Section number 73 goes ahead and says supply under RCM. People went, tell me one thing, I went ahead and did one supply. On which I am not charging any tax. You have to pay the GST under RCM. If I am not charging any tax, that supply is called what, everyone? Exempt supply. For the purpose of apportionment, I will not get the credit of it. So, sir, you just have to take the value as per section number 15 in your turnover of exempt supply. Then transaction in securities. Tell me one thing, everyone, over here. I am going ahead and making nil rated supply. Is it my exempt supply? Yes. Wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply. They went ahead and told Ramesh, if you do RCM supplies also, no, that will also be considered as what, everyone? Exempt supply. Ramesh, if you go ahead and sell securities, selling of securities, there is no GST. But they are telling, we will consider, see, you have used the premises, you have used the laptop on which GST was paid for dealing in securities. So they are telling, we will not give you little credit. I asked how much credit. They told, sir, whatever is your sale value of the securities multiplied by 1%, that will become what, everyone? Exempt supply. What they are telling over here, see, 1% of the sale value of transaction in securities will be considered as if what, everyone? Exempt supply. Land and completed building, which is schedule 3 item. Do you guys remember, everyone? Schedule 3 item. Not all schedule 3 item, but they are telling Ramesh, if in your business you have sold some land and completed building, on sale of land and completed building, there is no GST. We will consider this as if it's a exempt supply. Sale of land and complete. What value will you take, sir? They told, sir, we will take stamp duty value. Now, supplying of warehouse goods before clearance for home consumption also will be taken. So, for example, I had some goods in the warehouse, custom warehouse, and I went in and sold it before clearing. They are telling that will also be considered as what, everyone? Exempt supply. I went in and told sale of warehouse goods which are in the custom warehouse before clearance for home consumption. If you go ahead and sell, they are going ahead and telling it will also be considered as exempt supply. I told what will be the value. They told Ramesh, whatever you have gone ahead and supplied from your duty-free shop at the arrival terminal in an international airport, that will be considered as what, everyone? So whenever people are coming inside India, no, they are sold duty-free goods. They are sold what, everyone? Duty-free goods. Those duty-free goods are actually from your custom warehouse which is there, or which custom duty is not paid. So those supplies are also considered as what, everyone? Exempt supply. And they have gone ahead and told that will be taken as exempt supply. So, sir, sale of warehouse goods before clearing for home consumption, what will be the value? Whatever you have sold in your duty-free shop to incoming customer, that will be taken as the value. The next one over here. Tell me one thing, everyone. So can you tell me, what do you consider as exempt supply? Nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply. Is my point clear? Add RCM supplies, 1% of sale value of share, and land and completed building ka sale ka value, stamp duty value, and the last one, sale of warehouse goods. For this, what will you take as the value? Whatever you have sold to incoming customers at an international airport. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, generally, interest is exempt supply, right? But here in exempt supply, every month, When you're taking exempt supply turnover, don't include any interest. Interest will not be considered as exempt supply over here. Interest will not be considered. Interest or discount income should be always excluded. But remember one thing, in case of banking company and financial institution, interest will be considered in your exempt supply. And the last one is value of duty credit scrip. Our duty credit scrip, actually it is an exempt supply, but they're telling don't consider it as an exempt supply. Is my point clear to all of you? Can you tell me everyone, what are the various exempt supply we have to go ahead and consider? Nil rated, wholly exempt, non-taxable supply. This is normal. RCM supplies, 1% of sale value of share. Then last one, land and completed building. And the next one, sale of warehouse goods before clearance. And Baba, remember, interest is not exempt supply, and duty credit scrip will not be considered as exempt supply. Everyone over here now, the next one. Section number 17(4) goes ahead and talks about banking company. Banking companies went to the government and told, sir, we are banking company. Now you are telling, see, banks' main income is what everyone? Interest income. It means everything is exempt only. It means they will not get any credit only. So they went and well, if you apply apportionment, no, 80% is exempt supply. It means 80% of credit will not get. So government went and told, if you want, you can go ahead and apply apportionment or take 50% credit, forget 50% credit. What government have told everyone? Banking companies, financial institution and NBFC, NBFC, banking company and financial institution who are engaged in supplying of services by way of extending loans and deposit, they have two options. Either they can go for apportionment, but if they go for apportionment, generally their output is only exempt supplies. People, for banking companies, always remember one thing. For banking companies, interest income is considered as exempt supply. Correct, everyone? So tell me one thing. If I'm a banking company, 80% of my income is exempt supply only. So I will not get 80% of the credit. And hence government went ahead and told, either if you want, you can go ahead and apply apportionment. Or do one thing. I will give you one more option. You can every month, whatever is eligible credit of input services, etc., take 50% credit and remaining you forget it. But remember one thing, once you take the option can't be withdrawn for the rest of the year. And remember one thing, if bank is taking from another bank who is their distinct person, that credit 100% can be taken. And that's what they have gone in and told over here. Rule number 38 says, if you are a bank who is supplying what everyone? Loans, deposits, etc., whatever is the every month credit, 50% you take, 50% you reverse it off. Distinct person say if you buy anything, take 100% of the credit. Non-business purpose, if you buy, don't take credit, block credit, don't take any credit. Is my point clear till here, everyone? Interest and discount income is not exempt supply. It is, in case of bank, it is an exempt supply. Except in case of bank. Are you all clear till here? Now you tell me, if I'm a banking company, input services, capital goods, 50% credit I can take, 50% forget it. If I'm buying from a distinct person in input service, I'm taking 100% credit. Non-business purpose, block credit, don't take it. That's all. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now here, one clarification on respect of reversal of ITC in respect of portion of the premium for life insurance policies, which is not included in the taxable supply. Everyone listen to very carefully. Do you remember when I taught you value of supply chapter, over here I went in and told, if you're an insurance company, everyone over here, if you're an insurance company, first year, you can show 25% as your taxable supply. And you can pay GST. Do you remember, everyone? First year, you can show value of your supply only 25%. For example, I receive premium 10,000. How much is the value of my supply? 2,500. And I can pay the GST. One officer told, remaining 7,500, which you are not showing as your value of supply, it means that is exempt supply. I'm a banking company. I'm showing only 2,500 as my taxable value and I'm paying the GST on that. Remaining 7,500, which I'm not showing as the value, one officer told remaining 7,500 is exempt supply. It means for 7,500, you should reverse the credit. CBIC came and told officer, relax. When he has gone ahead and shown only 2,500 in the first year or second year 1,250, that does not mean the remaining will be treated as if it is exempt supply. That's all is the clarification which was given over here, and hence there will be no reversal of credit which will be required for all these insurance companies just by going ahead and saying, sir, because you treated 2,500 as your taxable supply, 7,500 becomes exempt. No, they went ahead and told, see, the amount of premium for life insurance not included in the taxable value under rule number 34 cannot be considered as pertaining to non-taxable or exempt supply, and hence there is no reversal required as per the provision of rule number 42 or 43, read with what, everyone? Section number 17, 1 and 2 in respect of the said amount. So my question to all of you, I have received a premium of 10,000 rupees. 2,500 is considered as my taxable supply. Remaining 7,500, which will you go ahead and consider an exempt supply and reverse the credit or not required? Not required. That's all they've gone ahead and told. Is my point clear to all of you? This was a clarification which was given. We are done with section number 17.1, 17.2, 17.3, 17.4 and 17.6, which goes ahead and talks about apportionment. Now the next one is block credit, section number 17.5. Tell me one thing, what did I tell you till now? Section number 17, section number 17.1, if you are using something for business and non-business purpose. Section number 17.2, if you are using something for taxable supply and exempt supply. Section number 73, what do you mean by exempt supply? Section number 17.4, banking company. Take 50% credit, forget 50% credit. Correct, everyone? Or they can go for apportionment. Section number 17.5 talks about block credit, which we are going to discuss now. These two, how to do the apportionment is told by section number 17.6, rule number 42, and now section number 17.5 goes ahead and talks about block credit, which is the next chart. Please come to your block credit, everyone. People, now the next one is block credit. A graded, Baba. You will see one point on block credit in your big question, which is there. Very, very important. Block credit. Everyone over here now. Block credit. It says, sir, what are the things on which credit is blocked? Remember one thing. Unless blocked, all credits are allowed. If you are going ahead and using something for your business, unless it is specifically blocked over here, all the credits are always allowed. Sir, what are the things which are blocked? They have gone ahead and told motor vehicle. If you go ahead and buy a motor vehicle, might be you bought a two-wheeler, four-wheeler, etc. for your business. Remember one thing, motor vehicle for transportation of person. People, is transportation of goods ka motor vehicle blocked or not blocked? Not blocked. Because they have gone ahead and told motor vehicle which is used for what everyone? Transportation of person is blocked, which has an approved seating capacity of less than equal to 13, including the driver. Tell me one thing, I bought a motor vehicle for transportation of goods. Allowed. I went ahead and bought a motor vehicle which is for transportation of person only, but seating capacity is 20. Allowed. Can we go ahead, everyone? They have gone ahead and told motor vehicle number 1, number 2 transportation of person ke liye, number 3 the seating capacity is only 13. All these 5 cars, 5-seater car, 7-seater car, 10-seater car, 12-seater car, 13-seater car, those credits are blocked. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. But then they have gone ahead and told, even though credit is blocked, but there are some exception when used for making taxable supply, namely further supply of such motor vehicle. You tell me one thing, I went in and bought a car, I am selling the car, can I take the credit? Okay, tell no, yes, no. I bought a car to sell a car, can I take the credit? Yes. I went in and bought a car to give a car on rent, can I take the credit? Yes, they have used the word further supply, and further supply means sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license, disposal, everything. I bought a car to sell a car, can I take the credit? Yes. I bought a car to lease a car, I can take the credit. I bought a car to rent a car, I can go ahead and take the credit. They have gone ahead and told, one circular is there over here. People, tell me one thing. I am one company. I went ahead and bought one motor vehicle, which is a demo vehicle. They have told, I bought a demo vehicle, which I am using in the course of my business to show it to people so that I can sell such kind of car. Can I take the credit of the demo vehicle? They went ahead and told, see, when we use the word, we told further supply of such motor vehicle. It means I am telling not this motor vehicle is only told. Such kind of motor vehicle are being sold. For example, in my business, we are a car dealer. Car dealer went ahead and bought one i10 car from the main factory, saying, sir, I will use it as demo vehicle. So that such kind of car only I can sell. So I will show i10 car, people will use it, test is a demo, and such kind of motor vehicle I will go ahead and sell further. Can I go ahead and take the credit of the motor vehicle? Yes. They went ahead and told circular ITC of demo vehicle available to dealer engaged in further supply of such motor vehicle. Might be the demo vehicle you are not selling, but such kind of vehicle you are selling. Hence, you can go ahead and take the credit of the demo vehicle. Everyone, one circular I have gone ahead and given over here. Clarification on ITC availment of demo vehicle. Everyone over here now, listen. This whole circular I have written. Availment of ITC on demo vehicle, which are motor vehicle for transportation of person, seating capacity less than equal to 13, when used for making further supply of such motor vehicle. Usage of the word such motor vehicle indicates the intention of the lawmaker to exclude the motor vehicle itself. Motor vehicle which itself is further supplied, and the motor vehicle which is used for the purpose of further supply of such types of similar types of motor vehicle. And hence, if you are supplying such similar types of motor vehicle also, that motor vehicle which you are using as demo vehicle also, you can go ahead and take the credit. Thus, ITC in respect of demo vehicle is not blocked under section number 17.5. Whether the ITC is available on demo vehicle which are used by dealer for transportation of employees. I am not using the demo vehicle for showing it to customer. I am using it for my own purpose of business. Then it's a motor vehicle used for the purpose of business. You will not get the credit. Remember one thing, it cannot be said to be used for making further supply of such motor vehicle, and therefore the ITC will be blocked. The next issue over here is authorized dealer merely acts as an agent and invoice is directly issued by manufacturer to the customer. You know what, everyone? I am a commission agent. Company, manufacturing company directly issue the invoice to the customer. I don't go ahead and further sell it. I am an agent. You know what? I from the company I bought one i10 car. All the customer who come, no, I show it to them. If the customer agrees, no, company directly does the billing to the customer. Who am I? Commission agent. My question to all of you, will I get the credit of the demo vehicle? I am not engaged in further supplying of such motor vehicle. I am just a commission agent. Can I take the credit or I can't take the credit? You will not get the credit. In such case, the demo vehicle cannot be used by the dealer for making further supply, ITC on the same would not be available to the said dealer. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, availment of ITC on demo vehicle capitalized by the authorized dealer. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I have gone ahead, motor vehicle, I have capitalized it. ITC I have not capitalized. Motor vehicle, I have capitalized it. Can I take the credit? Yes. Array, motor vehicle for me is for everyone. Motor vehicle is what? Capital or capital asset. He will capitalize it. Does it impact my ITC availment? No. If I am an authorized dealer who is engaged in further supplying of motor vehicle, I bought a motor vehicle from the company. Can I go ahead and take the credit? Yes. And can I capitalize it? Yes. It is not your regular expense. It's your not your P&L item. It's your capitalized expense only. Capitalization of demo vehicle does not affect the ITC element. However, registered person should not claim depreciation on the tax. What if I capitalize along with the tax component? Then I'll not get ITC. If capitalized demo vehicles are sold, then Baba, you have to pay the tax as per section number 18(6), which is over here. That sir, if any asset on which you have gone ahead and taken the ITC and later it is sold, then people, in case supply of capital goods and plant and machinery on which ITC has been taken, when you are going in and selling, you have to pay the reduced amount of ITC, which is ITC minus 5% or tax paid on transaction value, whichever is. Remember everyone, if you have gone ahead and taken ITC on an asset and later you go ahead and sell it, you have to pay the tax amount reduced by 5% per quarter or the tax on transaction value, whichever is higher. Everyone over here now, let's go ahead. Sir, tell me one thing, everyone. Motor vehicle for transportation of persons, seating capacity less than equal to 13, including the driver, credit is blocked. But if I am using it for further supply, can I take the credit? If I am using it for transportation of passenger, not person, passenger who pay fare, I am a cab driver, can I take the credit? Yes. Or if I am using it for training on Baba, if I'm using for training, can I take the credit? Yes. So FTT ke liye I can go ahead and take the credit. Further supply, transportation of passenger and training. I'm in driving school. Can I go ahead and take the credit? Yes. Now they went ahead and told the next one. A. Vessel and aircraft. You know the ships and aircraft which are there. Ships and aircraft. Always remember one thing. Ships and aircraft ka credit is blocked. They block the whole thing. Whether it is for transportation of person or it is transportation of goods, both are blocked. But then they went ahead and told, except when it is used for making what everyone? Taxable supply, which is further supply you are doing, or transportation of passenger you are doing, or you are giving training in driving, navigating ship or flying aircraft. Again, you are giving training and you can go ahead and take the credit. And you know what? Because they had blocked the whole vessel and aircraft, they went ahead and told it will be allowed if you are using it for transportation of goods. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Now, vessel and aircraft. I bought a ship or aircraft. Mukesh Ambani bought a ship or aircraft. Is the credit allowed or blocked? Blocked. Remember one thing. But if I'm using it for transportation of goods, goods allowed. I bought a ship to sell a ship. Allowed. I bought a ship to rent a ship. अरे फर्दर सप्लाई के लिए तो ऑलवेज अलाउड, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ पैसेंजर के लिए ऑलवेज अलाउड, ट्रेनिंग के लिए ऑलवेज allowed. Is my point clear to all of you? Vessel and aircraft also further supply, training and transportation of passenger is always allowed. Further, because they had blocked the entire thing, they went ahead and told if it is bought for transportation of goods also, it will be allowed. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one, tell me one thing, everyone. You always have to remember one thing, this and this. If the main vehicle is blocked, that vehicle ka sir is also blocked. Sir means servicing, insurance and repair and maintenance. Sir is also blocked. Servicing, insurance and repair and maintenance is also blocked. But main vehicle पे credit is allowed. For example, I bought a truck for my factory. Main vehicle पे credit is allowed. Sir का credit is also allowed. Servicing, insurance and repair and maintenance पे whatever GST paid, credit will be always allowed. Remember, they are telling sir का credit is blocked. But then exception is when motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft are used for specified purpose. Means you are using for further supply, transportation or training. Then can I take the credit of sir, everyone? Yes. Remember one thing, when received by a taxable person who is engaged in manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft, you tell me one thing, I am over here. I am a, see people, what they are telling, when motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft is used for specified purpose, means if I am using it for further supply, transportation of passenger and training, can I take the credit of sir? Yes. Then they are telling if you are into manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft. For example, I am Tata's, we are manufacturing the cars. For those cars, if I go ahead and take any repair and maintenance, any servicing, any insurance, can I take the credit? Yes. Because for me, those are not cars, those are goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. The next one, where received by a taxable person, if I am going into receiving sir, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance, and I am into general insurance services in respect of such motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft. For example, I am an insurance company. I have done the insurance of a car. That car met with an accident. I got the servicing done. Servicing bill came to me. Can I take the credit? People, I insured one car which is seating capacity 13, for example, or 12. I insured the car. Anything happens to the car, car will go to the service center. Service center will give me the bill. Can I take the credit? Yes. For this also, there's a circular which is there over here. I'll go ahead and quickly tell you. Everyone over here now. Clarification in respect of ITC by insurance company on expenses incurred for repairing a motor vehicle in case of reimbursement mode of insurance settlement. See, one type of mode is your car met with an accident, you give it directly to network garages. Network garages means which the insurance company is connected to. You give the car to those network garages, company code directly the bill will come. You don't have to do anything. You can take your car and go. In this scenario, the bill comes directly in the company's name. Company can go ahead and take the credit. Are we all clear, everyone? One more system is, for an example, everyone listen to very carefully. This is one insurance company. Insurance company insured one car, one person ka car. Okay? This car met with an accident, so the car went to the service center. The service center which is there is not this company ka service center. They are not connected to that. You got the servicing done in any other center. This car's repair center went ahead and gave you the bill. You gave it to the insurance company and they gave you reimbursement. That is called a reimbursement mode. If here's a direct bill comes to them, then they can go ahead and take the credit. What if the bill comes to me and I go ahead and give the bill to them and then they reimburse me? Then they reimburse. In that scenario, the bill which I give to them, can they go ahead and take the credit? Is my point understood by all, everyone? Tell me one thing. If the service center directly gives the bill, can they take the credit? Yes. What if I give the bill and they reimburse it to me? Here they have gone ahead and given some clarification. Yes, ITC is available to insurance company in case of reimbursement mode also. What is the extent of ITC available to the insurer in case of two separate invoices are issued by the garage, one to the insurance company for approved claim, another for any excess? For example, this car repairing ke liye I actually paid 1 lakh, but out of this insurance company is paying me only 60,000. So how much credit can insurance company go ahead and take? Only 60,000 ka whatever GST is there. Do you guys agree with me? For that, I will take two invoices. First invoice 60,000 I will get, and repair wala will give me 40,000 ka invoice. For 60,000 invoice which they are reimbursing, the insurance company can take the credit. What they are not reimbursing, there will be no credit given to the insurance company. It says ITC of the insurance company only on invoices issued to it subject to reimbursement. If they don't reimburse, no credit. What is the extent of ICC available in case single invoice is issued covering full amount and insurance company reimburses only approved claim? For example, I got only 1 lakh ka one invoice. I gave the full invoice to them, but they reimburse only 60,000. They can take the credit only with respect to 60,000, whatever is the GST. Separate invoice. How much invoice they got, that credit they can take. One invoice, how much they reimburse, only that much amount they can go ahead and take the credit. Everyone over here now. ITC available to insurance company only to the extent of reimbursement of the approved claim and not the full invoice value. Then they asked whether ITC can be availed by insurance company of the invoice if the invoice for vehicle is not in the insurance. If the people, 1 minute, I gave the bill to the insurance company, the bill my name is written. Insurance company can't take the credit. You, when garage is giving you the bill, no, tell the garage, please make the bill in insurance company's name. It says ITC is not available to insurance company. It does not meet the requirement of section number 16(1)(a) and AA, which goes ahead and says the invoice should be named in the name of the insurance company. Supplier should show in GSTR1 and it should come in 2B of the insurance company. Only then they can go ahead and take the credit. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Everyone over here now, please come back. Sir, what do you mean by motor vehicle? Always remember, motor vehicle ka credit is blocked. You know, motor vehicle means two-wheeler, four-wheeler, etc. But remember for the exam, what is not motor vehicle? What is not motor vehicle? They told motor vehicle does not include a vehicle running upon fixed rail. Mukesh Ambani bought a train. It is not motor vehicle. He can take the credit. Is vehicle of special or is vehicle of special type for use in factory or enclosed premises? Have you seen, Baba, these vehicles which are used for cotton picking and all? These are used inside factory. Can I take the credit? Yes, these are not motor vehicle. Next, or a vehicle having less than 4 wheel fitted with engine capacity up to 25 cc. For example, you have two-wheelers which you have kept outside your factory for employees to come inside the factory. 20 cc ka motor vehicle. Companies can go ahead and take the credit. Always remember, a vehicle which having less than 4 wheel and it is engine capacity is only up to 25 cc. Those are not motor vehicle at all. People, rail is not motor vehicle. Special purpose vehicles are not motor vehicle. Vehicle with engine capacity up to 25 cc and less than 4 wheel are also not motor vehicle. If they are not motor vehicle, credit will always be allowed. Is my point clear to all of you? Then they went in and told section number 17(5)(b), following goods, services or both, the credit will be always blocked. Number 1, food and beverages. Baba, you went in and told today is Friday, let's enjoy biryani. We'll order biryani for all our employees. Baba, no credit to the company. Food and beverages, no credit. Outdoor catering. You went in and took Women's Day special. We'll go in and take outdoor catering. Baba, outdoor catering ka bill is or credit is not allowed. Beauty treatment, Baba, I went in and took beauty treatment. Beauty treatment ka bills are not allowed. Credit is not allowed. Leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, vessel, aircraft referred to in A and AA except when they are used for specified purpose. Tell me one thing. If I buy a motor vehicle, the credit is blocked. I thought I'll not buy. I'll rent it out. See, if I buy and I rent it out, then I can take the credit. I bought it for my using of my director. I don't get credit, right? For using of my director, instead of buying, I took it on lease. I took it on rent. Then also credit will be blocked. People, can I tell you one thing? When I buy it to further sell, to lease, to rent, is the credit allowed? If I buy it for using for my own person, is the credit allowed or blocked? Blocked. Wherever buying pay credit is blocked, if you take it on lease, rent or hire, then also credit is blocked. Where is buying pay credit allowed? When I rent it, lease it or sell it further, right? Instead of buying, I took it on rent and given on rent. I took it on lease and given on lease. I took it on hire and gave it on hire. Credit will be allowed. If I buy for my own purpose, credit is blocked. If I lease, rent, hire for my own purpose, also credit is blocked. If I buy for giving on rent, lease, allowed. Instead of buying, if I take it on rent or lease, to give it on rent or lease, credit will be allowed. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one over here is, people tell me one thing, leasing other item like machines, any problem? No problem. Leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle for your own use, credit is blocked. Correct, everyone? If I go ahead and lease one machine, is there any problem there? No problem. They are telling leasing of other machines, etc. ITC is always available. Health insurance, the credit is always blocked. Cosmetic and plastic surgery, the credit is blocked. Life insurance, health insurance, credit is always blocked. Tell me one thing, everyone. These are the general things which they went ahead and told. The credit is always blocked. Generally, the credit is always blocked. But same category, the credit will always be allowed. What do you mean by same category? I am supplying food and beverages. If I buy food and beverages, I will get the credit. I am giving health services. I took health services ka service. I can take the credit. I am plastic surgeon. I took another person's plastic surgery ka help. I can go ahead and take the credit. I am a life insurance company. I took another person's life insurance ka reinsurance. I can take the credit. Everyone, sub category or same category or subcontracting, food and beverages wala to another food and beverages wala, he can take the credit. Caterer to another caterer, this caterer can take the credit. Subcontracting credit is always allowed. Next one, if you are going ahead and taking all these items as an element of your taxable, what everyone? Composite supply and mixed supply, ITC will always be allowed. What, sir? What do you mean by this? Tell me one thing. I am an event management services wala. Okay? My main service to give it to you is event management service on which 18% GST is there, right, everyone? You told along with event management, Ramesh, can you buy food and beverages? I bought food and beverages to supply you food and beverages. You told, sir, can you give me catering also? I took catering the service to provide you catering. You told, sir, can you go ahead and take one motor vehicle on rent so that you can give it to me on my marriage? I went ahead and took all these services, but all these are just elements of my main supply, which is event management. Me being the event management company, my main supply was event management. Along with that, I provided food and beverages, etc. As a composite supply. Can I go ahead and take the crate of all the food and beverages catering services which I take? Yes. Is my point clear to all of you? A element of a composite supply and mixed supply, yes, ITC will be always allowed. People, remember one thing, your club membership, health and fitness center ka membership. I went ahead and joined a club, bill came to the company, no credit. I went to the gym ka bill came, no credit to the company, there is no ITC. I went ahead and sent my employees on vacation, no ITC. Remember one thing, if you send your employees on vacation, whatever travel benefits you give, they will come and give you the bill back. You will reimburse it to them, but the GST credit will never come to you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing, this credit is blocked, and this amount, people, 1, 2, and 3, the credit is blocked, correct? But if any of these 3 you are giving to an employee because of a statutory obligation, employer is giving to the employee, then he can go ahead and take the credit. For example, it is told in the Factories Act, for example, that you should give catering services for your employee. If you take catering services, you will get the credit because it is to fulfill a statutory obligation. It is told in the Mining Act, you have to take life insurance of your employee. You took life insurance, you took input services of life insurance just to fulfill a statutory obligation, you will get the credit. If you do any one of them because of a statutory obligation, then you can go ahead and take the credit. But generally, there is no credit. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here now. Everyone, works contract service, which is capitalized. People, remember one thing. What is works contract, everyone? I went ahead and told one person, you get the material, you get the labor, okay, and you make one building for me. He got me material also and labor also. It means he gave me works contract service. He gave me a bill of 1 crore rupees plus 18 lakh rupees GST. Remember one thing, works contract service, if you go ahead and take for your immovable property, there is no ITC which is given. Government says works contract service will not go ahead and give it a ITC. Sir, if I have taken works contract service for immovable property, which is one person gave me works contract service and he made a immovable property which is plant and machinery attached to my building. Is it immovable property, everyone? But this is plant and machinery. Then I always remember one thing, everyone, plant and machinery, will I get the ITC? Yes. And Baba, if I'm giving works contract service, I'm giving works contract service. To give the works contract, if I take works contract service, I will always get the credit. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone tell me one thing, I went in and took works contract service for constructing an immovable property which is not plant and machinery. Will I get the credit or no credit? No credit. I took works contract service for constructing immovable property which is my plant and machinery. Yes or no? Yes. I went in and took one works contract service for going in and giving another person works contract service. I will get the credit. Sir, I took one works contract service for my immovable property which is there. One small portion was broken. One person gave me a works contract service. He charged me 10,000 rupees plus 2,000 rupees GST for repairing this. He gave me material, he gave me labor. Is it works contract service? Yes. But I put this amount in the P&L account. If you put this amount in the P&L, then ITC will be allowed. Remember one thing, works contract ka credit is only blocked if it is capitalized. Can I quote everyone? I told who will get works contract service done? Who will get works contract service done? Let me go ahead and do one thing. I will buy my own material. I'll take my own laborers ka help and I'll go ahead and construct one immovable property. Remember one thing, whether you go ahead and take works contract or you buy material and labor separately, still goods, services are both received for construction of immovable property on your own account. There is no credit if you have capitalized it. If you put it in the P&L account, allowed. If you buy goods, services or both for making an immovable property which is plant or machinery, ITC will be always allowed. If you take construction of immovable property you are doing for others, then also ITC will be allowed. Tell me one thing, I went in and bought material, I went in and bought labor, I made my own building. Hello, Baba. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. I went in and repaired my building, repairing expense put in the P&L account. Allowed. I went in and bought plant and machinery, I went in and bought material and labor, I made plant and machinery. Allowed. I went in and bought material and labor, and with the help of that, I made one building which is not for my own use, for my client. I'm a builder. Right. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, when they are going in and telling everyone over here, what do you mean by plant and machinery? Plant and machinery means any apparatus, any tools, any equipment, any machinery which is fixed to the earth by structural support or foundation, and it is used for outward supply, and it includes such foundation and structural support. Also, ITC will be allowed. For an example, everyone listen to very carefully. I went in and took one works contract service for one boiler machine. The boiler machine was attached to the earth. This is the building over here. Remember one thing, this boiler machine ke liye if I took works contract service, I will get the ITC. Do you guys agree with me? This foundation is there, no? And the structural support ke liye, if I take works contract service, that ITC also will be allowed because they are telling plant and machinery includes what, everyone? Foundation and structural support. Whatever GST you pay, you will get a ITC. Then they went in and told plant and machinery will not include land and building, civil structure. People, this land and building, you constructed one shed above it. These are not plant and machinery. Then telecommunication tower in your factory, you went in and got one telecommunication tower constructed. But telecommunication tower, even though immovable, still it is not considered as plant and machinery. You will not go ahead and get the credit. Then they went in and told any pipeline which is laid outside the factory premises also, you will never get the credit. Is my point clear to all of you? Plant and machinery means any tools, any items which you are going ahead and fixed to the earth by structural support, and it is used for making what, everyone? Outward supply. Foundation and structural support is also plant and machinery. But remember, land and building, civil structure, telecommunication tower, and pipeline which are laid outside the factory are never plant and machinery, and you will not get the credit. Now here, one small question which was asked was, sir, clarification on ITC on duct and manhole. Duct and manhole which are used in network of optical fiber cable, OFC, optical fiber cable. You know what happens? Optical fiber cables are very thin lines which comes as an internet to your home. You know what happens in this scenario? For example, Airtel company is there. From Airtel company to my home over here, they have to send one thin line under the ground. To send this line under the ground, they will make duct. Are we clear? And then they will make one manhole also over here, through which all these ducts are being connected. Are you guys able to understand? And this optical fiber cable will come from inside the duct. Now the question which was asked was, all these ducts which are constructed, all these manholes which are being constructed, will the ITC be allowed? They went ahead and told duct and manholes are part of the plant and machinery, and ITC will be given. The clarification which came, what, everyone? Whether ITC is barred on duct and manhole used in optical fiber cable. Duct and manholes are covered in the definition of plant and machinery because they are used for providing what, everyone? outward supply, basically they are used as part of the optical fiber cable for making what, everyone? You tell me one thing. Without this duct, without this manhole, can optical fiber cable be provided? Can that thin line be provided? So basically it's a part of the plant and machinery only, and they are going ahead and telling it is used for making what? Telecommunication, transmission of telecommunication signal from one point to another. Moreover, they have not specifically been excluded from the definition. From the definition, they have excluded what? Pipeline. It is not pipeline, it's a duct and manhole, and hence they went ahead and clarified. It is clarified that ITC availment is not restricted in respect of duct and manhole used in optical fiber cable. Is my point clear to all of you? Remaining, other than this, they went ahead and told if you are paid composition tax 1%, 1%, 5%, or 6%, credit is not allowed. Sir, if you are NRTP comes to India, no credit allowed other than one credit which he has imported the goods. No, on that he paid custom duty and IGST. That IGST credit is allowed. Other than that, NRTP has come to India, rob him properly, don't give him any credit. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one. Sir, if you have gone ahead and done any CSR activity के लिए whatever goods you have bought, whatever GST paid, government says do full CSR, don't take any credit. Then, sir, I have gone ahead and bought something for my personal purpose. Baba, I bought one mixer grinder from my home. Don't take the credit. Goods lost, stolen, destroyed, written off, disposed of by way of gift or free sample. Government says these are thief cases. People say, sir, gifted one sari to their wife, and they are telling, sir, goods lost. Government says no problem. You are telling goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. Goods gifted, ITC gifted. Goods eaten by rat, ITC eaten by rat. Remember one thing, everyone. You will never get the credit of the goods lost, stolen, destroyed, etc. Now, the next one over here. If you have paid tax in accordance with section number 74, which is basically because you have gone ahead and done it earlier, it used to say evasion under section number 74, 129, and section number 130. Now 129, 130, etc. has been deleted. They have written only section number 74. If you have gone ahead and done any fraud, because of that demand order was given under section number 74, you paid the tax, that tax ka credit will not be given. This is total thief. You were trying to do a fraud and you got caught. So I'm calling you a total thief, complete thief. Are we all clear till here, everyone? People, this is all about block credit. Sir, how do we remember this from an exam point of view? Remember one thing, everyone. Sir, see, this guy needs little plastic surgery, little beauty treatment you give him, little health services also he needs. Correct, everyone? He took a motor vehicle, vessel, or aircraft. He went to the fitness center. Fitness center, credit or no credit? From the fitness center, he went to club. Club, credit or no credit? No credit. From the club membership, he took, correct? After that, he became a bodybuilder. Going to gym, going to club, he became a bodybuilder, and he started doing conflict. Conflict means he's fighting with people now. C for construction. Okay, everyone? Construction means works contract, or construction means own construction. Remember one thing, if it is capitalized, construction is capitalized, there is no credit. C for composition tax. Composition tax, there is no credit. Can I go ahead, everyone? O for outdoor catering, no credit. NRTP, no credit. Other than goods imported. F for food and beverages, no credit. LI for life and health insurance, no credit. C for CSR, no credit. T for travel benefit, no credit. If you are a thief, sir, goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. Or you are a total thief. Total thief means complete thief. You have paid the tax under section number 74 because of a fraud, then that credit is never to be given to you. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? We are done with our block credit over here. A++ from exam point of view. Just give me a second, everyone. This point is clear. We'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of on section number 17 over here. Tell me one thing. Section number 17.1. Business, non-business, you'll get the credit only relating to business. Taxable exempt, you'll get the credit only relating to taxable. 17.3. Exempt supply definition. Section number 17.4. Banking company, either do apportionment or take 50%, forget 50%. 17.5. Block credit. Section number 17.6. Apportionment method, which is prescribed by the government. Rule number 42 and rule number 40. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Now the next section which we are going to talk is section number 18, everyone. Now, the next section is section number 18, everyone. Section number 18 goes ahead and says, people, in special circumstance, also credit will be given to you. Credit in special circumstances. Listen to me very carefully. Section number 16 and section number 17 are A graded. Section number 18, which is NO, it is B graded. Might come, might not come. Section number 18, the situation is 50-50% chances. If it comes for 3-4 marks. If it does not come, doesn't come. Now, everyone, listen to me very carefully. Section number 18 has 18.1, section number 18.2, section number 18.3, 18.4, 18.5 is total bakwas, and we have section number 18.6. 18.1 goes ahead and says there are 4 special circumstances when you will get the credit. 18.1 goes ahead and says if 18.1 A, B, C, D. If you have taken new registration, always remember one thing, everyone over here now. I took registration, I became liable. I applied within 30 days. Registration granted. Registration certificate is valid from the date of becoming liable. So from the date of becoming liable, I'll start charging GST. Do you guys agree with me? From the date of becoming liable, I'll start charging GST. So one day prior, whatever inputs I had in my stock, inputs I had in my semi-finished goods, input I had converted into finished goods, I will go ahead and get the credit of that. Which day ka stock ka credit I'll get basically? One day prior to the date of becoming liable. Sir, if I don't apply for registration within 30 days, then Baba, remember one thing, stock ka credit is never given. Remember, a new registration credit is available only if you have applied within how many days? 30 days of becoming liable. Is my point clear to all of you? So it says, person shall be entitled to input of held in stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods held on the day immediately preceding the date when he becomes liable. Sir, if I take voluntary registration, you never become liable. You just apply and you get registered. The day you get registered, you start charging GST. Yes or no? One day prior ka, you can take input in stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods ka credit. They go ahead and say voluntary registration which you have taken under section number 25(3), date of grant of registration, the day your registration has been granted, one day prior, the stock ka credit will be given. Is my point clear to all of you? The next day. The next one, already registered person. You are registered as composition dealer. Now you became normal. Now you became normal person under section number 9. So you'll start charging GST. One day prior to the day, the day you start paying tax under normal taxation. From composition, you became normal person. The day you start paying tax under normal provisions, one day prior, they go ahead and say, composition dealer became regular taxpayer, date from which he starts paying tax under section number 9, that is regularly, he can go ahead and take the credit. Now tell me one thing, how much will be the stock capital goods ka credit? In this scenario, 18(1)(c) says capital goods ka credit is also given. Now I'll go ahead and ask, how much will be the capital goods ka credit you will get? Remember one thing, you had gone ahead and bought one capital goods, might be before 6 months. So they are going ahead and telling whatever was the credit minus 5% per quarter, you have to reduce and balance credit will be given for the capital goods. See, input in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, full credit. Capital goods, reduced credit. How much reduced? 5% per quarter from the date of invoice. So capital goods credit is also available as per rule number 40. My exempt supplies became taxable supply. People, I was already a supplier registered and I was doing exempt supply of a registered person. So people, whatever I was buying, I was not taking the credit because I had bought it for exempt supply. But now my supplies became taxable. So from today, if my supplies became taxable, whatever raw materials I had bought, on which I did not take the credit because I was doing exempt supply, those raw materials which are lying with me in stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, can I go ahead and take the credit? Yes. One day prior to the day my goods became taxable, one day prior to that day, whatever inputs are there in my stock, input are there in my semi-finished goods, input are there in my finished goods, I can go ahead and take the credit. Plus capital goods credit also I can take. Reduce how much percent, everyone? 5%. Is my point clear to all of you? Date from which supplies became taxable, capital goods also you can take the credit. How much, everyone? 5% reduce. Remember one thing, whenever you are taking credit in special circumstance, people, 18(1)(a) and B, you can take the credit only of input. Correct, everyone? C and D, you will get credit of input also and capital goods also. Capital goods, how much, everyone? Reduced by 5%. 18(2) went ahead and told no ITC of goods, services or both invoices older than 1 year. In special circumstance, whenever you are going ahead and taking credit of the inputs and capital goods, if the invoices are older than 1 year, forget it, you will not get the credit. It means invoices up to 1 year old only, you can go ahead and take the credit. Now, rule number 40 goes ahead and says 18(1)(c) and D, may you go ahead and take the credit of the capital goods. How much? Full credit or reduced? Whatever is the credit, minus 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of invoice. Sir, whatever 18(1)(a), B, C, D, you are going ahead and taking the credit. To claim the credit, you have to go online and file one form ITC-01. Within how many days, everyone? 30 days plus some extension can also be granted. You have to file ITC-01 to the effect that you are eligible to take the credit. And if the amount is more than 2 lakh rupees, it should be certified. ITC-01 should be certified by a, basically you have to provide a certificate by a chart accountant or a cost accountant. And 18(1)(c) and D, may, whenever you are going ahead and claiming the credit, the tax which was paid by the supplier to the government will verify. So they are going ahead and telling under 18(1)(c) and D, the credit which you are claiming will be verified with the details of the supplier which was provided by the supplier in the GSTR 1, 1A or GSTR 4. Everyone over here now, is my point section number 18(1) clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, new registration, the day I become liable, 1 day prior. Voluntary registration certificate ka 1 day prior. Only inputs ka credit. 18(1)(c) and D, composition now became normal. The day you start paying normally tax under section number 9, 1 day prior, inputs also and capital goods also. Exempt supplies of a registered person became taxable supply. So 1 day prior, the day your supplies became exempt supply to taxable, 1 day prior, whatever inputs were there, you will get the credit, and capital goods also you will get the credit. Inputs full credit, capital goods reduced. Is my point clear to all of you? Section number 18(3) goes ahead and talks about in case of change in constitution of a registered person, ITC can be transferred. You tell me one thing, I went ahead and transferred my business to you. Can I transfer my credit to you? Yes, when I transfer the business to you, you will have to take, transferee has to take registration under section number 22(3) and I can go ahead and transfer my credit to you. I just have to go online, file one form ITC-02 and the credit will be transferred to you. That's all, everyone. They have gone ahead and told over here, whenever sale, merger, demerger, amalgamation, lease, transfer of business, including death is happening, you are allowed to transfer your credit which remains unutilized in your e-credit ledger. Rule number 41 says just go online, file ITC02. The buyer will go ahead and accept it, and the credit will be transferred to his e-credit ledger. Remember one thing: whenever you are going ahead and apportioning the credit, for example, I demerged one part of my business. How will I go ahead and apportion the credit? How much ever asset I have transferred to the another business, that much credit I can go ahead and transfer. For example, before demerger, the total credit which was there was 1000. Total assets with me was 1000 crore. I demerged only 200 crore ka asset I gave to the other company which was demerged. How much, in what ratio I will transfer the credit? 8:2. 1000 crore ka asset was there. 800 crore ka asset I kept. 200 crore ka asset I went ahead and transferred to the demerged entity. So how much credit will I transfer to the demerged entity? 8:2 ka ratio. In case of demerger, ITC apportionment in the ratio of the assets of the new units. No time limit to file the declaration. How to transfer the credit? By filing the declaration. There is no time limit to file the declaration to transfer the credit, but chart accountant or cost accountant certificate is mandatory irrespective of the amount. And always remember one thing: rule number 41A goes ahead and says, supposingly in the same state I have taken a separate registration. Earlier I had only one registration, so one e-credit ledger. Now I have taken a separate registration, so I have to go ahead and transfer the credit. Do you guys agree with me? How will I transfer the credit? They go ahead and told, if you are transferring your credit to your distinct person who has taken separate registration within the state, go online and file ITC02A. Rule number 41A says, transfer of ITC to distinct person also in the ratio of the asset. Separate registration you have taken in the same state. Just go online, file ITC02A within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Now here there was some question which people went in and asked relating to demerger. Everyone over here now, relating to demerger, some people asked some question. Government went and clarified. ITC apportionment in this base in business reorganization, demerger ka case. Now here people went in and asked, sir, for an example, I have one entity A, and now I have gone ahead and done demerger to entity B. Now what happened? In entity A was there in the state of Karnataka also and Tamil Nadu also. Here the assets were 100 crore. Here the assets were 50 crore. Out of this, we transferred supposingly 60 crore rupees ka assets, and out of this, we transferred 40 crore rupees ka asset. Everyone, now tell me one thing: how much is the asset? Total asset 150 crore. How much is the total transfer? 100 crore. It means actually, if you see all India basis pay, I have transferred 33.33%. Everyone, all India level pay 150 crore. How much asset transferred? 33.33%. Huh? How much did I transfer? 66. It means 1/3 I kept, 2/3 I transferred. Do you guys agree with me? But if you see on state level, okay, all India level, how much is the transfer? 66.66%, correct? State level, how much is the transfer? 60%. Here, 80 only, no? Do you guys agree with me? Now, people went ahead and asked the government, sir, tell me one thing. If I have to transfer the credit, should I transfer in the ratio of the assets transfer in respective state, or should I take it on all India basis and transfer the credit? Are you guys able to understand? Because if I see respective state, I have transferred 60% asset and 40% asset. But all India basis, I have transferred how much? 66.66% asset. So when I am transferring the credit to the other entity, should I transfer state level wise? How much asset I transferred in one state, that much credit in that state, or should I take all India ratio? So they went ahead and told, whenever you are transferring the credit for ITC apportionment, value of the assets of the new unit is to be taken at state level and distinct person and not at all India level. So basically, in Karnataka, I can transfer credit 60% to the other entity. In Tamil Nadu, I can transfer 80% credit to the other entity. It is not that total credit ka 66.66% transfer. No. State level pe I have to go ahead and do the transfer. Then next where they went ahead and told, sir, you will have to file ITC02 in all the state. They went ahead and told ITC02 is to be filed only in that state where the actual transfer is done, means the transfer and transferee both are in the state. That state may only ITC02 is to be filed. For example, in the state of Assam, I did not go ahead and do any transfer. Then ITC02 is not required to be filed in that state. ITC02 is only to be filed in those states where transfer and transferee both are registered. Now people went ahead and asked the next one, sir, you are telling demerger ka case mein credit to be transferred in asset ratio. How much asset you transferred, that much credit is to be transferred. What if there is a father ka business and father went ahead and bifurcated the business wherein he transferred a part to his son? Can he also apply asset ratio? So they went ahead and told, we have told demerger, but what we mean is it is applicable to any kind of business reorganization wherein one small part is hived off, where one small part you break and give it to someone, then you can transfer the credit in asset ratio. It need not be only demerger. Everyone, credit can be transferred in any business reorganization on the basis of which ratio, everyone? Asset ratio. The next one, sir, apportionment formula. Now, for an example, I have to go ahead and transfer to the front party 50% credit. So I have CGST, SGST, IGST. CGST is 10,000, SGST is 10,000, IGST is 10,000. I have 30,000. I have to transfer 50% means I have to transfer 15,000, right everyone? Now this 15,000 which I have to transfer, 50% should be applied to each of them, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, or it should be applied to the total amount. They went ahead and told when you have to transfer 50%, it shall be applied to the total ITC, not with respect to each head. And sir, when I am going to transfer now, should I transfer 50? I have to transfer 15, right? Can I transfer 10 from here, 5 from here? Or 5, 5, 5? However you want, you can do it. You are at liberty to determine the amount to be transferred from each head. The next one, sir, tell me one thing. Whenever I have to do ITC to be transferred, I need ITC balance multiplied by ratio of asset. Everyone, how much asset ratio is there, correct? Which day ka ITC balance I have to take and which day ka asset ratio has to take. Are you guys able to understand? When I have to transfer the credit to my demerged entity, I have to take ITC balance, which I have, multiplied by asset ratio. ITC balance should be of which date and asset ratio should be of which date. So they went ahead and told people, ITC balance on the date of filing ITC 02, that day when you are filing ITC 02, take that day ka ITC balance. Secondly, asset ratio should be as per the scheme of demerger. No, there will be a date when the demerger is happening. The day which is the appointment date of demerger, when the demerger is happening, that day ka you have to go ahead and take the asset ratio. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we clear with this point? The next one over here is section number 18.4. Everyone tell me one thing. Whenever composition dealer becomes regular or whenever exempt supplies become taxable, you go ahead and take the credit, right? Whenever it is ulta, then what will happen? You will have to reverse the credit. Same thing has been told over here. Payment of ITC on switching to composition, normal person becoming composition or taxable supplies becoming exempt, you have to reverse the credit. Correct, everyone? Reversal ke liye they have to apply rule number 44. Manner of reversal under special circumstance. Reversal credit of input tax with respect to input in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods. Earlier you took it, right? Now composition, regular taxpayer became composition, so you have to reverse the credit. Taxable supplies became exempt, so you should reverse the credit. They are telling ITC, please calculate proportionately how much is the stock remaining, please reverse the credit. Capital goods ka reversal is monthly basis. Whatever is the capital goods ka credit divided by 60 months multiplied by the remaining life. Sir, whatever is the ITC availed, balance life divided by 60. Always remember amount of reversal to be calculated separately. Sir, I have to reverse the credit, but I don't have invoice. I don't know how much to reverse. No problem. Today's market price, you take it and you reverse it. It says estimate based on market price of the event. How you are going to reverse? You have to file one form called GST ITC 03. And remember, there is no time limit to go ahead. I did not reverse in 2 months. Can I not reverse? Baba, government told you have to pay it back. Means even if you don't file ITC 03, there is no time limit. You can file ITC 03 anytime and you can go ahead and reverse it. And no CS certificate is required except when you have used a fair market value. That time it has to be certified by a practicing CA. What they are trying to tell, everyone listen. Composition person became normal, you get the credit. Normal person becomes composition, reverse the credit. Exempt supply becomes taxable, you take the credit. Taxable supply becomes exempt, reverse the credit. Input in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, full reversal. Capital goods reversal, how will you take? Whatever is the ITC divided by 60 months multiplied by balance life. Are we all clear? Whatever is the amount of reversal, put in one form called ITC 03, file it and reverse the credit. The next one, if 18.5 is just going ahead and telling whenever you are taking the credit, follow rule number 40. Whenever you are reversing the credit, follow rule number 44. We are already following, so 18.5 is total bakwas. 18.6 goes ahead and says, if you bought one asset, people, if you buy any asset on which you have gone ahead and taken the credit, you bought one asset on which you went ahead and took the credit, and later you are going ahead and selling it off. Remember, because you are taking the credit, now you have to go ahead and pay the sale value pe GST or whatever credit was taken minus 5%, 5%, 5%, 5% per quarter. Whichever is higher, you have to go ahead and pay it to the government. So whenever you are going ahead and selling what everyone? Capital goods and plant and machinery on which ITC was taken, you have to go ahead and pay the reduced ITC. Reduced ITC, how will you calculate? Whatever is the ITC taken, minus 5% per quarter or part thereof, multiplied by what? Or tax on the sale value, whichever is higher. But this is not applicable in case refractory breaks. Mold, dies, zigs, fixtures are supplied as scrap. Any mold, any dies which are waste now and you are selling, just pay tax on the sale value. All this comparison etc. is not required. But generally, if you have gone ahead and taken, everyone remember this point, if you have gone ahead and taken the ITC on a capital goods and later you are going ahead and selling it off, you should pay GST on transaction value or ITC taken minus how much time you used it. That much quarter you reduce it, whichever is higher. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Free gift and sample. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I buy mobile and I gave mobile as gift, is it supply? Permanent transfer of business asset on which ITC has been taken, it will become a supply. If it is a supply, ITC will be allowed. Tell now, can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone, tell me one thing. If I go ahead and buy mobile phone, give the mobile phone as gift, then it's a supply. If it is a supply, ITC will be allowed. Correct, everyone? I went ahead and bought parts. From the parts, I made mobile phone. Mobile phone given as gift, it is not a supply. If it is not supply, ITC will be blocked. Remember one thing, if free gift and sample activity is a supply, then ITC allowed. But if giving activity is not a supply, then ITC will be blocked with respect to input services used to the extent of such distribution. Tell me one thing, everyone, if I'm giving buy one, get one free, is the other one actually free or it is actually composite supply? Will I get all the ITCs? Even the one which I have gone ahead and given free? Yes. So they have gone ahead and called buy one, get one, buy more, save more discount. ITC is always allowed with respect to input service and capital goods. There is nothing which is actually given free. The next one over here, ITC on molds and dies sent by original equipment manufacturer free of cost to component manufacturer. Everyone over here now. One is a component manufacturer, one is an original equipment manufacturer. For example, LG is there. LG has gone ahead and contacted one guy and told, I want parts. I want parts of my television which I'm making. He told, okay, sir, I will buy the mold. I will make the parts and give it to you at 100 rupees. Later, he could not find the mold in the market. So LG bought the mold and LG gave the mold to him free of cost. Now what he did, because it was 1 lakh rupees ka mold, he went ahead and told, out of 1 lakh rupees ka mold, I will make 10,000 unit. It means 10 rupees per mold. So I will go ahead and give you these goods at 90 rupees only. My question to all of you guys, in this scenario, first of all, is it LG's responsibility to buy the mold or it is not his business to buy the mold? It is not his business, but he went ahead and bought the mold, which is not in the course of his business, and hence he will first of all not get any ITC. Secondly, when this component manufacturer supplied the item, no, his value of supply will not be 90, his value of supply 10 rupees will be added and it will become 100 because it was obligation of the supplier to buy the mold given by the recipient, and hence the value was actually reduced by him. It should be added back. And hence his value of supply will be 100 rupees. Everyone over here now. Okay, I'll ask you one more question. For example, one component manufacturer is there. I am the original equipment manufacturer. I told I will buy the mold. I will give it to you free of cost. And he went ahead and told, okay, I will charge you 80 rupees only. In this scenario, if I buy the mold, the contract is like that only. I will buy the mold. I will give it to you free of cost. You give me the component. He gave me the component. What will be his value of supply, everyone? 80 only. In this scenario, nothing will be added. Because the contract was what? I will buy the mold. Can I take the ITC also? Yes. Because it was my responsibility to buy the mold, give it to him free of cost. He told 80 rupees. His value of supply will be 80 and I can take the ITC also. But if the contract was, you buy the mold, but I gave him the mold and then he gave me the item. First of all, item ka price also will be inflated with the amortized cost of the mold. Secondly, I will not get the credit also. Is my point clear to all of you? They have gone ahead and told over here, if contract was for supply of component using mold and die of the component manufacturer, but original equipment manufacturer gave it, then amortized cost of the mold will be added to the value of the component and ITC also will be reversed by this guy. ITC has to be reversed because it is not in the course of his business. But if contract was for supplying of component using mold and die of whom? OEM. I told, original equipment manufacturer told, I will give the mold and die. You just give me the component. In that scenario, ITC also allowed to me and there will be no further addition to the value also. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? We are done with section number 18. We are done with the circular over here. Here, one more circular is there, which I'll go ahead and talk about. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear till here? Now, everyone, listen to me very carefully. Clarification on availment of ITC in respect of warranty replacement of repair parts, repair service during warranty. What they are going and telling during the warranty period, if there is any parts and repairs which are done, whether supplier is required to reverse ITC in respect of such replacement of goods or its parts. For example, I am the manufacturer. You came to me and told, sir, this mixer grinder which you sold, there is an issue with the mixer grinder, or there is a part which is not working under warranty, and I replaced it for you without any further consideration. Tell me one thing, when I sold you the original item, I would have already anticipated, no? For example, this Apple Pencil, when I would have sold it to you at 10,000 rupees, is it actually costing me 10,000? But I already knew, what if you come in future and I have to replace it for you, or I have to repair with a part for you? So when original item is sold, we go ahead and already consider charging you more for the replacement. Do you guys agree with me? And hence they went ahead and told. So now my question is, later when I give it to you for free, one part replaced for free, or one full mixer grinder only replaced for free, is it actually free or I have already charged for it? Already charged for it, and hence when it is not free, do I have to reverse the credit or I can keep all the credit as a manufacturer? So it says manufacturer is not required to reverse the credit ITC in respect of replacement of its parts. Are we all clear till here? Next, where distributor provides replacement on behalf of manufacturer, whether it is required to reverse any ITC. People tell me one thing. For example, I am the distributor of mixer grinder. There is a manufacturer, I am the distributor, and there is the customer. Now, in this scenario, they are going in and telling there can be 4 instances. If distributor replaces part to customer using his stock or by purchasing from third party and charges the manufacturer. Tell me one thing. I am the distributor. Everyone. I am the distributor. Customer came to me. He told this mixer grinder is not working. I bought the parts from the market, or I already had the parts. I used the part on behalf of manufacturer. I replace the part for the customer. Everyone. I replace the part for the customer. When I replace the part for the customer over here, customer ko I can't charge anything. Freely I will replace. Customer will go. But tell me one thing. Will I charge my manufacturer? I'll tell I manufacturer, on your behalf, I replace the part for the customer. It's a supply given by me to you. In supply chapter, it is told it's a supply. The same circular is there also. It's a supply by me to you. I will charge you GST. When I'm already charging you GST, whatever parts I bought from the market for this work, can I keep the ITC? Yes. Is my point clear to all of you? They are telling GST is payable and ITC would be available. Because I've done a supply to you, I will charge GST to you, to the manufacturer. And I can keep the ITC of the material which I bought for such replacement. If manufacturer provides part to the distributor for replacement under warranty without consideration, tell me one thing, everyone. Manufacturer gave me the parts. I did not buy from the market. Manufacturer sent me the part. I replaced the part for the customer. Customer went happy home. In this scenario, when manufacturer gave me the part, think manufacturer gave the part to the distributor. Distributor replaced it for the customer. My question over here, can the manufacturer keep the ITC of the part given to the distributor free of cost for replacement? Yes, because nothing is free of cost. When it was given to the distributor, it was already charged in the original sale. And hence manufacturer can keep the ITC of the parts which was given to the distributor for replacement. Can I go ahead, everyone? GST is payable. No further reversal of ITC is required to be done by manufacturer in respect of the parts. No. If distributor replaces the part to customer from the supply already received. For example, manufacturer had sent me 10 mixer grinder already. Tax invoice given, sold already. I paid already the GST. Customer came and told, my mixer grinder is not working. I took the old mixer grinder, replaced one new mixer grinder only on behalf of manufacturer. What will I tell manufacturer? Hey, you billed me for 10 units. Actually, you should bill me for 9. 1 kg, you give me credit note. He will give me the credit note, my ITC will come down. And his output tax liability will come down. He has not sold me 10 units. Out of 10, the one I gave to the customer. But he billed me for 10. For 1, he will give me a credit note. My ITC will come down. His liability will come down. Manufacturer come. Can I go ahead, everyone? So it says the manufacturer may issue a credit note and adjust his liability subject to the condition that distributor reverses the ITC against the part so replaced. Tell me one thing. Customer came to me. I told the manufacturer, hey manufacturer, send me the part. I will replace it for the customer. Manufacturer sent me the part by delivery challan. I replaced it for the customer. Any problem? No problem. If distributor replaces the part from supply already received, manufacturer then provides replacement through delivery challan. There is no GST payable, no reversal of ITC required. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. I already had 10 parts. Out of the 10 parts, I went ahead and used one part for replacing it for the customer. Manufacturer told no credit note and all. I'll send you one more item with delivery challan. He sent me one more item. No adjustment required to be done by me, or he is also not required to do any adjustment. The next one over here. Sir, if distributor provides free warranty to customer but charges the manufacturer, people tell me one thing. For all these free warranties which you have done for the customer, whom will I charge? I'm the distributor. I'll charge the manufacturer. I'll charge the manufacturer. It's a supply of service for which I'll charge the GST and I'll pay to the government. Supply of service, GST is payable by distributor and manufacturer can go ahead and take the ITC of the same. The same circular which is there is also there in your supply chapter, everyone. In supply chapter, I've gone ahead and told you this circular you will go ahead and study when you have done with ITC chapter. Everyone over here. GST on warranty replacement of parts in your supply chapter, page number 4. See, there they told about ITC. Here they are talking about supply. It says GST on warranty replacement of parts and repair services during warranty. Manufacturer provides directly or distributor does it on behalf of manufacturer. Tell me one thing. I did it for the customer. I did warranty replacement. Now here it says or manufacturer directly replace the part for the customer. My question to all of you, when it is given free of cost and nothing is charged, is there a supply by the distributor to customer or manufacturer to the customer, or there is no supply? For example, you came to my shop. I am the distributor or I am the manufacturer. I went in and repaired the part free of cost for you, did not charge you anything. If I don't charge you anything, is there a supply by me to you or no supply? No supply. So they are telling the value of original supply of goods likely included the cost of replacement or repair to be incurred. Correct, everyone? Because when I done the original supply, I had already considered that in future I might go ahead and repair it for you. So they are telling replacement or repair without further charging, no further GST is payable. If I don't charge you, I don't have to pay any GST. But if I charge you, I'll have to pay the GST, whether I'm the distributor or the manufacturer. If we charge you, we have to pay GST. If we don't charge you, no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one. Is there any supply between distributor and manufacturer when distributor provides replacement to customer on behalf of manufacturer? I'm the distributor, manufacturer is there. On manufacturer's behalf, the distributor is going ahead and giving warranty to the customer. Tell me one thing. Customer came to me, I did the replacement free of cost. I did for the customer free. But do you think I will not charge the manufacturer? I'll tell him, manufacturer, your customer came. I did the repair free of cost for him, but I will charge you. When I charge him, GST will always be payable. See, there can be four instances. If distributor replaces part to the customer using his stock or by purchasing from third party and charges the manufacturer. I bought the part from the market and I charge the manufacturer. I told, hey, I bought the part from the market and I replaced it for the customer. Now you have to give me this part ka cost and whatever is my service cost. Give me 500 rupees. Will I charge GST? Yes, it is. GST is always payable. Second one over here, if manufacturer provides part to distributor for replacement under warranty without any consideration. What are they telling? If manufacturer provides part to distributor, he gave me the parts. He told you don't buy from the market. You take the parts, you replace it for the customer. I replaced for the customer. I did not charge anything to the manufacturer. He gave me the part, I replaced it. Any supply of goods by me to him or nothing? He gave me the part, I replaced it for the customer. Any supply of goods by the manufacturer to the distributor to the manufacturer? Nothing. But is there a supply of service? When I did the replace, you gave me the part, I replaced it. For that service, I will charge you. That's a supply of service. Is my point clear? But there is no GST payable on the replacement of parts which is there. Because parts ke liye I did not charge anything to the manufacturer. He gave me, I replaced it. If distributor replaces the part to the customer from the supply already received, I already received 10 items. Out of that one item, I used it and replaced it for the customer. In this scenario, manufacturer had already given me invoice for 10. Now he will issue me a credit note. Yes or no? My ITC will come down. His output tax liability will come down. Tell me one thing. The manufacturer may issue credit note and adjust his liability. Sir, if distributor replaces part for the customer, I got 10 units. Out of 10 units, I used 1 unit and replaced it. Later, he sent me 1 more unit with a delivery challan. He replaced the unit. So in this scenario, manufacturer then provides replacement through delivery challan without any consideration. No GST payable. On those goods, there is no GST. But whatever service I have given, that is a supply of service. If I charge him anything, then that's a supply of service. People, is my point clear to you? Can I tell you one thing? If distributor charges the manufacturer for goods, it's a supply of goods, GST is payable. If I don't charge anything for the goods, there is no supply of goods, there is no GST payable. But if I go ahead and replace, he gives me the goods, I replace the goods, don't charge anything for goods, but for service, if I charge anything, that's a supply of service, I should charge GST. My point clear to all of you. Next. Sir, if distributor provides free warranty to customer, but charges manufacturer, it's always a supply of service and GST is payable by the distributor. Is my point clear? I will go ahead and charge him and I'll pay the GST to the government. Sir, extended warranty. Everyone over here. I wanted and bought a mobile phone. Along with the mobile phone, I took extended warranty. Composite supply, taxable at the rate of principal supply. I took mobile phone from uncle and I went ahead and bought mobile phone from uncle. Extended warranty, I went to apple.com and bought it. Separate supply. Apple will charge GST on the warranty and uncle will charge GST on the mobile phone. From the same distributor, I bought mobile phone also and extended warranty together. Composite supply. From one manufacturer, I bought mobile phone. From one seller, I bought mobile phone. From another online seller, for example, apple.com, I bought extended warranty. Separate supply. From uncle, I bought mobile phone today. After one year, I went ahead and told uncle, mobile phone warranty is going to expire. Please give me extended warranty. After 1 year, I took it. Is it composite supply or separate supply? Separate supply. If supplied along with the goods, taxable at the rate of principal supply. If supplied by different person from the original supplier or supplied anytime after original supply, it's a separate supply of service and separate GST will be payable. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? I told you, I'll teach you this when ITC chapter will come. This point I told you with time of supply, both are done, everyone. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, we are done with the chapter of ITC. Everyone, please come to ITC ka chapter over here. Beside this one, Safari Retreat ka case law is there, which is there for your here. Sir, plant or machinery, Safari Retreat ka case law is there, which is there in your book, but I don't find it very relevant because the government have now gone ahead and deleted it off. Okay? So I'll not go ahead and discuss that. Everyone over here now, we are done with your complete ITC ka chapter. People, A graded chapter. Would you like to mark some important points? 16 which I have gone ahead and told you, please don't leave any points and go from section number 16. Very, very important. Okay? You can't leave any point because from anywhere anything can come. 17 which I told you, no, in that block credit is A graded. You will see one question. Big question ka part will come as section number 17.5. Rule number 42 and 43 B graded. Might come, might not come. Okay? This banking company C graded. 1/3 chances of coming. Section number 17.3 C graded. 1/3 chances of coming. All of them ke liye in the Q&A material questions are there. Please do. Section number 18 I have told you B graded. Might come, might not come. The rest are circulars which are there. Circulars, these all have come in the last attempt. All these were new changes. But all the other things you can classify as C graded and read for the exam. You know what? The best student will not leave anything out of this chapter because this chapter is very, very important. Right, everyone? Closing my revision on the chapter of ITC. Done, everyone? All right, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of job work, everyone. Let's do the chapter of job work. From exam point of view, a C graded chapter, might be a 2 to 3 mark question can come in the exam. Let's go ahead and take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, what will be levied? I GST. Intra, what gets levied? C GST. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now you will go ahead and maintain them in your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now your liability to pay GST will come, and liability comes at the time of supply. You will go ahead and use your input tax credit. Now listen to me very carefully. If your liability is 1000 rupees and you have credit 500 rupees, remaining amount you have to make the payment, right, everyone? Input tax credit we learned section number 16, 17 and 18. Attached to the chapter of input tax credit is section number 19, the job worker chapter. Section number 19 talks about job work, that whenever you are sending your goods for the job work, you will get the input tax credit of the goods which you are sending for job work. But then they go ahead and say you will get the input tax credit provided you follow the procedures which are told under section number 143, which talks about the job worker procedure. And also comes rule number 45, which goes ahead and says whenever you are sending the goods for job work, please make the job worker challan when you are sending it. The job work related challans etc. is told by rule number 45. So we are going to learn section number 19, section number 143 and rule number 45. Everyone over here now, let's quickly revise. See, whenever you are going ahead and supposingly this is the principal, this is the job worker. Whenever you are sending the goods for job work, they are going ahead and telling first you will go ahead and buy the raw material or you will buy the capital goods. Okay? You can go ahead and take the ITC if you want to send the goods for job work. Remember one thing, sending the goods for job work, send inputs also, you can send raw materials also, and you can send capital goods also. For example, my job worker is there who is going to make jeans pant. So I can go ahead and send him the material also. I can send him the sewing machine also, which is required to make the jeans pant. Are we all clear? And sending of goods for job work is not a supply, but you have to follow the procedures under section number 143. Section number 143 says you should send along with a delivery challan. Because it is not a supply, you should send along with a delivery challan. Plus, you should give an intimation online. Half yearly or annually intimation is there, so that the government also knows that you have gone in and sent this good for job work, these goods have come back, these goods have not come back. All details should be provided in the intimation. Plus, you have to generate e-way bill. So, whenever you are sending the goods for job work, remember one thing, you should go ahead and make delivery challan. Delivery challan, the content is same as told in rule number 55 ka delivery challan, which we learned in tax invoice chapter. But in job work, the rule number 45 goes ahead and says that you should send the goods for job work, you should make a delivery challan. And hence, sometimes we go ahead and refer to this challan as a rule number 45 ka job work challan also. Is my point clear? So you should always go ahead and make the job worker challan, which is told in rule number 45. Plus online intimation should be given, which is in GST ITC 04. And also you should generate e-way bill, because when the officer will stop, he will ask you the delivery challan plus the e-way bill. If it's an intrastate movement, when consignment value is more than 50,000, then you will generate e-way bill. If it's an interstate movement, then e-way bill is mandatory. Once the goods reach the job work, Baba, remember one thing, job worker, if his turnover, Baba, job worker, always remember one thing, job worker is registered or unregistered, depends on his turnover. If his turnover is up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, then he's unregistered, otherwise the job worker will be registered. Baba, the main principle over here is, once you have sent the goods for job work, no, the goods should reach the job worker, he should do the job work, and the goods should come back to you within 1 year, capital goods should come back to you within 3 years. Are we all clear till here? Now, sir, can I do like this, that he has gone ahead and sent me the goods, I have sent it to him, correct? Can I tell you, give the bill to me, but ship it the goods directly to the job worker? Yes, that is also possible. Remember one thing, I can take the bill only from him and I can tell him to directly ship the goods to the job worker. That is also possible. In that scenario also, principal can go ahead and take the ITC when the job worker receives the goods. But remember one thing, when inputs and goods are sent directly to the job worker without bringing to your premises, remember, one copy, when the goods are going on the way, no, one copy of the invoice should be there, job worker name and address should be mentioned in the invoice as the consignee, and also you should make the delivery challan, which is this delivery challan, you should make 2 copies and send it to him. Sir, why 2 copies? Because when it is going, 1 copy will be required, he will keep it. When it is coming back after job work, 1 more copy of delivery challan will be required. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, can I import the goods from outside India and directly send to job worker? Yes. From the custom port, you can directly send it for job work, but move it along with a bill of entry plus delivery challan. Delivery challan who will make? The principal will make and directly send it to the job worker. 2 copies he'll send, 1 copy job worker will keep it, 1 copy it will come back along with the goods. Always remember one thing, once the goods have reached the job worker will do the job work. Once the job work is done, your goods should come back within how much time, everyone? The goods should be brought back by you within 1 year and capital goods should be brought back by you within 3 years. Plus delivery challan, 1 delivery challan ka copy will come back. Correct, everyone? And sir, if you could not bring the inputs back within 1 year, 1 year ka extension can be given. Capital goods could not be brought back within 1 year, then 2 year ka extension can be given by the commissioner. Sir, what if I don't bring the goods back within the time limit or the extended time limit? Remember one thing, if goods are not received back or you don't directly supply it from there. I'll talk about the direct supply later. Then remember one thing, within 1 year or 3 years, if you don't receive the goods back or from there you don't sell it off, then from within 1 year from the date of dispatch, if I had sent it, people listen to me very carefully. If I had sent it, from me sending 1 year or 3 years, it should come back. If he had received it directly, I told bill it to me, ship it directly to the job worker. When the job worker received it, the day he received it, the goods should come back within 1 year or 3 years. Listen to me very carefully, everyone. It is 1 year or 3 years from the date of dispatch. If I had sent it, if he had directly, it was sent to the job worker, then 1 year, 3 years from the day he had received it. Is my point clear to all of you? Once I receive the goods back, I can go ahead and sell the goods. That is the supply of goods only. Anyways, done. But remember one thing, receiving back a provision is not applicable in case of mold, dies, eggs, fixture, tool. No time limit to receive it back. Input should come back within 1 year. Capital goods should come back within 3 years. But there is no time limit to receive mold, dies, fixtures, etc. back. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, once my goods are, job work is done. Job worker, what he has done is a supply of service. Do you guys agree with me? Now, when I'm the job worker, I've done a job work for someone. It is his goods. I have done treatment of process. I have given him a supply of service. Yes or no? When job worker does job work and gives it to me, what is he giving me? Goods or supply of service? Supply of service. Might be he has used some material. If I'm the job worker and I have done some job work for someone, I would have gone ahead and used some material. If I'm a registered person, I can take the credit of the raw material which I've used in doing the job work also. Can I go ahead, everyone? So job worker ka case mein always remember, ITC will be available. If job worker is registered, he shall be eligible to take the ITC of input service and capital goods which are used in supplying the job work services. Sir, once the goods are ready at the job worker premises, can I supply directly from there? Remember one thing, direct supply can be done. Within 1 year, you can supply the inputs from there directly. For example, the goods are ready over here and I have a customer over here. Where? I have a customer over here. Can I go ahead and make the bill directly and send it to him? Yes, I can do one thing. People, 1 minute. In this scenario, he is my buyer, right? Sale is whose? Job workers or principal? Arey, whose sale it is? Job worker sale or principal sale? Principal sale. He will make the invoice and send it directly, but goods will go from here to here. So in this scenario, directly also you can supply the goods or the capital goods from job workers premises. Principal will make the invoice, always including aggregate turnover of the principal. But this is possible only if job worker is registered. It means I can supply from job workers premises only if the job worker is registered. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, if job worker is not registered, can I supply from the premises of job worker? Yes. If you are in the same state, just declare his premises as additional place of business and from there you can go ahead and supply it. It says if job worker is unregistered, principal to declare job worker premises as additional place of business and you can supply. Tell me one thing, I've sent the goods for job work. Job work is done. Now I found one buyer over there. Can the goods be directly sent to the buyer? Yes, but job worker has to be registered or his premises should be declared as your additional place of business. But sir, there is one more exception. If goods are notified by the commissioner, what goods job worker has done the job work? No, if those goods are notified goods, then declaring additional place is also not required. Directly from job worker premises, it can be sold without job worker being registered, without job worker premises being declared as additional place of business. You can still sell the goods if goods are notified by the commissioner. Tell me one thing, I've gone ahead and sent my goods to Delhi. I'm in Karnataka, I've sent the goods to Delhi. Delhi, my job work is done and my buyer is there in Delhi. Can I send from job worker premise directly to my buyer? Yes, the job worker should be registered in Delhi. If my job worker is not registered, then I can't declare additional place of business in Delhi. It's in other state. Other state, I can't declare additional place of business. So I have to convince my job worker either take registration or I should get the goods back and send it. You understood my point, everyone? See, always remember time of supply, value of supply, place of supply to be determined in whose hand? Principal's hand, because it's a sale of the principal. Sir, if job worker is in different state, declaring additional place of business is not possible. Hence, either job worker should take registration or bring your goods back, and then you can go ahead and supply it. Are we all clear till here? Sir, one export order has come. Can I directly export from job worker's premises? Whose sale it will be? Principal ka sale, correct or not, everyone? Yes. Direct export can also be done within 1 year or 3 years. Supply of the principal will execute the LUT or bond. If IGST has to be paid, principal will go ahead and pay. Remember one thing, either job worker has to be registered or his place has to be declared as additional place of business. Only then you can directly supply from there. Only then you can directly export also from there. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, from one job worker, for example, I sent the clothes to him, he made the jeans pant ready. Now further, might be jeans pant ka washing, etc. is to be done. Can I send from one job worker to another job worker? Yes, you can send from one job worker to another job worker to another job worker. That is possible, no problem at all. But delivery challan has to be issued by the principal or the job worker number. Either he will issue delivery challan or I should issue the delivery challan. Remember one thing, alternatively, old delivery challan by the principal can also be endorsed. It means he has got the old delivery challan, he can write behind saying sending the goods further, and that same delivery challan can go. But if I have sent you goods 1000 units and you are sending to another job worker 100 unit, 100 unit, 100 unit piecemeal mein, then old delivery challan cannot be used. New delivery challan, for every time you are sending, you have to issue a new delivery challan. If goods are sent in piecemeal, new delivery challan by principal or the job worker number 1. Once the goods have come, tell me one thing, everyone. Once the goods have come to this job worker and the job worker is done and it is ready and one buyer is there over here only, can principal directly send supply to this buyer? Everyone, yes. Can the goods move from here? But remember one thing, 1 year or 3 years, direct supply has to be done. Principal will make the invoice, aggregate turnover of the principal. But can you supply from job worker's premises? Yes, only if job worker is registered or his place has been declared additional place of business. Sir, my goods are ready over here. Can I export from here? Yes, again export has to be done within 1 year or capital goods ke liye 3 year. LUT or bond or after paying the IGST. Who has to give LUT or bond? Principal. Or if IGST payment you have done and exported, then who will pay the IGST? Principal. Sir, either job worker should be registered or his place has to be declared as additional place of business. Tell me one thing, this export will be export of whom? Principal. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. Always remember one thing. If I have sent the goods for job work say goods should come back or it should be directly supplied or exported within 1 year or 3 years. But if I am directly supplying, job worker premises should be declared as the additional place of business or he should be registered. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Sir, who keeps the books of accounts? Remember, relating to inputs and capital goods, all the books of accounts should be maintained by the principal. What goods I am sending, what goods are coming back, all details should be maintained by the principal. One common question which student go ahead and ask, one job worker send, another job worker, another job worker send, another job worker, if goods are going, will it become 1 year plus 1 year? No, no, no. Remember one thing, it should come back within 1 year. Now everyone over here, my goods are, sir, my goods are ready. My goods are ready. After my goods are ready, if goods are not received back or directly supplied from there within 1 year or 3 years from the date of dispatch or the date of direct sending, remember it will be deemed supply when the goods or input or capital goods were sent out. So if I've gone ahead and sent the capital goods to you today in the month of April and within 1 year means by next year April, if the goods don't come back, then I have to go ahead and assume that it is a sale. It's a sale when the goods were sent. 1 year before ka sale, you are going to pay the tax. Now you have to pay along with interest at the rate of 18%. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, principal has to go ahead and raise the invoice and declare in GSTR1 and the GST has to be paid along with interest. Is my point clear to all of you? Now everyone, when the job work will be done, scrap will be generated. Who will pay the GST on the scrap which is generated? I've sent the clothes. Job worker made shirt ka waste is generated. Who will pay the GST on waste? They're going ahead and telling from job worker premises, you can supply the waste and scrap. Remember, job worker has to be registered. And if job worker is registered, he will pay the GST on the waste. If job worker is unregistered, principal has to pay GST. But for selling waste and scrap, there is no need to declare job worker premises as additional place of business. Remember one thing, for all the goods which you are sending for job work, one intimation has to be given, which is GST ITC 04, half yearly or annually. Sir, who has to give half yearly, who has to give annually? The more is your turnover, the more is your compliances. It means if your turnover is up to 5 crore, then you can give once only. If your turnover is more than 5 crore, you have to give half yearly intimation. For April to March, you have to give the intimation by 25th April, and April to September, 25th October, October to March, 25th of April. This is the GST ITC 01, where you will go ahead and say what goods you have sent for job work, what goods you have received from job work, what goods have gone from one job worker to another job worker. Tell me one thing, if your turnover is more, means more compliances. Do you guys agree with me? And for you, it will be half yearly. If my turnover is less or up to 5 crore, then once in a year, which is 25th of April. Is my point clear to all of you? The most important point to remember over here, Baba, C graded chapter, we are done with the chapter. What is the most important point to remember? Number one, time limit to receive back is 1 year from the day you have sent it, or if it was directly received, from the date of direct receipt, it should come back within. From the date of direct receipt, it should come back within 1 year or 3 years. Capital goods is 3 years. Mold dies के लिए this time limit is not applicable. Waste and scrap, what is the treatment? If job worker is registered, he will pay the GST. If job worker is not registered, principal has to pay the GST. ठीक है? That's all, everyone. Job work is always a supply of service. Remember, job worker will always take registration only when the turnover process 20 lakh or 10 lakh in M square NT. Tell me one thing. I am using your material, making the job work, doing the job work and giving it to you. It's a supply of service. I am using my own material, making the item and then supplying. You gave me material, I did treatment or process on your goods. Might be doing the treatment or process, I would have used my little material. Still it is supply of service. Okay? I only bought the raw material, I only did the treatment or process, and then I'm going in and supplying. It is a supply of goods. If I do treatment or process on your goods, for example, you send me the jeans pant, I did the treatment, listen to me very carefully, you send me the jeans pant, I did the treatment or process, made the jeans pant ready. It's a supply of service. While doing the service, might be I would have used some little material, thread, etc. from my end. Still, it's a supply of service. I use my cloth only. I only made the jeans pant. Everything I use mine and I'm supplying the jeans pant then. Supply of goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? I'll close my revision on the chapter of job work. All right, people, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter which is there, which we are going to revise, is the chapter of input service distributor. Please come to ISD, everyone. The next chart of ISD. Sir, can you give us a quick linking? We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST gets levied. Intrastate, CGST and HGST gets levied. One GST gets levied. GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now what will happen, sir? Now your liability to pay GST will come, and liability comes at the time of supply. Once you become liable, you will go ahead and use your input tax credit, and remaining amount you will go ahead and make the payment. Along with the input tax credit, we learned section number 16, 17, 18 was input tax credit ka chapter. Along with that, we learned job work also, which is section number 19, and input tax credit ke saath, the last chapter is again ISD ka chapter, which is section number 20 and section number 21 with respect to ISD. Sir, what is an input service distributor? Baba, it's an input service ka credit is being distributed by a input service distributor. Only input service ka credit is being distributed by a input service distributor. Basically, it's a head office which receives the bill for the services which are received by the branches and goes ahead and distributes the credit to the branches. So we call it input service distributor. But remember, inputs ka credit it does not distribute. Capital goods ka credit it does not distribute. It distributes only credit with respect to input services. So basically, what is an ISD? First of all, remember one thing. If you as a head office want to distribute your credit, you have to take compulsory registration. For an example, Mumbai mein Reliance head office is there, which has taken ISD registration, which is a compulsory registration, saying, sir, we have gone ahead. And so for an example, the head office has gone ahead and tied up with a company called Pogo for going ahead and providing advertisement services. So Pogo will provide advertisement services to head office. Basically, actually the services will be provided to whom, everyone? The branch offices, but the bill came to the head office. Now head office is going in and telling, I have some input services credit which is lying with me, which relates to the branches. So here government went ahead and told, okay, fine, if you get a common bill which is with respect to the services received by the branches, you can go ahead and distribute the credit to them by taking the registration as ISD. So for an example, over here, Reliance head office is there. Reliance head office went ahead and received one invoice for the advertisement services. So what will the advertisement services company wala do? They will go ahead and advertisement services wala will issue a tax invoice. Tax invoice as per section number 31 read with rule number 46. Normal tax invoice will be issued, and if he is within the same state, he will give a bill charging CGST, SGST. Other state, then he will give a bill charging IGST. Now this branch of this head office goes ahead and says, I have gone ahead and received one invoice which I want to distribute a credit to my branches. Now remember one thing, ISD will always go ahead and distribute the credit to the branches. Whenever it wants to distribute the credit, it will go ahead and issue what everyone? ISD invoices to its branches. Now you have to understand one thing. For an example, one invoice has been received. One invoice has been received which is an exclusive service. The head office has gone ahead and received one invoice and the credit relates to only one branch. So the distribution should be done only to that recipient. If head office has received one invoice and the credit relates to two branches, then distribute the common credit is relating to for more than one branch, then distribute among such recipients. Such recipient means if two or three branches, distribute to two or three branches. If head office has received one common credit which is attributable to all, means all the branches, then distribute among all. Now you tell me one thing, one bill has come and the credit relates to only one branch, distribute to that particular branch. If credit relates to all the branches, distribute to all the branches. If credit relates to only two branches, then distribute to only those two branches. What will happen? No, basically these branches will have output tax liability. When they will distribute the credit, the input tax rate can be used to make the payment of the output tax liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, one thing you should always remember, if they have gone ahead and issued them an invoice charging CGST and SGST, what specialty of ISD is, if it is distributing in the same state, for example, ISD in Maharashtra and this first branch office is also in Maharashtra. Sir, first of all, you have to remember, it can distribute the credit to the branches which are under the same PAN only. Same PAN. Okay, everyone. Now, recipient, for example, recipient number 1, recipient number 2, recipient number 3 is there. Now, if they want to distribute a credit in the same state, when the ISD has gone ahead and received one invoice and that credit has to be distributed in the same state, then the distributor, if CGST, SGST, it will be distributed in the same state as CGST, SGST. But if there is a credit of CGST, SGST to be distributed in other state, the specialty of ISD is ISD will distribute the CGST and SGST credit as IGST in different state when it is going ahead and distributing. That's what I've gone ahead and written over here. Distribution of ITC by ISD. If ISD has gone ahead and received a credit invoice which has input tax rate of CGST and Maharashtra GST, if it is going ahead and distributing the credit within the same state, it will distribute as CGST and SGST. If it is distributing to different state, it can distribute as what everyone? IGST. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Within the same state as CGST, SGST, distributing to different state as IGST. Now tell me one thing, if the head office has received one invoice wherein IGST is charged, then whether it is distributing to same state or different state, IGST is always distributed as what everyone? IGST. Now, sir, whenever the distribution has to be done, in what ratio the distribution of the credit will be done? They have gone ahead and told, please remember, the distribution ratio is always based on the turnover in the state in the preceding financial year. Whatever is the turnover of all the branches in the preceding financial year, of all the three branches, you have to go ahead and take. Sir, for example, last year to this branch was not there only, then take last quarter ka turnover and do the distribution. Are we all clear? Your first preference is always last year. If last year is not there, last quarter. Sir, if last quarter is not there, they have not gone ahead and told anything that. But in your exam paper, don't worry about it. They will go ahead and give you a turnover, use that and do the distribution. But always the first preference will be given to last year and then last quarter when details of all the turnover of all the recipient is available. Remember one thing, whenever you take the turnover of all the recipient, don't include any central excise duty, state excise duty, VAT and CST. Please exclude them. Are we all clear till here, everyone? So what, sir, how will the distribution of credit be done? See, whenever they receive one invoice, they will issue ISD invoice, leading to increase in the credit. Do you guys agree with me? Whenever ISD receives one invoice, ISD will distribute the credit by issuing ISD invoice. Whenever ISD receives one debit note, because of debit note, the credit will go up. It receives a debit note, the credit will go up. It will distribute as ISD invoice only. ISD never issues ISD debit note. ISD will always issue ISD invoice. When ISD goes, somebody issues a credit note leading to his credit to come down. When somebody issues me a credit note, my credit will come down. I will go ahead and issue ISD credit note. So can you tell me, everyone, ISD has only two weapons. One is to increase the credit ISD invoice and to reduce the credit ISD credit note. So I've gone ahead and written, when supplier will issue tax invoice, ISD will issue ISD invoice. When supplier will issue debit note, ISD will issue ISD invoice. When supplier will issue credit note, ISD will issue ISD credit note. Is my point clear to all of you? Now here they have gone ahead and told, sir, whenever ISD will issue an ISD invoice or ISD will issue ISD credit note, it will go ahead. The credit note or that in ISD invoice is issued as per section number 20, read with rule number 54. Do you remember rule number 54.1? I went and told you special circumstance, BG Prime Minister, we had gone ahead and learned. In that, rule number 54.1 was there, which talks about the ISD invoice. What are the components of ISD invoice? Now, you will go ahead and make the ISD invoice. ISD files GSTR 6. In that, it will go ahead and show, and the credit will go to the front party in their GSTR 2A or 2B. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, you tell me one thing. How the credit will be distributed? Total amount of credit multiplied by turnover of one branch divided by total turnover. Do you guys agree with me? The same thing they have gone in and written by a formula. Nothing very relevant. See, the amount of credit to be distributed multiplied by turnover of the first branch divided by the turnover of all the branches. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, always remember, ISD is for distribution of credit with respect to services only. Inputs ka credit they don't distribute. Capital goods ka credit they don't distribute. Input service distributor distributes only input services ka credit. The next one over here, ITC shall be available to be distributed in the same month. So whenever the ISD has to distribute, it can't go ahead and say, I forgot to distribute in this month, this credit I'll distribute in next month. No, credit to be distributed in the same month. Always remember, the invoice received in this month, credit to be distributed in the same month. Sir, ISD will always distribute eligible and ineligible credit block, both including block credit. See, I received one invoice, I will distribute the credit. Whether it is blocked, not blocked, the front party, the recipient will decide. For example, one car ka credit is there. I will go ahead and distribute. Now, front party will decide whether, means the recipient will go ahead and decide whether they want to take the credit or not. Might be my recipient is a driving school. They can go ahead and take the credit. So what they are telling, head office will always distribute the credit. Let the branch office decide whether they will take the credit or they will not take the credit. Eligible, ineligible, block credit, all credit will be distributed. They will always distribute CGST, SGST, UTGST and IGST separately. Can I go ahead, everyone? And sir, tell me one thing. If ISD wants to give credit to you, what will it do? Invoice. Correct, everyone? If ISD wants to reduce your credit, credit note. So for an example, ISD went ahead and distributed you more credit in 1 month. How to reduce your credit? It will issue ISD credit note. So for an example, two branches are there, A and B. A को more credit given, B को less credit given. So less credit given to B, to increase the credit, ISD invoice will be given. A को more credit given, to reduce, credit note will be given. Is my point clear to all of you? So it says wrong ITC distributed by an ISD. ISD will issue what, everyone? Credit note to the wrong unit. To whom more credit has been given, how to reduce the credit? By issuing ISD credit note. And ISD to issue an ISD invoice to the correct unit so that the correct unit can take the credit, and all these details of credit note and the ISD invoice will be reported in GSTR 6. So the front party will get the credit or their credit will come down. Remember one thing, supposingly in this month ISD distributed you 1 lakh rupees credit, but this month credit note is 1,20,000. It means your reduction is more than what credit has. They have given you 1 lakh credit, but they have given you credit note 1,20,000. It means your credit will go negative. Yes or no? When your credit goes negative, the negative amount is added to your output tax liability. That is what they are telling. Negative amount apportioned to a unit shall be added to its output tax liability. That is, the credit note amount is more than the ISD distributed. Now, sir, supposingly ISD ka head office went ahead and distributed the credit to the branch, and the branch ko credit has been distributed extra. Whenever the extra credit has been distributed, the branch ko extra credit has been distributed, ISD will go ahead and make it fine. How? By issuing ISD credit note to the branch to whom extra credit has been given. Now, for example, ISD does not go ahead and issue a credit note to you and reduce your credit. It has distributed extra credit to you by mistake. ISD does not know about it, but by mistake it has distributed extra credit. It is your responsibility as a branch that if any extra has come to you, please pay the excess amount voluntarily back to the government by using the form DRC03, pay along with interest. Sir, I will not pay it back to the government. Baba, don't worry, demand and recovery proceedings will start under section number 73 and 74. Remember one thing, now section number 74A also has been introduced. So wherever it is 73 and 74, no, remember 73, 74 and 174A word also has been added everywhere in the act. Can we go ahead, everyone? So by chance I miss writing anywhere also, you remember it is section number 73, 74 and now 74A also section has been introduced in demand and recovery chapter. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, what about pen? Sir, see, I will be going ahead and you will recover from me if I don't pay the extra. What about ISD? Because ISD is distributed extra by mistake, government is telling ISD also will be penalized under section number 122 in your offences and penalty chapter, 10,000 rupees or the excess amount distributed, whichever is higher, penalty will come on the input service distributor. Are we all clear with this point, everyone? Now, one small circular is there over here in respect of common input service procured from a third party and attributable to head office and branch office or exclusively to one or more branch offices. Head office can, people, 1 minute. For example, I am the head office. I took one input service and that service is relating to me also and that service is relating to branch office also. Now, here the question which come was, sir, does the head office has to mandatorily go ahead and take ISD ka registration and distribute the credit to the branch? So for example, 1 lakh rupees ka one service taken. That service was with respect to the head office also and branch office also. 50% service was 50% service was taken by head office, 50% service is relating to branch office. But one common bill came to the head office. Now, can head office distribute the 50% credit to the branch? Yes or no? Yes. So 1 lakh rupees ka. So for an example, 10 lakh rupees ka invoice came, 1 lakh is the credit. Head office can keep only 50,000 ka credit. 50,000 credit to be distributed to the branch. So, sir, how to distribute the credit? What head office can go ahead and do is either the head office can cross charge. Cross charge means they can issue 5 lakh rupees ka invoice, charge GST 50,000. So, branch office can go ahead and avail it. 10 lakh rupees ka invoice, 1 lakh rupees ka GST. But 50% relates to whom? Branch office. So, head office can do two things. One is called cross charge. One is ISD registration. If they take ISD registration, they can distribute the credit by issuing ISD invoice, 5 lakh rupees ka invoice. charge 50,000 GST, branch can take the credit. Or if head office wants not to take the ISD registration, head office can also go ahead and do cross charge. Cross charge means it can normally go ahead and issue a tax invoice of 5 lakh rupees, charge GST 50,000, and the branch office can go ahead and take the credit of that 50,000 rupees. It will mean the same. Everyone over here, they have gone ahead and told they can distribute the ITC in respect of what everyone? Common input service by following ISD mechanism. Baba, ISD is very convenient. When there are a lot of branches, you have to distribute the credit. Everyone, yes or no? And but it can also go ahead and issue tax invoice under section number 31, normal tax invoice to the concerned branch office in respect of common input service, and the branch can go ahead and take the ITC. So what are the two options available to the head office when the head office wants to distribute the credit? It can either take ISD registration and distribute the credit, or issue a normal tax invoice, cross charge, and they can go ahead and take the ITC. Is my point clear to all of you? People, from exam point of view, C grade A chapter, job work or ISD, you will see one question, mostly 3 to 4 marks in your exam. Are we clear, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of ISD. You have to remember one point which is there: distribute exclusive credit only to the credit only to that branch. Common credit relating to two, distribute to two. Common credit relating to all, distribute to all. Remember one thing, this notes which I have gone ahead and given is very important. Wrong credit, you should go ahead and correct it by issuing ISD credit note. And if you want to distribute credit, always use ISD invoice. Distribution always on basis of the turnover. This point is also important. Remember this much, you will be able to do the questions in your exam. I'll go ahead and close my revision on ISD. All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is payment of tax. Everyone over here now, let's go ahead and take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, I GST gets levied. Intrastate, C GST gets levied. One GST gets levied. GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of your supply multiplied by the rate of tax. Once you know the value, you should prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now maintain all of them in your accounts and records and send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now what will happen? Your liability to pay will come. It comes at the time of supply. You are liable to pay 1,000 rupees for example. Now you will go ahead and use your input tax credit which is there. Once you go ahead and use your input tax credit, remaining amount you have to go ahead and make the, you'll have to go ahead and make the payment. And here comes the chapter of payment of tax. The remaining amount you have to go ahead and make the payment. Are we all clear till here? Baba, payment of taxes, if you understand it like this, everyone listen to me very carefully. Whenever a person goes online and he takes registration, he becomes a registered person. Are we all clear till here? Whenever you become a registered person in GST, no, GST portal gives you 3 accounts. GST portal gives you how many accounts? 3 accounts. All the 3 accounts, one account is known as e-liability ledger, one account is known as e-credit ledger, one account is known as e-cash ledger. Always remember, in your liabilities, one debit will be there, one credit will be there. Credit ledger, one credit, one debit will be there, one credit, one debit will be there. Is my point clear to all of you? Now listen to me very carefully. All these ledgers work based on your GSTR 3B. You are based on your GSTR 3B, basically on your return. How you fill the return, these ledgers get filled. Everyone over here now. So for an example, everyone tell me one thing. In your GSTR 3B, when you go ahead and say, sir, my outward supply is 1 crore and my liability is 18 lakh rupees, you know what happens? Immediately this amount comes as self-assessed liability in your e-liability ledger as 18 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? Now what will happen? In your GSTR 2B, for an example, in your GSTR 2B, input tax credit which was appearing was supposedly 10 lakh rupees. So Baba, whatever appears in your 2B, you have to go ahead and claim by filing your GSTR 3B. So while filing your GSTR 3B, you went ahead and told, my input tax rate which I am eligible is 10 lakh rupees. You know what will happen? The time you write in your GSTR 3B, the amount gets created over here, self-assessed ITC, which will be 10 lakh rupees over here. Is my point clear to all of you? Then one button comes over here which says set off your liability against your credit. The time you click this button, no, what will happen? From here, the amount will go saying e-liability ledger 10 lakh rupees we are going in and transferring, and e-credit ledger say 10 lakh rupees will come over here. How much more you need, everyone? 8. So you will use your bank account. You will not throw cash on the government and say take cash 8 lakh. No. You have to convert your bank money into e-cash. You have to deposit over here. How much, everyone? 8 lakh rupees. And now you have to transfer this to your e-liability ledger saying 8 lakh I am transferring from here. So first money came from here, then money will come from here 8 lakh rupees. Your liability will become 0. So basically 8 lakh to be paid, 8 lakh paid in cash, liability became 0. Then one button will come, file the return. You have to file the return. Is my point clear to all of you? So tell me one thing, in your liability ledger, what are the things that will come? One is your liability will come over here. How to pay liability? Use your credit and then use your cash. The same thing I've gone ahead and drawn over here, that whenever a taxable person becomes liable, either voluntarily or he takes registration, then Baba, on the gst.gov.in portal will go ahead and give him three accounts. One is known as a e-liability ledger, one is known as a e-credit ledger, one is known as a e-cash ledger. The format of liability ledger is given in PMT01. Credit ledger format is given in PMT02 and cash ledger format is given in GST PMT05. Sir, in your liability ledger, one debit, one credit will be there. In your credit ledger, one credit and one debit will be there. Here also one credit and one debit will be there. Now, sir, in your liability ledger, what are the things that gets debited? First of all, whatever is the tax payable towards Tilu. Baba, remember one thing, there are 5 things which I go ahead and say TIPLO. I go ahead and talk about tax. I go ahead and talk about interest. I go ahead and talk about penalty. I go ahead and talk about late fee. And we'll also be talking about any other amount which is there. Sir, can you tell me what do you mean by tax? Tax means the GST which is payable. Sir, what is interest? If you don't pay the GST on due date and you're delayed payment of what? GST, you have to pay what? Interest. Sir, penalty is for anything which you have done wrong, any violation of the act or rules, you have to pay penalty. Sir, late fee is for late filing of return. Late payment of tax, interest. Late filing of return, late fee. And any other amount means any other amount which is payable other than this 4 will be called as what, everyone? Any other amount. Now, what they are going in and telling, if any tax, interest, late fee or any other amount is payable as per return. For example, in my return, I told I have to pay 18 lakh rupees. In my GST 3B, that amount will come and sit over here. Okay, sir. Any amount of tax, interest, penalty or any other amount payable as determined by proper officer in any proceeding. Proper officer went ahead and gave you a love letter. You have to pay 10 lakh rupees. Demand order has come. Or as ascertained by the said person, means you only ascertained. Sir, previously I did not pay 5 lakh rupees tax. Now I found out that I have to pay 5 lakh rupees tax. And you went ahead and filled DRC 03 and self-voluntarily you are paying. That amount also comes and sits in your e-liability ledger. If you don't make these payments on time, one interest can also accrue. Then amount of interest that may accrue from time to time might be 2 lakh rupees ka interest has come. How much is your total liability, everyone? 18 lakh, which is your self-assessed liability. Demand order has come 10 lakh. 2 lakh rupees is your interest. So how much? 30 lakh. How will you go ahead and make the payment? First, use your credit ledger and then use your cash ledger. Are we all clear till here? Remember one thing, always, there are some things for which you always have to use your cash. There are some things for which always you have to use your cash. And they have gone ahead and told TDS, TCS, Baba, TDS and TCS, which comes in your next chapter, TDS ka chapter, and then you have one more which is TCS, TDS and TCS. Always remember one thing, TDS, TCS, any RCF ka liability, any composition tax which is there, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount, IPLO, always to be paid in cash. Can you tell me, everyone, what other things always to be paid in cash? Important from exam point of view, TDS, TCS, RCF liability, composition tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount, TTRC, IPLO, TTRC, IPLO, always to be paid in cash. Now, I went ahead and told the government, sir, what should I go ahead and pay first? Should I pay current month liability first, last month liability first, demand order first? Sir, tell me what should I pay first? So, government is telling whatever you have told in your return, self-assessed tax and dues. Dues means what, everyone? Interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. One is tax. Dues means interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount which is relating to a return of the previous tax period. Last month ka return mein whatever tax, interest, penalty, late fee is there, first pay that. Then current month ka return mein whatever tax and dues are there relating to return of the current tax period you pay. Then any other amount payable under this act, including demand under 73, 74 and now a new section number 74A. Can you tell me, everyone, what is the manner of discharging of liability? Previous month ka liability first, then current month ka liability which is shown in the self-assessed return, and then self-assessed liability as per the return, and then any demand order has to be paid. If that is the pattern of going ahead and paying, the manner of payment. Can I go ahead, everyone? And always remember, if by chance you see in your GST e-liability ledger there is some discrepancy, it is showing more liability, less liability, then you can go ahead and call the government. No, don't call him. You have to file online one PMT04 saying, sir, my liability ledger is incorrect. They will go ahead and correct it off. People, are we all clear till here? Tell me one thing. In your liability ledger, all your liabilities get recorded. How will you pay it? Through your credit, and then you will pay it through your cash. TDS, TCS, RCM liability composition tax, IPLO, always to be paid in cash. And remember one thing, what will you pay first? Always pay your self-assessed tax liability of the previous tax period, current tax period, and then any demand order which is there. In your liability ledger, always in your credit ledger, always remember one thing, whatever is your ITC as self-assessed, what you have self-assessed, that liability comes in the e-credit ledger. Sir, in the e-credit ledger, what will come? Whatever I have self-assessed. Sir, how will I use the amount? Amount can be used for making payment of the tax. So whatever you tell in the return, you told in the GSTR 3B, my 10 lakh rupees is there. They will go ahead and give you the credit over here as 10 lakh. Sir, how will I go ahead and use it? Use it to make payment of your liability. Remember one thing, one point is there. Sir, e-credit ledger, generally credit ka refund is not there. But there are two scenarios when you get credit ka refund. People, generally credit ka refund is not there. But credit ka refund, credit, if it is unutilized, means it is left in your e-credit ledger, you can go ahead and claim a refund only in two scenarios. Number one is zero rated supply. What is zero rated supply? Whenever you are going ahead and exporting or you are supplying to SCZ, then whatever is your ITC which is unutilized, because exports pay no GST, ITC will be refunded. Do you remember, everyone? Secondly, over here, inverted duty structure. What is inverted duty structure? My input pay rate is 18%, output pay rate is 5%. Then this 13%, which will always be more with me, will be refunded to me under section number 54. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, there are only two scenarios when ITC refund is given. Number one, zero rated supply. Whenever you are going in and doing, ITC refund will be given. Number two, everyone, inverted duty structure. Inverted duty structure ka case mein also unutilized ITC ka refund will be given. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, they are going in and telling, sir, if registered person claims a refund of unutilized ITC, then also that amount will be debited in the E-credit ledger. Everyone over here now, E-credit ledger mein amount is there. How will it get debited, everyone? First of all, if I go ahead and use it to make my output tax liability. Secondly, whenever I go ahead and claim a refund. People, you have to talk. I'm asking you guys, you have to talk. Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? There's no difference between you guys and camera if you're not talking. Correct, no? You're still. There's no difference between you and camera. Can we go ahead, everyone? Start talking, everyone. Everyone over here now. Chalo. Refund claim. Now you tell me one thing. I went ahead. Everyone, I went ahead and claimed a refund of the E-credit ledger. I went ahead and claimed a refund of the E-credit ledger. What will happen? They will debit my E-credit ledger. Do you guys agree with me? For example, I went ahead and claimed a refund. RFD01, refund claim filed of 10 lakh rupees. They will go ahead and reduce it from my E-credit ledger. Now the refund will come to my bank account. If the refund comes to my bank account, 10 lakh rupees came to my bank account. Correct, everyone? Later it was found out that what refund I have gone ahead and taken in my bank account actually is an erroneous refund. I gave fake document, wrong document, and the amount was refunded to me. Now I should return the money. I told, sir, I have credit in my E-credit ledger. I will give the money back to through the E-credit ledger. No, government told, see, if I have given you the money in your bank account, no. See, it got debited over here. The money came in your bank account. Ah, ha, ha. Now you're dancing. You know what happened? The money was there in the E-credit ledger. From the E-credit ledger, in the E-credit ledger, 20 lakh was there. You claimed a refund. The refund claim when you file, no, 10 lakh rupees will get debited. Now this ledger balance is only how much, everyone? 10 lakh. Balance is only 10 lakh. Now what happened? Money came in your bank account. You're dancing. Later it was found out, hey, you have taken wrong refund. Then you should return it to the government. First, deposit this money back to your e-cash ledger, and you have to pay it back through your e-cash ledger. If the money was given as a refund in your bank account, return also should be made through the cash ledger. You can't say, sir, I have credit extra, I will use my credit and return your money. No, no, no. If they have given the refund in your bank account and you have to return that as erroneous refund, it was a wrong refund, and you have to return it, you have to deposit the money in your e-cash ledger and then return the money. Is my point clear to all of you? That's what they have gone ahead and told, sir. Refund claim, if found admissible, the amount will come. If found inadmissible, okay, tell me one thing. If they told, hey, Ramesh, we will not give you the money, then when you file a refund claim, they debited 10 lakh rupees. Now it should come in your bank account. They told Ramesh, refund is inadmissible. It will not come in the bank account. So what they will do over here? They will recredit 10 lakh rupees over here to my e-credit ledger. First they debited, then they credited. So this will get knocked off. And the balance will again become 20 lakh rupees. So for example, I applied for refund. Refund is not admissible. When you apply for refund, no, immediately they debit it. Immediately they will debit it the time you apply it. Now they will do the processing. After they did the processing, they told refund is inadmissible. So they will recredit the amount to your e-credit ledger. It says to the e-credit ledger, it will be recredited. For that, proper officer will issue PMT03. But sir, when a registered person deposit the amount of erroneous refund, you know what happened over here? I applied for refund. Refund came in my bank account. I should redeposit the money using my cash ledger. I should return the money to the government. Tell me one thing, everyone. You know what happened? Everyone over here now, listen. 20 lakh was my balance. I applied for refund of 10 lakh rupees. Refund claim filed. The time I filed the refund claim over here, they will debit the money over here. Refund as admissible. The money came to my bank account. I'm dancing. Balance is only 10 lakh rupees. Now it was found out that refund is inadmissible. So I have to return the money to them. I will return the money to them. Government will recredit my 10 lakh rupees back. Are you clear till here? And hence what will happen? My balance will be restored. This 10 and 10 gone, and my balance will become how much, everyone? 20 lakh rupees. They have gone ahead and told, where registered person deposit the amounts of erroneous refund sanctioned under 54.3 or under rule number 963 along with interest and penalty through DRC 03. You return the money by using what, everyone? E-cash ledger on his own, or on being pointed out an amount equivalent to the erroneous refund which you deposited by the registered person shall be recredited to the e-credit ledger by the proper officer. For that, officer will issue PMT03. People, tell me one thing. They debited my e-credit ledger. Refund inadmissible. They did not give me only. If they don't give it to me, no problem. First they debited, now they will recredit it. If they had already given me, then first I should return it to them by using my cash ledger, and then they will put it back in my e-credit ledger saying your e-credit balance which we had gone ahead and debited, we are recrediting. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. The next one over here, what is the manner of utilization? People tell me one thing, I have output tax liability which is there. How will I go ahead? What will I go ahead and use? Sir, for IGST payment, should I use IGST? Should I use CGST? Should I use SGST? What is the manner of utilization? If you have output tax liability, what credit should be used first? So they went ahead and told, always remember one thing, manner of utilization. Very, very important from exam point of view. Every question you will require this manner of utilization to make the payment. Are we all 100% clear till here? What is the manner of utilization? They went ahead and told Ramesh, listen. First of all, always use your ITC of IGST. What will you use, everyone? IGST to go ahead and make the payment of IGST. Once you have made the IGST, say IGST ka payment, then IGST can be used either to pay CGST or SGST, any order, any proportion. You can go ahead and use 60, 40, 40, 80, 40, 60, 50, 50, 100% you used here, 0 you used here, no problem. They are telling however you want, you can go ahead and use your IGST. But second step is IGST should be exhausted. Only then you should touch your CGST. Are we clear? CGST can be used to pay CGST and then it can be used to pay IGST. Fourthly, you should go ahead. First, IGST to IGST, IGST to CGST or SGST. IGST should be exhausted. Then you should use your third step. I went ahead and told CGST should be used for CGST, then CGST should be used for IGST. Then you should use your SGST to pay what everyone? SGST. Then you should use your SGST to pay IGST. CGST to SGST or SGST to CGST is not possible. Remember this thing, everyone. I'm going to return the same thing over here. IGST first for IGST, then IGST for CGST or SGST. Remember, any order, any proportion. Then IGST should be exhausted. Then you use CGST to CGST, CGST to IGST, SGST to SGST, SGST to C to S or S to C is not possible. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? We are done till here, everyone. Now comes e-cash ledger. Sir, whenever you want to make a deposit to the e-cash ledger, how are you going to make a deposit? You have to go online, generate a challan in PMT06, which is valid for how many days? 15 days. Now, once you generate one challan, know one common portal identification number, which is a 14-digit number, one challan identification number. Not challan. Common portal identification number will get generated and your challan will be there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, you have to go ahead and make the payment. What are the various modes of payment, everyone? You can use net banking, IMPS, UPI, debit card, credit card, NEFT, over the counter. You can go to the bank counter and deposit in cash, check or DD maximum 10,000. Is my point clear? Per challan, per tax period can be maximum 10,000 rupees. Remember, whenever you are making the payment, commission has to be borne by you. 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 10 rupee, whatever bank charges are there, that are your charges only. Government will not go ahead and bear it. Now, once you make the payment, the amount goes to the government. SIN will get generated. SIN is how many digit, everyone? 18 digit. And the amount will come into your e-cash ledger. People generate one challan, make the payment, and the amount will come in your e-cash ledger. Always remember, if anybody has deducted TDS or TCS and make the payment, that amount also comes in your e-cash ledger. Remember one thing, if you have, see Baba, cross utilization of e-credit ledger is possible. E-cash ledger ka cross utilization is not possible. E-credit ledger ka cross utilization is possible. E-cash ledger ka cross utilization is not possible. E-cash ledger mein, if you have to pay CGST tax, you should deposit in CGST tax only. If you have to pay CGST related interest, you should deposit in CGST interest only. Remember one thing, every deposit made towards TIPLO, tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount will be credited over here. You can use it to make payment of what? Tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, I am an unregistered person, but he went ahead and collected tax from people. People, I am an unregistered person, but I went ahead and collected what? Tax from people. Now I have to pay the tax to the government. Government caught me. I told, sir, I'm not registered only. How will I go online and make the payment? You will be given one temporary identification number on the basis of which you can go to the portal and you can make the payment. So if you are an unregistered person, you will get temporary identification number and make the payment. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I have to pay CGST, I have to deposit in CGST only. Correct, everyone? By mistake, I deposited in cess. Can I use cess ka cash to pay CGST? Never. But from cess account, you can transfer to CGST and then use the CGST to if you deposit in the wrong head in your cash ledger or in your e-cash ledger in any other head, any amount is there and you want to use it to make any other payment. For example, IGST where money is there, but you have liability of CGST. Can you use IGST to pay CGST in your cash ledger? No. Remember one thing, but IGST say you can transfer to CGST and then make the payment. Government have introduced one form which is called GST PMT09 where government is telling from wrong head you can transfer to the correct head and then you can use it to make the payment. So IGST payment ke liye you need money in IGST only, but if you have money in your CGST you can transfer it to the IGST and then use it to make the payment. They have gone ahead and told registered person may transfer tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. TIPLO. From e-cash ledger to the e-cash ledger of IGST, CGST, etc. use PMT09. Sir, can I transfer tax interest penalty to my distinct person also? If I have money in my e-cash ledger and my distinct person is there in the same state or other state, can I transfer? No, you can't transfer credit. But you can transfer cash. Credit only one time is allowed within the state in special circumstance. If I take same statement, separate registration, then one time you can go ahead and use GST ITC 02A to transfer credit to your branch. Everyone, in the same state, if you take separate registration, you can go ahead and transfer the credit to your branch. Do you remember, everyone? But otherwise, credit cannot be transferred, but cash can be transferred to your branch office within the state or outside the state also. You can use the same PMT09, but you can transfer only to their CGST and IGST. Everyone, are we all clear till here? Tell me one thing, everyone. If I have to pay IGST, can I use IGST only? Yes. But if IGST amount is not there, CGST amount is there, can I transfer to the IGST and then use it? Yes. Which form I have to use? GST PMT09. Now from CGST, if I am transferring to IGST, no, government is telling from CGST head, will imagine we have given you a refund and you had actually deposited over here only. What government is telling? Sir, such transfer from e-cash ledger shall be deemed to be a refund. And when it is going to the other hand, no, we will deem that such transfer to the e-cash ledger is deemed to be a deposit. So from here, refund is given and you have deposited over here. It will be deemed like that. Can we go ahead, everyone? Sir, I want to transfer money to my distinct person. First help yourself. If you have any liability of yourself, first pay that. And then only you can go ahead and help your distinct person. They have gone ahead and told transfer not allowed if registered person has any unpaid liability in the e-liability ledger. Tell me one thing, can I transfer to my distinct person? Yes, you can go ahead and transfer to your distinct person, but remember one thing, first help yourself, then you can help your distinct person. Now, sir, if I have any balance in my e-cash ledger, balance in your e-cash ledger is your money, you can take a refund anytime. Just go to online and file the form for going ahead and getting a refund and you'll be given a refund. But e-credit ledger ka refund is not here other than two scenario. E-credit ledger refund is only zero-rated supply and inverted duty structure. E-cash ledger is your cash. You can take a refund anytime for whatever reason. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, there are some points which are there. What is major head and minor head? I've gone ahead and written over here just for your knowledge. Restriction of 10,000. Tell me one thing. Can I deposit more than 10,000 in cash? No. But there are three scenarios which I have gone ahead and written over here. Sir, restriction of 10,000 over the counter is not applicable in the following cases. If deposits are made by government department, the government is telling, I don't have black money. If our people are depositing more than 10,000 in cash, no problem. They can deposit more than 10,000 in cash. Or any other deposit by a person who is notified by the commissioner. If anyone is notified by the commissioner, that person also can go ahead and deposit more than 10,000 in cash. Proper officer or other officer authorized to recover any outstanding dues from any person, including recovery. Proper officer came to a premises, he sold your movable property, immovable property, and recovered the amount. When he recovered the amount is in cash. Can the proper officer deposit more than 10,000 in the e-cash ledger? Yes. Officers can go ahead and deposit more than 10,000 in cash. Now, proper officer or any other officer authorized for collecting amount collected during investigation, enforcement activity, or any ad hoc deposit. Officer came to a premises, he did one investigation or one search and seizure happened. An officer found 5 crore rupees cash. Can the officer take that money and go home every day deposit 10,000? Or officer can go ahead and deposit more than 10,000 in cash. More than 10,000 can be deposited. Everyone over here down, please come down. It goes ahead and says, sir, if I have to pay tax, I can use my credit ledger. Whether the tax is self-assessed tax or tax because of a demand order, doesn't matter. Tax can be paid using your e-credit ledger, whether it is your return-based tax or it is demand order ka tax. If the officer has given you a demand order, in that he has demanded a tax, can you use your e-credit ledger? Yes. Output tax as self-assessed or as a result of proceeding can be paid through your e-credit ledger, but tax only can be paid through your credit ledger. E-credit ledger cannot be used for making payment of RCM liability, interest, penalty, late fee because e-cash ledger has to be used for TDS, TCS, RCM liability, composition, IPLO. So for all these, can you use credit ledger or can't use? Can't use. Next, e-credit ledger cannot be used for making payment of erroneous refund when the refund was sanctioned in cash. Government gave you a wrong refund in your bank account. Baba, that money came in your bank account. Please deposit in cash and pay through cash ledger only. You can't use your credit ledger. This is one total bakwas. They have gone ahead and told international money transfer can be used by whom? OIDR or online money gaming wala, but it is yet to be notified. So basically OIDRs and online money gaming, when they have to deposit the money in their e-cash ledger, how can they deposit the money in their e-cash ledger? Government told you can use international money transfer also, but it will be from a date which is to be notified. So total bakwas. Everyone please come down. Now on rule number 86A is there. Rule number 86A goes ahead and says condition for use of amount available in the e-credit ledger. Baba, listen to me very carefully. If commissioner or officer authorized greater than equal to assistant commissioner, if any commissioner or any person officer who has been authorized by the commissioner who should be at least equal to or greater than assistant commissioner, if they have reason to believe that the ITC which is taken in the e-credit ledger has been taken by you fraudulently, or block credit you have gone ahead and taken which is ineligible. People, I have gone ahead and taken some credit in my e-credit ledger, and officer has a doubt that what credit I have gone ahead and taken is a block credit. He will go ahead and block my credit. Or if I've gone ahead and taken the credit, an officer comes to know without invoice I took the credit. In violation of section number 16, I've taken the credit. Then officer can go ahead and block the credit. That is the power given by rule number 86A. It goes ahead and says commissioner or any officer authorized by the commissioner who should be at least greater than equal to assistant commissioner has reason to believe that ITC is availed in the e-credit ledger has been taken by you fraudulently or you are ineligible, he may not allow you to debit the amount which is available in your credit ledger for discharging your liability or for claiming refund. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? What they are going ahead and telling, whatever is the credit in your e-credit ledger, they will block it and tell you can't use it to pay your liability also, you can't claim a refund also. Sir, what are the reason why officer will go ahead and block my credit? I have gone ahead and taken the ITC on the basis of document issued by a registered person which is not existing. I took credit on the basis of Shyam and Co. Officer went and told, Ramesh, Shyam and Co is not existing only. How did you take the credit? Or who is not conducting business from declared place of business. Officer went to the premises of Shyam and Co and he's telling, officer is telling, sir, Shyam and Co ka premises is not there only. He is not doing business from there only. How did you take the credit on the basis of invoice of Shyam and Co? Shyam and Co is not existing only. My credit will be blocked. I have taken the ITC without receiving the goods. Block, bonus, bogus invoice. I took the credit. Officer came to know. Officer will block my credit. ITC on the basis of documents, tax with respect to which has not been paid to the government. My supplier did not pay the tax to the government. Officer can block my credit. Registered person availing the credit has not been found existing, has been found non-existing or not conducting business from declared place of business. Officer is telling, Ramesh, when we went to your premises, you were not there only. One cow was roaming here and there. You are taking credit. Online it is telling Ramesh Soni is taking credit, setting off, paying tax, credit taken, set off every month. But when we go to your premises, you are not there only. Virtually you are existing. But premises me, you are not there only. Empty premise, one cow is there going here and there. They will block my credit immediately. If they block my credit, I'll run it. Sir, why did you block? They'll tell, where are you? Oh, sir, I shifted my premises. If you shifted, shift your address. Are you guys able to understand? They will block the credit. Next, registered person availing the ITC is not in possession of tax invoice, debit note, such other document as may prescribed in rule number 36. Rule number 36 told you should have birds, bill of entry, ISD invoice, RCM ka case mein self invoice, debit note and supplier's invoice. If I don't have any document and I took the credit, officer is telling, Ramesh, where is the document? I told no document. They will block the credit. Sir, please don't block my credit. If you want, go to the commissioner. Once they have blocked the credit, if he is satisfied that the condition for disallowing is no more existing, he may allow the debit. For example, he told you change your address. You went to him, sir, now I have changed my address. You can come and check in my premises. I am existing. Then he will go ahead and unblock the credit. But remember one thing, he can block the credit only for a maximum of 1 year. Within 1 year, he should do the proceeding and he should give you a demand order and recover the amount. Because after 1 year, the credit which is blocked will get automatically unblocked. Is my point clear to all of you? The maximum time the restriction can be there is for how many years? 1 year. The next one, rule number 86B. Is my point clear to all of you? Rule number 86A. Rule number 86B went ahead and told, now, Baba, all these bogus people were there, no, bogus supplier. What they used to do, they used to buy bill, they used to sell the bill. Buy bill, sell bill. Buy the bill, sell the bill. In that scenario, they used to make a profit of 1% or 2%. How much profit was there? 1% or 2%. They never used to pay any GST to the government. Output, input always used to be same for them. Who? Bogus invoice ka supplier. They used to buy bogus bill, sell bogus bill. And their margins were how much everyone? Profit margins when 1% or 2%. And government is selling no output tax liability only. Input is how much? Output is also that much only. Now government went ahead and told how to close these bogus people ka shop who are buying bogus bill, selling bogus bill, buying bogus bill, selling bogus bill. Their work is only to buy. Hey, you have extra credit. You do one thing. Give me a bill. I will issue a bill to him. Input and output will be same. So government, in order to close their shop, went ahead and told, now I am going ahead and introducing one rule wherein every person of their output tax liability, 1% has to be paid in cash. Stuck. Because I was making profit only of 1%. And government is telling what? Every month, my output tax liability, 1% I have to pay in cash. It means I can use only credit to the extent of how much? 99%. Rule number 6B introduced restriction on use of amount in the e-credit ledger. If your registered person plus your value of taxable supply, excluding exempt supply and zero rated supply in a month is more than 50 lakh rupees. For example, my turnover is 130 lakh. Exempt supply is 20 lakh rupees. Zero rated supply is 50 lakh rupees. How much is the amount, everyone? 70 lakh gone? 60 lakh, no? Is my turnover more than 50 lakh rupees? Yes, excluding exempt supply and zero rated supply. If my turnover is more than 50 lakh rupees, then only this restriction is applicable to me. Not for small people. For those people whose turnover is more than 50 lakh rupees, he shall not use the credit to discharge his output tax liability in excess of 90%. It means on the 60 lakh, whatever is my liability, 18% for example, whatever is my liability, that liability I can pay only 99% using my credit. 1% always has to be paid in cash. Why did the government introduce this rule? So that the shop of those fraud people, bogus invoice supplier, can be closed. I went to the government and told, sir, I am not a fraud. How are you calling me a fraud? Government told, you prove that you are not a fraud. This restriction will not be applicable to you. Are you clear, everyone? Otherwise, this restriction is applicable to everyone. This restriction is applicable to everyone. But if you can prove that, sir, I'm not a fraud, then this restriction is not applicable. Sir, how do I prove? Restriction is not applicable when the registered person, proprietor, karta, managing director, any two partner or whole-time director, member of managing committee of association or board of trustee, as the case may be. In case of registered person, proprietorship, proprietor, karta, managing director, any two partner or partnership firm, all these people, if they have gone ahead and paid what everyone, more than 1 lakh rupees income tax in the last 2 financial year for which the time limit to file income tax return has been expired. It means in the last 2 years, if I paid income tax more than how much? 1 lakh rupees, then I'm a good boy. Because fraud people will never pay income tax more than 1 lakh rupees. So if I have paid income tax more than 1 lakh rupees in the last 2 financial year, for which the return filing due dates are already gone, those 2 last year ke liye, if I paid income tax more than 1 lakh, it means I'm a good person. Restrictions are not applicable. Can I use 100% of my credit? Yes. Secondly, if you are a person who has received a refund more than 1 lakh rupees in the preceding financial year on account of unutilized IDC. Can you tell me unutilized IDC ka refund can be given only in zero rate supply? Secondly, inverted duty structure. Inverted means your input is more, output is less. Then the differential will be refunded to you. Sir, I have been given refund by the government more than 1 lakh rupees in the last year. How can I be a fraud? Because government, when it is giving a refund, no, it will go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication. Government has already verified me. So for me, restriction is not applicable. Secondly, if registered person has discharged output tax liability through e-cash, more than 1% of the output tax liability applied cumulatively up to the said month. For an example, everyone over here now. In the month of April, I had one output tax liability of 10 lakh rupees. How much should be paid in cash? How much should be paid in cash? 1%. Everyone, 1% means how much? 10,000 rupees. But I did not have credit only. I had credit only 9 lakh. How much did I pay in cash? 1 lakh. Is my point clear to all of you? Next month, my output tax liability in the month of May, everyone listen carefully, was 10 lakh rupees. Okay, everyone? Can we go ahead? Tell me one thing. Now, if you see cumulatively, how much is my output tax liability? 20 lakhs? Baba, actually, this rule is not applicable for small amount, no? Okay. I'm not talking about turnover. Assume that the turnover is already more than 50 lakh. This is the liability amount. Correct, everyone? Assume that my turnover is already every month is more than 50 lakh rupees. This is the liability amount. Can I go ahead, everyone? In liability, I should pay 1% in cash, but I have paid more. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, in this month, if you apply cumulatively, it is 20 lakh. 20 lakh means 20,000 should be paid in cash. Yes or no? But have I already paid cumulatively more than 20,000? So this month, I don't have to pay cash. If I have 10 lakh, I can use my full credit. Third month, for example, my output tax liability is 20 lakh rupees. How much is the cumulative output tax liability? In the current month, how much is the cumulative? 40 lakh. 40 lakh ka 1% means 40,000 to be paid in cash. But how much is already paid in cash? In this month, I don't have to pay anything in cash. I can use my full credit. You have to see the situation always cumulatively. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, if registered person is a government is telling our people are not fraud. If we are government department, public sector undertaking, local authority or a statutory body, then also this restriction is not applicable. Sir, please. You are telling I have to use 1% in cash, sir. You see my situation. I'm not a fraud. I'm not falling in any one of this. But sir, I'm not a fraud. Please allow me to use my full credit. If you want, you can go and speak to the commissioner or the person authorized by the commissioner, and they can remove the restriction after such verification and safeguard as they may deem fit. People, rule number 86A goes ahead and says, if they want, they can block your credit. Rule number 86B goes ahead and says, whatever is the liability of that 1% should always be paid in cash, provided you are a registered person whose turnover in a particular month is more than 50 lakhs rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? And 50 lakhs always you should exclude what? Exempt supply and zero rated supply. Now, the last section over here, people listen to very carefully. What we just now went ahead and revised is section number 49, which talks about payment of tax, read with rule number 85, 86, 87, and then we learn rule number 86A and rule number 86B. Now, the next section which is coming in this chapter is section number 50, which goes ahead and talks about interest. Everyone, section number 50 goes ahead and talks about what, everyone? Interest on delayed payment of tax. If you fail to pay the tax due, you should pay along with interest at the rate of 18%. What they are telling, if you fail to pay the tax due on the due date, for example, this month ka return ka due date is next month 20th, you did not pay on 20th, you paid on 30th. Did you delay by 10 days? You have to pay along with interest at the rate of 18% is what they are trying to say. Interest shall be on the tax which is paid by debiting e-credit or cash. Cash. Interest shall be calculated from the day succeeding the due date. People, on how should you calculate? Rule number 88B goes ahead and says manner of calculation of interest. Where supplies made during a tax period are declared in the month in the return for the said period after the due date, except after commencement of proceeding, the interest shall be calculated on the tax which is paid by debiting e-cash ledger, and the period of delays beyond the due date, interest at the rate of how much, everyone? 18%. Any balance already lying in the e-cash ledger shall not be taken into account for interest calculation. Everyone, I'll go ahead and quickly tell you. For an example, this is the month. Everyone listen to very carefully. This is the month of April. My liability to be paid on 20th of May. 20th of May. Correct, everyone? What is my, for example, I'm filing April month ka GST 3B. ठीक है everyone, April month का GST 3B, my output tax liability was 10 lakh rupees. My input tax credit which was there was 5 lakh rupees. I am going to pay how much in cash? 5 lakh rupees. You know what happened, everyone? I did not go ahead and file my return over here. And I filed my return on 30th of May over here. GST 3B actually filed over here, where I told my output tax liability for the month of April is 10 lakh, input tax credit is 5 lakh rupees, and remaining 5 lakh rupees I am paying in cash. Can you tell me, everyone, interest will come for this much delay at the rate of 18% for on which amount? 10 lakh or only on 5 lakh? Tell now, Baba. Interest will come on which amount, everyone? 10 lakh or 5 lakh? 5 lakh. Is my point clear to all? Whatever amount you are paying by debiting your e-cash ledger. For example, you know what happened? On 20th of May, actually I did not have 5 lakh, but I had 2 lakh rupees with me. So I deposited in my e-cash ledger 2 lakh rupees, and actually I had to pay only 3 lakh. But without paying the tax, you can't file the return. So I could not file the return, but I deposited 2 lakh in my e-cash ledger. Now when I'm going ahead and filing my return, I will use my e-cash ledger of 2 lakh rupees, and net I will go ahead and actually deposit in my e-cash ledger only how much, everyone? 3 lakh. So can you tell me, everyone, now interest will come on 2 lakh rupees or only on 3 lakh? 5 or 3? 3. Remember one thing, if you have deposited any amount over here which is still lying till the date of filing the return, it means on that amount you don't have to pay any interest, and now interest will come only on 3 lakh rupees because 2 lakh was already deposited on the due date. That's what they are trying to say. Now you tell me one thing, everyone over here now. For example, this is the month of April. Everyone over here, this is the month of April. April month ka GST 3B to be filed on 20th May. 3B of the month of April. Output tax liability of the month of April, I went ahead and showed 10 lakh rupees. Input tax credit of the month of April, I went ahead and used 5 lakh rupees. Net amount in cash, I paid 5 lakh rupees, and I filed my return. Return already filed. Later, I went ahead and found out, oh no, one invoice is there on which I was sitting and I forgot to show in my return only. You understood? I kept one invoice, sat on it and forgot to show in my return. Oh, now what will I do? April month ka return to already filed. Now that invoice which belonged to the month of April, when I was filing May month ka return on 20th of June, which is May month ka GST 3B, April month ka liability I showed. Output tax liability, for example, this month ka one liability of 10 lakh I missed showing. I am showing 10 lakh rupees ka liability over here. This is April month ka liability. Do you guys agree with me? But I am using May month ka input tax credit. I had May month mein input tax rate of 10 lakh and I paid 0 to the government. Government is telling, beta, you think we are fools over here. Actually, this amount should have been shown over here. And you should have paid over here on 20th May. But you are going ahead and telling, I forgot. Then so everyone will forget. And you are paying this liability in the month of June. Did you delay in the payment? Yes. But I will tell, sir, I used my credit. Baba, April month ka liability. How can you use May month ka credit? Okay, you used it. But I want interest on this 10 lakh rupees from here to here. Is my point clear to all of you? You should have paid in the last month and you are paying now. You have to pay interest on the gross. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. This month ka liability shown in this month ka return only. Return is filed late. Interest will come on gross or net? Net. And net ka net also. Net may, if any cash was there already, reduce that and net ka net quick interest will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next one. Sir, if this month ka liability, I showed in next month ka return. Use next month ka credit. Government says, beta, now I will not take interest on net, I will take interest on gross. They have gone ahead and told over here. See, sir, where supplies made during a tax period are declined the return for the same period after the due date, then remember one thing, interest shall be always on debiting e-cash ledger. But in any other case, interest will always be calculated on gross liability from the due date till the date of payment. Tell me one thing, the due date was here. You are making the payment here. Interest will come on the gross liability over here. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? People, please tell me, are you guys clear with both of them? And remember one thing. Now, here comes, sir, where the ITC has been wrongly availed and utilized. Can you tell me what is the difference between availing and utilization? Okay. Availing means asking for the credit through GST or 3B. The amount will come in your e-credit ledger. You never utilizer means to use it to set up against your output. Availing means asking. The amount comes in your e-credit ledger. Utilization means what, everyone? Using it to pay your output tax liability. What they are trying to say over here, sir, where ITC has been wrongly availed and used, then only interest will come at the rate of 18%. No interest on wrongly availed credit but never utilized. If you don't use the credit but you have availed wrongly, block credit, you took it but you never used it, when you return, you don't have to pay any interest. What they are trying to say over here, interest on ITC wrongly availed and utilized shall be calculated from the date of utilization till the date of reversal or payment of tax. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, I availed the credit in the month of April, never used it. Used it in the month of May. May month when I was filing the return. So the day you use, from that day, interest will start. Is my point clear to all of you? And they have gone ahead and told everyone over here. They have gone ahead and told explanation. ITC wrongly availed shall be construed to have been utilized when the balance in the e-credit ledger falls below the amount of ITC wrongly availed, and the extent of utilization shall be the amount by which the balance in the e-credit ledger falls below the amount of ITC wrongly availed. Everyone tell me one thing. I went in and availed wrongly credit 10 lakh. Always in my e-credit ledger, 10 lakh was lying. Have I ever used the wrong credit or never used it? I took wrong credit 10 lakh. In my e-credit ledger balance, always that 10 lakh was uniformly there. I never used it. Correct, everyone? In 1 month, the credit ledger balance came to 8 lakh. Have I used the wrong credit? How much is the extent of utilization? 2 lakh. So the day the ledger balance fell below 10 lakh rupees, it means 2 lakh I've used it. On 2 lakh rupees, interest will start the day I used it. Is my point clear? And interest will come on which amount? 10 lakh or only 2 lakh? The date of utilization. Sir, what is the date of utilization of wrong credit? What will be that? Because from that day, interest will come, correct? If e-credit ledger balance falls below the ITC wrongly availed, sir, I availed wrongly 10 lakh rupees. E-credit ledger balance today, if I go ahead and see, is only 8 lakh. How much did I use? 2 lakh, no? Which day say interest will start on this 2 lakh rupees? They are telling, sir, if payment was done through the return, earlier of due date of return or the actual date of filing the return, whichever is earlier. So for an example, everyone listen to me very carefully. April month, I went ahead and used some wrong credit. I availed 10 lakh rupees, but I never went ahead and used it. May month ka, when I filed the return on 20th June, okay, everyone, output tax liability was 10 lakh. Output tax liability was 2 lakh. Input tax rate was actually not there, 0. Okay, so old credit I used it. How much was the wrong credit taken? Array, in my e-credit ledger, how much is the availed credit wrong? 10 lakh. So out of this 10 lakh, I used 2 lakh rupees to make the payment, and I paid 0. Tell me one thing. Out of 10 lakh, I used 2 lakh rupees. E-credit ledger balance became how much? 8 lakh. Can you tell me how much wrong credit used? 2 lakh. So from which day interest will start? From the date of filing the return or the due date. For example, I filed the return on 22nd. The interest will start from due date or the actual date of filing return, whichever is earlier. They have gone ahead and told earlier of due date. Due date was what? 20th. Actual date was what? 22nd. I filed the return. Which is earlier? 20. So interest will start from 20. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. I got a demand order, love letter. Demand order came for 10 lakh rupees. In my e-credit ledger, 10 lakh rupees is lying, for an example. I use the 10 lakh to pay my demand order. Can I use my credit to pay demand order? Yes. From which day interest will start? See, if I used it to pay my return based liability, then due date or actual date. But otherwise, date of debit in the, it says in any other case, the date of debit in the e-credit ledger. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. One clarification came. Clarification on charging of interest under section number 53 in respect of wrongful availment of ITC. People watching at home, people over here, are we all 100% clear? Now they have gone ahead and told GST. People, you know what happened? In 1 month, for an example, over here is the month of April. In the month of April, here I went ahead and took ITC wrongly availed. While filing my return, no. For example, I had IGST ka liability. Output tax liability of IGST was there, 10 lakh rupees. I had gone ahead and taken input tax rate of IGST wrongly. 10 lakh rupees. Used it and paid 0. This was wrongly availed credit. Do you guys agree with me? And I used it off also. But you know what? On the same day, I had CGST balance of 5 lakh rupees, SGST balance of 5 lakh rupees. You tell me one thing. What is the need of me using the wrong credit? I use IGST to pay IGST because IGST should be first used to pay IGST. If I would not have gone ahead and taken this wrong credit, I would have used my CGST and HGST to pay this. Are everyone? And hence people went ahead and told, even if I have gone ahead and taken IGST wrongly and I have used it, but sir, in my e-credit ledger, CGST and HGST balance was always there. For an example, in the month of May, when I was filing the return, no, I reversed IGST 10 lakh rupees, I paid it back to the government. Am I liable to pay any interest? See, wrong credit taken and used also. But later I reversed it. I paid 10 lakh rupees back to the government. Do I have to pay any interest? Why no? Because always 10 lakh rupees was there in my CGST and HGST head. I will tell sir, if I would not have taken this wrong credit, I would have used that CGST and HGST. It means my intention was never to take the wrong credit. It was by mistake taken. And hence, if I always had that CGST and HGST balance, or CGST, HGST and IGST balance put together was always more than 10 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, then I don't have to pay any interest. It will be deemed that IGST wrongly availed was never used. What they are telling over here, see, in case of wrongful availment of IGST and later reversal, for the calculation of interest under rule number 88B, whether the balance of ITC in the e-credit ledger under IGST needs to be considered, or total ITC in the e-credit ledger under CGST, HGST, IGST has to be considered. In case of credit has been wrongly availed and subsequently reversed, now when you are reversing, does your e-credit ledger already has 10 lakh rupees? Everyone, so you don't have to pay any interest. Is what they are trying to say over here. There will be no interest liability during the period from availment to the date of reversal if the balance in the ITC in the e-credit ledger under IGST, CGST, SGST put together never fell below the amount of wrongly availed. I wrongly took what, everyone? 10 lakh rupees, and by mistake you think I used it also. But when e-credit ledger always CGST, SGST and IGST put together always 10 lakh was there. So when I reverse it, no, I don't have to pay any, because always in my balance 10 lakh rupees was already there. Is my point clear to all of you? And here we are done with your chapter of payment of tax. A graded chapter, everyone. A graded chapter, everyone. Please remember, sir, what are the important points you think from this chapter? I think this PMT09 wala point they can go ahead and ask you sometime. PMT09, sir, to transfer the balance. This one, sorry, this one PMT09 wala point. Okay, everyone. Secondly, remember this manner of utilization which I have taught you. What should be used first? IGST should be used for IGST, etc. C graded question can be, what is the manner of utilization? One small question, anywhere in the big question you can see TDS, TCS, RCM liability composition always to be paid in cash. B graded question from the C graded chapter can be rule number 86A and 86B. Pay one note. Write a note on 86A and 86B. It can be a B graded question. Might come, might not come. Rule section number 50 read with rule number 88B. This interest calculation, no, I like it. It is A graded. You might see one small question in your exam. Done, everyone. Interest calculation. Closing my revision on the chapter of payment of. All right, people. Now let's go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter which we are going to do is the chapter of TDS. Everyone over here now, listen to it very carefully. We went ahead and learned this just before some time. Payment of tax, right, everyone? Payment of tax. We had gone ahead and revised previously the chapter. Payment of tax comes with 49 and 50. After, along with that payment of taxes chapter is attached the chapter of TDS, which is under section number 51. Whenever you go ahead and supply to the government department deducts TDS and pays to the government. And that credit comes in your e-cash ledger. Are you clear, everyone? And that is why payment of taxes chapter ke saath TDS chapter is attached over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. TDS. TDS is under section number 51. Now listen to me very carefully. Whenever one person will go ahead and supply to the government department, sir, whenever any person goes ahead and supplies to the government department, then government department has been told by the government to go ahead and deduct what, everyone? TDS. Who are these people who will deduct TDS? First of all, you should always know that who is the person whose TDS will be deducted, and then who is going to deduct. Sir, first of all, a supplier has to be a registered person. A supplier who is a registered person, if he goes ahead and supplies to whom? Government department. Supply ka value is more than 2,50,000, excluding taxes, means your taxable supply of goods and service is more than what, everyone? 2.5 lakh. Then Baba, if you have supplied to the department of government, sir, to whom have you supplied? Who will deduct TDS? Remember one thing. First of all, who is the supplier? Registered person, and the supply ka value is more than 2,50,000. Are we clear, everyone? Excluding taxes. Then Baba, when he has gone in and supplied to government department will deduct TDS. Who is the government department over here? They are telling who are the person who are liable to deduct TDS. Always remember one thing. If it is department or establishment of central government, state government, local authority, any governmental agency of government and supplied, or any person or category of person who are notified by the government on recommendation of council, they will go ahead and deduct what, everyone? TDS. Now, who are the people who are notified by the government? Number one, Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Governmental Agency, and number four is the notified category. In notified category, they have gone ahead and notified any authority, any board, or any other body. Authority, board, or any other body which is set up under an act of parliament or state legislature or which is established by the government. Means the authority, board, or any other body can be set up under an act of parliament or it can be set up under the act of state legislature or it is established by the government, and in that the equity and control is more than 51% with the government. Basically, it's a governmental authority, governmental body, or any other body, then they have to deduct TDS. Secondly, if it's a society which is established by central government, state government, local authority under the Societies Registration Act, then that's also a governmental society which is set up by the government, and that society, if you go ahead and supply, they will also deduct TDS. Next one, if you're supplying to PSU, they will also deduct TDS. And always remember, if one registered person is supplying to another registered person metal scrap, Baba, D point talks about registered person supplying metal scrap to another registered person. This recipient will go ahead and deduct TDS. But tell me one thing, if unregistered person is supplying to registered person, what happens? RCM. For everyone. But if registered person is supplying to another registered person, FCM will come. But FCM will come over here. Excuse me. Okay. What are they telling? This you forget it. This you already know. Correct, everyone? They are telling if one registered person supplies to another registered person, forward charge mechanism will come, but the recipient registered person has to do TDS. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Now, Ministry of Defense is not required to deduct TDS, even though it's a department of the central government, state government, but one person has been exempted, who is Ministry of Defense. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. Who are the people who are liable to deduct TDS? If I have Department of Central Government, State Government. Number two, local authority, governmental agency, or notified category. Notified category, four people. Authority, board, or any other body which is set up under an act of parliament, state legislature, or set up by the government, and which government ka control is more than 51%. Society, which is governmental society, PSU, which is there, and one registered person supplying to another registered person what? Metal scrap. Also, TDS will be required to be deducted. Are we all clear till here? Now, for an example, I have gone ahead and told one registered person is there, and he has gone ahead and supplied to Department of Central Government, State Government over here. Who is the recipient? He has to take, first of all, compulsory registration as a TDS deductor. Do you guys agree with me? He has to take compulsory registration. Now, he will be the deductor. He has to deduct TDS on the invoice value minus GST. For example, one invoice has been done over here, 3 lakh plus GST over here. Now, on which amount TDS will come? Only on the 3 lakh rupees. Remember one thing, TDS is always 1% CGST, 1% SGST. If it's an intrastate supply, then on this amount, the TDS to be deducted by the government will be how much, everyone? 1% CGST and 1% SGST. If it's an interstate supply, 2% IGST will be deducted. So, sir, on 3 lakh rupees, the TDS to be deducted is 6,000. Remaining amount which is there, the government department 2,94,000 plus GST 54,000, 3,48,000 will be paid by the government department to this guy. Now, the supplier will go ahead and say, hey, government department, where is my 6,000 rupees? So, government department, what they will do? Government department will go ahead and has deducted 6,000. No, they will go ahead and pay the 6,000 to the government by challan and file one return which is GSTR 7 by 10th of the next month. They will file GSTR 7 by what date, everyone? 10th of the next month. This month, whatever TDS is deducted, they will report it to the government by next month 10th. Pay the TDS and they will report it to the government. Now, always remember, earlier TDS returns had to be filed only when any deduction was made. But now, amendment is return shall be filed irrespective of any deduction. What if the government department did not pay the TDS on time? Then, Baba, failure to deposit TDS, late deposit, always interest at the rate of 18% for late payment has to be paid. Now, you tell me one thing, government department deducted and deposited and filed the return GSTR 7. You know what government will do? Government will go ahead and give you the 6,000 rupees in your e-cash ledger after you validate. You have to say, yes, it is correct. It will come in your dashboard. You have to say it is correct and the amount will come in your e-cash ledger. So that's what I have told. TDS amount will be made available to the deductee in the e-cash ledger. Also, one certificate will be made available to you. To him, one certificate will be given in GSTR 7A saying your TDS was deducted. This is the amount of TDS. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, this is very, very important. Again, from exam point of view, you can remember no TDS in the following cases. When will TDS not come? When will TDS not come? No TDS if supply of goods services takes place between one person to another person specified in clause A, B, C, D under section number 51(1). People who are A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. If they are supplying to each other, one government department to another government department, one government department to local authority, one TDS deductor to another TDS deductor, TDS is not there. But this is not true in case of metal scrap, because metal scrap, one metal scrap supplied to another metal scrap, this recipient metal scrap wala will deduct TDS. See, generally no one TDS deductor to another TDS deductor, no TDS. But this is not applicable except in case of person referred to in clause D, that is in case of metal scrap. So one registered person who is supplying metal scrap to another registered person who is a recipient of metal scrap, still TDS is required to be done. But all other case, one TDS deductor to another TDS deductor, TDS is not there. The next is goods and services are supplied from one PSU to another PSU. Baba, again, one TDS deductor to another TDS deductor. Whether they are distinct person or not distinct person doesn't matter. Still, TDS will not be required to be deducted. One PSU to another PSU, TDS is not required to be deducted. Total taxable value is less than or equal to 2.5 lakh. People, if it is more than 2.5, only then TDS is there. Less than equal to 2.5 lakh, TDS is not there. Supplier and place of supplier in different state from the state or union territory of the recipient. Always remember one thing, everyone. If supplier is in one state, recipient is in other state, but place of supply is in Karnataka only. If these two comes in one state, no. But recipient is in other, then there is no TDS which is there. No TDS to be done by recipient. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. Now, if I am in Karnataka, recipient in Tamil Nadu, place of supply also in Tamil Nadu, in that scenario, I'll charge IGST and TDS will come. But sir, what is one scenario when TDS will not come? I am in Karnataka, place of supply also in Karnataka, recipient in other state, then TDS will not come. This point you have to remember one thing. I am in Karnataka, place of supply in Karnataka, I will charge CGST and Karnataka SGST. Recipient is in other state, he can't go ahead and pay to the government 1% CGST and Karnataka SGST because he is in Tamil Nadu. And hence government went ahead and told no TDS in this scenario. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? I am in Karnataka, place of supply in Karnataka, recipient in other state, no TDS. All other scenario TDS will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Sir, transaction is out of scope. I went ahead and provided to the government department anything which is out of scope of supply. For an example, I went ahead and provided to the government department funeral services. There is no GST on funeral services only. So there will be no TDS. If I supply to the government department nil rated supply, wholly exempt supply, non-taxable supply on which there is no GST only, then there is no TDS. Sir, transaction on which tax is payable under RCM. If I supply something to the government department and government department is going to pay the tax under RCM, on those transactions, government department will never go ahead and do what, everyone? TDS. And payment is made to an unregistered person. Whenever government department is making payment to an unregistered person, they will never go ahead and deduct TDS, because if they do TDS and they give it to the government, how will the unregistered person get credit in the e-cash ledger? Do you guys agree with me? And hence, it should be only registered person whose TDS will be deducted. Now, one thing you should always remember, if I have gone ahead and supplied to the government department, and it's a supply under a contract. For example, every month I am giving 50,000 ka invoice, but the contract value is more than 2,50,000. Then remember one thing, see the contract value, individual invoice value, never see it. Because what they are telling, if you are doing a supply under a contract, every individual invoice will no more matter. What will you see? You will see the contract value. If contract value is more than 2,50,000, now every individual invoice ke liye, whenever they are making the payment, they will deduct TDS. If in case of supply under a contract, check for the total contract value. If value is more than 2.5, then TDS. Now every single invoice value shall not matter. See, always see contract value for determining TDS or no TDS, but deduct only on the invoice amount. Is my point clear to all of you? For an example, I have a government department case, a contract of 5 lakh rupees. Per annum ka contract 5 lakh rupees. But every month I am giving 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 ka invoice. Will they deduct TDS when they are making the payment to me? Yes. Because now individual invoice doesn't matter because the supply is under a contract. Is my point clear to all of you? I want you guys to be very careful. Baba, in your exam, either TDS or TCS, one question will come. I'll go ahead and classify TDS as a B graded chapter because might come, might not come. If it does not come from this, it will come from TCS. Is my point clear to all of you? I'll go ahead and mark the important points. You should always remember, only when the value is more than 2.5 lakh, TDS will be done. Who are the people who are required to do TDS? What are the cases TDS will not be done? Okay? And this contract value wala point which I told you, you should remember this. Are we done, everyone? And remember, supplier and place of supply in one state, no TDS. If place of supply is in different state, TDS will come. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of TDS. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter which we are going to revise now is the chapter of e-commerce transaction. Everyone listen to it very carefully. In e-commerce transaction, we basically cover the chapter of TCS also. And we cover section number 9, subsection 5, which goes ahead and says when the e-commerce operator will be liable when supply is not paying under forward charge, recipient is also not paying, but government can make the e-commerce operator liable. That is told by section number 9.5. Aggregators basically, and we'll be covering over here section number 9.5 also, and we'll be covering the part of TCS also. Everyone, e-commerce transaction. E-commerce means what, everyone? It means supplying of goods and service or both through or digital product over digital or electronic network. When you are going ahead and supplying online, basically, that's called e-commerce. And here they say e-commerce operator means what, everyone? For example, I'm running a website of my own. Am I an e-commerce operator? Yes, they are going ahead and telling it means any person who owns operates or manages digital or electronic facility or platform for e-commerce. If I'm managing my own platform for e-commerce, then I'm an e-commerce operator. The next one over here is there are various types of sales model which are there in e-commerce. Number one is online marketplace. Online marketplace means all the suppliers will display their product. Buyer can go and buy it from there, like Flipkart. Secondly, direct sale model. What is direct sale model, everyone? For an example, I have my own website. I'm not displaying anyone else's product. I'm directly selling using through my own website. You can come to my website, buy my product directly. That is called what, everyone? Direct sale model. Secondly, inventory model. What is inventory model? Flipkart is keeping everyone else's inventory. Suppliers' inventory is kept by Flipkart. Order comes, Flipkart directly sends it to the buyer. But on whose behalf? Supplier's behalf. It is maintaining the stock and directly selling. Supplier ka bill is only going, but it is just maintaining the stock, so that whenever order will come, quickly it can be dispatched. Dispatch is done on behalf of whom? Supplier, by the e-commerce. That is why they maintain the inventory. So various types of e-commerce models are there. Okay, sir. Now we are going to talk about section number 9.5. Everyone listen to very carefully. Section number 9.5 goes ahead and talks about notified category of services. Do you remember section number 9.1 was forward charge mechanism? Sir, supplier should collect and pay GST to the government. 9.2 told about HP man. That GST will come from a date notified by government on recommendation of council. 9.3 told RCM on diagrams. 9.4 went ahead and told RCM on input service, capital goods and cement. 9.5C, this told about forward charge, this told about reverse charge. 9.5 is over here, which goes and says some transaction may forward, some transaction may reverse. Supply is also not paying, recipient is also not paying, but government wants GST. Government goes ahead and catches the neck of e-commerce transaction and e-commerce operator and says you should collect the GST and pay to the government. And for that, government will go ahead and notify the services intra-state supply of which the tax shall be payable by whom? E-commerce, and all the provision will be applicable to the e-commerce as if he is only the supplier liable for paying the tax. Here, there are four categories of services which are notified. THAR services. That's why I call it THAR services. T for transportation of passenger by radio taxi. Radio taxi means which is connected by a central GPS system. Everyone, GPS system means you can see Ola, Uber, etc. cars which are there, which is connected by a GPS system. You know where is it going, how is it going, etc. That's why it's called what, everyone? Radio taxi. Motor cab or maxi cab. Baba, motor cab and maxi cab, the difference is motor cab is up to 6 people. More than 6 up to 12 is what, everyone? Maxi size. The next one, motorcycle. People, what is motorcycle? Up to 2 people is motorcycle. And then any other motor vehicle if transportation of passenger is done. For an example, everyone over here now, just give me a second. Everyone over here now, transportation of passenger. For an example, you know Ola, Uber, etc. Right, everyone? In Ola, Uber, etc. what happens? They are transporting the passenger, but actually the supplier is the taxi driver. Recipient is you. Neither the supplier is paying nor you are paying. So government went ahead and told in this scenario what will happen, sir. Whenever there is any transportation of passenger which is provided through a e-commerce operator, remember one thing, you will go online, you will go ahead, you will book your cab wala will go ahead and give you the service, but e-commerce, he will not be liable to pay GST. E-commerce operator has to collect the GST and e-commerce will pay the GST. Always e-commerce operator pays GST under section number 9.5. Whether supply is registered or unregistered doesn't matter. Can I go ahead, everyone? Secondly, they went ahead and told transportation of passenger by omnibus. Omnibus means any bus which is there basically, except where the person supplying the service is a company. Everyone listen to very carefully. In the second one, for example, you went to Red Bus. You wanted to go somewhere, you went to Red Bus. Red Bus directed it to a supplier. Supplier came and gave you the service. If the supplier is a company, then supplier pays GST. But if supplier is not a company, might be the supplier is a partnership firm, means the bus operating company is a partnership firm, individual, then in that scenario, e-commerce operator will be liable. Is my point clear to all of you? See, first one, I told you always e-commerce is liable. Second one, if the transportation of passenger is done through what, everyone? Omnibus. In that scenario, who will be liable, everyone? Company, then bus ka company will be liable. But if it is not a company, then always e-commerce operator will collect the GST and pay the GST under section number 9.5. Is the point clear to all of you? Is the second one clear, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, housekeeping services like plumbing, carpenting, etc. Urban Club ka example we'll go ahead and take over here. So, for an example, this hour stop for a person. Now, what will he do? He'll go to Urban Club. Urban Club will direct to whom, everyone? Supplier. Supplier, plumber will come and give the service. Here, you have to go ahead and remember one thing. If the supplier is liable to register under section number 21, then Baba, the supplier is liable to pay GST. Because his turnover is already more than registration limit, he will only collect and pay GST. But if supplier is not liable to register, means the supplier is a small person, e-commerce operator will be liable. Can you tell me, everyone? See, all of them are different. In this housekeeping services like plumbing, carpenting, etc., always remember one thing, e-commerce will pay GST under section number 9.5. It will collect and it will pay only if the supplier is not a registered. Basically, he is not liable to register under section number 21. If he is not liable, then e-commerce pays. If he is liable, he will only collect and pay. Next, everyone. The next one over here is accommodation services in hotel, in guest house, campsite, meant for residential or lodging purpose. Always remember one thing. For example, OYO is there. One person went over here. People, what they are telling over here, one person went to OYO, OYO went ahead and directed to a hotel, hotel went ahead and provided the service, hotel went ahead and provided the service. In this scenario, who will be paying the GST? If supplier, again, I will go ahead and copy paste this over here also. Which one? This one. They are going ahead and telling in accommodation service also, if you think it's a big hotel wala who is already registered, then he will pay. If the hotel wala is not liable to register, then e-commerce operator has to collect the GST and e-commerce operator will pay GST under section number 95. The next one over here is in-house. Remember, in housekeeping and accommodation, I already told you, e-commerce operator shall not be liable if supplier is liable to register. Is my point clear to all of you? People, first one, transportation of passenger by radio, taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle, auto rickshaw, etc. Who will be liable? E-commerce operator always. In second one, omnibus ka case mein, if bus operator is a company, they will be liable. Otherwise, e-commerce. Accommodation and housekeeping services. Accommodation and housekeeping service always who will be liable? Supplier is liable to register, supplier liable, otherwise e-commerce will be liable. The next one over here, restaurant services. For example, one who is this? What do you name? Kripa went to Zomato. She wanted to eat some food. The order came to a restaurant. Restaurant wala provided the food. Who will be the person who will be liable? Always remember, supplier registered, unregistered doesn't matter. In this scenario also, e-commerce only will collect the GST under section number 95 and pay the GST to the government. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? They have gone ahead and told, in case of restaurant services, always remember e-commerce will be liable, but whether supplier is registered, unregistered doesn't matter. But one exception is there over here, except in case of restaurant or eating giant located in specified premises. Everyone, what do you mean by specified premise? See, if specified premise means one restaurant is there, then that restaurant is liable. Otherwise, who is liable? E-commerce operator. Now, what do you mean by specified premise? This definition has now been amended. Earlier, it used to be only the first point which was there. Now they have added 2 more points over here. Let's understand. It says a premises from where supply has provided in preceding financial year hotel accommodation services having value of supply of a unit more than 7,500 per unit per day or equivalent. What do you mean by per unit per day more than 7,500? Room charges are more than 7,500 or equivalent. Equivalent means equal to 7,500. No. 7,000 above 7,500 or dollar equivalent to rupees 7,500 or pound equivalent to, see, when somebody comes to stay in the hotel, they might pay in dollar, pound, etc. also. So they're telling room charges should be more than 7,500. More than 7,500 is rupee or rupee equivalent dollar, pound, etc. also. But the accommodation service ka rent should be more than 7,500. Is my point clear to all of you? Of any unit. So for example, I'll tell you over here. Everyone listen to very carefully. This is Taj. Taj group of hotel ka per room ka charges is 5,000. 7,000 and one room ka charge is 8,000. Is any room ka charge is more than 8,000? Now Taj ke inside one restaurant is there. The restaurant ka name is Blue. You know what happened today? I went ahead and decided I want to eat from a good restaurant, 5-star restaurant. So I went to Zomato. Zomato directed me to this restaurant. Restaurant went ahead and supplied me the food. In this scenario, this restaurant, because it is located in a premise where the hotel accommodation ka charge is more than 7,500, this premise will be called as what, everyone? Specified premise. Is my point clear to all of you? And in this scenario, who will be liable? Not the e-commerce. This person only has to pay the GST. In this scenario, e-commerce operator will not be liable. Is my point clear to all of you? What is a specified premise? A premise where hotel accommodation ka charge of any room is more than how much, everyone? 7,500. Is my point clear to all of you? Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now, this point, though, it was there earlier also. Now, they have added 2 more points. A premise from which a registered person has filed a declaration on or after the 1st January and not later than 31st March of the preceding financial year, declaring the said premises to be a specified premise. Everyone listen to very carefully. So for an example, 1st January up to 31st March, I will get time. For example, this is the year 25-26. For this year, if I want myself to be a specified premises and I want to pay the GST, I don't want e-commerce operator to pay, then from here to here, I should go online and declare myself as a specified premise. Online, the option will be available from which date, everyone? A registered person has filed a declaration. You have to go online and declare yourself as a specified premise on or after 1st January and not later than 31st March, declaring the premises to be specified premise. It means I should declare myself as a specified premise. If I declare myself as a specified premise, then I'll be a specified premise. Can I go ahead, everyone? They are telling if anyone wants, they can go online and declare themselves as a specified premise. They are telling or again, a premise for which a person has applied for registration, have filed a declaration within 15 days of acknowledgement for registration, declaring premise as specified premise. What they are telling, I have already applied for registration. Might be now. It is 1st January to 31st March is already gone. Now I'm in that year 2025-26. I'm not yet registered. In between the year, I became liable to register. Then I went ahead and applied for registration and I got an acknowledgement. Once I get the acknowledgement for registration, within 15 days, I should go online and tell that I am a specified premise. Then only I'll be a specified premise and I have to pay the GST under I have to myself pay the GST. E-commerce operator will not pay. People, if I'm already registered, then 1st January to 31st March, I'll have the window open to declare myself as a specified premise. Okay, everyone. If I'm not registered, then once I become liable to register and I apply for registration and get an acknowledgement, then within 15 days, I can go online and declare myself as a specified premise. Then I'll be a specified premise. Or if I'm not filing a declaration, but if my room charges are more than 7,500, then also I'm a specified premise. Who are the people who are specified premise? See, either whose room charges are more than 7,500 or who has gone online and declared himself to a specified premise in between what date? 1st January to 31st March. Or sir, by chance 1st January to 31st March, I was not liable to register only, but in between the year I became liable to register. Once you get your acknowledgement for registration, within 15 days, go online and declare yourself as a specified premise. You will become a specified premise, and in that scenario, e-commerce will not be liable. The restaurant inside the specified premise will be liable to go ahead and pay the. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, there is a circular on services of restaurant through e-commerce operator. Baba, this restaurant ka services mein one circular came. Let's read the circular. Since e-commerce is liable, okay, I'll go ahead and talk about the circular. First, let's complete TCS. We'll need TCS ka point also over there. First, let's complete TCS. Everyone tell me one thing. I went ahead and told you section number 9.5. Correct, everyone? In section number 9.5, what services I told you? Transportation. In transportation, two. One is motor cab, maxi cab, radio taxi, then any other motor vehicle which is there. And I told you transportation by whom, everyone? By bus. H for housekeeping service, accommodation, and R for restaurant services. All the four services I've gone ahead and explained it to you. Is my point clear? In transportation, there were two types of transportation which was there. Now I want to go ahead. See, Baba, e-commerce may one I told you about section number 9.5 wala e-commerce operator, which is THAR. Now, government have gone ahead and told some cases TCS provisions are applicable. What is TCS, everyone? Listen to me very carefully. Nowadays, people are sitting at home and going ahead and doing business through e-commerce online. Yes or no, everyone? Government went ahead and told people are sitting at home and doing business through Flipkart, Amazon, etc. and not paying the GST only. People are sitting at home and trying to do business through Flipkart, Amazon, etc. and not paying GST. So government went ahead and told, hey Flipkart, hey Amazon, see, order came to you, you gave the order to him. He went ahead and dispatched. Order came to you, you gave the order to him. He went ahead and dispatched. Payment came to you, when you are releasing the payment to him, deduct 0.25% TCS, 0.25% CGST and 0.25% SGST and pay it to the government, and government will come to know, oh, 0.25 means 0.5%. 0.5% divided by 100% is how much? They will come to know about my sale. Now, if I don't go ahead and show my sale, government will go ahead and catch my neck. Baba, TDS was applicable in case of government department. TCS is applicable whenever I am supplying through e-commerce operator. Everyone over here now, see. E-commerce may TCS provision. So what happened over here? For an example, you are a buyer, you went to Flipkart. Flipkart directed the order to me. I went ahead, packed the order and sent it to you. Listen to me very carefully. Now you will make the payment to the Flipkart. When Flipkart is releasing the payment to me, Flipkart will go ahead and deduct. See, if I am in Karnataka, buyer is also in Karnataka, I will go ahead and give the bill. Correct, everyone? If I charge CGST as GST, TCS will also come 0.25% TCS. Flipkart will deduct 0.25% CGST and 0.25% SGST. If I go ahead and charge IGST, then Baba, the e-commerce operator is liable to deduct how much, everyone? 0.5% IGST. Now here you will go ahead and see, they will go ahead and take registration. First of all, e-commerce operator has to take registration as a TCS collector, and they will have to pay the TCS to the government using their e-cash ledger. Now remember, Baba, TDS and TCS always to be paid in cash. Now they will file the return, and by next month 10th, they will go ahead and they will go ahead and file the return by what month, everyone? Next month 10th, and they will say Ramesh ka this much TDS, Suresh ka this much TDS, and government will go ahead and give the TCS to the registered supplier on their dashboard. I have to validate, and the amount will be credited to my e-cash ledger. Sir, Ashwini says, can you link section number 24? Don't worry about it, Ashwini. It will come. First, listen. Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Tell me one thing, everyone. Order came to me. I went in and dispatched the order. I sent the bill. If I charge CGST as GST, when the payment will go to the e-commerce operator will deduct 0.25% CGST and 0.25% SGST. If I have gone ahead and charged in the bill IGST, e-commerce will go ahead and charge. TCS will deduct 0.25% plus 0.25%, which is 0.5% IGST. They will pay it to the government, and government will give it back to me. But in between, government has now come to know about my transaction. If I don't show my sale correctly in my GSTR 1, if it is not matching with the e-commerce ka GSTR 8, then I will be caught. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, here Whenever e-commerce operator has to collect TCS, they will go ahead and take separate registration. It's a PAN-based registration, and no TCS when the amount is received directly by the supplier. You tell me one thing. I went ahead and supplied to you. You make the payment directly to me. E-commerce is not involved in collecting the payment. For example, OLX is there. You went to OLX, you saw my bike. You came to me, you purchased the bike. You make the payment directly to me. E-commerce never collected the payment. When e-commerce never collected the payment, there is no TCS provision applicable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now I want to ask you one question. E-commerce operator is over here. For example, this Flipkart. Everyone listen carefully. I went ahead and sold the goods to Flipkart. Flipkart sold the goods to the customer as my agent. The invoice issued by Flipkart in his name. You will make the payment. So for this, invoice will be given by the principal. Here, invoice will be given by Flipkart, the agent. Here, you will make the payment. Here, the payment will come. In this scenario, TCS or no TCS? No TCS. Because there are two separate sales. Remember one thing. Order went, order came. Invoice went, sale was only one directly to the customer. Payment went, payment came. Two payments. Payment went, he is making the payment to me, he'll deduct TCS. But sale should be one only. Are you guys able to understand? If I am selling to Flipkart, Flipkart is selling to him, Flipkart will release their payment, I will release payment from Flipkart. There is no TCS provision applicable. When is TCS provision applicable? Order went, order came. I dispatched the order. Payment went, payment is coming. Sale is one, but payment is routed through whom? E-commerce, then e-commerce deducts TCS. Remember this point, everyone. So Flipkart should never be acting as your agent, because if they are acting as your agent, then TCS provisions are not applicable. Are we all clear with this point, everyone? Remember one thing, whenever they are deducting TCS, e-commerce operator will always deduct TCS supplier wise. For example, in this month, I have supplied through Flipkart 10 lakh rupees ka sale, but goods have come returned 6 lakh. So they will deduct TCS only on 4 lakh rupees. They will deduct TCS only on 4 lakh rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? And remember one thing, they will never deduct TCS on 95 wala supply. THAR services. So e-commerce is paying the GST, no? So on those services, there is no TCS provision applicable. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing. THAR service, whenever e-commerce will collect, and e-commerce only pays the TCS, e-commerce only pays the tax under section number 95. When 95 is applicable, TCS is not applicable. But tell me one thing, supposingly supplier is a registered person in housekeeping accommodation. Payment went, payment is going to come to me. Supplier will pay the GST under section number, under forward charge mechanism, because I am a registered person. Do you guys agree with me? People, do you remember in case of, if I am liable to pay, then I will only pay. It means they will collect the payment, they will give the payment to me. They will collect the payment, they will give the payment to me, no? Or yes or no? Are they going to pay under 95? No, because the supplier is already liable to register. In this scenario, TCS will come. Remember, whenever e-commerce operator collects and pays under 95, that time TCS is not there. But when e-commerce operator collects and pays the amount to me, only that time TCS will come. Is the point clear to all of you? On THAR services also, TCS will come if e-commerce operator is not paying the GST. If e-commerce operator is paying the GST, then on that amount TCS is not there, because e-commerce is already collecting the payment and giving the GST to the. Is my point clear to all of you? People, tell me one thing. If 95 may THR services may e-commerce is paying the GST, TCS is not there. If e-commerce is not paying the GST and paying the amount to me, I should be tracked. No. So TCS provision will be applicable. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now. Next. Sir, invoice should be in whose name? Baba, it's not a regular class. You have to understand division. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Sir, people, is this point clear to all of you? Aggregate turnover, less supplies returned, net value of supply by TCS will be done. But if 95 may, any tax has been paid on e-commerce operator, on that amount TCS provisions are not applicable. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, e-commerce operators went to the government and told, sir, where should we take registration? Because, sir, our suppliers are there in every state. They are supplying in every state. So e-commerce operator told, sir, in every state we have to collect 0.25% CGST, and that state ka 0.25%. So for example, I am in Karnataka. I have supplied to a person in Karnataka. I will charge CGST and SGST, correct? Karnataka SGST. So e-commerce operator has to pay 0.25% CGST and 0.25% Karnataka SGST. Everyone. In TDS chapter, the government told no TDS, but in TCS chapter, government never told that. And government told what, you know, Flipkart, Flipkart, you have to take registration in all the state, because provision of deducting TCS will come in all the state, because your suppliers will be there in all the state. Hence, government told in each state or union territory, as obligation of collecting would be there for every inter or intra-state supply. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. Sir, we did not go ahead. We did not go ahead and disclose some amount of TCS in our return. For example, I did not go ahead and disclose one amount of TCS which I had gone ahead and deducted in the current month, and I showed it in the next month. Am I going ahead and delaying? Yes or no? I should have gone ahead and paid the TCS in this month, but I'm paying in the next month. If e-commerce operator pays the TCS late, it has to pay along with interest. They have gone ahead and told rectification. Whenever if any rectification is there, you miss showing something. Rectification of any error or mistake, it can be done in the statement to be furnished in the month in which error is noticed. But always remember, you have to pay along with interest at the rate of 18%. Sir, can I go ahead and make any mistake this year and rectify in the next year? The maximum time limit to make any rectification of any error, if you do in any month, any error, no, rectify in the next month, next month, next month, next month. But if you don't rectify in the current year, you can rectify in the next year on or before 30th November on annual return actual date, whichever is earlier. Sir, e-commerce operator did not collect only. Non-deduction, non-collection, non-payment. Always remember 10,000 or the amount of TCS, whichever is higher, ka penalty will come under the penalty chapter. You will learn this. If they don't collect and don't pay to the government, remember one thing: 10,000 or the amount of TCS, whichever is higher, penalty has to be paid. Now, everyone, tell me one thing: whenever the e-commerce will go ahead and whenever the e-commerce operator has to pay that, will pay that cash to the government, the supplier, they will file the return. Supplier should get the credit. Do you guys agree with me? And hence, everyone listen carefully. Government went ahead and told, if you are a supplier who is supplying through e-commerce, you have to take compulsory registration. You have to take what, everyone? Compulsory. You know why? Because e-commerce will deduct TCS. Everyone listen to me very carefully. E-commerce will deduct TCS. So I have to always go ahead and take what, everyone? Compulsory registration. But then supplier of service told, sir, we are small supplier. Please, sir, we don't want to take registration. E-commerce is not registering us only, telling we will not register you. We will not register you because you are not, we will not, e-commerce is not letting us sell through them because we are not registered. We are small people, sir. For example, I am a beautician. Am I covered under transportation, housekeeping, accommodation, restaurant services? No. So for me, TCS provisions are applicable. So I have to take compulsory registration. But the supplier of services went to the government and said, sir, we are small supplier. My turnover is not crossed 20 lakh. Please don't tell me to take registration because e-commerce, urban clap. Baba, beautician services are not housekeeping service. Can I go ahead? Now I am providing beautician services. In that scenario, if I am going to e-commerce, e-commerce is telling, please take compulsory registration. But sir, my turnover is 20 lakh or 10 lakh, not even cross where, please, I am small. The government went ahead and told, okay, fine. If you are a supplier of service, you are exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. It means you don't have to take registration. Correct, everyone? Now you will go ahead and tell me in this scenario what will happen. If supplier of service is not registered and he goes ahead and deducts TCS, how will he get the credit? Yes or no, everyone? And hence, government went ahead and told no TCS whenever the supplier is unregistered. And hence, if you are a supplier of service whose turnover is up to 20 lakh and 10 lakh, and you are supplying through e-commerce, will e-commerce do your TCS or no TCS? No TCS. Can I go ahead? Then supplier of goods went to the, sir, we are supplier of goods. Our turnover is not crossed 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Flipkart is telling we will not register you to supply through Flipkart because you are not registered. We have to take compulsory, sir. Please exempt us. And hence, again, supplier of goods whose turnover did not cross 40, 20 or 10 also were exempted under section number 22 by the government. Are you guys able to understand, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. If I am a supplier of service, I am also exempted. If I am a supplier of goods, I am also exempted. If I am exempted, then e-commerce will not go ahead and deduct my TCS also. Now I am going to go ahead and link it to a registration chapter over here. Listen to me very carefully. In registration chapter, we had gone ahead and learned that if you are a person who is supplying through e-commerce, if you are a person who is supplying through what? E-commerce. Listen, first of all, the e-commerce is required compulsory registration. Secondly, if you are a person who is supplying other than 9.5, 9.5 के लिए तो you already know. अरे 9.5 वाला services के लिए तो e-commerce has to take compulsory registration, THAR services. Do you guys remember, everyone? Leave 9.5 वाला service. Any other things which are there, if you are supplying through e-commerce and e-commerce has to deduct your TCS, then you being the person who is supplying through e-commerce has to take compulsory. But then section number 22 का power government used it and government told supplier of service exempted up to 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Is it connected? For everyone. And also government used the power under 22 and told supplier of goods whose turnover in preceding year or current year is not exceeding registration limit are also exempted from compulsory registration. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I am a person who is supplying through e-commerce and my turnover, supplier of service is not crossed registration limit and supplier of goods in current year or last year have not crossed registration limit, I'll be exempted from registration. If I am exempted from registration, e-commerce will not deduct my TCS also. Now, sir, supplier of service are normally exempted, but supplier of goods are exempted subject to following condition. Supplier of goods should not be making any interstate supply of goods through e-commerce. Secondly, you know what, everyone? They have to go online. Supplier of goods have to go online and they should. Such person shall not make supply of goods through e-commerce in more than one state. Such person is required to obtain PAN number under the Income Tax Act. He should go online and declare the PAN number address in the state in which he is making what, everyone? Supply, and on validation, the portal will go ahead and give him an enrollment number. Basically, if you are a supplier of goods, you should obtain your PAN number, go online in the gst.gov.in, and you should take enrollment number. Enrollment number does not mean you are a registered person. And always remember, one enrollment only will be given in one state, and you should not make any supply before granting of enrollment. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. I am a supplier of service. Can I supply through e-commerce without registration? Tell no, up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. If I am a supplier of goods, 40, 20 or 10, in the preceding year or current year, if I have not crossed, I will be exempted from registration. Compulsory registration not required. If I am not required registration, when only if I have to go ahead and take enrollment. Is my point clear to all of you? But supplier of goods are told that you have to go online and take enrollment by declaring your PAN number. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Chalo, section number 24 ka linking is done. Is my point clear? Chalo, everyone over here, please come back. Everyone here now, see what they are going ahead and telling now. So supplier of goods and supplier of services are exempted. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, note, supplier may maintain the stock in e-commerce ka warehouse. In that case, he should declare e-commerce. For example, Flipkart told we have a godown, please keep all your goods. Supplier, you can keep all your goods over here so that whenever order will come, we'll directly send it quickly. Bill also will make on your behalf only, in your name only. So in that scenario, they are going in and telling you can keep in the warehouse of the Flipkart or e-commerce operator also, but you should declare it as your additional place of business. And you know what? A notice can be given by the jurisdiction by the GST authority greater than equal to deputy commissioner requiring the e-commerce. They can go ahead and tell, hey, e-commerce, whose stock are you maintaining? Please give all the details of the goods services which are sold by. So, hey, what are the goods which are sold by Ramesh? I want all the detail. What are the stock of Ramesh you are maintaining? I want all the details. That can be told to the deputy commissioner by the GST authorities. That can be told to the e-commerce operator by the GST authorities, which is greater than equal to deputy commissioner, and the e-commerce has to provide the details to the GST authorities. If they don't go ahead and provide within 15 working days, penalty is up to 25,000. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Here, the Flipkart, the e-commerce operator which is there, has to go ahead and file one annual statement. They don't file annual return. See, normal person ka annual return is GST 9. Composition dealer 9A. Annual statement for e-commerce operator is 9B to be filed by 31st December of the next year. Everyone over here now, matching. You tell me one thing. Your GSTR 1 May you will show the sale, saying, sir, I have sold goods worth rupees 1 crore. In Flipkart has told in GSTR 8, Ramesh has sold goods worth rupees 2 crore. Huh? Mismatch? No. Any mismatch, if it happens, between GSTR 1 will be matched with e-commerce ka GSTR 8. Any discrepancy will be communicated to both the party and they will tell, hey, e-commerce is telling 2 crore ka sale, you are telling 1 crore ka sale. Why there is a difference? Please correct it. If I don't correct, then the difference will be added to my output tax liability in the succeeding month. Sir, what are the cases e-commerce operator will not deduct TCS? Remember one thing, if the transaction is out of scope of supply, people, a transaction on which GST is only not there, no TCS under GST. Transaction on which GST is to be paid under RCM. I have gone ahead and done some supply where buyer has to pay GST under RCM, then no TCS. Secondly, transaction which is nil rated, wholly exempt, non-taxable, no TCS. Sir, supply is unregistered, then no TCS. 95 wala supply, THAR services. Baba, transportation, housekeeping, accommodation, restaurant, is TCS provision applicable or not applicable? If e-commerce is paying the GST, no TCS. If e-commerce is not paying the GST and the amount is coming to you, TCS. Can I close the discussion, everyone? Now, you know what, everyone? They have gone ahead and told. People tell me one thing. Now, they have gone ahead and told special procedure to be followed by e-commerce with respect to supplying of goods through them by composition taxpayer. Everyone, I would like this to be linked to the composition ka chapter. Everyone listen to very carefully. In composition chapter, I went ahead and told you, if you are a composition dealer, you cannot supply services through e-commerce. Can you supply goods through e-commerce? Can composition dealer supply goods through e-commerce? Yes. Remember one thing, a composition dealer can supply the goods through e-commerce, but you know what will happen? E-commerce has to make sure that it should not allow any interstate supply by the composition dealer, because composition dealers are not allowed to supply interstate. E-commerce should take care of these parts. What is the special procedure to be followed by the e-commerce operator? E-commerce should make sure that it is not allowing the composition dealer to make any interstate. E-commerce should collect TCS because composition dealer is registered person, he will get the credit. So e-commerce should collect TCS and pay to the government, and e-commerce should furnish the details of the supplies which are done by the composition dealer in their GSTR 8. So basically, e-commerce operator should pay the GST to the government and government will pay the GST to the composition dealer. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, sir, what are the special procedure to be followed by e-commerce whenever the supplies are done through whom? Unregistered people. Do you remember supplier of service and supplier of goods who are unregistered also can supply through e-commerce? Everyone, in that scenario, what is the special care the e-commerce should take care? E-commerce operator should allow supply of goods only when enrollment has been allotted to the said person. Baba, supplier of goods have to take enrollment. So e-commerce will make sure that you have enrollment, only then you can supply through e-commerce. Secondly, it will not allow any interstate supply by you. Thirdly, it will not collect TCS because you are not registered and it will not pay it to the government. And fourthly, but whatever sales you have done, no, it will report it to the government in GSTR 8. What are they telling? E-commerce shall furnish the details of the supplies in the GSTR. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, one small circular is there which goes ahead and talks about TCS applicability in multiple e-commerce operator. Everyone listen to me very carefully. For an example, there is one e-commerce ka website, there is another e-commerce ka website. This is e-commerce website which has all the buyers. Which has all the buyers. This is e-commerce platform which has all the sellers. Everyone, for example, we'll keep buyer this side and seller this side. This e-commerce has listed all the sellers. Everyone over here now. This e-commerce has listed all the sellers. This e-commerce has listed all the buyers. Now listen to very carefully. You went ahead and placed an order over here in one website. This website redirected the order to another website where all the sellers are there. The order came to the seller. The seller packed and sold the goods. He will make the payment to him. He will make the payment to this e-commerce. This e-commerce will make the payment to him. Now e-commerce number 1, e-commerce number 2. Who will deduct TCS? So they went ahead and told the seller side e-commerce who is ultimately releasing the payment to the seller will do TCS. People, are you guys able to understand? You place the order on one website send the order to another website is ultimately making the payment to the supplier. Who will deduct TCS? First website or the second website? Second one. Is my point clear? They have told where multiple e-commerce are involved in a single transaction and where supplier side e-commerce himself is not the supplier. I'm not the supplier. I'm just redirecting the order. TCS is to be done by supplier side e-commerce who finally releases the payment. Now, second one, everyone over here now. You went online to one website which is an e-commerce ka website. The e-commerce ka website directed the order to another e-commerce ka website. For an example, everyone over here now. You went online to one e-commerce ka website, and this e-commerce ka website is supposedly one e-commerce website which has gone ahead and redirected the order to my website, and I am only the seller. For example, this is rameshsoni.com. Is it the e-commerce website? Everyone, you went to supposedly make my delivery over here. You went ahead and placed the order over here. Make my delivery, went ahead and pushed the order to me. I went ahead and sold. I am only the seller. I am only the e-commerce operator. Who will go ahead and do TCS? They will go ahead and do the TCS. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. Here what happened? There are two e-commerce and this e-commerce is not the supplier. Supplier is someone else. In this scenario, this e-commerce will go ahead and do the TCS. In this scenario, your order went to e-commerce. He directed it to another e-commerce and he is only the supplier. Are you guys able to understand? In this scenario, TCS to be done by the first e-commerce operator who releases the payment to the another e-commerce operator who is only the. And they have gone ahead and told when multiple e-commerce are involved in a single transaction and what supplier side e-commerce himself is a supplier, TCS to be done by whom, everyone? Buyer side e-commerce while making the payment to the supplier. Is the point clear to all of you, everyone? Everyone over here now, let's go ahead. People, I hope these points are clear to all of you. Sir, however, Baba, that is only for composition dealer they have gone ahead and told. Composition dealer. So, Baba, composition dealer cannot go ahead and make interstate supply, correct? So, e-commerce has to make sure that e-commerce should not allow the composition dealer to make any interstate supply. Is my point clear to all of you, Ashwini? Yes, sir, clear. Chalo. I hope this point are clear. Now, everyone, listen to me very carefully. This circular which is there over here, no? This circular is basically going ahead and talking about the restaurant services which are there over here. People, the restaurant services which are there over here, for the restaurant services, the circular has been given. It is only a reading category. You guys can read it at home. Not very important from exam point of view. You can read it at home. You know what the circular is trying to say? The circular is just trying to say, if the supply is registered, unregistered, who will pay the TCS? Always remember one thing. Who will pay the tax under section number 95? In case of restaurant services, always the restaurant is liable whether supply is registered or unregistered. But if it is specified premise, wala restaurant will be liable. Is my point clear? Other than that, these points which are told is just for your reading purpose. You can read it once, more than enough. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision over here. Very, very important. I find it B graded again, either TDS or TCS. You will get one question in your exam. Sir, THAR services, please remember these points, everyone. Very, very important from exam point of view. In e-commerce, what are the situations when TCS will not come? This is very, very important. What are the scenario when TCS will not come? And remember one thing, when does TCS come? If 95 is applicable, TCS is not applicable. If 95 is not applicable on THR services, then TCS provisions are applicable. And all other services, goods and service TCS provisions are applicable. Now tell me one thing, everyone. Sir, when is TCS applicable? Order went, order came. I sold. One sale, payment is twice, then TCS will be done by the e-commerce operator. Closing my revision on the chapter of e-commerce transactions. Done? All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is returns, everyone. Please come to the chapter of returns, everyone. Returns as a chapter, from exam point of view, it's a C graded chapter. Sometimes they go ahead and ask for 2 marks, sometimes they go ahead and ask for 4 marks, 4, 5, something is the maximum you can go ahead and expect out of this chapter. Everyone over here now, see. Return starts with a person who is a supplier. A supplier, once he becomes liable, when he starts business, he is not registered. Once he becomes liable, he will go ahead and take registration. Do you guys agree with me? He should apply for registration within how many days? 30 days. He applied and registration certificate granted. Registration certificate is valid from the date of becoming liable. So from the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies he has done, he has to issue what, everyone? Revised tax invoice, and all the revised tax invoice should be shown in the return, which is the first return. Are we all clear? So that the front party can go ahead and take the credit. Now what will happen, everyone? Now, all the regular returns will start, which is GSTR1 and GSTR3B. GSTR1 and GSTR3B. So once a person every month ke liye has to file GSTR1, which is the details of his outward supply, GSTR1. And sir, every month he has to go ahead and file GSTR3B, which is his monthly return. Composite dealer, the monthly return is GSTR4. Now, there are some other people also for whom the returns are being told NRTP. People, normal person GSTR3B, composite dealer GSTR4, NRTP GSTR5 has to be filed within 13 days after the end of the month. Once the month gets over, within 13 days, he has to go ahead and file the GSTR5. But if he has taken registration only for 15 days, for an example, NRTP has come to India only for 15 days. Once 15 days gets over, within the 7 days, he has to go ahead and file the return, whichever is earlier. So, sir, if he has gone ahead and taken, for example, 1.5 month ke liye registration, first month ke liye by 13, second month because 15 days only, once 15 days gets over, within 7 days. The next one, GSTR5A, which is for OIDR and online money gaming. Wala people, they have to go ahead and file what, everyone? GSTR 5A. By what date, everyone? By the 20th of the month succeeding the quarter. Succeeding the, month. Once the month gets over, GSTR 5A should be filed by next month, 20th. And remember, for them, there is no annual return. Sir, input service distributor, GSTR 6, and that is to be filed after 10th of the succeeding month on or before 13. ISD ka last date is what, everyone? 13. And ISD ke liye there is no annual return. And remember, TDS deductor GSTR 7, TCS collector GSTR 8. Sir, why did you mark it as gain? Because earlier, only if TDS was deducted, TDS return was there. Now, even if TDS is not deducted, it's TDS deductor has to file his return. And sir, it's a monthly return. GSTR 8 is a monthly statement. This is to be filed by 10th of the next month. Here, there is no annual return, but TCS collector के लिए there is an annual return, annual statement, which is called annual, not return, annual statement, GSTR 9B. Are we all clear till here? So I went ahead and told you about, first of all, whenever a person becomes liable, he will apply within 30 days, registration granted. So from the date of becoming liable till the grant of RC, whatever supply he has done, he has to issue revised tax invoice, and all the revised tax invoice should be shown where, everyone? Shown in the first return, which is there. Are we all clear till here? Now what will happen? Regular returns will start, which we have understood, GSTR1 and GSTR3B, GSTR4, GSTR5 for whom, everyone? NRTP 5A for OMG and online money gaming and OIDR service provider. 6 for ISD. 7 and 8 we have gone ahead and learned, TDS deductor and TCS collector. Now listen to me very carefully. Every month you will file monthly return, monthly return, monthly return. Once the year gets over, for the year, you should go ahead and file something. After the year gets over, by next year, 31st December, you have to file annual return. GSTR 9 is the annual return for normal people, 9A is the annual return for composition dealer, and 9B is the annual statement for TCS collectors. Remember one thing, annual return, when you are going ahead and filing, along with the annual return, you are required to give self-certified reconciliation statement if your aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore rupees. And they have gone ahead and told for 17-18 to 23-24, aggregate turnover up to 2 crore, you are exempted from filing annual return. Listen to me very carefully. One is annual return. One is annual return and one is reconciliation statement. Remember one thing, every registered person should file annual return. Correct, everyone? And this has to be filed only when your aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore rupees. People, now tell me one thing. If my aggregate turnover is less than equal to 2 crore, up to 2 crore, is annual return required? Not required. Is reconciliation statement required? Not required. Sir, if my aggregate turnover is more than 2 crore rupees, less than equal to 5 crore, then annual return is required. Reconciliation statement is not required. If my aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore, annual return also required and reconciliation statement also required. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? That's all has been told over here. And remember one thing, all this annual return, reconciliation statement, etc. concept is not applicable if you are a government department whose books of accounts are audited by C&AG or any auditor appointed under the law. Now, sir, monthly returns, then annual return, monthly returns, annual return. Now, one day you got tired and you told, I want to discontinue my business, and you applied for cancellation. Now, during the period of cancellation proceeding, your registration will be suspended. Now, once the cancellation order came, cancellation order or the date of cancellation, whichever is earlier, order later, order came, registration cancelled from here. From here, within the next 3 months, you should tell a bye-bye, file all the taxes, etc., and tell a bye-bye, which is called a GSTR 10, a final return, a bye-bye return to GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? So I went ahead and told you, everyone listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and told you GSTR 1, statement of outward supply. GSTR 2, inward supply, purchase का return, but it is not there anymore. GSTR 2 is not there. Instead, GSTR 2A and 2B has been introduced, which I'll talk later. GSTR 3B, I told you, normal return. GSTR 4, composite dealer का return. GSTR 5, NRTP. GSTR 5A, online money gaming and OIDR का return. 6, ISD. 7, TDS deductor, TCS collector. 7 is TDS deductor, 8 is TCS collector. Everyone. 9 is annual return. 9 is composition dealer का annual return. 9B is annual statement of TCS collector. Then 10 is the bye-bye return. GSTR 10 is the final return. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Listen to very carefully. If you go ahead and make any mistake in your GSTR 1, people, if you make any mistake in your GSTR 1, after the GSTR 1, if you go ahead and make any mistake in GSTR 1, remember one thing, it can be corrected before filing your GSTR 3B. You can go ahead and correct it by filing GSTR 1A. They have gone ahead and told, sir, optional facility to furnish additional detail or amend the details which are filed in GSTR 1. Its corresponding effect in the liability will be reflected in the GSTR 3B for the same month. So, for example, GSTR 1 may I showed my liability of 10 lakh, 1A may I showed my additional liability of 1 lakh rupees, 10 plus 1, 11 lakh rupees ka liability will come in my GSTR 3B, saying this is your output tax liability, GSTR 1 ka liability and GSTR 1A ka liability which is there. But recipient will get the credit of GSTR 1 in the same month. But 1A may whatever details I show, my recipient will get the credit in the next month, not in the current month. They have gone ahead and told at the recipient and the ETC of the supply declared in GSTR 1A will be available in 2B of the next period. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? And remember one thing, GSTR 1 and 1A is applicable to whom? Every registered person, including composition person, but it is not applicable if you are NRTP, composition dealer, TDS deductor, TCS collector, OIDR, all these people. What is not applicable? GSTR 1 or GSTR 1A. Everyone over here now, listen to very carefully. See, whenever a person will file GSTR 1 or 1A or invoice furnishing facility, I'll talk about invoice furnishing facility also. Then remember, NRTP will file GSTR 5, ISD will file GSTR 6, TDS deductor, TCS collector, GSTR 7 and 8, importation of goods from outside India or SEZ say domestic tariff area if you are getting any item, all those details comes in your GSTR 2A. In the recipient ka GSTR 2A, I filed GSTR 1, it will go in the 2A. From 2A on 13th midnight, what gets created, everyone? GSTR 2B. And GSTR 2B is your ITC statement, details of the outward supply furnished in GSTR 1 or 1A, 5, 6 and invoice furnishing facility, all the invoice detail and whatever goods you have imported from outside India and you have bought from SEZ to the domestic tariff area, all the input ka detail come in 2B and you can go ahead and take the credit which is appearing in your GSTR 2B. Tell me one thing, everyone. Normally, a person always files his GSTR 1 on what date, everyone? This month ka GSTR 1, I'll file on next month on or before 11th. Correct, everyone? So 11th, I will go ahead and file. And I should file my monthly return on 20th. So basically, it's GSTR 1, you will go ahead and show your invoices, etc. Front party ko. Whatever GSTR 1 may details I show, it will go to the front party on GSTR 2A. And then from 2A, what gets created, everyone? 2B. Is my point clear to all? And 2B ka due date is 14th of the next month. You tell me on thing supply showed in GSTR 1, it will come to my 2A and 2A say on 14th, what will get created for me? 2B. And whatever is appearing in my 2B, I can go ahead and take the credit. This is monthly return for people. Now, some people went to the government and told, sir, every month we don't want to go ahead and file GSTR 1, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, GSTR 1 show the sale, GSTR 3B pay the tax, GSTR 1 show the sale, GSTR 3B pay the tax. We don't want it. We want a simplified return. We want quarterly return. And hence government went ahead and told, people, tell me one thing. Normally, for example, April, May and June. What will I do in the month of April? First of all, April ka return I'll file on the next month, GSTR 1. On what date? 11th. I'll file GSTR 1. Do you guys agree with me? Whatever I show in GSTR 1 will go to the front party in GSTR 2B. For everyone. Then I will have to pay my tax. And on 20th, I'll file my GSTR 3B. Do you guys agree with me? Again, May month, again I'll file GSTR 1. It will go to the front party. Credit will go in 2B. Then I'll have to pay the tax, which is GST, and then I'll file my 3B. Again, June month, I'll file my GSTR 1. Pay my tax, again file the GSTR 3B. And when I file GSTR 1, front party will get the credit 2B. Is my point 100% clear to all of you? Now I told sir, what is this? GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B. So some people went to the government and told, sir, we don't want to file every month return. Please give us a simplified return scheme which is there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Listen, what they are going ahead and telling over here, sir, so we'll do one thing. We will not go ahead and file GSTR 1 which is there every month, sir. People went ahead and told, we want quarterly return. We want quarterly return. But government told, payment I want monthly. So government introduced quarterly return monthly payment scheme. Government told, okay, fine. You don't file GSTR 1 full every month. You can file for the whole quarter one GSTR 1. GSTR 3B also don't file. For the whole quarter, you can file one GSTR 3B. Are we clear? But payment has to be done every month. Is my point clear to all of you? So what government went ahead and introduced? Government went ahead and introduced something called as what, everyone? Quarterly return. You can file for the whole quarter one return. For the whole quarter, one GSTR 3B, one GSTR 1. But payment has to be done every month. So government went ahead and introduced QRMP scheme. But this QRMP scheme is available to you only if your last year ka turnover, except OIDR, because OIDR ke liye QRMP scheme is not there. So normal people ke liye QRMP scheme is there who are filing GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. If your preceding financial year ka turnover is up to how much, everyone? 5 crore, you will be eligible for QRMP scheme. In the current financial year, you will be eligible for which scheme, everyone? QRMP scheme in the current financial year. So if my preceding financial year turnover is up to 5 crore rupees, then in the current financial year, I can go for which scheme, everyone? QRMP scheme. Now listen to me very carefully. So for example, 21-22 over here, in the 21-22, first quarter I'll be eligible, second quarter I'll be eligible, third quarter, what if my turnover crossed? Then that quarter also I'm eligible. But next quarter I'll become ineligible. My question to all of you, 22-23, am I eligible? Not eligible. Not eligible because last year turnover is already more than 5 crore. Always remember one thing, QRMP scheme can be taken GST and wise. For example, I have 3 registration number. One can be under QRMP scheme, one might not be under QRMP scheme. It is okay. And always remember one thing, once you go ahead and take the option, it shall continue unless you go online and revise it. It will always continue under QRMP unless you go online and revise it. Sir, can you tell me for one quarter, for example, April, May, June, till when can I opt for QRMP scheme? 2 months prior, you can go online and apply that this quarter ke liye I want QRMP scheme. 2 months prior, you can go online and opt, or once the quarter has started, within the next 1 month also you can go online and opt. So 2 months prior or 1 month later, within this time, if you go online and you opt for QRMP scheme, then for this quarter, April to June, you can come under QRMP. 2 months prior to the starting of the quarter. Once the quarter starts within 1 month, you have the option available. You can go for QRMP scheme. Now tell me one thing. In QRMP scheme, what will happen? First of all, this 11th date will become 13th. Instead of 11th, the date becomes what, everyone? 13. And instead of monthly return 20th, it becomes 22nd and 24th. 22nd is for the upper part of India. 24th is the lower part of India. Like that, they've gone ahead and bifurcated based on state. Some state ke liye 22nd, some state ke liye 24th. Everyone over here now, listen. Now you will tell me, sir, if I am not going ahead, if you are going ahead and telling please file the return quarterly, means I will not go ahead and file GSTR 1, I will not file GSTR 1, correct? How will the front person get the credit? If the front person wants credit every month? Yes or no, everyone? And hence government went ahead and told, okay, fine, Ramesh, you do one thing. I will give you an online facility called invoice furnishing facility. You can furnish only those invoices, the details of which the front person wants the credit. And you can furnish here also invoice furnishing facility you can use. You can furnish only those invoices of which the front person wants the credit. It means I'll furnish only B2B invoices which the front person wants the credit. Is my point clear to all? For April month, B2B invoices I can show in invoice furnishing facility, front person will get the credit. May month, I'll furnish the invoice furnishing facility and details will go to the front person and he'll get the credit. Do you guys agree with me? What about the B2C supplies over here? That you will go ahead and show in the, so April month ka B2C, May month ka B2C invoices and June month ka B2B invoices as well as B2C invoices, we'll go ahead and show it in the GSTR 1. Or might be, here I have not gone ahead and shown some B2B invoices because the front person did not want the credit. Then all the remaining invoices details you can show in GSTR 1 and the front party will get the. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. April, May, June, I will file GSTR 1, front person get the credit in 2B. Correct, everyone? GSTR 1, front person get the credit in 2B. GSTR 1, front person get the credit in 2B. Then I pay the GST tax, and I pay the tax. Then I file 3B, and 3B every month. Correct, everyone? This is your monthly return, monthly tax payment. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? But if I go for QRMP scheme, then what will happen, everyone? I will not file GSTR 1, I will not file GSTR 1. I will not file 3B, I will not file 3B. But if I don't file GSTR 1, how will the front person get the credit? I have to use invoice furnishing facility. Can I go ahead, everyone? So whatever B2B invoices I'll show, front person will get the credit. Whatever B2B invoices I'll show, the front person will get the credit. Here I can show whatever is the remaining invoices for the quarter and the front person will get the credit. Is my point clear to all of you? And sir, invoice furnishing facility or GSTR 1 ka due date for here will be 13th of the next month. Can I go ahead, everyone? And GSTR 3B, the due dates are 22nd and 24th. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, okay. You will not file your GSTR 3B, right? Then, sir, how to calculate the tax? Because every month when you file GSTR 3B, you calculate my output is this much, my input claim is this much, and balance I will pay. But, sir, you are telling you make the tax payment without filing 3B. How is it possible? How will I go ahead and calculate the amount of tax? And hence, government went ahead and told, see, first of all, remember, whenever you should have filed all your return on the date of exercising the option to opt for QRMP scheme. Whenever you are going for QRMP scheme, no, you should first file all your pending returns. Only then QRMP scheme will be allowed to you. You can opt for the QRMP scheme. Now, once I have gone ahead and opted for the QRMP scheme, quarterly return, but payment has to be done monthly, right, everyone? So April के लिए I have to make the payment by next month 25th. What is the due date for payment under QRMP scheme, everyone? 25th of the next month. May month के लिए I have to make the payment by 25th June. For the whole quarter, whatever is the pending amount, I can go ahead and make the payment when I'm filing my return GSTR 3B. Is my point clear to all of you? But sir, they went ahead and introduced. They told sir, I told sir, if I am first time coming under QRMP scheme, everyone listen to very carefully. I told sir, I am coming under QRMP scheme for the month of April, May and June. April, May and June. April, May and June. I am coming for the QRMP scheme for the first time. How do I, what is the payment I should do? 25th May I have to make the payment. 25th June I have to make the payment. And then when I am filing GSTR 3B, which is 22nd or 24th, depending on my state, when I am filing my 3B, I have to make the payment. Can you tell me, sir, how much do I make the payment? So government will say, first time you are coming under QRMP, right? So in the month of March, how much did you pay when you filed your 3B? You told your output tax liability is suppose in 10 lakh, the input tax credit is 5 lakh, and you paid in cash how much? It means every month on an average your payment is how much? 5 lakh, no? So do one thing. Here you pay 100%, 5 lakh rupees. Here also you pay 5 lakh rupees. It means whatever you had paid in the last month, pay 100%, pay 100%, and then when you are filing 3B, no, for the whole quarter, do the exact calculation. Your output tax liability, suppose in 20 lakh rupees, your input tax rate for the whole quarter is 15 lakh rupees. Remaining amount to be paid in cash is how much? 5 lakh. Oh, but I already paid 10. So what will happen? You can take 5 lakh rupees ka refund. Are you guys able to understand? For example, for the whole quarter, your input tax rate turned out to be only 8 lakh. How much is the remaining payable? 12 lakh, no? But already paid in cash is how much? 10 lakh. So you just have to pay 2 lakh rupees now. Is my point clear to all of you? So what they are going ahead and telling, sir, when return is furnished monthly and you are new to QRMP scheme, just whatever you had gone ahead and paid in cash, no, 100% you can pay, 100% you can pay, and then you can pay the differential amount. People tell me one thing. Now I am under QRMP scheme, right? How much did I pay in cash? 12 lakh rupees, no? For the whole quarter, how much was the actual cash ka payment to be made? 12 lakh, no? Listen to me very carefully. Now, April, May and June. April, May and June, I am under QRMP scheme. For the whole quarter, I paid in cash how much? 12 lakh, no? Now, can you tell me July related, August related, and September? August and September. Can you tell me July ke liye I have to make the payment on 25th August? August ke liye I have to make the payment on 25th September? And then, once the quarter will get over, I have to make the payment on 22nd or 24th. Do you guys agree with me? So can you tell me, for April, May, June, if I made 12 lakh rupees payment for 3 months, 1 month ka payment should be how much here? 4 lakh. But they went ahead and told, it means 33.33%. They told Ramesh, simply out of this make 35% payment. Again, next month you make not 33.33%, make 35% payment. Whatever you paid in the previous quarter, you can pay 35%, 35%, and then pay the balance. Can you tell me, everyone, of 12 lakh, 35% is how much, everyone? 4.2. So 4.2, 4.2, and then when you are filing your GSTR 3B for the whole quarter, July, August, September, you told my output tax liability is 15 lakh rupees. Input tax rate is supposedly 1 lakh, 14 lakh to be paid. You have already paid 4.2, 4.2, 8.4 lakh. Remove it, and remaining amount you can go ahead and make the payment over here. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. If I'm new under QRMP, whatever I had paid in the last month, 100%, 100%, and then the actual. If I'm already under QRMP scheme, next quarter, how much will I pay? Whole quarter, whatever I have paid, of that 35%, 35%, and then the balance. Is my point clear to all? This is the Dean method which has been given by the government. Government went ahead and told Ramesh, if you can follow fix some method. Just pay. Listen, 25, 25th, and then 22nd, 24th, right? Remember, monthly payment to be done, no? After considering any e-cash or e-credit ledger, just make 35% of the previous quarter which you had paid in cash. And then you can make the differential payment. No interest to be paid. Any short paid, etc. Interest only if you are not made the payment on due dates, then only interest is there. Otherwise, sir, what if I paid only supposedly 4.2 lakh, but actually for July liability is 10 lakh? No problem. Because you followed government ka method. Government told last quarter what you paid, of that just pay 35, 35, and then they pay the balance. Even if first month you paid 4.2, but your liability was 100 crore, doesn't matter, because you followed the government ka method and made the payment. Is my point clear? And then they went ahead and told over here, sir, what is this 100%? Last month ka 100%, 100% balance, or last quarter ka 35%, 35% balance. I don't want to follow this. then no problem. You can make your actual liability ka calculation, calculate actual every month, calculate actual ITC and make the payment. Calculate actual and make the payment. But remember one thing, if by chance your actual payment may, or any problem was there, no, then gone. From that day, your interest will come till the date of filing GSTR 3B. Is my point clear to all of you? So for an example, everyone, I've given one example. Tax paid in the quarter January to March was this. Now you are April to May, April and May. How much will you pay? This was for the quarter, right? So you can pay 35%, 35%, 35%, and 35% in the month of April also and in the month of May also. Sir, what if last return filed was monthly and I'm new to QRMP scheme? It was paid for the month, right? 1 month if you are paying this much, April and May ke liye also pay exactly the same amount. 100% and 100%. Can I explain again or got it everyone? People, tell me one thing. If you are a person who is going under QRMP scheme, first of all, your aggregate turnover in the last year should be up to everyone 5 crore rupees, and GSTR 3B, the due date will be 22nd and 24th. April, May, June. First 2 months you can use invoice furnishing. Lastly, for the quarter you can file GSTR 1. Remember, in this when you are using invoice furnishing facility, that's an optional method only to prescribe which invoices? B2B invoices. Can I go ahead everyone? Here till 13, and for this also till 13. Here you'll show B2B invoice, B2B invoice. Here you'll show June month ka B2B, B2C, April and May ka B2C. And B2B, whatever remaining invoices are there. But remember, in QRMP scheme, you can show only maximum invoices up to what value? 50 lakh. The front person will get the credit, how much everyone? In GSTR 2A, and his 2B will get created. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone tell me one thing. Now, government have gone ahead and told, we can go ahead and block your GSTR 1. You know what people are going ahead and doing? They are filing GSTR 1, not filing GSTR 3B. Government is telling, Beta, if you go ahead and file your GSTR 1, not file your GSTR 3B, then next month I'll block your GSTR 1. So what are the cases when your GSTR 1 can be blocked? Cases when registered person is debarred from furnishing GSTR 1 or using invoice furnishing facility. A registered person is not allowed to furnish details in GSTR 1 if he has not furnished GSTR 3B for the preceding month. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I go ahead and write over here April month and May month. April month I filed GSTR 1, but I did not file my GSTR 3B. Next month I can't file my GSTR 1 because last month GSTR 3B is not filed. The next one over here is a registered person with aggregate turnover up to 5 crore in the preceding financial year and opt for quarterly return will not be allowed to furnish GSTR 1 or use IFF if he has not furnished GSTR 3B for the preceding tax period. For example, preceding quarter was April, May and June. Here you filed IFF, you did IFF, you went ahead and passed on the credit, you filed GSTR 1 and you passed on the credit. Correct everyone? But when time came to file GSTR 3B, you did not file it. Then remember one thing, next quarter is July, right? July, August, September. Here you can't do IFF also and you can't file GSTR 1 also. All the three will be blocked for you because last quarter ka 3B is not filed. People, this is for monthly return people. Last month GSTR 3B not filed. Next month GSTR 1 blocked. Last quarter GSTR 3B not filed. Next quarter IFF and GSTR 1 block. Now they have gone ahead and told about rule number 88C. What is rule number 88C? Everyone listen. I've written rule number 88C over here. Rule number 88C goes ahead and says manner of dealing with difference in liability GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Everyone, can I go ahead and explain it to you directly, everyone? See, what they are going ahead and telling, rule number 88C says, if GSTR 1 may, you and GSTR 3B may, there is a difference. For example, I'll tell you, here you told my output tax sales is 1 crore and liability is 18 lakh. Front party got the credit in 2B, how much everyone? 18 lakh. When you have to actually go ahead and make the payment over here you told my outward supply is only 1 lakh and output tax liability is only 18,000. People, did you differ in your liability reporting? In GSTR 1, you are showing something else. And in GSTR 3B, when you have to make the payment, you are doing something else. Government is telling, beta, if you do all this thing in GST DRC 01B ka part A mein, we will go ahead and send you a notice saying, hey, why is this difference? Now you have to go ahead and explain us the difference, or you have to make the differential payment. Whatever the differential payment, make the payment within 7 working days. If you make the payment within 7 working days, or you explain us the reason. If we like the reason, no problem. If we don't like the reason, we will go ahead and hang you upside down and recover. What they have gone ahead and told in rule number 88C, where the tax payable in GSTR 1 or 1A or IFF exceeds the amount which is told in GSTR 3B by such amount and percentage as may be recommended by the council, the registered person shall be intimated of such difference in part A of GST DRC 01B on the common portal, and a copy will also be sent to his mail highlighting the difference. Either you pay the difference or pay the difference and report in GST DRC 01. Pay the difference by using GST DRC 03, or you explain that why the difference is there on the portal within 7 days. Registered person either should pay pay using this form and inform to the officer in Part B of GST DRC 01B, or you furnish a reply in Part B of GST DRC 01B within how many days? 7 days. Where any amount remain unpaid and no explanation is furnished, or where explanation is found to be unacceptable, then the amount will be recoverable. They will hang you upside down and recover the amount. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? What they have gone ahead and told over here, sir, if GSTR 1 may what your liability you reported, and here what liability you reported, there is a difference, you will get a notice. Now, you have to either explain or you have to pay. If you explain, he likes it, no problem. If you pay, no problem. If you don't pay, or you explain but they did not like the reason, then they will go ahead and recover the amount from you. And you know what, everyone? If last tax period ke liye I have got such a notice, if I don't reply to the notice or I don't pay the differential, no, next month ke liye GSTR 1 will be blocked, because last month GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B there was difference. I got a notice. I did not pay also. I did not explain also. Then next month GSTR 1 will be blocked. They have gone ahead and told over here. See, a person to whom intimation has been issued under rule number 88C in respect of a tax period shall not be allowed to furnish GSTR 1 or use IFF for a subsequent, unless he deposits the amount specified in the intimation or furnishes a reply explaining the reason for the amount unpaid. If last month I have not given a reply or I have not paid the differential, then next month ka GSTR 1. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is rule number 88D. Everyone, rule number 88D, can I explain it to you, everyone? Rule number 88D is over here. The manner of dealing with difference in GSTR 2B and GSTR 3B. I'll go ahead and tell you. For an example, in my GSTR 1, I went ahead and told 1 crore and output tax liability is 18 lakh rupees. It went to the front person in 2B. In my GSTR 2B, here input tax rate is only showing 10 lakh rupees. Okay, everyone? When I was filing 3B, my output tax liability is 18 lakh. My input tax rate I should take how much? How much input tax rate I should take? 10. I took 18 lakh. Is there a difference? They will send me a love letter in DRC 01C. Either I should pay. Why did I take this 8 lakh rupees ka difference? Either I should explain or pay. If I explain, they like it, no problem. If I pay, then no problem, differential. If I don't pay, they will go ahead and first send me a demand order and then they will recover the amount. That is told by whom, everyone? Rule number 88D. They are telling where the ITC availed by registered person in respect of return for a tax period furnished by him GSTR 3B exceeds the ITC availed in GSTR 2B. People in 3B have taken more credit than what is appearing in 2B by such amount and percentage as may be recommended by the council. The person shall be intimated in GST DRC 01C ka part A on the portal and emailing an email also highlighting the difference and directing him to pay the difference along with interest using form DRC 03 or explain the reason within 7 days. The person can either pay with interest or give the reply. Correct, everyone? Using which part? Part B of DRC 01C ka part B. Within 7 days, you reply or pay the differential. If you don't do it, they are going ahead and telling where any amount remains unpaid and no explanation is furnished or explanation is not acceptable, the amount shall be demanded. First, they will demand and then they will. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Now, if last period mein GSTR 2B and 3B mein there was a difference and I've got an intimation, if I have not replied to the intimation or I have not paid the differential, then next month GSTR 1 will get. They are going ahead and telling a registered person to whom intimation has been sent under rule number 88D in respect of a tax period shall not be allowed to furnish GSTR 1 or use what, everyone? Invoice furnishing facility for a subsequent period unless he either paid the amount specified in the intimation or furnishes a reply explaining the reason in respect of the amount of excess ITC that is still. Can I go ahead, everyone? Whatever extra ITC you have gone ahead and taken, unless you pay it or explain the reason, next month ka GSTR 1 will be blocked. Do you remember, everyone? You should furnish your bank account detail within your first GSTR 1 or 30 days. If you don't furnish your bank account detail, remember one thing, your GSTR 1 will get blocked. That is all we have to go ahead and talk over here. Now, one small point, one rule number 867A is there. Sir, can I go ahead and file my nil return by SMS? They went ahead and told if you are filing nil GSTR 3B, nil GSTR 1 or CMP 08, nil means where there is no input, no output, no, everything is zero. Then, Baba, you can file it through an SMS using your registered mobile number. Now, people, over here, there's a late fee which is there. Sir, if I don't file my annual return on time, is there a late fee? Baba, always remember annual return ka late fee was rupees 100 per day up to maximum 0.25% of the turnover. Now they have reduced it. They have told if your registered person ka turnover in the current year for which annual return is to be filed and you have delayed it and your turnover is up to 5 crore, then it is rupees 25 per day and maximum will be 0.02% of the turnover in state. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, if my turnover is more than 5 crore up to 20 crore in the current year when I am filing the annual return and I have delayed it, then Baba rupees 50 per day up to a maximum of 0.02% of the turnover. And sir, but if your turnover is more than 20 crore, it is not reduced, it is the same 100 rupees per day and maximum is 0.25% of the turnover in state or Remember, this amount is under CGST Act. Same amount is payable under SGST Act also. Can I go ahead, everyone? This is your annual return collect fee. What if the monthly returns which are there, you are delayed it, GSTR1, GSTR3B, etc. I've gone ahead and told over here late fee for your normal returns which are there. Remember one thing, normal person. Can you see everyone? He will file GSTR1 and GSTR3B, correct? Depending on his turnover in the last year, turnover. If he is filing a nil return, nil GSTR1 or 3B, late fee per day is rupees 10. How much? For 10. Maximum can be how much, everyone? 250. Whether it is GSTR1 or it is GSTR3B, per day of delay is 10 rupees. 10, 10, 10, 10 can be maximum 250. Can I go ahead, everyone? If you are other than nil, means non-nil return, you have some details in your GST return. If your turnover is up to 1.5 crore, then per day will be 25. If your turnover is more than 1.5 crore, up to 5 crore, or more than 5 crore, per day of delay is 25 only. But maximum late fee is only 1000. If your turnover was up to how much, everyone? 1.5 crore in the last year. If your turnover was up to 5 crore, then your maximum late fee is 2,500. If your turnover is more than 5 crore, then your maximum late fee will be how much, everyone? 5,000 rupees. Remember, whatever you calculate is under the CGST Act. Same amount you have to pay under SGST Act also. Now, sir, I am a composition dealer, whether nil or other return. Doesn't matter. 10 rupees is for nil return. Other return is 25. Sorry, it matters. Nil is 10. Other returns is 25. And nil can be maximum 250 and 25, 25, 25 can be maximum 1000. NRTP, GSTR 5, nil return 10, other than nil return 25. Here maximum late fee for nil return and other than nil return is 5,000 only. ISD, GSTR 6 is 25 rupees. Nil, non-nil doesn't matter. 25 rupees. Maximum will be 5,000. TDS deducted, GSTR 7, 25 rupees per day. Maximum will be 1,000. TCS collector, GSTR 8, rupees 100 per day. There is no reduction. 100 rupees per day. Up to a maximum of 5,000. Once you calculate, remember what you have calculated here is CGST. Same amount is payable under SCST. Please come to the next page. There are some important points which I have gone ahead and written over here. Let's go through those important points. Everyone, a registered person shall not be allowed to furnish the details of outward supply GSTR1 for a tax period if the details of outward supply for previous tax period has not been furnished. Tell me one thing, everyone. April and May. If I don't file GSTR1 of April, can I file GSTR1 of May or I can't file? Can't file. Next, then they have gone ahead and told a registered person shall not be allowed to furnish the return which is your monthly or quarterly if return of previous tax period has not been filed. Tell me one thing, April and May. If last month ka GSTR 3B I have not filed, can I file next month ka GSTR 3B? No. Can I go ahead, everyone? And they have told, see again, a registered person shall not be allowed to furnish a return if, you can make it column here, if the details of outward supply has not been furnished by him. It means what they are telling, April and May. They are telling, if you don't file your GSTR1, you can't file your GSTR3B. Is my point clear to all? Can you tell me what did I tell you till now? I told April and May over here. Okay, everyone? If you don't file GSTR1, you can't file GSTR1 of the next month. If you don't file GSTR1, next GSTR, this month GSTR3B can't file. Again, if you don't file GSTR3B, next GSTR3B can't file. This is the ultimate conclusion. It means first clear your backlog, only then go ahead. Everyone, because if you don't file GSTR1, GSTR3B can't be filed. If you don't file GSTR1, next GSTR1 can't be filed. If you don't file GSTR3B, next GSTR3B can't be filed. Then I go ahead, everyone. Everyone over here now, next one. People, whenever you are showing your details in GSTR1 or 1A, whenever you are showing your details of your sale in your GSTR1 and GSTR1A, remember one thing, you don't have to show invoice-wise detail of everything. They are going ahead and telling invoice-wise details is required for only intrastate and interstate supplies made to registered person. So basically, when you are going in and disclosing your sales in your GSTR1, Baba, it's your sales card detail, right? In your sales card detail, you have to show with respect to registered person, intra or inter, you have to give what, everyone? Invoice-wise details. All invoice card details has to be given. Can I go ahead, everyone? But tell me one thing. If I have sold to unregistered person, B2C, unregistered, all of you, do you need any credit? So I can go ahead and give over here intra or inter. I can go ahead and give consolidated detail. Consolidated details. But here for each rate of tax means how much sale did I do to unregistered person. Total, I can give consolidated details in my GSTR1 for 5%, how much was the sale, 12%, how much was the sale, 18%, how much was the sale. If it is inter also, I can give consolidated, but here it is state-wise. Every state-wise, I have to give consolidated details and for each rate of tax. Whether it is 5%, how much sale I did, 10%, 12%, how much sale I did, 18%, how much sale I did, all details have to be given for every state, state-wise, rate-wise. Can I go ahead, everyone? But here one catch is there, everyone. If in case of unregistered person ko selling and it is interstate, people, unregistered interstate. Here remember, if value of supply is more than 1 lakh, it is not 2.5, here it is 1 lakh, then you have to give for that invoice wise detail. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Invoice wise means that single invoice ka detail which is to unregistered person interstate, that detail has to be given by you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing, registered person, can I consolidate or I have to give invoice wise detail? Invoice wise. Unregistered person, intra consolidated, inter consolidated. But if any interstate supply to unregistered person is more than 1 lakh, government says I want details of that particular invoice. Everyone over here now see. Registered person, intra or inter, invoice wise. Interstate supply, invoice value more than made to unregistered person also, you have to give invoice wise detail. Is my point clear? Consolidated intra-state supply made to unregistered person for each rate of tax, and state-wise interstate supply up to 1 lakh made to unregistered person for each rate of tax. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Sir, B2B or B2C supply, am I required to upload scanned copy or not required to upload? Array, scanned copy of invoice is not required. Only invoice ka details are required to be uploaded on the portal. Can I go ahead, everyone? Secondly, sir, can I go ahead and file GSTR1 without the month getting over? No, you have to wait for the month to get over. Only then GSTR1 can be filed. People, you have to wait for the month to get over. Only then GSTR1 can be filed. But sir, is there any exception to the rule? They went ahead and told, yes, exception is casual taxable person can go ahead after the closure of business. Casual taxable person came only for 15 days. Will he wait for the month to get over to file GSTR1, or 15 days got over, he can file GSTR1? He can file. Or if your registration is cancelled, my registration was cancelled in January 10th. Will I wait for the month to get over and file GSTR1, or after the cancellation of registration, I can file GSTR1 in between the month also? In between the month also. The next one over here is, sir, GSTR1, GSTR3B needs to be filed even if there is no business activity or not made any taxable supply. Baba, GSTR1 and 3B, if nil is also there, you have to file nil return. You can't go ahead and say no business activity, I'll not file the return. Sir, no business activity also, you have to file the return. Sir, any error discovered in GSTR1 after filing, it cannot be revised, not rectified. It cannot be. Can you revise GSTR3B, everyone? No. Array, GSTR1 mein to mistake, you can use GSTR1A. But GSTR3B mein, if you have done a mistake, you have to correct it only by furnishing the correct details in next month ka GSTR3B ka amendment table. If any mistake you do in GSTR3B, you have to correct it by showing the correct detail in GSTR3B of the next period. But can I show it next to next period? Yes, next to next period. What is the last date to go ahead and correct the mistake which you have done in your GSTR3B? Which return? Always remember, there is no mechanism to file revised return. However, the error can be rectified by giving the appropriate detail in where, everyone? Amendment table in the GSTR3B. How also no rectification can be made after what date, everyone? 30th November following the end of financial year or date of furnishing annual return, whichever is. People, I did one mistake in GSTR3B. Can I correct in next GSTR3B? Yes. Can I correct in the next GSTR3B? Yes. Amendment table you can use and you can correct. But sir, what is the last date to go ahead and correct? Next year, 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier, on or before that date, whichever GSTR3B you are filing, you should go ahead and correct your mistake. Is my point clear to all of you? Yes, sir. Clear with this point. There is no problem at all. Everyone over here now. Now the last point in your GST return, people, in your returns ka chapter is GST practitioner. This is just for the purpose of your reading. I don't find it very important, but by chance they go ahead and ask you one question saying who are the people who are eligible. You can read this and go for exam. Just read. Who are the people who are eligible? You can read it once. Who are the eligible people for GST practitioner? You can just read it once. C graded question. And what are the functions of GST practitioner? There is nothing for me to read in this, but still C graded question if they go ahead and ask you who are the people eligible for GST practitioner and what are the functions. Can I quote everyone? Now listen. This chapter from exam point of view is a C graded chapter. But can still there be some kind of question which they can ask? One question which I like is this one. When can your GSTR3B be GSTR1 or invoice furnishing facility be barred? Second one question, 1 mark ka late fee pe they can go ahead and ask you one question. Late fee. 1 mark ka one question. They can tell you about QRP, write a short note. These important notes are actually important. One small question can come. Rule number 88C and 88D. They can tell you write a short note on rule number 88C and 88D. Okay? C minus graded question. is who are the people eligible for GST practitioner and what are the functions. Functions I've just written for you guys to read. Can I go ahead, everyone? These two are just for your reading purpose. Read it once. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, can you still tell us once functions of GST practitioner? I'll tell you. A GST practitioner only rejects. Rejects means R. R for return filing is his work. R for refund claiming, it is his work. He can file a refund claim. R for registration ka cancellation and amendment ke liye he can file an application. R for return, refund, registration. E for e-way bill ka detail he can furnish in GSTR GST EWB 01. He can furnish the detail. J for job work ka ITC 04 which is there, that details he can furnish. E for enrollment. You remember enrollment? Enrollment which is taken under 58 Baba by transporter, owner, operator of warehouse. They have to take enrollment. Those people का enrollment का amendment etc. can be done by whom? GST practitioner. C for composition का case में to get inside composition and to get out you have to file CMP 02 and CMP 04. That can be furnished by whom, everyone? GST practitioner. And C REJEC T for tax deposit. Baba, in your e-cash ledger, if you want to deposit your cash, GST practitioner can help you. And S for statement of outward supply, which is your GSTR1. GST practitioner can help you in furnishing the details. Just for the purpose, you can remember. Rejects. The GST practitioner only rejects the work. Here we are done with your C graded chapter of returns, everyone. Congratulations, people. Done. Done. All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is advance ruling. Baba, what do you mean by an advance ruling? Advance ruling means a ruling taken in advance. It's basically a decision given by the authority for advance ruling and appellate authority for advance ruling. Sir, what kind of a chapter? Again, a C graded chapter. Might be 4 marks. Sometimes you can expect 2 mark MCQ can come or a 6 mark question. Anything can come from this chapter, but a C graded chapter. Let's go ahead and quickly cover the chapter. Everyone over here now, listen. See, whenever one person is confused, he can go ahead and apply for advance ruling. Now, first question which comes in the exam, Baba, I will talk about questions also when I'm discussing. What question which can come in the exam? Is only a registered person allowed advance ruling, or a person who is unregistered also can go ahead and take advance ruling? Advance ruling can be applied by an applicant who can be a registered person or an unregistered person also who is desirous of obtaining registration, means who desires to take registration. It means an unregistered person also can go ahead and apply for advance ruling. Now, whenever you are going ahead and applying for advance ruling, what are the various questions you can go ahead and ask to the authority? Remember one thing, you just have to see the advance ruling ka list. People go ahead and say card list. I say it is actually C, the advance ruling list. C for classification of goods and service. Should I classify this under electronic? Should I classify this under this heading? Where should I classify? That classification related question you can go ahead and ask the advance ruling authority. Sir, A for applicability of a notification. Whether this notification which has come from the government, is it applicable to me? Not applicable to me. R for registration requirement. Whether I'm required registration or I'm not required registration. That will be also question you can go ahead and ask the advance ruling authority. L for determination of what, everyone? Liability. Sir, I'm not able to find out my liability of GST. Value multiplied by rate of tax. Either might be you have an issue with rate or you might have an issue with value, whatever they are going in and telling. If you're not able to find out your liability, means might be you are going in and telling, sir, I'm not able to calculate how much should I pay to the government, then you can go ahead and ask them. I for ITC related, whether I can take the ITC of this item or I can't take the ITC. I've constructed one machine. Will I get the credit? Will I not get the credit? You can go ahead and ask them. Then whether anything done results in supply. As for supply and determination of time of supply and value of supply, also question you can go ahead and ask to the advance ruling authority. So this is also one question which comes in the exam. Now remember one thing, they can go ahead and tell you, can place of supply related question be asked to the advance ruling authority? Because place of supply involves 2 states, they have gone ahead and clarified place of supply related question you can't go ahead and ask to the advance ruling authority. Now listen to me very carefully. Whenever you want to ask a question, you have to go ahead and file and sign an application which is GST ARS 01 along with the fees which is there. You have to go ahead and file your application with the authority for advance ruling or appellate authority for advance ruling. They will go ahead. This authority may, there will be 2 people who will be there who are basically joint commissioners and above, and they are also, one member is appointed by the central government, one member is of the state government. Means one is a CGST officer, one is a SGST officer. As soon as you file an application, no, now you have to go ahead and take advance ruling in advance. You have to take advance ruling in advance. Now might be you would have been caught by the GST officer in any proceeding and you are telling now I will go ahead and take the advance ruling. But remember that time you can't take the advance ruling because you are already caught. Officer told you could not take the ITC. Why did you go ahead and take the ITC? You should not have taken. You are telling I will go and apply for advance ruling. No, Baba. You know what happens? As soon as your application goes over here, this authority send your application to the concerned officer. Concerned officer means he is an officer appointed by the state. Whenever one person applies for advance ruling authorities will send the application to the concerned officer, so that concerned officer can find out all details with respect to me, saying Ramesh is already caught in an investigation. Is there any proceeding going on against Ramesh in respect of this case? And all the details will provide to the advance ruling authority. So basically, advance ruling authority will forward the copy of the application to the concerned officer, and concerned officer generally is your jurisdictional officer because he knows everything about you, and they will call for information and relevant record. Now, once they have gone ahead and received the records, they will examine your application and the records which they have gone ahead and received. They'll say, okay, this is the application, these are the records which I have received from the jurisdictional officer, the concerned officer. Oh, Ramesh, you are not asking in advance, you are asking after you are caught, so I will reject the application. So what they are telling, they will give opportunity of being heard to me and my authorized representative, or to the concerned officer or their authorized representative. And now they have two options: either they can admit my application or they can reject my application. Remember, if they reject my application, no fees refund will be given. You are telling, give my money back, Baba, this money gone. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing: if question raised, what are the, again one question in the exam, what are the reason why the advance ruling authority can go ahead and reject your application? Remember one thing: if the question which you have asked is already pending, might be the question which you have gone ahead and asked, you have already gone for value of supply related question for provisional assessment. If you go for provisional assessment, means you have already asked your question, no? Now, if you have already gone for provisional assessment, why are you coming and asking for advance ruling? So they are going ahead and telling, if the question which you have asked is already pending, or it is decided in any proceeding, might be you went ahead and took the ITC of a machine, an officer already caught you and he went ahead and told, hey, you should not have taken the ITC, and he has already passed the judgment. Now, when one GST officer has already passed his judgment, and then you are telling, wait, let me take advance ruling. Array, advance ruling has to be taken in advance, not post. Any problem? Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence they are telling, if any question which you have raised is already decided in any proceeding in case of the applicant, then Baba, if your question is already asked or already decided, then God, they will give you opportunity of being heard, and they will reject the application, specifying the reason why they are rejecting your application, and they'll give you a copy to you and your jurisdictional, basically to the concerned officer also they will give a copy. Sir, if they admit my application, what will happen? They will tell, Ramesh, you are asking about ITC, please get us the machine ka pictures which you are asking about ITC. Please get us the whole pictures which are there. Please get us the bill. All other details they will go ahead and ask me. Examine further material, evident material details which are examine the further material which is placed by the applicant, or the authority might have sent their person to go ahead and take the pictures in my premises obtained by the authority. Now, so people, if they admit my application, what will they do? They will further go ahead and examine the application. They will further go ahead and ask me all the details, etc. They will ask me the detail, or they will send their person to take the details and come. And now, once they have gone ahead and obtained everything, they will give me and my authorized representative, or the concerned officer and his authorized representative, opportunity of being heard. Once that is done, if they have a difference in opinion, he is telling ITC can be taken, he is telling ITC can't be taken, difference in opinion is there, they will write down the difference and they will say, we can't give the judgment, we'll refer the case to the appellate authority for advance ruling after stating the point of differences. Sir, if they don't have any difference in opinion, both of them are telling ITC can't be taken, for example, they will pronounce the advance ruling within 90 days of the application, and once the advance ruling is pronounced, they will send a copy to the applicant and his concerned officer. Now, either the applicant can be aggrieved, or if I am happy, the concerned officer will be aggrieved. Whoever is aggrieved, they will have to send one. If you want, you can go ahead and further appeal to the appellate authority for advance ruling. Everyone over here now, you will go ahead and further appeal to the appellate authority for advance ruling, wherein you have to give an application, ARA 02 plus 10,000 rupees ka fees under CGST, same amount payable under SGST. If department is aggrieved, department can go for an appeal. Remember one thing, either of you, when you go for appeal, 30 days plus 30 days extension can be given. Department ke liye application is ARA 03 and no fees is required. Sir, do we have to remember form number? Not required. If you remember, okay. If you don't remember also, okay. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, once your application goes to the appellate authority for advance ruling, they will also give opportunity of being heard to you and the department. And once they go ahead, either after listening to you guys, if they want, they can confirm the old advance ruling which was given by them, or they can modify the advance ruling which was given by them. Is my point clear to all of you? Next, remember one thing, they will also pass their order within 90 days of reference or application. See, when they had a difference of opinion, they referred it, or when we applied, they are telling once application has come, they will give their advance ruling within how many days, everyone? 90 days. And remember, whenever they pass the advance ruling, they will give a copy to me, my concerned officer, my jurisdictional officer, and the appellate and the authority for advance ruling. Now, sir, what if they have a difference in opinion? If they have a difference in opinion, Baba, advance ruling cannot be given. Remember one thing, no further appeal can be done. In your case, advance ruling cannot be given. Is my point clear to all? You told, hey, who will go to all these kids at authority for advance ruling? I'll directly go to appellate authority for advance ruling. That is not possible. Direct appeal is not possible. First, you have to go to authority for advance ruling. Their order ke against you can go and further appeal. You can't go for an appellate authority directly. Can I go ahead, everyone? Appellate authority for advance ruling, you can't go directly. Now, everyone over here, sir, appellate authority for advance ruling went ahead and passed one order, and there's an apparent mistake which is there. Copy paste mistake is there. Can they go ahead and rectify that mistake? Yes, the rectification of mistake can be done within 6 months from the date of order. But always remember, if they have gone ahead and rectified the order, and because of that your output liability has gone up or your input tax rate has come down, they will always give you an opportunity of being heard. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one is very, very important. Remember one thing, applicability of advance ruling. For an example, I have gone ahead and taken advance ruling with respect to a classification of goods. Now, remember one thing, can my friend apply my advance ruling if he is doing the same goods are being supplied by him? No. Remember, advance ruling is given in person, for the person. It is not given in general for everyone. Now, if I have gone ahead and taken advance ruling, it will be binding on me and my jurisdictional officer with respect to me only. Under my jurisdictional officer, if my friend is there who is supplying the same item, still it will not apply to them. It will not be binding on both of them. If they want, if the officer wants, officer can question him. Can I go ahead, everyone? So advance ruling is given in person, for the person. It is not given for everyone. It says, but sir, if applicability of advance ruling is binding only on the applicant and his concerned or jurisdictional officer in respect of the applicant only. And sir, is advance ruling taken once valid forever? Yes, unless there is a change in law, fact, and circumstances supporting the original advance ruling. Remember this word, sir, is advance ruling valid forever? Yes, but unless there is a change in law, fact, and circumstances. If law, fact, and circumstances changes, old advance ruling will become invalid. Next, sir, I took advance ruling by fraud. Wrong document I gave. When they asked me photograph, I took neighbor's photograph and gave. Then, Baba, in this scenario, they're going ahead and telling whatever details they ask you. If you have gone ahead and done a fraud and taken advance ruling will be void ab initio. Means from the very beginning, it will be assumed that the advance ruling is what? One more question which is there, what are the powers of authority for advance ruling and appellate authority for advance ruling? Number one, they can discover and inspect. They can come for an inspection in your place. Secondly, means you told I want IDT of this machine. They can tell we are coming for an inspection. Secondly, enforcing attendance of any person. They can call any person. They can summon any person and examine him on oath. They'll tell him, hey, swear and tell me what you are telling. Is it right or wrong? Please take swear. Okay? They can issue commission orders and compel the production of books and other records. They can tell, I want books of accounts. Please go ahead and give it to me. They have all the power of a civil code under the Code of Civil Procedure. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Now, sir, this is a C-graded chapter, but what are the various questions you can expect? Who can be an applicant? Registered or unregistered person? What are the questions the advance ruling authority can ask? Question relating to place of supply cannot be asked. Remember one thing, everyone. What? When can your advance ruling be rejected? Sir, application can be rejected. Secondly, sir, advance ruling is applicable only on the applicant and his concerned or jurisdictional officer in respect of him only. And advance ruling is also valid only till there is a change in law, fact, and circumstances. And also remember one thing, everyone. What are the power of authority for advance ruling and appellate authority for advance ruling? Nowadays, this kind of question they are asking in the exam. Can I go ahead, everyone? I have gone ahead and told you all the important questions also. We are done with the chapter of advance ruling over here. All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is assessment. Sir, what do you mean by assessment? Assessment means determination of tax liability. Basically, sir, when you are trying to find out your tax liability, that is known as what, everyone? Assessment. Sir, what kind of chapter? I'll classify as B graded chapter. Sometime a 4 mark, sometime a 6 marks can come in the exam. But the least can be a 2 mark MCQ, but it's a B graded 50% chances of coming. Let's go ahead and now do the chapter of assessment. Section number 59, it starts with section number 59, goes up to section number 64. Everyone over here now, the first assessment which is spoken over here is self-assessment. Before I go ahead and do this, sir, can you give us a linking of the chapter? Everyone listen to very carefully. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST gets levied. Intrastate, CGST and SGST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now you will maintain them in your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now your liability to pay GST will come. Liability comes at the time of supply. For example, you are liable to pay 1,000. You will use your input tax rate. For example, you have 500 rupees credit. Remaining amount you will go ahead and make the payment. So, sir, my liability was this much, my input was this much, remaining I made the payment. All this you will tell to the government with the help of return. Are we clear? And at any stage, if you have a doubt relating to anything, you can also go ahead and ask the question to the Advance ruling authority. Are we clear, everyone? This was your job. Sir, I supplied, I paid the tax, I filed the return. Story over. Correct, everyone? Now your work is done. Now work starts of the department, which is basically assessments. Are we clear, everyone? While filing the return also, no? You do one assessment yourself, which is called self-assessment. Remaining all the assessments start from the department's point of view. Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence, let's go ahead and now talk about the assessments. Number one is self-assessment. When you are going ahead and making the tax payment, when you are filing your return, what do? You self-assess. So it says every registered person must mandatorily self-assess the tax payable. Whatever is your tax payable, you should self-assess. Just give me a second, everyone. Okay, you should always self-assess the tax which is payable, sir. Then you should always furnish your return under section number 39. Basically, what they are telling, every month a person should go ahead and see what is his output, what is his input. He should set off, pay the balance, and he should go ahead and file his return. That's called what, everyone? Self-assessment. The next one over here is provisional assessment. Baba, very, very important. Provisional assessment. Listen to me very carefully. Remember one thing, provisional assessment cannot be done by the proper officer on his own. You have to apply for provisional assessment. You have to apply for provisional assessment. So remember one thing, but under customs, no. Provisional assessment can be done by proper officer also. But in GST, only provisional assessment has to be applied by the respective person. It will not be done by the proper officer on his own. So, sir, GST, when you have to find out, it is always value of supply multiplied by the rate of tax. Do you guys agree? Whatever is your value multiplied by the rate of tax. Now, here they have gone ahead and told, if you are a taxable person who is unable to determine what? Value or the rate of tax, it means you are not able to find out your GST. Either value is a problem or rate of tax is a problem. Then they are going in and telling you have to request the proper officer in ASMT 01. Don't have to remember form numbers. You just have to report, ask the officer, give an application in prescribed form. You can write in your exam, prescribed form. Can I go ahead, everyone? So what they are telling you have to request the proper officer in ASMT 01 for provisional payment of tax. Saying, sir, I want to make provisionally one payment of tax. Please tell me how much do I have to go ahead and make. So, sir, whenever you are not able to find out GST, GST is equal to value of your supply multiplied by rate of tax. You can go ahead and ask the officer that, sir, either I'm not able to find out value or I'm not able to find out what rate will be applied in my case, and hence I'm not able to find out the GST. But, sir, I'm doing the supply. So, on the supply, how much is the tax I should pay? So, officer, you have to go ahead and give an application, and officer will go ahead and issue a provisional assessment order in ASFT 04 within 90 days, allowing the payment of provisional basis. He will tell at this rate, at this value, you go ahead and make the payment. For example, you are telling him, sir, 1 lakh rupees the value of supply. I know, but I don't know the rate should be 12 or 18. If I pay 12%, sir, it will be 1.2 lakh. 10 lakh pay. 10 lakh is the value of supply into 12% means 1.2 lakh, but otherwise it is 1.8 lakh. Should I pay 1.2 or 1.8? Officer will go ahead and tell you, okay, fine, you pay 1.2 lakh. For that, he will go ahead and issue a order, which is called a provisional assessment ka order. Within how many days, everyone? Once you give the application, within 90 days, he will go ahead and give a provisional assessment order. Once he goes ahead and gives a provisional assessment order, no, after that, he will go ahead and finalize the assessment. Now, he's just provisionally told you. But remember one thing, when he tells you provisionally that you can pay 1.2, what if on finalization of assessment it came 1.8? And hence, always he will tell, for the differential amount, I want a bond. That, sir, I agree that at the time of finalization, if anything extra is payable, I will go ahead and pay. That bond you have to go ahead and make on execution of bond in ASMT 05, along with what, everyone? Security, which is a bank guarantee of the 25% of the amount of bond. So this car 25% you have to give a bank guarantee also. Everyone over here now. Now, once he has gone ahead and given the provisional assessment order, provisionally you have paid the tax. But sir, when will finalization happen? They are telling final assessment order within 6 months from the communication of provisional assessment. People tell me one thing. I went in and applied for provisional assessment. Once you give application, within 90 days they will give you provisional assessment order. Once provisional assessment order has come, within how many months? 6 months they are going ahead and giving final assessment order. If they could not give within 6 months, then they are going and telling further extendable by 6 months. By whom, everyone? They have gone ahead and told additional commissioner or joint commissioner who will go ahead and extend, everyone. Additional or joint commissioner will further extend the time limit by another 6 months. If they don't go ahead and do the final assessment till here also, then commissioner can go ahead and extend the time limit by further 4 years. Here, commissioner can go ahead and tell you, commissioner for further period of 4 years, and then the final assessment will come. Now, for example, final assessment happened when they had gone ahead and told you you have to pay GST, which is at 18%, 1.8 lakh, 1.8 lakh. But can you tell me, everyone, I have gone ahead and paid only 1.2 lakh here. Everyone. So they are telling 1.2 lakh you have paid, remaining 60,000 you have to go ahead and pay now along with interest. Is my point clear to all of you? For example, here they had gone ahead and collected 1.8 lakh for me. Now, finally it came 1.2, so 60,000 will be refunded. It can be either I have to pay or it might be a refund also which can come. Remember one thing, whenever final assessment is more than provisional assessment, you have to go ahead and pay the tax along with interest. at the rate of 18% from the day after the due date till the date of payment. For example, you had gone ahead and done one supply. Everyone listen to me very carefully. In the month of January, 20th February, you went ahead and paid the tax, which is 1.2 lakh over here. But actually, later on final assessment, it turned out that the tax should have been 1.8. So people, here you paid how much short? 60,000 short. Now from here till the day you go ahead and make the tax payment, the differential 60,000 payment, you have to go ahead and pay interest. It was a month of supply of the month of January. For that, you have gone ahead and paid the tax 1.2, but you should have paid 1.8 as per final assessment, and 60,000 rupees, which was the due date to make the tax payment. From there till the day you actually paid, you have to go ahead and pay interest every day calculation. Very, very important interest calculation. Please do one question from your book. One question has to be done. Okay, everyone. Now, you have to file an application after you have gone ahead and made the differential tax payment along with interest. Once you go ahead and make the tax payment, no, please go to the officer, tell him, hey, my bank guarantee, please release it. He will go ahead and ensure that you have made the payment, and after that he will issue an order, and within 7 days he will basically go ahead and release your security. The bank guarantee you are given, no, here he will release it. Are we all clear? What is the benefit of provisional assessment, sir? Benefit of provisional assessment is shortfall you paid, short tax you paid, any short tax which you pay 10,000 or the short tax paid, whichever is higher, ka penalty is there. But provisional assessment ka benefit is because you had got provisional assessment done, they only had told you paid this much. Later it turned out to be more. They will not go ahead and levy any penalty, but only interest has to be paid. Sir, what if there is a refund? Provisionally I paid 5 lakh. Actually it turned out final assessment only 4 lakh. I paid 1 lakh more. 1 lakh you can take a refund, but here interest will come under section number 56. Refund application has to be filed. What they are going ahead and telling you know what happens, everyone? If finalization happened and there is a refund, if final assessment order came and there is a refund, then remember one thing, you have to apply. Once you apply, if they give you the refund within 60 days, then no interest. They will not give you any interest. So, sir, section number 56 says what? Apply. If within 60 days we refund, then there is no interest. After 60 days, if we refund, the differential after 60 days, you will get interest at the rate of 6%. Is my point clear to all of you? Please, it is very important you solve questions on this, everyone. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. Now, the third one. People tell me one thing. First was self-assessment. You have to assess your tax yourself, pay the tax to the government, and file your return. Provisional assessment, if you can't find out the value or you can't find out the rate, apply to the officer for provisional assessment. Later, you will do the final assessment. Differential you have to pay or differential will be refunded. The next one is scrutiny of return. Exam question. Write a note on scrutiny of return. Correct, everyone? Now, sir, what do you mean by scrutiny? Nothing. You went in and filed your return. Officer is scrutinizing your return. Officer is checking your return. If while checking your return, if officer goes ahead and finds out that there is a discrepancy, there is some problem, he will go ahead and send you a notice. You go ahead and correct the discrepancy, pay the differential tax, etc. No problem. If you don't correct the discrepancy and you are giving an explanation, he likes your explanation, no problem. If he does not like your explanation, then he will go ahead and do audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure, demand order. He'll give you, hang you upside down and recover the amount. Are we all clear till here? See, everyone, what they are telling. What is scrutiny? You have to file the return. Return has been furnished by you. Proper officer may. Is it mandatory for officer to go ahead and scrutinize all the return? No. Proper officer may scrutinize the return to verify the correctness. Whether the return may everything is correct or not, he can scrutinize. If any discrepancy is found, he will issue you a notice and you have to reply within how many days? Either accept the discrepancy, pay the tax, interest and other amount which is there, use this form and make the payment, and inform the proper officer, I've gone ahead and made the payment. Sir, otherwise, if you don't accept the discrepancy, give your explanation. He likes your explanation, then he will go ahead. You have to inform him in ASMT 12. And everyone, he will inform you in ASMT 12 that we have accepted your explanation. You will reply in ASMT 11. He will reply in ASMT 12. We have accepted your explanation and no tension at all. Can I go ahead, everyone? But if he is not satisfied, officer will become angry. He'll become angry bird over here. If it is not satisfied or after accepting discrepancy, you did not take corrective action. You told, sir, I accept it's a mistake, but I will not take any action. Then, Baba, officer will get angry. And what are the various recourses available? What are the various things officer can go ahead and do to go ahead and take the money out from you now? Officer will go ahead. What are the recourses available with the proper officer in case proper explanation is not furnished? Exam question, everyone. Proper officer can go ahead and initiate action, including audit, special audit. He can do inspection, search, seizure. He can go ahead and determine the tax. Demand order can be given under section number 73, 74, and nowadays 74A word also has been added. Once the demand order comes, no. If you don't pay, either within 3 months you pay, or within 3 months you go for appeal, or once it crosses 3 months, no. Department will hang you upside down and recover. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. Proper officer scrutinized your return. He told you there is a problem. You should go ahead and make the correction. Yes, everyone. If you go ahead and pay the tax, interest, etc., no tension at all. You furnish explanation. He likes your explanation. No problem at all. He does not like your explanation, or you told I am wrong, but you did not take corrective action. Officer will get angry and he will go ahead and do what, everyone? Now he has to give you demand order. No. To give you demand order, he needs evidences. To gather evidences, basically he'll do audit. He will get special audit done. He will come for an inspection. He will do raid activity, search and seizure. Then he will go ahead and use that evidence which was collected by audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure. Use it against you to pass a demand order. Now, to Baba, see, to take any money from they have to give demand order. To give demand order, they need evidence. To gather evidence, they will do audit, special audit, etc. Can I go ahead, everyone? But everything ka trigger point is your return. Generally, the trigger point is your return. Everyone over here now, once the demand order has been given over here, either you pay within 3 months. If you don't pay within 3 months, then after 3 months, he will go for a. After 3 months, if you want, you can go for an appeal, not he. You can go for a appeal, sir. Within 3 months, go for an appeal, or within 3 months, pay. If you don't pay within 3 months or don't go for an appeal more than 3 months, then officer will go ahead and hang you upside down and recover. Are we clear with all the three? Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is best judgment assessment. What is best judgment assessment? Now, if you file the return, they can find out the mistake. What if you are a registered person but you don't file the return? If you don't file the return, he will give you a notice, GSTR 3A, and he'll tell you I filed the return. If you file the return, then he can go for scrutiny now. But if you don't file the return, he'll apply his best judgment and do the assessment. That is called best judgment assessment. Everyone always remember section number 62, non-filer return. You are a registered person, but you fail to file your monthly return or your final return, bye-bye return, then officer will go ahead and issue a notice and tell you please furnish your return within 15 days. So if you don't file your return, officer will always go ahead and give you a notice and tell you to file the return within how many days? 15 days. If you go ahead and file your return within 15 days, very good. If you don't file your return, officer will go ahead and do best judgment. He'll apply his knowledge and he will go ahead and do your best judgment assessment. He'll tell, see, if you would have given your return, we would have scrutinized and done scrutiny of return. But you did not give your return, so we'll apply our best judgment and do the assessment, and he'll pass one assessment order within 5 years from the due date of annual return, whichever year it is, 2023-24 for an example, for which there is a problem. The due date of annual return, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 years are there from the due date of annual return for him to go ahead and pass the assessment order. Now listen, sir, assessment order you pass. I did not file the return, you pass assessment order. Baba, run, go online, file all the pending returns which were there. If you file all the pending return, no assessment order will be withdrawn. Deemed withdrawal of assessment order, if registered person furnishes a valid return means you pay your tax and you file the return, then within how many days? 60 days of the service of the assessment order. The day you receive the assessment order, run, within 60 days, file your return and assessment order will be withdrawn. Sir, if I don't, but remember one thing, you can file a valid return and file a valid return, only then assessment order will be withdrawn. Means you should pay your tax and file the return. What about interest and penalty? That interest, late fee, etc. will still continue. You will have to pay. But now at the time of filing the return, just pay your tax, file the return, we will withdraw it. But whatever interest, late fee is there, next month you should go ahead and pay it. Or now only if you want, you can go ahead and pay it. Liability for interest and late fee will still be there. Now, sir, what if I don't file a valid return within 60 days? I missed it, sir. Please give me more time. So they are going and telling, if registered person furnishes, fails to furnish valid return within how much time? He may furnish the same within a further period of further 60 days. But for that, one additional late fee will be charged 100 rupees per day of delay. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone tell me one thing. You did not file your return. If you don't file your return, they will go ahead and tell you, please file your return within 15 days. They will send you a notice. If you don't file your return within the next 15 days, also officer will apply his brain and will do base judgment. Once he goes ahead and does base judgment, you can go ahead and file online your returns and base judgment assessment order will be withdrawn. You should file your return within 60 days. If you don't file within 60 days, further time limit will be allowed. But every day ke liye they will go ahead and charge you 100 rupees as additional late fee. Whatever normal late fee is there. They'll charge you an additional late fee of 100 rupees per day of delay beyond 60 days. Now, some people were going ahead and doing the best judgment some way. Some officers were doing in some way. So government went ahead, CBIC went ahead and issued one standard operating procedure telling, hey officer, please do the best judgment assessment this way. And hence they went ahead and told what is the SOP in case of non-filers of return, what is the standard operating procedure, how assessments will be done. They are going ahead and telling system generated SMS should be sent prior to the due date. Baba, before the due date of return, no, every person should be sent one message saying, hey, wake up, Baba, return due date has come, please file your return. Once the due date has come, returns are filed. Whoever is not, see, earlier you have to send SMS for everyone. Once the return due date is gone, all the non-filers are there, no? To them, you should go ahead and send one email saying, sir, you have not filed your return, please file your return, otherwise we'll do base judgment assessment. Now, after 5 days of the return date, they will send one notice to file the return within how many days? 15 days. Now, within 15 days, if you don't file your return, officer will proceed for best judgment if return is not filed within 15 days and best judgment assessment. When he is applying his brain, what he will dream? Inky, pinky, ponky, pay 10 crore. He will use the other data like GSTR 1 ka data, GSTR 2A, 2B ka data, E-way bill ka data, E-way will give my purchase ka detail, correct or not everyone? All my E-way bill will give my sales ka detail, might be little purchase ka detail, GSTR1 will give my sales ka detail. So they are telling use all this detail and other information, and best judgment assessment order will be withdrawn if after you have passed the best judgment assessment order, if the person who is aggrieved goes ahead and files his return within how many days? 60 days. Remember, commissioner may also resort to provisional attachment. He can attach your bank account, etc. And because you have not filed your return, they can also go ahead and apply. They can also go ahead and cancel your registration. Everyone over here now, this was best judgment of non-filer. Non-filer means you have taken registration but not filing your return. So they can't go for scrutiny. Correct? You are telling one step above. You have not taken registration only. No registration, no return. You are telling beta. If you are a taxable person, section number 63 talks about best judgment assessment of unregistered person. It says you are a taxable person, you failed to obtain registration, or registration was cancelled under section number 29(2), but person is still liable to pay the tax. What they are telling, you failed to obtain registration, you did not go ahead and take registration, or registration was cancelled, but you are still liable to pay tax. Then they are going ahead and telling beta, first they will issue a notice to the taxable person stating the ground for assessment and allow how many days to reply? 15 days. They'll tell, sir, you are not registered only, or your registration is cancelled, but you are still liable to pay tax. We will give you one notice saying, sir, you have 15 days to go ahead and answer. This is the amount of liability you have to pay, or you have to reply within how many days? 15 days. Now he will proceed to assess the tax liability of the person to the best of his judgment, but he will always provide opportunity of being heard. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now remember, assessment order will be passed within how much time? 5 years. Again, whichever year it relates to. For that year, 31st December of annual return, the due date is 31st December. From that time, it is 5 years. They will go ahead and pass this best judgment assessment order. But you know what, everyone? In this scenario, first they are given you show cause notice to reply within 15 days. Then they give you opportunity of being heard. Then they pass the assessment order, and hence there is no withdrawal of the assessment order because they already gave you 2 opportunities. Can I go ahead, everyone? Unregistered person का best judgment assessment order can't be withdrawn. He has to make the payment. If you don't make the payment, recovery will happen. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now comes summary assessment. What is summary assessment? Summary means what, everyone? Shortcut, quick assessment. One person is taking goods on the way. Officer caught him. Officer told, whose goods are this? Tax is not paid. He told, I don't know. Officer will do the transporter assessment. Officer came to your premises. He told, whose goods are this? Warehouse. I am a warehouse keeper. I told, I don't know. If you don't know, I will do your assessment thinking the goods is yours only. What they are going and telling, proper officer on an evidence from of a tax liability, plus he will take permission of the additional or joint commissioner, and proper officer may assess the tax liability of such person. Such person means transporter, owner, operator of warehouse, person in charge, if the taxable person cannot be traced. Then he will go ahead and do the assessment of the person whom he has caught. Why is he doing it? To protect the interest of the revenue, and he'll issue an assessment order. Immediately he'll issue assessment order. If he has ground to believe that any delay may adversely affect the revenue. Sir, you know what? If I leave this transporter now, if I leave this transporter and don't do his assessment, tax gone. If this warehouse keeper who is telling I don't know who is the owner, if I don't do his assessment, tax will go. He will send the goods somewhere. We will not be able to do the assessment. In that scenario, immediately he'll do the assessment. Are we clear? Baba, now whenever you do something, immediately you can make mistakes also. And if officer makes any mistake, remember one thing, the assessment order can also be withdrawn. Assessment order can be withdrawn. You know, transporter came and told me, Ramesh sir, your assessment was done by the proper officer. Not your assessment. He did my assessment, sir. Now you pay me the money, I have to pay to the department. I'll tell, wait. I will run to the department. Sir, sorry, these are my goods only. So you can give an application within how many days? 30 days of the receipt of summary assessment order. By the taxable person also it can go. Or on his own motion, means the additional commissioner or joint commissioner on his own motion is thinking, hey, this quick assessment, summary assessment which was done was wrong. So if you go ahead and tell, or officer finds out on his own, what? If AC or JC considers order to be erroneous, wrong, he can withdraw it and direct the proper officer to follow procedure which are laid down under section number 73, 74 and 74A. Basically, he will go ahead and tell the proper officer, hey officer, don't do all this shortcut and all. This assessment order we are withdrawing. AC or JC will tell the officer, hey, do normal procedure. Give one show cause notice, then pass a demand order against this person. Everyone over here now, this is the shortcut assessment. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now in the exam, one question they can go ahead and ask you, which are the assessment order that can be withdrawn? One is best judgment assessment order in the section number 62, which is for non-filers of return, and one is summary assessment order also can be withdrawn. Summary assessment order can be withdrawn when the proper officer, when the additional or joint commissioner considers that the order was erroneous, or taxable person files an application saying the order was erroneous. In that case, the best judgment assessment order also can be withdrawn, and in that summary assessment order also can be. So there are 2 assessment orders which can be withdrawn. One notification is there, all the assessment orders which are passed, one summary should be uploaded online using GST DRC 07. total bakwas. This chapter, from my point of view, I've told you be graded. I like provisional assessment. Please mark it. In provisional assessment, I like this interest calculation wala part. Remember, pay 55 pay interest under section number 50, which is 18%. Refund ka case mein 6%. Please do one question for this and go. Don't leave it. Please do one question. Very, very important. Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? The next one over here. What are the recourses available to the proper officer if you don't go ahead and give proper explanation, or after giving proper explanation, you did not take proper action? They can ask you write a short note on best judgment assessment of non-filers. Write a short note on best judgment of unregistered person. You have to write the complete note over here. Can you guys see? They can tell you write a short note on summary assessment, and they can also tell you what are the orders that can be withdrawn. Are we all clear till here, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of assessments over here. Done, Baba, done. We are done with the chapter of assessment. All right, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of audit. Everyone, let's take a quick linking of the chapter. Listen, whenever scrutiny happens, if officer has a doubt on you, he'll tell you the doubt. You have to go ahead and pay the tax, etc., which is there, or you can go ahead and explain him. He likes the explanation, no problem. He does not like the explanation. Now, officer has to go ahead and demand the amount from you. To demand the amount, he needs evidences. To gather evidences, if officer wants, he can go ahead and get audit. So basically, to demand the amount from you, he can get audit and special audit done. And this is what we are going to discuss in the next chapter, which is audit and special audit. Baba, remember one thing. Section number 65 talks about the audit, which is by the tax authorities. Means the GST department will come and do the audit. Section number 66 talks about the special audit. Everyone over here now. Section number 65 says commissioner or the person authorized by the commissioner. Any commissioner or commissioner ka person who is authorized by the commissioner, either by a general order or a specific order. Specific order means for a specific scenario, commissioner can authorize him, or commissioner can give a person authorized one general order saying all these people ka case mein you do the audit. So either it can be a general order or it can be a specific order, and the audit may be undertaken by the commissioner or the person authorized by the commissioner for how much time, everyone? Period of 1 year, or for a part of the year, 3 months, 6 months also audit can be done, or multiple years, 2-3 years ka audit can be done together also. Now they are going ahead and telling whenever they start the audit, before they start the audit, at least how many days ka notice will be given? At least 15 working days ka prior notice will be given. How many working days, everyone? 15 working days ka prior notice will be given, and then the audit will commence. Now one small MCQ can come. What do you mean by commencement of audit, or which is the date of commencement of audit? It is when you make the books available. Later of the date when you make the books available, you made the books available on 1st January, or the actual institution of audit at the place of business, they came to your premises only on 10th January. Which is the date you will go ahead and tell commencement of audit? 1st January when you made the books available, or 10th January when they came? 10 January. Are we all clear? Whichever is later. Now, once the audit starts, no, audit should be completed. Either audit should be done at the place of business of the registered person, at my place, or officer can tell, I don't like your place. You come to my place with your books of accounts and I will do the audit. So audit can happen at their office, means the GST department ka office also. Now audit, they will always go ahead and complete within how much time, everyone? 3 months. Audit will get over within 3 months. If they could not complete within 3 months, then commissioner, if he's satisfied, he can extend the time limit by further 6 months. Audit should have been completed over here. If not completed, 6 month time can be there given by the commissioner, and audit will get concluded. Done, everyone? Always remember the extensions are given only after recording the reason in writing. Now once 6 months got over, then the audit is first 3 months and then additional how much time? 6 months. Can I go ahead, everyone? And then they are going in and telling within the next 30 days, no, the GST department basically who has done the audit for you, the GST department officers who have done the audit for you, they will go ahead and inform you. Basically, they will inform you about the finding in ADT 02. Basically, the department will inform you audit observations and audit ka finding. So they are telling, they will tell you the rights and obligation, the reason for the finding, nothing, Baba. Audit report along with audit observations shall be provided to you, directing you to discharge the liability. Hey, this is your liability, please go ahead and make the payment. Pay the liability, chapter closed. But sir, if you don't pay the liability, or tax is short paid, or some erroneous refund you are taken, ITC was wrongly availed and utilized by you, then in that scenario, now they will go ahead and use all these audit evidences and they will initiate action under section number 73, 74 or 74A. Basically, demand order will be given. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one. Now, next one is section number 66, which talks about audit by the special audit, which is there. Special audit. Now, officer was doing a scrutiny, officer was doing any inquiry, or officer was doing investigation or any other proceedings. Okay? And now, This officer, who is officer greater than equal to assistant commissioner, he is of the opinion that the value which you have declared is not correct, or the credit which you have taken is not within normal limit. See, Baba, output tax liability, which is value of supply into rate of tax, correct everyone, minus input tax credit will give you a net liability. Is my point clear to all of you? Now tell me one thing, if value has not been declared correct, value is declared correct, output will be less. Value is declared not correct, then output will be less, then your net liability will be less, government will get less. Do you guys agree? Or if credit availed is not within limit, if credit is taken more, then also liability will be less. And hence they are going ahead and telling whenever value is not correct or ITC is not correct, then in that scenario, the assistant commissioner can go ahead and tell, hey, Ramesh, you get your audit done from the chartered accountant or cost accountant who is nominated by the department. So they are telling the assistant commissioner, after taking the permission of the commissioner, will direct the registered person. Direction will be issued telling, hey, get your accounts, get your records audited, including books, examined by chartered accountant or cost accountant. CA square means chartered accountant or cost accountant, which is nominated by the commissioner. Now the chartered accountant or cost accountant will start the audit, and he will go ahead and complete the audit within how many days? 90 days. If it does not complete, then the additional commissioner, assistant commissioner, not additional, assistant commissioner can go ahead and extend the time limit by further how much time, everyone? 90 days. 90 days first, again extendable by 90 days on request by the registered person. Either I can request or the chart accountant can request that we want more time, and the audit time limit can be extended. Once the audit is concluded, the chart accountant or cost accountant will submit his report to the assistant commissioner. Now, assistant commissioner will tell me, Ramesh, what are our findings? What are the reason for the finding? Basically, he'll give me the audit report and tell me discharge your liability. So what they are going ahead and telling, now audit finding to be communicated to the registered person in ADT 04. Assistant commissioner ko CA will report, and assistant commissioner will tell me what are the findings, etc. Finding, discrepancies along with observation will be provided, and he will tell me to discharge my liability. If I discharge my liability, very good. Otherwise, he'll give me an opportunity of being heard. Even now, if tax is not paid, short paid, erroneous refund, ITC wrongly availed and utilized, now officer will use these evidences and pass a demand order under 73, 74 or 74. Done, everyone. The most important questions, Baba, this chapter is again a C graded chapter. Sometimes it comes, sometimes it does not come. But the questions which can come, everyone, okay. Remember one thing over here. Sir, the chart accountant or cost accountant in special audit is nominated by commissioner and paid by the department. It is paid by the department. Exam question, what are the different types of audit? One is audit under section number 65, audit by department. One is special audit, which is audit by chart accountant or cost accountant nominated by the department. Now, one question which they can go ahead and ask you, what are the obligations of a taxable person when he receives the notice of audit? Means, what are my obligations? Or it can be other way around. My obligations are the rights of the GST officer. So it can say, what are the rights of the GST officer during audit? Registered person should provide, or authorized officer may require. Either I should provide or he will tell me I provide. What? I should provide him necessary facility to verify books of accounts and other documents. I should not tell him, go sit in the godown, go sit on the floor. I should provide him necessary facility to do the audit. Secondly, also furnish such information as he may require and render assistance for timely completion. When the GST officer comes to my place of business, I should provide him necessary information. Whatever he is asking for, I should not give him gossips. Whatever he is asking, I should provide necessary information and also provide him assistance for timely completion. So that he can complete the audit on time, I should provide him assistance. These are my obligation and these are the rights of the officer. Either way, they can go ahead and ask you the question. What are your rights, or what are your obligation, and what are the rights of the GST officer during audit? People, C graded question. What are the most important point they can go ahead and ask you about the right, your obligation and department ka right? They can tell you write a note on audit. They can tell you write a note on special audit. They can tell you what is the date of commencement of audit. They can tell you, sir, when can the assistant commissioner ask for special audit? When value declared is not correct and credit is not within normal limit, means you have taken more credit. They can also tell you, sir, please explain the different type of audit. Who can conduct the audit of the taxpayer? One is audit by department, one is special audit. Are we done, everyone? These are the various types of questions which can come from this chapter. I'll close my revision on the chapter of audit, everyone. Remember one thing, advanced ruling, assessment and audit. Either of the three chapters say 5 to 6 marks will 100% come in the exam. You have to be very careful. I'll close my revision on the chapter of audit, everyone. Done. Now, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of inspection, search, seizure and arrest. Everyone, this chapter ka linking again comes from the chapter of assessment where scrutiny was happening. You remember, everyone, now officer wants to go ahead and give you a demand order. When officer wants to give you a demand order, to give demand order, he needs evidences. So for that, he might get audit, special audit done, or he can get inspection, search, and seizure also done, gather evidences, and then go ahead and give you a demand order. Always remember one thing, it is not necessary because of a scrutiny only inspection, search, seizure will happen. Inspection, search, and seizure might happen after the scrutiny also, or it can happen independently also. So now we are going to go ahead and discuss inspection, search, seizure, and arrest. Always remember one thing, nowadays the ICI ka target is C graded chapters. There are questions which are coming from C grade chapter. Last attempt, I remember section number 72, the last section which is there over here, people never bothered about it. They asked question on this for 3 marks. You getting my point? Last attempt, audit, the chapter which people are not bothered, only they went ahead and asked a question. So you can't leave any chapter and go, any chapter, anywhere question can come. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, inspection, search, seizure, and arrest. Inspection, search, seizure, and arrest. We'll start with section number 67, which is there. Then section number 68 and up. Section number 67 to 72 section will come in this chapter. Let's go ahead and start with section number 67. Section number 67.1 goes ahead and says about inspection. Section number 67.1 says proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner. People remember one thing, who is the officer who can go ahead and authorize an inspection? Proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner if he has reason to believe that a taxable person has suppressed transaction relating to stock or supply. If you have gone ahead and suppressed your transaction for supply or stock, or you have claimed ITC in excess of your entitlement, more ITC you have taken, or you have indulged in the contravention of act or rules, if you do any contravention, and all this you have done to evade tax, then they can go ahead and send one person for inspection. Number one, if the officer has reason to believe that you have suppressed your transaction relating to stock you are not showing, or supply you are not showing, or you have claimed ITC more, or you have gone ahead and indulged in any contravention, then inspection can be done. Or if a transporter, owner, operator of warehouse or a godown or any other place is doing what? He is keeping those goods on which tax is not paid, or owner, operator, warehouse and transporter is keeping wrong accounts so that they can go ahead and evade the tax, then Baba, in that scenario, the proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner will go ahead and issue an INS 01 to his subordinate and tell him, go do the inspection and come back and give me the report whether everything is fine in his premises or he is doing something wrong. The proper officer may authorize INS 01 may any officer to inspect the place of business of the taxable person or transporter or owner, operator of warehouse or godown or any other place. Now here the two questions which can come is, number one, who can go ahead and authorize inspection? Proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner. What are the reasons when inspection can be done? Remember one thing, if taxable person has suppressed, all these things you have to write, and if transporter, owner, operator has gone ahead and kept wrong books of accounts, etc., if you write this much, you will be able to get 3 marks. Now, after the inspection has been done, the proper officer, the person who came to my premises, he went to the officer, joint commissioner, and he told, sir, there's something wrong in Ramesh's premises. Or might be, without inspection only, if they want, they can come for search and seizure. So remember one thing, search and seizure can happen because of inspection also, or might be otherwise. If department got one intelligence information, Ramesh premises may, he has gone in and done lot of fraud activities, etc., then also they can come for directly raid Baba, search and seizure can happen. Are we all clear till here? So search and seizure can happen after inspection or it can happen otherwise also. And they are going in and telling, if proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner has reason to believe, proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner has reason to believe that there are some goods which are in your premises which are liable to be confiscated. DBT, documents, books and things have been secreted in any place which are relevant for the proceeding, then Baba, they will come for search and seizure. So basically one officer will come to inspection to your place if he thinks that there is something wrong. There are goods which you have kept which are liable to be confiscated, tax not paid goods. Secondly, documents, books, things, documents are there, books are there, things like iPad, etc. is there, which you have gone ahead and secreted. If they have a doubt, then they will come for a raid to your premises. Are we clear, everyone? Now they will take all the documents, books, things, goods along with them and go. They will use it as evidence to go ahead and pass a demand order against you. What they have gone ahead and done. Now, if they come to your place, they have done the search and seizure activity. Any proper officer, now what will happen? They will go ahead and find out all the goods which are there on which tax is not paid, which is liable to be confiscated. They will find out all the document, books and things which are secreted by you. They will take it out everything, break all the walls, tear apart the sofa, and they will take out. Have you seen in movie, everyone? They'll take out everything, and now they will go ahead and make one order of seizure in GST INS 02, which they will go ahead and give it to you and tell, sir, now we are taking all the goods along with us. But supposingly they can't take in your premises when they enter large blocks of marbles are there. Can they take all those marble ka block along with them and go? Not possible to seize it, take it along with them. Hence, they will go ahead and put one seal around it. They will seal the premises and say, if it is not practicable to seize the goods, seize means if they can't take the possession of the goods and go along with them, then they will order not to remove or deal with the goods except with the permission. And sir, this ke liye they will go ahead and give order of prohibition. Are we clear, everyone? Now, search and seizure happened. They took all your documents and went. You know what? They went and took off your son ka birth certificate, your marriage certificate, which is irrelevant for the proceeding. Remember one thing, section number 67(3) says any documents, books and things will be returned after examination or inquiry. If documents, books, things are relied upon, they will use it to issue notice. If they are not going to rely upon my marriage certificate, my birth certificate, my son's birth certificate, what will they do? So that will be returned within how much time, everyone? If they are going to use documents, books and things, they will use it to issue a notice against me and then pass a demand order. Correct, everyone? If they are not going to use it, they will return it to me within 30 days. Now, exam question. What are the powers of the officer when they come for a search and seizure activity? You told, sir, behind this door, nothing is there. Sir, behind this wall, nothing is there. If they go ahead and ask you, what is in the almirah, and you don't give the keys, they have the power to break open. What does it say? What are the powers of the officer? Powers of the officer during a search and seizure activity is to seal, to break open the door, almirah, electronic devices, boxes, receptacle in which goods, accounts, documents are suspected to be concealed, and you have gone ahead and denied the access. The next one over here is, can the officer allow you to take photocopies of the accounts of the books which they are going ahead and seizing it? Remember one thing, photocopies or extract of seized document will be allowed except if it is prejudicially going to affect the investigation. For example, officer is of the view that if I go ahead and give you the Xerox copy of all the suppliers or all the customers who are there, you will call and tell all of them, hey, my place, so they have done raid, all of you run, run, run. So then they will not go ahead and give you the Xerox also. Is my point clear? The next one over here is provisional release. Again, a question in the exam. If the goods are seized from your premises, can they be provisionally released? Yes. And if provisionally released, how it will be released? What are the payments, etc. to be done? They have gone ahead and told provisional release of seized goods upon execution of bond. First, you have to give a bond. Along with your bond, you have to give a security, which is a bank guarantee to cover the amount of tax, interest, and penalty. Or, sir, I will not give security, I will not give bond. No problem. Make the payment of the tax, interest, and penalty, whichever is applicable on your goods. Number one, either bond plus bank guarantee, and bank guarantee should cover at least the tax, interest, penalty. Sir, I will not give bank guarantee because bank is not giving me the guarantee only. Then what to do? Then just go ahead and make the payment of the tax, interest, penalty, and they will release the goods provisionally. You know what? Once they go ahead and seize your goods and take along with them, see, seizure means taking over the possession. After the possession, now ownership will also get transferred to the government. But for transferring of ownership to the government, first they will issue you a confiscation ka notice. After they go ahead and seize the goods, within 6 months they should issue you confiscation notice that now department will transfer the ownership in the name of the government of the goods. The goods ka ownership will be transferred in the name of the government. Within how much time they will go ahead and issue a confiscation notice? 6 months. If they don't issue within 6 months, 6 months can be further extended by 6 months. If they don't issue confiscation ka notice within how much time? 6 plus 6 months of the date of seizure, they have to return you the goods. The next one over here, which they can go ahead and ask, what is the treatment of seized goods which are perishable and hazardous goods? If the goods are perishable, mangoes are there, but they will wait for 6 months, mangoes will become seed. Are everyone, yes or no? So if goods which are seized are perishable goods, hazardous goods, depreciating goods, or storage is not there with the department can tell you, see Baba, now that these goods are being seized by us, anyways the ownership will belong to the government. So you do one thing, you go ahead and pay us the lower of the market price of the goods or whatever tax, interest, penalty is applicable, whichever is lower, make the payment, will release the goods. Either pay the tax, interest, penalty or whatever is the market value of the goods, pay it to us, we'll go ahead and release it, whichever is lower you pay. If you fail to pay, the proper officer will dispose the goods, things, and the amount realized will be adjusted to a tax, interest, penalty or any other amount. Any other amount means whatever is the departmental expense for selling the goods, seizing the goods, transporting the goods, all expenses will be deducted and remaining amount will be paid to you. If the goods which are seized are perishable and hazardous goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, sir, whenever they seize the goods from a premises, they will make one inventory that, sir, we are going ahead and taking these goods, these documents, these books, and these things along with us. Please sign it. They'll prepare a list of the inventory and tell you to sign. Everyone over here, now what are the principles or requirement during a search operation? They can go ahead and tell you whenever GST department is coming for a search activity, what are the principal requirements? First of all, they should have a valid search agreement, search warrant. Search warrant should be executed before search, means they should get it signed from the person in charge of the premise before starting the search. Search may always one lady officer should be there, so that if any premise they are doing the search and seizure activity, any lady is there to handle them, lady officer should be there. Search should be always in the presence of two independent witnesses from the locality. They should call two independent people who are good people, not thieves. Next, before starting, they should always disclose the identity that we are the people who are going to do the search. Our ID is this. And after the audit is done, after the search is done, one panchnama or mahazar, basically a document should be prepared saying these goods we are taking along with us, these documents we are taking, these books, these things we are taking along with us, and it should be signed by the independent witness and also the person in charge or the owner of the premises. These 6 points I have gone ahead and told you because if they ask in the exam, what are the Principles or requirement during such operation, you can go ahead and write it down. Section number 67 done. Section number 68 goes ahead and says, whenever you are going on the way, if you are carrying goods worth rupees more than 50,000 consignment value. Array, this was inspection of normally goods. One is inspection of goods in transit. Do you remember e-way bill chapter? E-way bill chapter was nothing other than section number 68 only, no? That when you are going on the way, if your goods are more than, consignment value is more than 50,000, person in charge will produce documents and devices. Basically, any mismatch, then detention and seizure will happen. They will detain your truck, they will seize your goods, etc. If all the goods are found to be okay, all the documents are found to be okay, you have invoice also, you have e-way bill also, they will let you go, no problem. See, this was normal inspection, search and seizure, correct everyone? This is inspection of goods in transit, which we have already learned with e-way bill chapter. Now, very, very important section is section number 69, which goes ahead and tells the officer that when can the GST officer arrest you. Now, can you tell me what is the difference between arrest and one more word which is there is imprisonment over here? You can see jail. What is the difference between arrest and imprisonment? Baba, in imprisonment, no, they will send you to jail. Jail wala clothes will be given, jail wala food will be given. But arrest does not mean jail. See, under trial, when the trial is going on, no, so that you don't run away from the country, they will catch you and keep. So whenever the trial is going on, if the GST department has a doubt that you are going to run away, not a doubt, basically there's some reason, they will arrest you and keep. Because if they don't arrest you, you'll run away from the country and then we'll not be able to catch you. So they are going in and telling whether trial is ongoing, we'll arrest you. If you are proven guilty, then you will be imprisoned. You will be sent to jail. So they are going in and telling what is the who has the power to arrest? Commissioner. If he has reason to believe that a person has committed these 4 offences, which are told under section number 132.1. We will be learning in offences and penalties chapter, section number 132. In section number 132.1, there are 4 offences which are told. What are the 4 offences? Supplying without issue of invoice with an intent to evade tax. I am supplying but not issuing invoice. Or issuing invoice or bill without supply in violation of the provision of the act leading to wrongful availment or utilization of ITC. I am issuing bogus invoice. One, I am supplying without any invoice. Secondly, I am giving invoice, bogus bill, but I am not supplying. Thirdly, I took ITC using such bogus bill. Somebody gave me and I am taking credit on the basis of bogus bill, or I am taking credit without any bill only. And the last one, I have collected amount as tax, but due date is gone and more than 3 months from due date, I have not paid the tax to the government. Remember one thing, these 4 offences are there, which are told under 132.1 A, B, C, D. Remember in section number 69, they say, if 132.1 ka A, B, C, D offence. What are the A, B, C, D offence, everyone? Number 1, supplying without invoice. Number 2, invoice without supply. This is also called bogus invoice. That is, invoice without any supply, or your ITC has been taken on the basis of bogus invoice, or without invoice only I took the credit, or if I have collected amount as tax, tax has been collected, you should pay on due date, already 3 months from the due date has gone and you have not paid the tax to the government, then remember one thing everyone, if the amount is more than 2 crore, 4 offences, people, 4 offences, amount more than 2 crore, or 4 offences and repeatedly if you do it, second time if you do it, remember one thing, commissioner or authorized, commissioner may authorize any officer of the central tax to arrest such person. Tell me one thing everyone, can you tell me when can you be arrested under GST? We are not talking about jail now, we are talking about arrest, holding you and keeping. Number 1, supplying without invoice, invoice without supply, ITC on the basis of such bogus invoice, or without invoice only took the ITC. Thirdly, amount collected as tax not paid to the government 3 months from the due date. 4 offences plus amount also has to be seen. 1 rupee amount, they will catch you and more than 2 crore, then you will be arrested. Remember one thing, if you do second time, now you have become habitual offender. And habitual offender to gone, Baba. You will be arrested if you do it second time for 1 rupee also. Now I want to tell you, section number 132 May, I went in and told you 4 offences, A, B, C, D. Correct everyone? You have to remember one thing, if the amount is more than 2 crore, can I be arrested? Array everyone. If the amount is more than 5 crore, can I also be arrested? Array Baba, in both the cases you can be arrested. Whether it is more than 2 crore, that if 2 crore me you are arresting, 5 crore me, so you will arrest only. But there is a catch over here. If the amount is more than 5 crore, no, it is called a cognizable and non-bailable offence. What do you mean by cognizable? Cognizable means severe offence. Severe offences are non-bailable. Are we clear? It means these are severe offences which are not bailable. The arresting officer will not go ahead and tell you the bail amount. Pay the bail and we'll release you. No. In case of a severe, which is a cognizable offence, where bail is not given by the arresting officer, you will be presented before magistrate. Before the magistrate within 24 hours. Now, magistrate will decide. Baba, magistrate will decide whether to send you to jail or give you bail. Can I go ahead, everyone? But here, if the amount is more than 2 crore, but less than equal to 5 crore, it is not crossed 5 crore. If amount is not crossed 5 crore, you can still be arrested, but this will be a non-cognizable. Non-cognizable means non-severe offense, and these are bailable. These are bailable means, Baba, the arresting officer will tell you, hey, 5 lakh rupees pay today, I'll release you on bail. You'll not be sent to jail. If you don't pay the bail amount, then jail. And everyone, can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. If the amount is more than 2 crore, what will happen? Arrested. 5 crore, also arrested. But what is the difference between more than 5 crore and more than 2 crore up to 5 crore? More than 5 crore means it is a severe offense. For this, the arresting officer will not give you the bail amount. He'll tell you, please come before the magistrate. Magistrate will decide bail or jail. If the amount is more than 2 up to 5, more than 2 up to 5, then Baba, remember one thing, you can be arrested. But the arresting officer will tell you, please pay the bail amount, we'll release you. Can I go ahead, everyone? These are non-cognizable but bailable offense. Everyone over here, cognizable and bailable. Non-cognizable, non-severe offences are bailable. Non-cognizable means, cognizable means severe offences are not bailable. You will be presented before magistrate within how much time? 24 hours. Non-cognizable and bailable, non-severe offences are bailable. For this, the ACDC will decide the bail amount. The assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner will tell you, this is the bail amount, pay the bail and we'll release you. Remember, the assistant commissioner or the deputy commissioner shall have the same power as officer in charge of a police station. Baba, because when this bail, jail will come, no. You need police officer, no. ACDC is telling, we are only the police officer here in GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? We have the same power as that of a police officer in charge of a police station. All the arrest when they are doing, it should be made as per the code of criminal procedure. They will arrest you as if you are a criminal only. Properly, they will go ahead and catch you and take you along. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, we are done with section number 69. 70 has been amended to include small part. We'll talk about it. Section number 70, again, write a short note on power to summon by the GST officer. If GST officer wants, can they go ahead and summon you, everyone? Everyone, can the GST officer go ahead and summon you? They have gone ahead and told here, proper officer has the power to summon any person to give evidence, documents, things in any person in any inquiry can be called. And Baba, what are your responsibilities when you are called for a summon? Go attend. You should not say, no, I will not come. I cannot come. I don't have time. No, no, no. All persons summoned shall be bound, shall mean mandatorily will be bound to attend either in person or you can send your authorized representative as such officer may direct. And the person so appearing shall mandatorily state the truth during examination, make statement or produce such documents and things as may be required. It means they are telling, please come for the summon. Or you come yourself or send your authorized representative. Then when you come, please speak the truth which is there. Whatever documents, things which are asking you, you have to go ahead and provide it to them. People, I like it. They can go ahead and tell you, write the power of the officer during summon. That's the proper, write the power of the officers to summon. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Section number 70 done. 71. Access to business premises. Everyone listen to me very carefully. This GST officer, no, he came to my premises with a INS 01 to inspect the premises. I sent my dog behind him. No. Whenever one officer came to my premises, he told, sir, I've come for inspection. I tell, no, get out of the door. Can't do that. Why? Because a proper officer who is coming to a premises, he has power to what, everyone? Access your business premises. It says officer or authorized officer by the proper officer, who is basically officer authorized by the proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner. Joint commissioner will go ahead and authorize the officer, and that officer shall have access to inspect your books of accounts. So, for an example, in my premises one day, one GST officer came. Anyone, any beggar coming, what will I tell? Let get lost. But GST officer, when he is coming with an INS 01 who has been authorized, he will have access to inspect your books of account, document, computer program, computer software, and such other thing as he may require and available at that place of business. And remember one thing, he can do what? He might have come, GST officer might have come for audit, he might have come for scrutiny, or he might have come for verification and check. But if he wants, he can demand some things also. And person in charge on demand by the proper officer, or might be special, this normal officer has come for audit, or special audit ke liye chartered accountant has come. Whenever they ask, you have to make available record as prepared by you and maintained along with trial balance, audited annual financials, cost audit report, income tax audit report if any, and any other relevant record within how many days? 15 days of demand. What they are telling everyone. See, again, one note, they can tell you, write a short note and access to business premises. You have to say, any officer who is authorized by the proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner, whenever they go to the premises, they will have access to the business premises. For what, everyone? Accounts, documents, computer program, etc. And whatever is available over there for the purpose of audit, scrutiny, and check, he can use them. And if he wants, he can basically the chart accountant or cost accountant or the GST department officer, if they want any other document during an audit, etc., they can tell the person to produce, and you have to produce within how many days? 15 days. Is my point clear to all of you? 15 working days. Now, this was the question which came in the last attempt, wherein they went ahead and told who are the other officers who have to assist the GST officer in discharging their duties. Baba, a GST officer might need, see, when GST officer comes to a premises, no, for inspection, search, seizure, they will always get one police officer along with them. What if you are a don and you tell the officer, I will hit you? So they will always come with one police officer. So always remember, all other officers or railway officer or custom officer or land revenue collection officer, village officer, SGST officer or any notified class of officer must assist the proper officer under CGST. Basically, we are talking the CGST Act. No, they should help the proper officer under GST to implement that act, to implement the GST Act. Can you tell me who are the officer? Police officer, railway ka officer, custom ka officer, land revenue collection officers, village officer, and SGST or UTGST officer or any other officer notified should help the GST officer in going ahead and implementing the GST Act. Rail mein my goods are going. If the proper officer calls the railway officer, please don't give the delivery of the goods because tax is not paid on those goods. Railway officer should not give the delivery of the goods. That is how they should assist the proper officer in carrying out the implementation of the. This chapter is again a C-graded chapter, but exam questions which can be asked. What are the cases when inspection can happen? Correct, everyone? Secondly, what are the principles during search operation? What are the powers of the officer during search and seizure activity? How should perishable and hazardous goods be dealt with? Write a note on access to business premises. Write a short note on summon. Proper officer's power to summon. Who are the other officers who have to assist the proper officer? And most important of all, what are the cases when you can be arrested? Write a short note on arrest, or they can give you practical question and ask you when in this scenario can the person be arrested. These are some of the important questions. Although a C-graded question chapter, but 3 marks to 5 marks, anything can come from this chapter. 3 marks is the minimum which I believe they can ask you. So again, I'll tell you, your advanced ruling, assessment, audit, inspection, search, seizure and arrest, 100% you will get a question. Can I close my discussion, everyone? I'll close my discussion on the chapter of inspection, search, seizure and arrest. Done. All right, students, now let's go ahead and move to the next chapter. The next chapter which we have is the chapter of demand and recovery. There's an amendment in this chapter. We'll go ahead and discuss the amendment also when we revise. Everyone over here now, listen. When you go ahead, what is the linking of the chapter? See, when officer did scrutiny and officer went ahead and found there is discrepancy, he informed you, you went ahead and paid, no problem. You went ahead and explained, he liked the explanation, no problem. He does not like the explanation, then they can go ahead and get audit done, special audit done, inspection, search, seizure and arrest done. And Baba, audit, special audit done, inspection, search, seizure done. Whatever evidences were obtained, the officer will go ahead and use and now give you a demand order. Demand order, if you make the payment within 3 months, very good. If you don't make the payment within 3 months, after 3 months, recovery will start. And here comes the chapter of demand and recovery. It is not necessary that always audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure will be done, only then demand order will be given. After scrutiny also, if officer finds out that there is any tax not paid, short paid, erroneous refund has been taken by you, ITC has been wrongly availed and utilized, and he has proper evidences with him, then directly also he might go ahead and start with what, everyone? Demand and recovery. But demand and recovery means section number 73 and 74 was there, which was basically applicable earlier, and now they have made it applicable only till the year 2023-24 with effect from 2024-25. 23-24 done. With effect from 24-25 onward, they have gone ahead and told section number 74A will be applicable, where 73 and 74 has been merged, and they have made one section common for both the cases, which is 74A, which I'll also go ahead and talk about. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, let's first revise 73 and 74, because by chance the exam question comes with respect to the year up to 23-24, you will have to apply section number 73 and 74. If exam question comes which is for the year 24-25 onwards, 74A. But mostly because 74A is a new section, you should apply section number 74A only. But still, be careful. What if the question relates to the year before? or on or before 23-24, that you will have to solve by section number 73 and 74. I hope I was able to clarify this. Now listen to it very carefully. When it appears to the proper officer that tax is not paid, short paid, or erroneous refund has been taken by you, or any ITC was wrongly availed and utilized by you, and this pertains to the financial year up to 23 and 24, then Baba, if it is a fraud ka case, then officer will go ahead and start proceedings under section number 74. If it is non-fraud case, then Baba 73. They have told 73 is applicable for any reason other than fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression of fact. And whenever the case relates to fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression, then section number 74 is applicable. Now, everyone over here now, listen to very carefully. See, there are 3 stages which are there. Chapter number 23, demand and recovery. Everyone listen. One is a show cause notice. You can go ahead and make the payment prior to show cause notice. Prior to show cause notice, you can go ahead and make the payment, or once show cause notice comes, then you can go ahead and make the payment, and then after that they are going ahead and telling demand order will be given. So after demand order also you can go ahead and make the payment. If you go ahead and make the payment, see, I am talking about 73 case also, section number 74 case also. First I am explaining 73, 74, then we'll talk about 74A. So 73 ka case mein, they have gone ahead and told prior to show cause notice, if you go ahead and make the payment, means without show cause notice, proceeding not started, you are a good boy and you made the payment, you just have to pay the tax, interest you have to pay, penalty is not required. But this side it is tax, interest, penalty, at least 15% of the tax amount has to be paid as penalty. You did not make the payment prior to show cause notice, officer went ahead and gave you the show cause notice, then Baba, always remember one thing, after the show cause notice, you go ahead and get 30 days ka time limit. After show cause notice, only how many days ka time is there? 30 days ka time is there. If you go ahead and make the payment, you have to pay tax, interest, penalty is not required to be paid. But after show cause notice, in case of fraud cases under section number 74, tax, interest, penalty is how much, everyone? 25% of the tax amount has to be paid. Sir, after 30 days, voluntary payment of show cause notice can't be done. Now what will happen? Demand order will come. If demand order comes and you make the payment, in case of non-fraud case, you have to pay tax, interest, penalty will be just 10% of tax amount or 10,000, whichever is higher. This is the amount of penalty which has to be paid in case of non-fraud. But fraud cases, you will have to pay. Fraud cases again are given 30 more days ka time after the demand order also. If they pay, they have to pay tax, interest, penalty will only be 50% of the tax. If they pay after 30 days, it will be tax, interest, penalty, which is 100% of the tax amount. Penalty has to be paid. Are we all clear, everyone? And this same thing I've gone in and told over here. One is tax can be paid before the show cause notice or on receipt of GST DRC 01A. GST DRC 01A is basically where the officer may go ahead and issue before show cause notice one pre-show cause notice. Basically, it's not a show cause notice. Prior to show cause notice, he can just inform you in DRC 01A ka part A mein the liability. What is the estimated liability he wants to go ahead and give the show cause notice for? He can go ahead and inform you by using what, everyone? GST DRC 01A ka part A. Or he might not issue this, then you can go ahead and yourself ascertain the liability, and if you pay the tax and interest, full payment is done, show cause notice will not be issued to you, chapter will be closed over here. Just inform the officer, he will give an acknowledgement saying, okay, fine sir, we are closing the case. But if you go ahead and make part payment, tax, interest ka part payment is done, or you are telling I will not make the payment, I will give my submission, then you can use part B of GST DRC 01C, part A, sorry, GST DRC 01 part A and part 01A ka part B you can use. Part A mein to he'll tell you, part B you can use and you can give your submission. Okay, everyone? If the same thing happens on the right side, which is section number 74, then you are paying tax, interest, penalties. How much, everyone? 15%. Or you can make full payment, chapter will get closed. If you make part payment or you give a submission, then it will come over here, wherein basically your show cause notice will be given to you. Remember, detailed show cause notice always comes on your mail, and summary of the show cause notice will be provided to you in GST DRC 01, wherein they will go ahead and tell you what is the tax amount, what is the interest, and they will state the ground asking why this amount I should not demand it from you. Remember one thing, once the show cause notice has been given, you are given how many days ka time? 30 days ka time limit. If within 30 days you pay the tax and interest, inform him, then no penalty, demand order will not come. Just officer will go ahead and conclude the proceeding, because proceedings have already started with the issue of show cause notice. So they will conclude the proceeding by issuing GST DRC 05. They will conclude the proceeding. Or else, if you don't make the payment, then you can give representation or reply. Once the reply or representation is done, see, either make the payment or reply him. He will go ahead and now issue what, everyone? Demand order. Is my point clear? If it is fraud case, then you have to make the tax, interest, penalty will be how much, everyone? 25% of the tax amount. Demand order will not come, just intimate, and he will conclude the proceedings. And everyone, or you can give representation. If you give representation, then he will go ahead and now issue a demand order. Might be after representation, he likes your representation, he will not do anything. But he does not like it, then he will go ahead and give you a demand order. Detailed demand order always comes on your mail, and a summary of the demand order will be given in GST DRC 7. Are we clear, everyone? Once the demand order comes, remember one thing, show cause notice, voluntary payment, only time limit of 30 days is available. Once the demand order has come, then Baba, there is no more chances, etc. If you are a non-fraud case, pay the tax interest penalty by using GST DRC 03. An officer will conclude the proceeding by issuing GST DRC 05. Remember one thing for your exam, if you don't remember the form also, it is okay. Everyone over here. But fraud cases ka case mein, you have to pay tax interest penalty 50% if you make the payment within 30 days of demand order. If you don't make the payment within 30 days, then greater than 30 days, you have to pay tax interest penalty, which will be how much, everyone? 100%. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, once the demand order has come, once the demand order has come, if SSE wants, he can go for an appeal within 3 months, or he can make the payment within 3 months. Otherwise, department, after 3 months of the demand order, department will hang you upside down and recover the. Now, always remember one thing, there's a time limit to go ahead and issue show cause notice and demand order under section number 73 and 74. I've already told you the penalty amount, correct, everyone? This side, there's only penalty after demand order, which is 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. Here, penalty before show cause notice is 15, after show cause notice is 25, after demand order is 50% and 100%. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, we have to understand what is the time limit to issue show cause notice and demand order. Can they give you a show cause notice and demand order after 100 years? No. So the time limit to go ahead and issue show cause notice and demand order, over here they have gone ahead and told. Remember one thing, the time limit to go ahead and pass a demand order is always 3 years. In case of non-fraud case, fraud cases, it is always 5 years from the due date of annual return for the relevant financial year. So for example, this is the year 2017-18, 17-18 ke liye due date of annual return. Everyone over here now. For example, if I go ahead and tell you 2017-18, 17-18 ka 31st December 2018, if it is extended due date, you have to take extended due date. I'm normally taking the due date of annual return. From here, the demand order will be given within how much time, everyone? 3 years. The maximum time limit to issue demand order is 3 years. And they have gone ahead and told demand order to show cause notice. The minimum distance should be 3 months. It means, can you tell me what is the maximum time limit to go ahead and issue show cause notice over here? The maximum time limit to issue is 1 year, 2 years, and 9 months. Because, Baba, demand order should be issued within 3 years. Show cause notice and demand order minimum distance should be 3 months. So, show cause notice should be issued within 2 years and 9 months. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. Now, sir, what is the same case was of a fraud? In fraud case, always remember one thing. For example, this 2017-18 and this is 31st December 2018. From here, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year and 5 year is given in case of what, everyone? Fraud case. So, demand order should be issued over here, and fraud, to explain, you might take some time, and hence show cause notice to demand order should be at least 6 months, because after show cause notice to give representation, you might take time, and hence minimum distance should be how much, everyone? Minimum distance should be at least 6 months. It means in case of fraud case, the demand order, the show cause notice should be issued within 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years and months. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? That's all I've gone ahead and told over here. In case of demand order, it is 3 years and 5 years. In case of show cause notice, it is 2 years, 9 months and 4 years, 6 months. Sir, remember one thing, generally it is due date of annual return, say, annual return ka due date say how many years? 3 years or 5 years. But erroneous refund ka case mein, that year the erroneous refund was received, from that time it is 3 years or 5 years. Or from the date of erroneous refund, it will be 3 years or 5 years. Sir, what if 3 years or 5 years may all these proceedings are not done? It will be deemed that all proceedings have been concluded in respect of that case. There will be no other proceedings that will be done. Now remember one thing, one small statement I have gone ahead and told over here. Baba, for an example, officer went ahead and issued you a show cause notice for 2017-18. He was doing the proceeding. While doing the proceeding, he realized that for the next year also he should give you a show cause notice. For the next to next year also you have done the same mistake. You have not charged, instead of 28, you have charged 18%. So for the next year also show cause notice should be given. For the next to next year also show cause notice should be given. So instead of going ahead and giving you again detailed show cause notice, he can just go ahead and give a statement saying for the year 18-19, for the 19-20, this is the amount which is there. So instead of going ahead and giving you show cause notices for additional period, only a statement can be given in GST DRC 02 for any additional period which is not covered in the show cause notice. Service of statement will be deemed to be service of the show cause notice. However, the ground should be same. Here he has gone ahead and told for the year 17-18, instead of paying 28%, you have paid only 18%, 10% shortfall. For the year 18-19, 19-20, if he is doing the proceeding, he will pass the demand order for 17-18. He can pass the demand order for all the 3 years, provided the next 2 years ke liye also show cause notice is there. But show cause notice was not given. So he does not have to give show cause notice in the next 2 years. Next 2 years ke liye he just can give a statement. When he gives a statement, it is deemed that the show cause notice has been given. Did you guys get my point, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? In this chart, the most important point over here to remember is, what is the time limit, everyone? 3 years and 5 years. Show cause notice, the time limit is 2 years, 9 months. And here, 4 years, 6 months. What is the penalty, everyone? No penalty. This side, only after demand order. In 73, penalty is 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. In fraud case, 15, 25, 50 and 100% is the penalty. Baba, I have gone ahead and written one small explanation over here. Once they have gone ahead and passed the demand order, all the proceedings shall be deemed to be concluded. It means against you, there will be no other proceedings under any other section. If 73 and 74 proceedings are already done, then they will not go ahead and do any other proceedings under you, against you, other than 132 means jail, so they will send you. They are telling if you have gone ahead and done, if against you 73 and 74 proceedings are done, then no other proceedings under any other section except 132. It means they are telling jail provisions will still apply if you have gone ahead and done an offense which is also punishable under jail, then you will be sent to jail. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Next. Notice issued to the main person liable to pay tax and some other person, and proceedings against the main person is concluded under 73 and 74. Proceedings against all other person liable to pay penalty shall also be deemed to be concluded. Because what they are trying to say is, for example, I am the main accused. With me, there are helpers who are there. So when notice was issued to me, notice was issued to all other people also. When I went ahead and paid all the taxes, etc., all demand order, everything cleared from my end, then Baba, against me all proceedings concluded. Then it will be deemed that against all my co-notices were there. Again, along with me, other helpers co also notice was issued. Their notice also, their proceedings also deemed to be concluded if main person proceedings concluded. Can I go ahead, everyone? That's all they have gone ahead and told. Now, one section number 7311 may, one small note is there over here, which says self-assessed tax or amount collected as tax if unpaid for greater than 30 days of the people, if unpaid greater than 30 days of the due date, penalty 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. Sir, what do you mean by this? Everyone, can I go ahead and explain? Listen to very carefully. They are telling self-assessed tax or amount collected as tax if not paid greater than how many days? 30 days of due date. Penalty will be 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. You tell me one thing, I did not file my return. It's more than 30 days. Can this penalty be imposed? No. What they are trying to say is, you have to understand. People, practically it does not happen, but theoretically. You know what they are trying to say? For an example, this is the month of April. April month ke liye 20th May, you already filed your GST 3B. You told my output tax liability is 10 lakh. You told my input tax rate is 5 lakh. And remaining amount you have to pay in cash is how much, everyone? 5 lakh. Correct, everyone? You did not have the cash amount, so you did not pay the cash amount. Are you guys able to understand? And hence, okay, for example, your ITC over here was 0. You take it to be 0 for the example. How much is the amount to be paid in cash? 10 lakh. You did not have the amount, you just filed your return. Practically, it is not possible. Theoretically, it is possible. It's an invalid return. You filed an invalid return where the tax payment was not done. People, is this your self-assessed tax? You only assessed your tax, but you did not make the payment. What they are telling, you have already filed your return, no? Make sure within the next 30 days, please pay this tax. If you pay, no problem. If you don't pay this tax within the next 30 days, which was self-assessed by you, you yourself told no. If you don't make the tax payment within the next 30 days, but sir, return already filed. But this tax amount has to be paid by you within the next 30 days. If you don't make the payment of this tax within the next 30 days, officer will first issue you a show cause notice. And then he will give you a demand order where he will demand from you 10% of the tax amount or 10,000, whichever is higher. Are we all clear till here? It means 10 lakh ka 10%, 1 lakh rupees or 10,000, whichever is higher, he will demand from you 1 lakh rupees. That is told by section number 7311 that, sir, whether penalty under 7311 can be levied when GSTR 3B has been filed after due date? No. If GSTR 3B is filed late, then this penalty is not applicable. It says provision of 73 can be invoked only when provision of 73 are invoked. Provision of 73 are generally not invoked in case of delay in filing return. Because tax along with applicable interest has already been paid after the due date, it is accordingly clarified penalty under 7311 is not payable in case where you have filed your return late. However, in case of late filing of return, general penalty can be imposed by the officer. But the 7311 ka penalty is when you have already self-assessed in your return that this is my tax payable and you have not paid it. Practically does not happen, but you have not paid it, then they are going and telling officer can go ahead and issue a show cause notice and then pass a demand order demanding penalty of 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. But for that, show cause notice and demand order has to be given by the proper officer. Everyone over here, we are done with section number 73 and section number 74. Everyone listen to very carefully. Similarly, now for the determination of tax not paid, short paid, erroneous refund, ITC wrongly availed and utilized for reason pertaining, for any reason. Can you see, everyone? Any reason. Earlier it used to be 73 was non-fraud case, 74 was fraud, willful misstatement or suppression. Now they are telling whether fraud, non-fraud, we don't care. For any reason, what section is applicable, everyone? Section number 74A is applicable for any reason pertaining to financial year 2024-25 onwards. So all the students, I want you to be very careful in the exam. 74A is now applicable. So that is why I went ahead and told in the whole GST Act, wherever 73 and 74 was written, now 74A has been added. So for financial year 24-25 onwards, wherever when it appears to the proper officer tax is not paid, everything is same. See, when tax is not paid, short paid, erroneously refunded, ITC has been wrongly availed or utilized for reason other than for reason of fraud, willful mistake. In 74A also they bifurcated too. 73 and 74 merged in 74A. But in 74A also two bifurcation inside 74A is there. If it is fraud, willful misstatement or suppression, if it is not for reason other than fraud, willful misstatement, suppression, again you will come on the left and right. Here pay the tax and interest, no penalty. Just inform the officer, show cause notice will not come. Before show cause notice, correct everyone? Here tax, interest, penalty will be 15%. Inform the officer and show cause notice will not come. Is it the same? Yes. Then they have told, remember one additional line they told over here, no show cause notice in either of the case. In 74A, show cause notice will not come if the amount is less than 1,000. Can I go ahead everyone? Now, sir, you did not make the payment or you made half payment or you gave representation. Then what will happen everyone? Show cause notice now will come. Summary of the show cause notice will also be uploaded. Correct everyone? Show cause notice now. People, can you tell me earlier the show cause notice ka time limit was what? 2 years, 9 months, 4 years, 6 months. Correct? Here they have told 42 months from the due date of annual return or date of erroneous refund. The day erroneous refund was given, from that time 42 months. Can I go ahead everyone? Can you tell me everyone show cause notice ka time limit? Now it is 42 months. Earlier they had told from demand order 3 months prior and 6 months prior. Correct everyone? Now they have told show cause notice ka time limit is how much everyone? 42 months. Once the show cause notice has come, and Baba, statement also can be given for additional period. You remember one period ke liye show cause notice is given. Next period also you want to demand the same ground pay you want to make any demand, then first show cause notice has to be given. For additional period, instead of giving show cause notice, statement also can be given. Arey, the same thing which I taught over here. Now listen. Sir, once the show cause notice has come, earlier the time limit was 60 days, no? Now they have given voluntary payment can be done within how many days? 60 days. You can pay tax, interest, penalty is not required to be paid and all proceedings will be concluded. Remember, show cause notice can now be paid within how many days? 60. Earlier was how many days? 30. Everyone over here now you will go or you can go ahead and give representation and demand order will come. Over here, pay tax, interest, penalty will be how much everyone? 25%, all proceeding concluded, or else give representation. After representation, again demand order will come. Can I go ahead everyone? Remember one thing, what is the time limit for demand order under 73 and 74? 3 years and 5 years. Here it is 12 months from the date of issue of show cause notice, extendable by further 6 months. Can you tell me show cause notice, what is the time limit? 42 months. Do you guys agree with me? And demand order, time limit is how much everyone? From here 12 months plus again 6 months can be given. Can I go ahead everyone? And remember one thing, once demand order has come, then Baba, if you are paying the tax, it is tax, interest, penalty 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. If you are not making the payment within 3 months, go for an appeal, or after 3 months, department will start recovery. And Baba, you know what everyone? Here, tax, interest, penalty 50%, tax, interest, penalty 100%. But you know what happened? Here it was within 30 days or after 30 days. Correct everyone? Here it is, you should make the payment within 60 days, then it is 50%. After 60 days, it is what everyone? 100%. And after 3 months gone, then the recovery will start. Can I go ahead everyone? People, tell me one thing. In section number 74, don't you think the tax amount is same? Penalty amount is same? 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. Here it is 15, 25, 50 and 100, same. What is the difference over here? First of all, show cause notice ka time limit is 42 months. Demand order ka time limit is from show cause notice 12 months, extendable by 6 months. Sir, here show cause notice ke baad you can make the payment within 60 days. Voluntary payment of show cause notice can be made not after, within 60 days. Can I go ahead everyone? And here, sir, once the demand order has come, 30 days has now become 60 days. You will get 50% of the tax has to be paid. After 60 days, so 100% of the tax has to be paid. Remaining everything is same. For a fact, all these provisions which you have gone ahead and learned, no, all these provisions all are applicable for section number 74A also. All the provisions which we have gone ahead and understood are applicable for section number 74A also. Is my point clear to all of you everyone? Now we'll go ahead and move to section number 75, general provision. Please tell me everyone, is 74A clear to all of you? Very, very, very important from exam point of view everyone. Demand and recovery from this time, for this time in the exam is A graded everyone. You will see one small question from demand and recovery. Everyone, can we go ahead? And mostly that question should be from section number 74A. Everyone over here now we have section number 75 which talks about general provision. Number 1 everyone, period of stay always to be excluded while calculating show cause notice and demand order. People, now I'll talk show cause notice and demand order ka time limit. The show cause notice is 42 months from annual return or erroneous refund. Demand order from show cause notice is 12 months, further extendable by what everyone? 6 months. Remember one thing, Baba, I'm not talking about 73 and 74. Now 73 and 74 is gone. I'm talking about 74A, 42 months and From here it is 12 months plus extendable by 6 months. Correct, everyone? Now, what if I did not give the show cause notice within 12 months? You can't go ahead and pass 42 months. You can't go ahead and pass the show cause notice at all. What if 42 months I was about to pass the show cause notice, but court had put a stay for 6 months? Then 6 months I'll be given extra. These 6 months when court had put a stay, that will be excluded while calculating the time period of 42 months. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? They have gone ahead and told the next one. If 74(1) is not sustainable, proper officer will determine the tax deeming the notice to be 73(1). Baba, this was told with respect to this one. Earlier, if proper officer had gone ahead and passed a demand order, show cause notice under 74, and then he went ahead and passed a demand order also under section number 74. You went to the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, court, and you told court, I am not a fraud. And court issued direction to the officer telling, hey, officer, now go ahead and pass a fresh demand order. So whatever show cause notice was already issued, no, that show cause notice was deemed to be a show cause notice under section number 73. New show cause notice was not required. Can I quote everyone? The officer went ahead and passed a show cause notice under section number 74, and he passed a demand order under 74. Later, court went ahead and concluded that 74 proceedings are wrong because the person is not a fraud. The officer has to do the fresh proceeding, but fresh proceeding he does not have to give a fresh show cause notice. The old show cause notice under 74 was deemed as a show cause notice under section number 73. That's what they are going ahead and telling over here. Yes, sir, if show cause notice under 74(1) is not sustainable, proper officer shall determine the tax payable, deeming show cause notice as if it was issued under section number 73, and now he will go ahead and pass the demand order under section number 73. Everyone over here now, 2A has been introduced. People, you tell me one thing. Here, officer went ahead and gave you a show cause notice and demand order saying as if you are a fraud, and penalty was imposed as if you are a fraud. You went to the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court. Court went ahead and told Ramesh ke case mein, officer, you have gone ahead and given a show cause notice and then given a demand order under section number 74A, but as a fraud case. But Ramesh is not a fraud. The officer will go ahead and use the same show cause notice and tell, okay, fine, sir, now I will go ahead and do the proceedings as if it is not a fraud case. Same show cause notice will continue, but now when he goes ahead and passes the demand order, he will not penalize me as if I am a fraud case. Is my point clear to all of you? Is the old show cause notice only valid? Yes. They have gone ahead and told over here that's a new provision where appellate authority, appellate tribunal court concluded the penalty under section number 74A52 is not sustainable because fraud ka penalty is not sustainable. Penalty under 74A51 shall be payable. What do you mean by this, everyone? So, for example, against me one show cause notice was given under 74A now as a fraud. As a fraud, I went to the court, and now court went ahead and passed a order saying, Ramesh, show cause notice and demand order which was given under fraud case is not valid. The officer has to go ahead and now pass a demand order. Now, when he passes the demand order, he will pass as if I am not a fraud, and he will not go ahead and charge me that penalty. Can you tell me, once the court ka direction has come, then he has to give me a fresh demand order within how much time? He will go ahead and give a demand order within 2 years from the date of such direction by the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court. The next one, sir, whenever they are going ahead and passing an order against you, if it's an adverse decision, you have the right to opportunity of being heard. Opportunity being heard will be given on request or whenever adverse decision is contemplated against the person. People, these are general discipline. Whenever demand order is passed and they are going to go ahead and penalize you, it's an adverse decision against you, they always have to go ahead and give you opportunity of being heard, or whenever you request, then also opportunity of being heard has to be given. Adjournment. Sir, I want some date extension. Baba, adjournment can also be given. Always remember, maximum 3 times if sufficient cause is shown. Sixth one, always remember, whenever they pass a demand order, it will be a speaking order. It means all the fact of the case has to be mentioned in the demand order. It always has to be what order, everyone? Speaking order. Sir, whatever in the show cause notice they told tax, interest, penalty, no, in the demand order, same amount of tax, interest, penalty they can go ahead and demand. They can't go ahead and demand anything extra in the demand order. They have told tax, interest, penalty in the demand order cannot exceed the show cause notice, and demand order should confirm the show cause notice ka ground. Basically, in the show cause notice, if they have gone ahead and told you, sir, tax short paid, demand order cannot be erroneous refund ke liye demand order passed. If they had given show cause notice saying tax is short paid, demand order should also be on the same grounds. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one, where appellate authority, appellate tribunal court modifies the tax, comma, interest and penalty shall also stand modified accordingly. People, what they are telling, so if the court went ahead and modified your tax, modified the tax amount, you can say comma, interest and penalty. So you know what happened? 1 crore was the tax, interest and penalty was there. Court went ahead and increased the tax amount for you. Or appellate authority, appellate tribunal went ahead and reduced the tax amount for you, interest and penalty also will get reduced. Next. Sir, in the demand order, they forgot to write interest amount. Remember, if they don't write interest also, interest is always payable by default. Interest is always payable even if it is not mentioned or specified in the demand order. Sir, if they don't pass the demand order within 3 years or 5 years, or now the time limit is what, 12 months? If they don't pass the demand order, proceedings shall be deemed to be concluded. Means against you, no proceedings can be done. Sir, wait time spent for a decision of appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court or supreme court not to be considered in 3 years, 5 years, 42 months or 12 months. You know what happened, everyone? I'll tell you. I went ahead and gave one show cause notice in one case and then passed a demand order. I'm the GST officer. I gave one show cause notice and a demand order in one case. Ram ka case. Ram went to the appeal. His appeal is going on. In Shyam ka case also, same case is there. I've given a show cause notice, but I'm waiting. The Ram ka decision, once it is given by the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court, then I will give a demand order. Otherwise, he will also go for an appeal. Yes or no? So when I have already gone ahead and given a decision in one case and another case may I'm not giving a decision, I'm waiting for the first case ka decision to come. Are you guys able to understand? So I'm waiting for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year I waited. But the time limit to pass the demand order in this case is gone. Because I should have passed the demand order within 12 months. But I waited only for 3-4 years. Court ka decision came after 4 years. So they are telling these 3-4 years will not be considered while calculating that 12 months. Is my point clear to all? Whatever officer is going in and waiting for the court ka decision in one case to apply the same decision in other case. But in other case, he has not passed the demand order. He has given show cause notice and he is waiting for the demand order. So whatever time he is waiting will be excluded while calculating that time limit. Direct recovery in case of self-assessed tax liability under section number 39. Baba, you tell me one thing. If I went ahead and told in my GSTR 1, my liability is 18 lakh. GSTR 3B, 1 lakh. Here 18 lakh. Here only 1 lakh liability. Difference is there. For that, they are telling you only told in GSTR 1, my liability is 18. But you paid only 1. 17 lakh will directly do the recovery. No demand order required. That's what they are going in and telling. Direct recovery in case of self-assessment tax. People, do you remember rule number 88C? GSTR 1 and 3B, there is a difference. First, they will go ahead and send you a GST DRC 01B. Do you remember over here I went ahead and told you? You have to reply or pay the differential. If you don't go ahead and pay, then they will go ahead and recover. And that is why they are telling it's a direct recovery. Everyone over here now, but it is no more a direct recovery. First, they send notice under section number, rule number 88C. You have to go ahead and make the payment. If you don't make the payment, then they recover. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next one. Sir, you can't be penalized for same act or omission if you are already penalized under 73, 74 or 74. People, tell me one thing. If you are already penalized under 73, 74 or 74A, if already penalty has been imposed, can they again impose a penalty on you under section number 122? No. Same act or omission के लिए two sections में penalty will not be imposed. I like section number 75 because these general provisions also, no, they sometimes go ahead and ask in the exam. Section number 76, which is there, I'll go ahead and directly tell you. Everyone listen to very carefully. Section number 76 just goes ahead and says, Ramesh, you collected some amount representing as tax. What do you mean by amount collected as tax, which is tax only? But if I collect something representing as tax, what do you mean by representing as tax? Might be on this item there is no tax only. But I told, hey, tax is there, give me tax. I collected amount from you representing as tax. This item was exempted but I collected tax from you. That is called amount collected representing as tax. You have to pay it immediately to the government. Tax ke liye there is a due date next month ka 28, correct? But if you collect amount representing as tax, it should be immediately paid to the government. If you don't pay it immediately, remember one thing, it can be demanded whenever government comes to know about it. After 10 years, 20 years, there is no time limit. If government wants, government can issue a so cause notice after 50 years also. But demand order will be given to you within 1 year. People, amount collected but not paid to the government, there is no time limit to issue so cause notice, but demand order will be given within how much time, everyone? 1 year. Demand order will be always given within 1 year. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Tell me one thing. I went ahead and collected tax from a person which was not tax only. There is no time limit. I should immediately pay to the government on the same day. Otherwise, from the next day, interest starts. And you know what, everyone? The time government comes to know that I collected an amount representing as tax, government can give me a show cause notice anytime. There is no time limit, but demand order from show cause notice has to be given to me within 1 year. That's all you should remember for section number 76. Section number 77 has to be read with section number 19 of the IGST Act. Listen to me very carefully. People, these sections are miscellaneous, small section. I'm explaining you. Everyone, section number 77, what it is going ahead and telling, section number 77 says, for an example, instead of treating intrastate supply, I treated one supply as interstate. And I paid IGST. Later I realized, oh no, I should have paid CGST, SGST. So IGST, I can take a refund, pay the correct tax CGST, SGST and take IGST refund. So people, if you go ahead and determine place of supply wrong and you went ahead and collected IGST from someone and paid it to the government, Later you realize, oh no, I should have paid CGST as GST. You can pay correct CGST as GST. IGST will be given as refund. But when you pay the correct tax, CGST and SGST, no interest is payable. For an example, I paid CGST as GST. Later I realized I should have paid IGST. Pay the correct tax, take the old tax refund. And when you pay the correct tax, IGST, no, you don't have to pay any interest. Wrong tax paid, take refund. Pay correct tax, no interest payable. Correct tax, wrong tax paid, take a refund. Pay the correct tax. When you pay the correct tax, there is no interest which is payable. That's all is told by section number 77. But first pay the correct tax with interest and then take a refund of the wrong tax. And that is told by section number 77, read with section number 19 of the IGST. People, listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and told you section number 73, non-fraud case. 74, demand order fraud case. 74A, fraud, non-fraud, everything is together now. Correct, everyone? Then came section number 75, general provisions which were there. 76, if you have collected amount representing as tax which is not tax, then you should immediately pay to the government. If you don't pay, show cause notice can come anytime. There is no time limit. Demand order will be raised within 1 year of show cause notice. 77, wrong tax paid. Pay the correct tax. No interest payable. Take the wrong tax ka. Section number 78 comes over here. Remember one thing, if you don't go ahead and make the payment of the demand order, within how much time, everyone? 3 months, recovery proceedings will start. They will hang you upside down and recover the amount. People, remember one thing, what they are telling over here, if you don't go ahead and make the payment of what, everyone? Demand order within 3 months, recovery proceedings shall be initiated. And you know what? If department has a doubt that within 3 months you will run away, you will empty your bank account and do something, then they will go ahead and tell you, I want you to pay the amount within 15 days only. If you don't pay within 15 days, I'll start recovery. So proper officer, if it considered expedient, he may require taxable person to make the payment within less than 3 months. Period will be specified by the proper officer. The next one over here is section number 79, recovery of tax. Baba, remember one thing again, exam question it can be, what are the various modes of recovery? How they can go ahead and recover the tax from you? M square, R square, TDS. Mr. Square, TDS. M for magistrate ke through recovery can be done. Your officer can go ahead and tell the magistrate. Magistrate will tell you, hey, now this is court fine. If you don't pay the court fine, you will be sent to jail. So magistrate ke through recovery can be done. Okay? M for movable and immovable property can be sold. Your movable property, immovable property can be sold and recovery can be done. R for, sir, refund or any other amount payable to such person, proper officer may deduct or ask specified officer to deduct. For an example, everyone listen to very carefully. GST department se one GST refund has to come, or income tax department se refund has to come. My GST officer will tell this officer, hey, don't give him the refund. We want to recover the amount. And GST officer will recover the amount from whatever is the refund which is going to come to me. Can I go ahead, everyone? Which is payable either by my proper officer or it is payable by specified officer. Specified officer, you can understand, is the government officer. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. R for realization of bond. Whatever bond with bank guarantee I had given earlier, they can now go ahead and recover the money by realizing the bond. T for third party ke through they can go ahead and do the recovery. For example, I have to receive money from Shyam. I'm Ram over here. My GST officer can tell Shyam, hey, give the money to the department. Don't give it to Ramesh. They can recover from whom, everyone? Third party. Sir, D done. D done. D for district collector. My GST officer can call the district collector and tell, hey, please go and collect the money from Ramesh. Now district collector will come to my home or office and he will collect the money from me as land revenue. Land revenue ka arrears. If I don't pay the land revenue, gone. That is why they are going and telling they can tell the district collector. And as for selling of goods, when my goods are going on the way, no, GST officer will catch my goods. He will seize my goods and sell off my goods. Retention and selling of goods. People, can you tell me what are the modes of recovery? Magistrate ke through recovery can be done. M for magistrate. M for movable and immovable property. T for R for realization of bond. R for refund ka adjustment can be done. T for third party ke through. D for detention. D for district collector. And S for selling of goods. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, whenever any recovery has to be done, CGST and SGST commissioner both will not come and catch my head, neck. Means GST department ka CGST also came, SGST department, no. SGST department will recover it from you and they will remit the amount to the CGST department. Sir, if partial recovery is done, state government ka people came and did partial recovery. What about the central government? Will state government keep all amount or they will distribute among themselves as brother and sister? State government, if they collect the amount, state government will distribute to the central government as brother sister. Sir, can the recovery be done from my distinct person? Yes, Baba. If any recovery has to be done, this recovery can be done from your distinct person also. The third one over here, sir, I want some installment. I want some more time. If you want, you can go ahead and ask for installment also. People, you can file an application DRC 20 and commissioner may extend the time limit for payment. Can I go ahead, everyone? Or he can allow maximum installment of how much, everyone? See, either he can give you some more time or he can give you installment. Remember, self-assessed tax, no installment. You have gone ahead and told you in a return, GSTR1, my liability is 18 lakh, but you paid only 1 lakh. They will recover from you 17 lakh. For that recovery, there is no installment available. 17 lakh has to be paid immediately. And they are telling installment facility is always subject to interest under section number 50, means interest at the rate of 18% has to be paid. 18% per annum. And remember, if you default in payment of any installment, immediately installment facility will be withdrawn. You were given installment also you defaulted. Immediately they will go ahead and withdraw the installment facility and total amount will become recoverable. Remember, for beggars, there is no installment if amount is less than 25,000. Remember this point, 1 mark MCQ can come. Installment amount, people, okay, installment not allowed if amount is less than 25,000. Sir, when they went ahead and gave me a demand order, no, I transferred all my property. Remember one thing, transfer of property to be void. When any amount has become due from a person, for example, on me demand order has come, and you know what I did? I created a chart. I mortgaged my property or I part with my property with an intention of defrauding the government revenue. They are telling such transfer will be void. But you know what, everyone? I did the transfer with bona fide intention. Plus, for adequate consideration in good faith. Sir, I have done the transfer so that I can pay the department ka money. I sold my land so that I can pay the department ka money. In good faith, if you have gone ahead and done, for adequate, correct consideration you have transferred, then it is okay. Plus, without notice of pendency of, sir, I didn't know only. I had to pay such amount to the department. Or, without notice of such tax or amount payable by the said person. Sir, I didn't know that I had to pay such amount to the department. Or, if I go ahead and transfer the property with whose permission, everyone? Proper officer's permission, then also transfer will not be void. Otherwise, such transfer will be always. Everyone over here now, section number 82 says, for an example, one person ka GST dues are there and the company is going into liquidation. Remember one thing, always GST department will stand first and recover the dues. Unless that company pe IBC is applicable. If on the company IBC is applicable, insolvency and bankruptcy code, then IBC may whatever is told is applicable. Section number 82 will not be applicable. Section number 82 says always the tax GST to be first charged on the property, means whenever taxable person or representative amount payable is GST dues, government shall stand first charge on the property. It means who will first charge on the property? Government, which is GST department will stand first and take its due. But it is subject to IBC. So on a company, if insolvency and bankruptcy code is applicable, whatever is stored in IBC, that will be applicable. Section number 82 will not be applicable. If on a company, insolvency and bankruptcy code is not applicable, then section number 82 is applicable. It goes ahead and says GST department will stand and first recover, have the first charge on the property. Section number 83 over here goes ahead and says provisional attachment of property. What is provisional attachment, everyone? Government knows that if any amount has to be recovered from you, demand order is already given. Now what will you do? You'll start emptying your bank account. You'll start selling your car. You'll start selling your more property, immoral property, and you'll run away. So government can attach your bank account, seize your bank account, seize your properties and keep. What they are telling over here, if proceedings are initiated under chapter number 12, 14, 15, basically under assessment chapter, demand and recovery chapter, inspection, search, seizure and arrest proceedings have already been initiated, and commissioner is of the opinion that to protect the interest of the revenue, attachment of property is important. He's telling, sir, against this person assessment, best judgment assessment, summary assessment order has been passed, or demand and recovery demand order has been given, or sir, against this person inspection, search, seizure activity is going on, and he's of the opinion that person, commissioner is of the opinion that person will go ahead and withdraw his money and run away, sell his property and run away. Then what they can do, of commissioner will go ahead and record his opinion. Why he is of the opinion that attachment is necessary, and he will go ahead and pass an order of the details of the property. He'll put, sir, which property I want to attach. Attach means seize. Seize means he will not allow you to basically withdraw money from the bank account, to transfer the property. All this is called what, everyone? Attachment. So what they are telling, he will pass one order, DRC 22. And you know what, everyone? He will send a copy of the order to the revenue department, to the transport authorities. Hey, Ramesh ka car, don't let him transfer it to anyone. Bank authorities, Ramesh ka bank account say don't allow him to withdraw money. And also he will send the details to the person whose property is attached. To my bank and also to me, the order ka copy will be sent. Now what will happen, everyone? Now I will have to go ahead and file an objection in DRC 22A if property is not liable to be attached. Once I go ahead and file my, sir, please don't attach my property. File an objection. If objection is filed, he will give you an opportunity of being heard, and after that, if commissioner is satisfied, he will release the property, or if he is not satisfied, the attachment will continue. It means you can't transfer your mole property, you can't transfer your immoral property, you can't go ahead and withdraw money from your bank account. All those things can't be done by you. But remember one thing, the attachment will only be for a maximum of how much, everyone? 1 year. After 1 year, the attachment will cease to be effective. Within 1 year, the officer should complete all the proceedings against you. All the demand, etc. should be recovered. Because after 1 year, he can't attach your property. The attachment will cease to be effective. Sir, tell me one thing. You know what happened? He went ahead and attached my movable properties, which were my stock, and the stock was mangoes. After 1 year, so mangoes will not remain only, sir. So they are going ahead and telling perishable or hazardous goods will be released if you go ahead and pay the lower of the market price of such property, means the mangoes ka market price, or the amount that is or may become due from you. Whatever is amount is due from you or might become due from you, or market price of that mangoes you go ahead and pay, and they will release the property. Then the property shall be released immediately using form DRC 23 on proof of payment. If person fails to pay, the mangoes will be sold off, property will be sold off, and the amount will be recovered, and it will be adjusted towards any tax, interest, penalty, late fee, or any other amount which you have to go ahead and pay. Is my point clear to all of you? Can you tell me the maximum time limit for which attachment can be done? 1 year. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now. You know what? This may question can come. Write a short note on provisional attachment. Everyone over here now. Now comes section number 84. You know what happened, everyone? GST department started demand recovery against you. 3 months got over, they started recovery. When they started recovery, no, you went to the appeal and you told the appellate author, sir, they started recovery. 1 month ka condonation is there. No, after 3 months, the department started recovery, and you went to that appellate authority and told, sir, please condone the delay by 1 month. Please take my appeal. Otherwise, they will do recovery. They went ahead and condoned the delay by 1 month, and they took up your appeal. When the appeal is going on, they can't do recovery. Everyone, after 3 months, department started recovery. But then after 3 months, you went for what, everyone? Appeal. An appellate authority told, okay, I'll condone the delay. I'll go ahead and do what, everyone? Condone the delay. The delay was being condoned over here, and your appeal was accepted. When appeal is going on, they will not sell your property. Correct, everyone? So in that scenario, what will happen? They will go ahead and now stop the proceeding. Stop the recovery proceeding. Do you guys agree with me? Now, demand order served, taxable person went for an appeal. Appeal application filed, officer will stay the recovery proceeding. They will not recover anything from you. Now, appeal disposed of and resulting in cancellation of demand order. If demand order is cancelled, no recovery. Appeal came in your favor, demand order cancelled, no recovery. Appeal may, demand order was confirmed. They will do the recovery. They stop the recovery, right? Now the continuation will happen of the recovery proceedings. Sir, appeal may they increase. Oh no, I went for an appeal and they increased. First, already demand order was given. The appeal may they increase the amount. Appellate authority told recover more from Ramesh. For the more amount, what will happen? First, already demand order was given. So for this, the recovery can be done. What about the extra amount which is there now? Appellate authority told recover from Ramesh instead of 10 lakh, 12 lakh. Then for the remaining 2 lakh, commissioner will give me another notice of demand for the enhanced amount, and now they will recover from me old 10 lakh rupees also, new demand order which is 2 lakh rupees also, 12 lakh rupees they will recover from me. Sir, if appeal ka order came, instead of 10 lakh, they told, okay, recover from Ramesh only 8 lakh. Is there any new notice of demand required? Or old demand order only is fine? Old is fine. Fresh demand notice is not to be given. Commissioner will just give an intimation for reduction, and intimation is given in GST DRC 25, and then now recovery will continue only for the reduced. That is what is the meaning of section number 84 over here. It says, sir, recovery started, but you stopped the recovery by going for an appeal. Appeal came in your favor, demand order cancelled, nothing payable. Appellate authority told recover from Ramesh, then whatever was the amount they will recover. Appellate authority increased the amount, then for the increased amount they will give you fresh demand notice, and then they will go ahead and recover old amount also and new amount also. If they reduce it, just one intimation will be given. Now we'll recover only the reduced. Are we all clear till here? People, in this chapter, listen to me very carefully. This time I'm telling A graded from exam point of view. Sir, which section you like the most over here? I like section number 74A is A graded from exam point of view. After that, if I tell you, I will go ahead and say 75, 76 and 77 is B graded. All other sections in this chapter are all C graded. You know what, everyone? This one also I like it. Sir, if self-assessed tax is there, did you understand, everyone? Self-assessed tax wala, this point which I explained it to you. This was told earlier under section number 73. Now our new section has come, section number 74. Just give me a second, everyone. In section number 74 also, definitely they would have gone ahead and included this section. Yes, just give me a second. Huh. 74A may also, see, 74A may also, same section has also been included. Is my point clear to all of you? So, Baba, I like this one. Please remember this. It's a nice one. self-assessed tax not paid within 30 days, please make the payment. If you don't make the payment within 30 days, what will happen? People, if you don't make the payment within 30 days, what will happen? After 30 days, they will go ahead and give you a show cause notice and demand order, and 10% of the tax amount at 10,000, whichever is higher, penalty will be imposed. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than that, sir, this one, remember what are the modes of recovery? They can go ahead and ask you what are the various modes of recovery. How much is the maximum installment? 24. What is the minimum amount for installment? Sir, 25,000. Less than 25,000, no installment. Write a note on provisional attachment, they can tell you. That's all, everyone. I'll close my revision on the chapter of demand and all right, people, let's go ahead and now start with the next chapter now. The next chapter is appeals and revision. Everyone, appeals and revision as a chapter, again, the linking, you can go ahead and link it over here, wherein I went ahead and told you when scrutiny was going on, scrutiny ke time pe, what happened over here? Scrutiny ke time pe, officer went ahead and told you there is a discrepancy. You went ahead and paid the tax, etc. No problem. If you don't pay, give explanation. He likes it, no problem. He does not like it, then he will go ahead and do audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure, and then he will go ahead and give you a demand order. Now, whenever a demand order or an adjudication order comes to you, basically a demand order or an order which is passed by a GST officer is also called an adjudication order. Now, adjudication order, once it comes, either you make the payment or within 3 months, or after 3 months they will start recovery. Or if you want not to make the payment and not to start the recovery, then what you can go ahead and do is you can go ahead and file an appeal saying, sir, I don't like this order, I want to file a appeal. And here comes the next chapter, which is appeals and revision. Always remember one thing, everyone, appeals and revision. See, appeal ka first is one adjudication order. Adjudication order, which is also known as order in original. Original order which is passed by a GST officer is also called adjudication order. Listen carefully. Against an adjudication order, first you go for an appeal to the appellate authority. Appellate authority will pass the order, that is known as order in appeal. After that, again, if you want, you can go for the appellate tribunal. Okay, everyone, appellate tribunal will pass an order, that is again known as order in appeal. After that, if you want, you can go to the high court, and Baba, after that you want, you can go to the Supreme Court. Whenever they pass an order, that is always known as order in appeal. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, in detail, we'll go ahead and start understanding where, first of all, the first appeal goes to the appellate authority, then to the appellate tribunal, then to the high court, and then to the Supreme Court. But appellate tribunal may further some bifurcation, etc. is there. Let's go ahead. Let's start, everyone. Now, appellate authority, people listen to me very carefully. Whenever one adjudicating authority means any authority which is appointed to pass an order under GST is called an what, everyone? Any authority under GST which is appointed to pass an order is called adjudicating authority, who will go ahead and pass an adjudication order. But adjudicating authority does not include CAARC. What is C, everyone? CBIC. People, any authority appointed to pass an order or decision under this act, whoever passes an order under this act is called adjudicating authority, and adjudicating authority passes an adjudication order which is known as an original order. Basically, your GST officer, when they pass an order, that's called adjudication order. And Baba, remember one thing, but it does not include. So you have to remember whose orders are not adjudication order, who are not adjudicating authority, whose orders are not adjudicating adjudication order. Number one, C for CBIC, A for authority for advance ruling or appellate authority for advance ruling. Are we all clear till here? R for revisionary authority. C, A for adjudicating advance ruling authority or appellate authority for advance ruling. Again, A is appellate authority or appellate tribunal, appellate authority or appellate tribunal, and R for revisionary authority, and C for, Baba, remember one thing, Competition Commission of India. You can remember it like this. C for CBIC ka orders are not adjudication order. A for advance ruling wala, authority for advance ruling, appellate authority for advance ruling, their orders are not adjudication order. A for appellate authority, appellate tribunal, their orders are also not order in original, their orders are orders in appeal. And then Baba, R for revisionary authority, and C for the Competition Commission of India. Now you know what happened. This CAARC, again I have to cut the C over here and I have to make it A. Why A, sir? You have to remember CAAR, A it is. Why A, sir? Nowadays you know what happened. Again, you can remember like this. You don't have to remember C only now. This is appellate authority, appellate tribunal. Correct, everyone? And this is advance ruling wala, authority for advance ruling, appellate authority for advance ruling. Correct, everyone? Now here, you know what happened. Earlier, Competition Commission of India was there, who was going ahead and handling the cases relating to profiteering. Now, Baba, profiteering wala cases have come to appellate tribunal only. Principal bench of appellate tribunal. Are you guys able to understand? And hence, we don't have to write again a C now. Because earlier the work was done by whom? Competition Commission of India. Now that work has been handed over to whom? Principal bench of appellate tribunal. Are we all clear? So profiting ka work is no more done by Competition Commission of India. It is now done by the principal bench of appellate tribunal. I hope everyone is clear with this. Let's go ahead and now continue. Everyone over here now. So people, any authority which will pass an order is known as an adjudicating. Any authority other than CAR. CAR, you remember. CAR may A is lot of them. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then is also known as order in original. You have to go for an appeal first of all. Who is aggrieved by the order in original? Whoever is aggrieved, whoever is sad can go for an appeal. Appeal by any person. Any person means appeal can be by, or appeal can be by department. Department itself is aggrieved by its own officer. This officer, useless fellow, 50 crore ka demand he should have given. He is given only 5 crore. So department might have a doubt on his own officer, and department can file the appeal itself. Are we clear, everyone? Or the appeal can be filed by any other person other than department. It can be by the supplier, it can be by the recipient, it can be by the e-commerce operator, any person. So they go ahead and say it can be the taxpayer, taxable person, any person. Can I go ahead, everyone? So whenever department is filing an appeal, it is over here. Whenever you are filing an appeal, you are over here. You should always file an appeal within how much time, everyone? 3 months plus 1 month. 1 month ka delay can be condoned by the appellate authority, saying, okay, fine, no problem. If you have sufficient cause, they will go ahead and condone the delay. Then they are going and telling you should go within 3 months. From what date? From the date of communication of the decision or the order. Remember one thing, you should always go for an appeal the day you have received the decision or the order. From that day, you should go within 3 months. Plus 1 month ka delay can be condoned. From the form, and which is the form you have to go ahead and file, everyone? GST APL 01 along with the specified amount. What do you mean by along with the specified amount? They are telling whatever you have gone ahead and admitted, please pay the 100% of that tax. And sir, whatever is the tax in dispute, you can go ahead and people, whatever you have gone ahead and admitted of that 100% of the tax, interest, penalty, everything you should pay, whatever you are admitting. And sir, if there is any tax in dispute, that 10% amount has to be paid. Everyone, for an example, I went and received an order which went ahead and told I should go ahead and pay 1000 crore CGST and 1000 crore rupees SGST. Now, in this scenario, I am admitting that I have to pay 200 crore and 200 crore, but remaining 800, I am going ahead and disputing. Are we clear, everyone? So they are telling whatever you have admitted, no, that amount you have to pay along with interest, penalty, late fee, everything, whatever. Interest, penalty, not late fee, fine, etc. Whatever is there, everything you have to put together and pay. But this you have to pay. But this amount which is there, no, you just have to pay how much, everyone? 10%. Can you tell me 10% means what? 80 crore CGST, 80 crore rupees SGST. But they have gone ahead and told this amount will be maximum 20 crore under the CGST Act. This 80 crore can be maximum how much, everyone? 20 crore and 20 crore under the SGST Act also. Can you tell me, everyone, how much we are going to pay? First of all, this you are going to pay along with interest, etc. But only of the tax in dispute. Tax in dispute, only tax amount ka you have to pay 10%, but subject to a maximum of how much, everyone? 20 crore. Can you tell me how much are you going to pay in this scenario? You are going to pay 20 crore and 20 crore rupees. Are we all clear till here, everyone? And remember one thing, balance amount, they will not start recovery, they will stay till the appeal is going on. Then they go ahead and say proviso. Appeal against an order in section number 129.3. People, please remember this. Section number 129.3 goes ahead and talks about what, everyone? Offenses and penalties chapter may. You have section number 129 over here. When you were going on the way and you did not have goods ka bill or you did not have e-way bill, then they went ahead and caught you. Caught, then detention and seizure happened. Now when you want to release your goods, you have to go ahead and pay the penalty which is there. So here one penalty order is given to you. Do you guys agree with me? This penalty order, if you want to go for an appeal, at least, so basically when you are going on the way and you are caught and you don't have proper document, you will have to go ahead and if one penalty order will be given to you, that penalty order, if you want to file an appeal, you have to pre-deposit at least how much, everyone? 25%. Remember one thing, 25% of the penalty order amount has to be paid. Now what will happen? Your case will go to the appellate authority. Are we all clear till here? In the same way, if department wants to go for an appeal, it says it's called a review application or a departmental appeal. It's called what, everyone? Review application or departmental appeal. And commissioner can go on his own motion, or might be CGST commissioner ko SGST commissioner called and told, sir, your officer who is there, useless fellow, instead of charging 50 crore CGST, 50 crore SGST, he has charged CGST 5 crore, SGST also 5 crore. Arey Baba, so sir, he has made a loss to the state government also and central government also. You also go for a appeal. So sir, request can be received from the SGST or UTGST commissioner also. In this scenario, whenever department itself has a doubt on its officer, then department ka commissioner will examine all the records of any proceeding. The records of any proceeding in which the adjudicating authority, basically the proper officer, has passed an order to satisfy. The commissioner will satisfy himself about the legality of the order, about the propriety of the decision. Propriety, as a proprietor of my business, will I make any loss to my business? No. So the commissioner will check whether the GST officer who has passed the order, has he acted in propriety, means has he acted as if he was a proprietor, and direct the subordinate to go ahead and apply to the, now commissioner will tell his junior, hey junior, go apply for a appeal now. Can I go ahead, everyone? And here it is telling he will direct his subordinate to apply to the appellate authority. 6 months plus 1 month ka delay also can be condoned. So department can go within how much time, everyone? 6 months plus 1 month, and they will file an appeal in APL 03. Remember one thing: for department there is no pre-deposit, and the appeal goes to the appellate authority. Tell me one thing, everyone. I went ahead and told you adjudicating authority passed an order. Correct, everyone? Which is called adjudication order. Whoever is aggrieved, correct, everyone? Either it can be the department who is aggrieved, either it can be the taxable person who is aggrieved or the department is aggrieved. You will go in APL 01. They will go in APL 03. You will have to go ahead and pay a pre-deposit. Whatever you have agreed, you paid. Plus, you have to pay 10% of tax in dispute. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Here, there is no pre-deposit which is there. You have to go within 3 months plus 1 month. They will go within 6 months plus 1 month. And the appeal goes to the appellate authority. Now, what will the appellate authority do? Appellate authority will go ahead and listen to both of you, and then they will go ahead and pass an order which is called order in appeal. And once they pass an order, they will also upload. Appellate authorities will also go ahead and upload the summary of the order in APL 04. Remember one thing: when they pass an order, either they will confirm what the original adjudicating authority had told, or they will go ahead and modify the order which was passed already, or they will go ahead and annul their decision. Modify the order, or annul means they will cancel the original order which is there. Might be zero refund had to be given, but the original authority went ahead and passed an order giving 10 crore rupees ka refund. Then they can also cancel the order. And it says they will go ahead and pass the order, their order within how much time, everyone? 1 year. 1 year they will try to pass it. It is not a mandatory time limit. It is recommended that they pass within 1 year. Note: no order requiring applicant to pay. Means against you, if an adverse decision is being taken, always they will go ahead and give you a show cause notice. It will pass. It's no order shall be passed without giving a show cause notice. And you know what, everyone? The appellant can also go ahead and withdraw an appeal at any time before the issuance of show cause notice or the order. When they issue the show cause notice, or when they pass the order, before that, if you want, you can go ahead and, whichever is earlier, you can go ahead and withdraw also. You have to file one APL 01W, or department will file APL 03. Withdrawal application is W. That's all. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. When they pass an order, they will also give you an opportunity of being heard. Adjournment can be given maximum 3 times. If you want any additional ground pay hearing to be done, you can talk to them and they can hear your case for additional grounds also, and their fees is nil. Sir, one more thing over here. Sir, adjudication order, who will be the appellate authority? If original order was passed by the lower rank officer, deputy commissioner, assistant commissioner, superintendent, after superintendent is assistant deputy, above them is the joint commissioner. So joint commissioner, which joint commissioner? Not joint commissioner normal, joint commissioner who hears appeals. Then joint commissioner or additional commissioner pass the order. Above him is always the commissioner appeals, who will go ahead and hear the appeal. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone listen to me very carefully. I've gone ahead and written over here. When APL 01 and 03 is filed, everyone, this point is very, very important. Listen to me very carefully. Now, you know what happened? You received one order. You received, department passed an order. Department went ahead and passed an adjudication order. Department passed an adjudication order, original order. You should go ahead and file an appeal within how much time? Now, I am the GST officer. I passed an order. You ran and you filed an appeal. The time you go and file an appeal, this adjudication officer, the original order which was passed, he will tell, sir, I will upload the order online on the GST portal. Don't worry about it. Now, what will happen? You will go and file an appeal. When you go and file an appeal, now that time you will get a provisional acknowledgement. You will get what, everyone? Provisional acknowledgement that your appeal has been filed. Now, once the GST order, the original order is uploaded by the officer, once the order is uploaded, you will get one final acknowledgement that your appeal has been filed, and the date of provisional acknowledgement will become the date of filing the appeal. Is my point clear to all of you? They are telling a provisional acknowledgement which shall be issued immediately to the applicant. But once the order appeal against is uploaded on the GST portal, a final acknowledgement indicating appeal number shall be given in APL 02, and date of provisional acknowledgement is the date of filing. But sir, supposingly in my scenario, the order which I want to appeal will not be uploaded in the portal. It is not uploaded in the portal. Then you should submit a self-certified copy within how many days? 7 days. So it says if order is not uploaded in the portal, appellant should submit a self-certified copy of the order within 7 days of filing the appeal. And if you do that, one final acknowledgement will be issued, and date of provisional acknowledgement will become the date of filing. And remember one thing: if you don't submit within 7 days the order which you want to appeal against within how many days? 7 days. Then they are going and telling, if self-certified copy is not submitted within 7 days, then date of submission of such copy or decision will be the date of filing the appeal. Tell me one thing, everyone. You went ahead and filed an appeal. Provisional acknowledgement will be given. If order to be appealed against is uploaded on the portal, then what will happen? The day the order is uploaded, there is no time limit. Here, officer will upload. The day officer uploads, then they will go ahead and say, okay, fine. Date of provisional acknowledgement is the date of filing. But sir, if order copy is not uploaded on the portal, then you should submit self-certified copy within how many days? 7 days. If you submit within 7 days, date of provisional acknowledgement is the date of filing. If you don't submit within 7 days, then the day you submit, that day only is the date of filing. Everyone over here now, interest portion I'll talk little later. Now, supposingly, you don't go for an appeal within 3 months plus 1 month. You did not go for an appeal within how much time, everyone? 3 months plus 1 month. Then what will happen? Remember one thing, if you don't go for an appeal within 3 months plus 1 month, you can't go for an appeal now. Gone. But supposingly, department officer went ahead and passed an order, instead of 5 crore, 50 crore rupees refund, CGST and 50 crore rupees SGST refund, he passed an order. Now, department is telling this order which is passed is wrong. But department came to know about it after 6 months have gone. 6 months was the time limit to file an appeal. Correct, everyone? Now, department is telling we to missed it. Now, what to do? In this scenario, they are going in and telling department will not lose. Department still has an option. After 6 months also, if department can't go for an appeal to the appellate authority, what will senior say? No, my junior is there. He made a mistake. Senior will revise the order of the junior. That is what they are going in and telling. If no appeal by the department within 6 months, then section number 108 comes, which is a revisionary authority. Nothing, Baba. Junior ka order, no. Senior will go ahead and say, I will go ahead and revise. If order is passed by the subordinate, sir, my junior made a mistake. We did not go for an appeal, but it's okay. I will revise this order. So department still has an option. After 6 months has gone, when department can't go for an appeal, department still has the option that within the next, after 6 months, because within 6 months, so they have to go for an appeal. Revision can't be done. The senior can't pick up the order. After 6 months is gone, up to 3 years, department ka junior ka order can be revised by the senior. So basically, if order is passed by superintendent, assistant, deputy, additional or joint commissioner. See, not the appeal wala officer, not the appeal wala officer. No, I'm not telling about the appeal wala officer. I'm telling junior ka order, senior will revise. The senior ka order, super senior will go ahead and revise. Can I go ahead, everyone? So what they're going ahead and telling, revisionary authority on its own motion. Senior is telling, this junior has become super rich suddenly. There's something fishy. So senior, revisionary authority on his own motion, or upon information received by him, he got some intelligent information that junior is doing something wrong, or on request from the state or UT GST commissioner, CGST officer received one request from the state GST department saying, sir, your officer has done something wrong. Then in that scenario, the senior will call and examine the records of any proceeding, and then on examination by the revisionary authority, if they find order was erroneous, prejudicial to revenue interest, because of the order, the department is going to have a loss. It is illegal, improper order. Material facts were not considered, or might be, it can be on examination or because of CNDG. CNDG has gone ahead and done one audit of the department, and CNDG has found out there was some mistake. Then, Baba, CNDG also can go ahead and tell that there is a mistake. So, revisionary authority can call and examine the record on examination if it finds out that there was problem in the order, or because of a conjugance of observation of the CNDG, if they find out that there is a problem in an order which is passed, revisionary authority will say, hey, stop all the proceeding, don't give him refund, hold the refund, withhold the refund. And hence, they will go ahead and operation will be stayed by the revisionary authority, and they will give opportunity of being heard, and inquiry will be done, and they will pass a revisional order as they think just and proper. Now they will enhance the amount. For example, demand order was given of less amount, they will enhance it, or they will modify it, or they will cancel the order. Why cancel the order? Might be the refund which was given was not required only to be given. So they will cancel the order. Are we all clear with this point, everyone? People, can you tell me, everyone? Whenever one adjudication order is passed, again that whoever is aggrieved will go. Now here it can be department which will go, it can be the taxpayer who will go. Correct, everyone? Taxpayer goes within 3 months plus 1 month, department goes within 6 months plus 1 month. Correct, everyone? You will go in APL 01, they will go in APL 03. You will have to give a pre-deposit which is 10% but subject to a maximum of 20 crore rupees. Here there is no pre-deposit. Appeal goes to the appellate authority. If department is going for appeal, then Baba, adjudication order ke liye revisionary authority can go ahead and pass a revisional order. And appellate authority will also pass an order. And if this does not happen, revisionary authorities can go ahead and pass a revisional order. Now listen to me very carefully. This order came or revisional order came. Whichever order came, sir, if this order will come, this order will not come. Correct, everyone? If this order does not happen, department did not go here, then this order will be passed. Whoever is agreed by this order or this order which is there, now order is passed by appellate authority or revisionary authority, aggrieved party, whether it is any person or the department. People, against this order, you can also go for an appeal now, because against you an order is passed, so you can also go for an appeal. Department also can. Department is telling that senior who passed the order has also done something wrong. So they can go for an appeal to the appeal against the order of appellate authority or revisionary authority will go to the appellate tribunal, and GST, the appellate tribunal, GST appellate tribunal. Are we all clear, everyone? And GST may, there is two-tier tribunal. One is the principal bench of appellate tribunal, which is headed by the president, who is a judicial member. One more judicial member will be there. One technical member who has knowledge about the GST technical, and Baba, one is technical member from the state. Again, it will have one more bench, which is every state-wise state bench will be there, where two judicial member will be there. One judicial member means who has judiciary, law ka knowledge, judges, and one technical member from the center, one technical member from the state. Remember always the judicial member, mein whoever is the senior most member, no, he becomes the president of the bench. Now what they will do? See, whenever any case is there, it will always go to state bench. But if it is a case which is relating to two states, place of supply is involved, inter, place of supply is involved, then always it will go to whom, everyone? Principal bench, because a state can't decide that case. And you know what? Now to profiteering ka cases, which was earlier done by anti-profiteering authority, then the case was passed to Competition Commission of India. Now the work will be done by whom, everyone? Principal bench of appellate tribunal. And now everyone listen to me very carefully. If you want, before the order is passed, you can also go ahead and file for a withdrawal also. Now they will go ahead and pass an order. People, tell me one thing, everyone. If you guys are agreed with the order of the appellate authority or revisional authority, you will go to the appellate tribunal. Correct, everyone? Now when you go to the appellate tribunal, it has principal bench and it has state bench. Principal bench will listen place of supply related matter. Everyone, principal bench will listen what, everyone? Place of supply related matter and profiteering related. All other matters will go to the state bench, and they will also go ahead and pass an order. Whenever they pass an order, they will send the copy to the original adjudicating authority, revisionary authority. Everyone will get a copy. And Baba, within 1 year, they should also try to pass the order. Now, sir, whenever I am going for an appeal with the appellate tribunal, if you are any person, you can file an appeal in APL 05. Sir, do I have to remember form number? It is not required. If you remember, okay. You don't remember also, no problem. Department go for an appeal within how much time, everyone? APL 07. Any person will go within 3 months plus 3 months. You are given how much my time, everyone? 3 months plus 3 months. And from the date of order was communicated to you, department ke later time limit is 6 months plus 3 months. Earlier, this time was not there. Department directly used to get 6 months. Now department has also been given 6 months plus 3 months. This is the amendment. Always remember one thing, from the date of the order, or people, what they have gone ahead and told over here, whenever you are going for appeal, you will go within 3 months from the date of communication plus 3 months. The day order was communicated to you, within how much time will you go, everyone? 3 months plus 3 months. And department, whenever it is going, it will go within 6 months plus 3 months. From what date, everyone? From the date of the order. Because department ke liye, there is no communication required. Department already has the order, or the date notified by the government on recommendation of council for filing an appeal before the appellate tribunal, whichever is later. You know what happened? Department or you should go within 3 months plus 3 months. Department will go within 6 months plus 3 months. You know what? Appellate authorities ka order came. Appellate tribunal is not there only. Appellate tribunal is now constituted. Appellate tribunal was not there only. 6 months for me already gone. But appellate tribunal is only not there. And hence they went ahead and told you can go within 3 months plus 3 months. Department go within 6 months plus 3 months, or the date which will be notified by the government on recommendation of council for filing an appeal before the appellate tribunal, whichever is later. Government will go ahead and say that we will notify a date. From that day, you have to go within 3 months plus 3 months or 6 months plus 3 months. So, for example, department went ahead and told today the appellate tribunal has been constituted. From today, you can go for an appeal. So, from that day, you will get 3 months plus 3 months, and department will get how much time, everyone? 6 months plus 3 months. Otherwise, normally the time is the day the order is communicated. From that day, you have to go within 3 months plus 3 months, and department will go within from the day the order was passed. From that day within 6 months plus 3 months, or you have to go within the date notified, say 3 months plus 3 months, or 6 months plus 3 months. Department will go. Is my point clear to all of you? Next. Sir, if I am going for appeal, what will be the fees which will be there? Always remember one thing, the fees for an appeal is 1,000 rupees for every 1 lakh rupees amount involved, up to a maximum 25,000 and minimum 5,000. What I am telling everyone, for example, you are going for appeal to the appellate tribunal. The case may, the amount which is involved is 30 lakh rupees. 30 lakh rupees means 30,000 per 1 lakh is how much? 1,000. But this can be maximum how much, everyone? 25,000. Is my point clear to all of you? The maximum will be how much, everyone? 25,000. Is my point clear to all of you? But remember, the minimum fees will be always how much? 5,000. And it goes ahead and says over here, appeal not involving tax, interest, penalty, fees, anything. Then might be you are going ahead and filing for an appeal, not for tax amount. Might be there's some question of law issue which is there. Law you want to go ahead and fight against. There is no money involved in that. Then they are telling the fees is 5,000 rupees. Can I go ahead, everyone? If money is involved, 5,000 to 25,000. Correct, everyone? But if money is not involved, minimum fees is how much, everyone? 5,000 rupees, which is there. No fees for any rectification of appeal and no fees for department. Baba, fee department, so there is no fees only, ever. And if you are filing rectification of appeal, what is rectification? For example, one order was already passed by the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, and later they have gone ahead and found out that there is a mistake, or you have found out there is a mistake. Mistake correction ke liye there is no mistake correction ke liye there is no fees. You know what, everyone? Listen. They have told whenever you are going for an appeal to the appellate tribunal, additional pre-deposit of 10% of the tax amount has to be paid. What is 10% of the tax amount, everyone? Over here we had learned, right? What is the tax in dispute? 800 crore, right? Additional pre-deposit is 10% when you are going to appellate tribunal, which is 80 crore or 80 crore rupees. Is my point clear to all of you? But here also there is a maximum which is told total pre-deposit 20%. People, 1 minute. Here maximum is how much, everyone? 20 crore. 20 crore and 20 crore. Is my point clear to all of you? Can you tell me, everyone? Here I already paid 20 and 20. Again, I will have to pay how much, everyone? 20 and 20. Can I go ahead, everyone? Is my point clear to all of you? So 10% I paid earlier, 10% or maximum 20 crore. Again, I'm paying 10% or maximum how much, everyone? 20 crore. So 10 I had already paid, 10 I'm paying now. But in this question, it did not turn out to be 10. It turned out to be 20 crore and 20. Is my point clear to all of you? Otherwise, what they are telling, first you had already paid 10, again you have to pay 10. But this is maximum again subject to a 20 crore over here. And here also. Is my point clear to all of you? Listen to me very carefully. What they are telling, how much you have to pay? 10%. But maximum is how much, everyone? 20 crore. Tell me one thing. For an example, the tax in dispute is 100 crore and 100 crore. You already admitted 50 crore. 50 crore. Can you tell me, everyone, when you are going to the appellate authority, how much you have to pay? 50 crore. 50 crore is the tax in dispute. Of that, you have to pay 10%. 10% means 5 and 5 crore. It is maximum how much? 20 crore and 20 crore. Will you pay 20 and 20 now or 5 and 5? 5 and 5. When you are going to the appellate tribunal, again you have to pay additional 10%. So this will become 10 plus 10. Can you tell me how much is additional 10%? 5 crore and 5 crore. Again, maximum is how much? 20 crore and 20 crore. But you will not pay 20 and 20. You will pay only 5 and 5. Is my point clear to all of you? In the above question, when we had gone ahead and done, this was not coming because 20 was the maximum. Is my point clear to all of you now? Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. What they have gone ahead and told, 20% over here. Which is 20%? Above ka 10, it is total pre-deposit till now is 10 and 10. Appellate tribunal can refuse to admit an appeal where the amount is less than equal to 50,000. If you go for an appeal and they go ahead and see the amount is very less, which is less than equal to 50,000, if they want, they can admit the appeal or they can say, hey, beggar, get lost. Next. Whenever you file for an appeal, no, always the opposition party which is there, you filed an appeal, department will get an option to talk against you. What department wants to talk, they can go ahead and file one memorandum of cross objection. Or if department files an appeal, you can talk against it by going ahead and filing memorandum of cross objection. What is your objection? To be filed by the party against whom the appeal has been preferred. If I file an appeal against you, then you can go ahead and file whatever you want, memorandum of cross objection. It has to be filed within 45 days plus 45 days. The form is APL 06 and there is no fees. Sir, can you tell me how many members are there? 2 judicial member, 2 technical member always, correct? In every bench. Now, sir, at least how many people will always go ahead and listen to your case? Remember, this is also important from exam point of view. Remember, in any bench, any appeal shall always be heard by a bench of 1 judicial member and 1 technical member. You don't need 4 members always to hear your case. Always the case will be heard by 1 judicial member, 1 technical member, enough. But sir, any appeal involving amount up to how much, everyone? 50 lakh and not involving question of law. If question of law is not there, you are fighting on factual issues. Facts we are fighting, not law, there is no dispute. Then, with president approval, can be heard by a bench of single member also. Remember, generally 1 plus 1 member will hear you. But in your scenario, if the amount involved is only up to 50 lakh and there is no question of law, then the case can be heard by whom, everyone? Single member also. Now, on the right hand side, this is also important. The next one, this is also important over here. Revisionary authority shall not revise an order. When can revisionary authority not revise an order? Number 1, if you have already gone for a normal appeal to the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court, supreme court, then revisionary authority will not touch. They will say when they are this side already people are solving, will not touch. So it says appeal already filed before appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court or supreme court, then revisionary authority will not go ahead and revise. Just imagine you are fighting a case, revisionary authority revise. If you have got this channel, this side channel, then revisionary authority will not touch the case. Is my point clear? Next. But any point not raised or decided in an appeal, for example, in the appeal, one point was there which was not touched upon, then that point can be revised. Everyone, that point can be revised. It says before the expiry of 1 year from the order in appeal or before the expiry of 3 years from the order in original, whichever is later. People, 1 minute, everyone, what they are going and telling. Now, one order was passed which is order in original. For this order, appeal is going on. Again, here, order in appeal has come. Then remember one thing, in the order, if any point was there which was not touched in the appeal, that point can be revised. Revised within how much time? From here, you have to take 1, 2, 3 years, or from the order in appeal within 1 year, whichever is later. So from the original order, that point can be revised within 3 years, or from order in appeal within whatever everyone 1 year, whichever is later. That small point with that 1 point or 2 point can be revised. Then they have gone ahead and told, sir, if 6 months have not expired, they will not go ahead and touch the case. Because 6 months the department can go for normal appeal. Or if 3 years have expired, after 3 years, revisionary authority can't revise also. The next one, already taken up for revision, picked up, but it was not revised only. If picked up and it was not revised, then what will happen? If it was picked up but not revised, you can't pick it up again. Picked up, revised, second time revision can't happen. Once you picked up, revised it, again revision can't happen. You picked it up, did not revise, but again you can't keep picking up. And I go ahead, everyone. It means revision is only once. Sir, any time spent between decision of appellate authority, appellate tribunal to High Court to Supreme Court, if same issue is already pending, then time spent always to be excluded, and stay period. Baba, stay period, time spent, all this always to be excluded. That is what they are telling. Nothing very important. Everyone over here now. Can there be any circumstances where additional evidence can be allowed before appellate authority or appellate tribunal? People listen to me very carefully. This appellate authority, and this appellate tribunal which is there, they will always take only those evidences which you had already given before the original adjudicating authority. If you get any surprise, additional evidence is there, they will not admit it. Are we clear? But sometimes this appellate tribunal or appellate authority can admit additional evidences, saying that you went to him, original adjudicating authority, and you told this is the evidence. They did not take it. When you gave the evidence to them, they told you are late, get out. When you gave the evidence to them, they told you should have come within time, we will not admit it, which they should have admitted. So in this scenario, you can go and talk to the appellate authority or appellate tribunal, and they can admit your additional evidence. What they are telling over here, people, where adjudicating authority, original adjudicating authority or appellate authority refused to admit an evidence which ought to have been admitted, sir, they should have admitted the evidence, they did not admit it. Or where appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from producing evidence called upon by the adjudicating authority or appellate authority. You know what happened? Sir, I got COVID, I was not well, so I could not give it, sir, please admit it. Then they will admit. Or, sir, where appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from producing evidence which is relevant to ground of appeal. Sir, because of some reason I could not do it, tell the reason. If they accept it, then appellate tribunal can take additional evidence. Also, where original adjudicating authority or appellate authority had made an order without giving sufficient opportunity only to the appellant to adduce evidences relevant to the ground of appeal. Number one, sir, they refused to admit. Sir, number two, I was prevented. Sir, I could not give it because I was not well. Or might be, they did not give you opportunity only. Number one, they did not give you opportunity. Number two, you are prevented by sufficient cause. Number three, they refused when you gave the order, when you gave the evidence. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? You were a pro in giving evidence. Pro, P for you are prevented, R for they refused it, and you were not given opportunity only. Then in that scenario, additional evidence can be taken. Everyone over here now. Sir, what are the powers of the appellate tribunal? This is just for your reading purpose. You can read it once. Sir, they can summon people, they can issue orders. Correct, everyone? All these are just the powers of the appellate tribunal. Why I am giving over here? No, nowadays your exams have become very dangerous. Any small point can be asked. So you can remember this once. Okay, everyone. Now what happened? Listen to me very carefully. Whenever any order is passed by whom? Appellate tribunal. Whenever any order is passed by whom, everyone? Appellate tribunal. If it is principal bench, no. Principal bench is in New Delhi. Baba, just imagine the head bench which is sitting in Delhi. Their order, one state level ka High Court is listing. So these orders don't go to High Court. Principal bench ka orders, no. They will directly go to whom, everyone? Supreme Court. But if it is state bench ka order, then first it will go to whom, everyone? High Court. And then High Court say it can go to the Supreme Court. But principal bench ka directly order comes to the Supreme Court. Now listen to me very carefully. Whenever the order goes to the High Court, no, High Court will admit only if it involves substantial question of law. High Court says, hey, don't waste my time. I will admit a case only if it is having what, everyone? Substantial question of law. Appeal should be filed within how much time? 180 days plus extension can be granted by the High Court. Form APL 08 to be heard by at least how many judges? 2 judges. And they will admit only after you make the full payment. Sir, once the case has gone to High Court, after that I can go to the Supreme Court also, or principal bench say also I can directly go to the Supreme Court. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, already you had paid 20%, right, everyone? Total you had paid 20%, remaining 80% should be paid only then, because High Court ka case mein no, court can take 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, yes or no, everyone? With all due respect, it can take a lot of years. Department says pay my money and then you keep fighting. So you have to pay the complete amount when you are filing the appeal. Can I go ahead, everyone? And then, or if you are coming directly to the Supreme Court, then also Supreme Court will admit only after full payment. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember, the time limit to file a case to the Supreme Court is how much, everyone? As per Code of civil procedure. And they will also admit if High Court certified, people, Supreme Court will never admit a case unless the High Court says that it is a fit case to go for the Supreme Court. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone listen to me very carefully. Now here, one point comes about the interest calculation. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Whenever you have gone ahead and given a pre-deposit to the appellate authority and you are getting a refund of it, the refund of pre-deposit which is given to appellate authority and appellate tribunal, if appellate authority gives you an order or appellate tribunal gives you an order, whatever pre-deposit you are given of 10% and 10%, if it is refunded, the refund is under section number 115, which says you will get 9% interest from the day you paid it till the day you get the refund. So for an example, because of the appellate tribunal, you got a refund. Whatever pre-deposit 10% you had paid originally, from the date of payment till the date of refund, you will get interest 9%. And second pre-deposit which you paid when you filed the case with appellate tribunal, again from the date of payment till the date of refund, you will get the interest. How much, everyone? 9%. Is my point clear? Because both the case may the refund is given under section number 115. But you know what happened? When High Court and Supreme Court involves, no, then it can take a lot of time. So department says from the day you paid to the date of refund, I will not give you interest. The day High Court or Supreme Court ka order will come, you go online, apply for refund. We will take 60 days, process your refund. If you process within 60 days, no interest. If you don't process your refund within 60 days, then we will give you interest. And that is what is being told over here. If refund, interest will be given under section number 56. And 56 says when you apply, they will give you the refund within how many days? 60 days. If they don't give you within 60 days, then they will go ahead and give you interest at the rate of 9%. Is my point clear to all of you? Very, very important again from exam point of view. Sir, tell me one thing. If order passed by appellate tribunal has one error which is apparent on the face, then no problem, Baba. Any order which has been passed by the appellate tribunal and they want to rectify, which is an order apparent on the face, can be rectified within how much time, everyone? 3 months from the date of the order. Sir, what about other people passing the order? Other people, when they go ahead and pass the order, for that rectification, the general time limits, which is given under section number 161, miscellaneous provision. See, appellate tribunal ke liye they went ahead and told 3 months. What about other people, appellate authority, courts, etc., or any other case when any rectification has to be done? Then, Baba, remember one thing: rectification of an error apparent on the face of record. What is the provision? Any authority who passes an order, for appellate tribunal, they already told there. For all other people, when rectification has to be done, remember one thing: it has to be done within how much time, everyone? 3 months. The maximum time limit is always 6 months. Can I go ahead, everyone? 3 months may any other case. Is my point clear to all of you? But the maximum time limit is how much, everyone? 6 months. And there is no time limit whenever any clerical, arithmetical error is there. For that, there is no time limit. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Can we go ahead? Everyone over here now. Now, please come to the top. One small point is there on the left-hand side. People, these are some orders against which you just have to sit quietly. You can't go ahead and file an appeal. Which are non-appealable order? Which are the orders which are non-appealable? Against this order, you just have to go ahead and sit. As for sanction of prosecution order, Commissioner sanctioned your prosecution. Take him to jail. That sanctioning of prosecution ka order, that take him to jail. You can't go ahead and file an appeal. Whenever you have to be taken to jail, no, prosecution sanction order will be passed by Commissioner. Against that, you can't file a appeal. I for installment facility. Do you remember section number 80 where you asked installment? GST officer rejected. You can't go ahead and file an appeal. Deferred payment or installment ke liye, you can't file an appeal against the order. T for transfer of case order. Your case was transferred from one officer to another officer. You can't go ahead and file for a appeal. S for sanctioning of prosecution order. S for seizure or detention of books ka order. But do you remember? Search and seizure happened. They seized your books, documents. You can't go ahead and say, I want my books back. Nothing. You can't file an appeal. SS, I for installment facility rejection order and transfer order. Remember this thing. You just have to sit quietly against this order. SSIT. Everyone over here on the right hand side, who are eligible to be authorized representative, who are not eligible to be authorized representative, means against you, who can represent and who can't represent. Sir, your relative can represent you. Practicing advocate, CS, CS, CMA, GST practitioner, retired commercial tax department ka officer, where he was a gazetted B officer for at least how much? 2 years. Those people can basically go ahead and represent you. And sir, who are the people ineligible? Just give me a second. Who are the people who are ineligible? If you are dismissed from government service, or if you are convicted of an offence under GST or existing law, you are already declared as a convict, or you are guilty of misconduct, or you are insolvent, all these people are ineligible for being an authorized representative. Now, if you come down over here, very, very important, section number 120, listen to me very carefully. Section number 120 goes ahead and says, everyone listen, you know what happened? Appeal not to be filed in certain cases. Board on the recommendation of council can issue order direction fixing monetary limit for regulating appeal or application by GST officer. The CBIC can go ahead and issue orders and tell GST officer, Baba, 1,000 rupees ka one case is there. You know the front party which is there is wrong. But GST officer, please don't go ahead and file to the appellate authority the case. because the amount involved is very less. You know, Ramesh Soni is wrong, but please don't go ahead and file an appeal. In this case, department will not file an appeal because the monetary limit is very less. Next time, I did the same case again, but now this time it was not 1000 rupees, it was 1000 crore. Is the monetary limit more? Now will the department go ahead and file an appeal? Yes. Now I can't go ahead and say the department, hey, last time you did not file an appeal. It means last time what I had done, you had admitted that I was correct. You can't go ahead and say that. Last time they did not file an appeal because the limit was less. Now they are going ahead and filing an appeal because the limit has been crossed. Is my point clear? That is section number 120 over here. Board on the recommendation of council issue order direction is fixing what everyone? Monetary limit for regulating appeal application by the GST officer. Non filing an appeal due to such limit shall not preclude an officer from filing an appeal in similar case or question of law. Means one time they don't file an appeal against me for that issue, next time they can't file an appeal. That is not concluded, that they can't go ahead and file an appeal now against me if similar issue is there when the amount is more. No person shall contend that the officer consented to the disputed issue by not filing an appeal or appeal. Sir, last time you did not file an appeal, it means last time you had consented to what I have done is right. So now why are you filing an appeal? You can't go ahead and tell that to the officer. Now, sir, what is the monetary limit below which the GST department will not go ahead and file an appeal? I've written over here monetary limit for filing an appeal by the department. Whenever department is going for an appeal to the GST appellate tribunal, at least how much is the limit, everyone? 20 lakh rupees. If High Court, 1 crore. Supreme Court, everyone? 2 crore rupees. I am going to return if dispute pertains to demand order where tax is also there with or without penalty, interest, etc., then only take the tax only. People, one order has been passed, tax, interest, penalty, everything is there. Take the tax only. Aggregate of the tax in dispute you have to take. Okay, everyone. If the order relates to, if demand order pertains to interest only, amount of interest you take it. If order pertains to penalty only, then take the penalty amount only. If order relates to interest only, then take the late fee only. Take the late fee only. But if it relates to tax, interest, late fee, everything, tax. If order relates to interest, penalty, and or late fee without any tax, interest, penalty, and or late fee, then take the amount of IPL, interest, penalty, and late fee. Sir, erroneous refund ka case is there. Then take the amount of refund in dispute. Refund in dispute, including CGST, SGST, etc. If the amount is more than 20 lakh rupees, department can go 20 lakh or above. High Court, 1 crore and above. Supreme Court, 2 crore and above. Below this limit, department should not go ahead and file for a appeal. I want you guys to remember one thing, everyone. This monetary limit which is there is given over here. Remember, I'll tell you again, 20 lakh, 1 crore and 2 crore. Tax, everything is there. Then take the tax only. Aggregate of the amount of tax in dispute, including CGST, etc. Total. Interest ka only demand order is there. Then take the amount of interest. Penalty ka order, then penalty amount. Late fee ka order, then late fee ka amount. If interest, penalty, late fee, everything is there without tax. If tax is there, then take tax only. If tax is not there, interest, penalty, and late fee ka order is there, then total amount of interest, penalty, late fee. And sir, if it's an erroneous refund, amount of refund in dispute, CGST, SGST, all put together. Is my point clear to all of you? Other than this also, section number, this clarification which is there, you can go ahead and read. There is a lot of other things also which they have gone ahead and told. Sometimes they will not go ahead and see this monetary limit also. In some scenarios, they have gone ahead and told monetary limit specified above shall not be applicable in the following circumstances where the decision or order appeal against shall be taken on merit irrespective of the limit. Sometimes what happens when any provision of the GST law is considered ultra bias, you are telling this GST law is only wrong. Department is telling what Ramesh is telling is wrong over here. He can't challenge the GST law. Then department can file an appeal. When rules and regulation under the GST law you are telling are ultra biases, might be one GST department ka order passed. Because of that, it is getting proved that GST law is only wrong. GST rules and regulations are wrong. Or any order or notification, instruction or circular issued by the government has been held to be ultra biases. Order is held ultra biases. Notification, circulars pay challenge is there. When matter relates to valuation, classification, refund, place of supply, any other issue, then Baba, when matter relates to what? Valuation of goods, classification of goods, refund, place of supply, or any other issue which is recurring in nature, the department is selling today it is 1000, but tomorrow onward 1000, it will be recurring. So department can go for an appeal. Where strictures or adverse comment, you have this order which was passed, no, they are going and telling, you told the department officer, see, you could not do anything. I won. If you do all these things, the department can go ahead and challenge against your order. Can I go ahead, everyone? Or any other case or class of cases which is necessary to contest in the interest of justice or revenue. If department feels that it is necessary for the department to file an appeal in the interest of the revenue, then department can go for an appeal without seeing any monetary limit. This section number 120 is also very, very important, but I've written it over here only. Sir, what kind of a chapter? I'll consider it as a B graded chapter. People, I had gone ahead and told you demand and recovery as A graded this time, appeals and revision as B graded this time. Remember, in appeals and revision, what can come? Sir, first of all, this tax interest wala part which I've already explained it to you. This tax calculation, it is an amendment this time. Maximum is how much, everyone? 20 crore rupees. Remember, 25% of the penalty in case of penalty order under section number 129. This part is very, very important. Okay? Remember, against where which order appeal lies to whom, 1 mark MCQ can come. Which order you just have to sit. If you go down over here, this part, all the green part which is there, what is the fees for filing an appeal? I like it. This time they can go ahead and ask in point, what is the fees for filing an appeal, because it's an amendment ka part. Can I go ahead, everyone? Please remember this point, everyone. Sir, can one bench ka member also here? How many members are minimum required? This point is very important. When can revisionary authority not revise an order? This point is also good question. Other than this, monetary limit which is fixed, which I went ahead and explained you, the circular wala point over here, this is also very important. Other than this, everything you can consider C graded. The most important point I've already gone ahead and told you. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of appeals and revision. Done, everyone. Amendments are there in this chapter. Demand and recovery and appeals and revision. You will see one question in your exam. 6 marks is the minimum expected. Right, everyone? Closing my revision on the chapter of appeals and alright, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of offenses and penalties. A graded chapter, Baba. You will go ahead and see at least a 4 mark question or 2 mark MCQ. Additionally, might be a 4 to 6 mark question can come from this chapter. Let's go ahead and do the chapter of offenses and penalties. Everyone, offenses and penalties chapter starts with section number 122 and goes up to section number 138. In this, whatever is the most important section, we'll be going ahead and revising. Section number 122, when you go ahead and talk, section number 122 has 4 parts which are there. First one says, what are the circumstances for levying of penalty on whom, everyone? Taxable person. Second part goes ahead and says, whenever any person, the second one talks about levying of penalty on any person. Third one talks about levying of penalty on e-commerce operator, and the last one talks about levying of penalty on whom, everyone? Registered person over here. And one more, actually it is 1, 2, 3, 4 and one more. It talks about again any person over here. Is my point clear to all of you? So they have gone ahead and bifurcated the levying of penalty over here. Let's go ahead and understand the first one which is there. First one, they have gone ahead and have 21 offenses which are there. How many offenses? 21. Baba, offenses and penalties as a chapter, there is no linking, but it is linked to every chapter. Not like a specific linking that you should study it here only or after this chapter only. No, it's a chapter which you should know overall, because anywhere, supply chapter, if you don't do this penalty, registration if you don't take this penalty, tax invoice if you don't raise this penalty, TDS if you don't deduct this penalty, TCS if you don't collect this penalty, ISD does a mistake, this penalty. So everywhere it is linked. Are we clear? So they have gone ahead and just told, if you don't do this penalty, if you don't do this penalty. So this is a chapter which you just have to remember, saying if I don't do this penalty will be there. So you have to be careful in the exam. They will go ahead and give you practical based question on this. Everyone over here now. Remember, 121 says circumstances for levying of penalty on whom, everyone? Taxable person. Who is a taxable person? A person who is registered or who is liable to be registered. So they say penalty will be 10,000 rupees or the tax amount whichever is higher. So whatever is the tax amount involved in the case, might be whatever is the tax short paid, not paid, any erroneous refund you have taken, TDS not deducted, TCS not collected. All this I am telling, it is the tax involved in the case, whichever is higher. Can I go ahead, everyone? So, sir, tell me one thing. What are the various 21 offenses? I went and told. This officer told, oh, in his stomach, oh, gastric. Okay, everyone? And this is the case over here. O for officer related. If you have gone ahead and done any offense which is relating to the officer ko you obstructed or prevented from discharging his duty. Officer came to your premises with GST, INS, you're telling I'll not open my gate. You send your dog behind him. Don't do all those things. If you obstruct the officer from discharging his duty, you will be liable for a penalty of 10,000 rupees, which is there, or any amount of tax which is involved in the case. Here, it is 10,000 rupees under CGST and 10,000 rupees under SGST also. Goods, services are both related, whatever is the offenses. Number one, you are supplying without invoice, or issuing an incorrect invoice, or you are issuing a false invoice. Issuing invoice without any supply, you are giving bogus bill, or you supply, transport, store goods which are liable for confiscation. You are supplying those goods on which tax is not paid. You are storing those goods or you are transporting those goods on which tax is not paid, then you will be liable for a 10,000 rupees or the amount of tax which is involved in the case, whichever is higher. 10,000 or CGST amount, whichever is higher. 10,000 or SGST amount, whichever is higher. What I am teaching you is under CGST Act. Same amount is payable under SGST. Accounts related, if you do, you fail to keep accounts. Baba, they went and told you these accounts are to be maintained. This many years it has to be maintained. You fail to keep, maintain, and retain the books of accounts and other document. Or whenever officer is asking, you are giving him fake documents, fake accounts. Then gone, Baba. You will be liable for a penalty. If you suppress your turnover leading to evasion of tax, you are not showing your turnover. 10 lakh rupees ka turnover you did not show. They will go ahead and charge you a penalty of 10,000 or the amount of tax involved, whichever is higher. TDS and TCS, you did not deduct only or you did not collect only, or you deducted and collected less, or after deducting you failed to the government, then whatever is the amount of 10,000 rupees or the TDS or TCS which is involved in the case, whichever is higher. Sir, tempers or destroy, you destroyed evidences or document or disposed of or temper, detained, seized or attached goods. Officer came to your premises, he found out some evidence, you went and ate them, you went and burned them. If you do all these things, you will be liable for a penalty over here. Transport, if you go ahead and transport any goods without the cover of document, you don't have invoice, you don't have e-way bill, and you are transporting my goods, you will also be liable for a penalty. Registration, you don't take registration, you fail to take, furnish false information while applying for registration, or you are using other person's registration and then supplying the goods. Remember, if you do all these things, you will also be liable for a penalty of 10,000 or the amount of tax, whichever is higher. Refund, you took refund fraudulently by giving wrong document, then 10,000 or the amount of refund, whichever is higher. Sir, ITC, you have gone ahead and taken or utilized without actually receiving the goods, or in contravention of the act. Baba, don't go ahead and take the ITC or utilize the ITC in contravention. They have gone ahead and told IGST should be used for IGST first. You went ahead and used IGST for paying CGST first. If you do all this utilization ka mistake also, then also you are liable for a penalty. Sir, information or document which is called by the officer, you did not give or you give wrong information and document. Then, sir, I collected amount as tax, but failed to pay to the government greater than 3 months from the due date. You failed to collect it. First of all, sorry, you collected tax, but you did not pay it to the government, or you collected tax in contravention of the act, which should not have been collected. Exam supply fee you collected, then they are going in and telling, but you failed to pay it to the government, then also you will be liable for a penalty, which is how much, everyone? 10,000 or the amount of tax involved, whichever is higher. This is general penalty for every chapter. Can you see, everyone? Supply related chapter, accounts related chapter, correct, everyone? TDS, TCS related chapter. You will see, sir, registration related chapter, refund related chapter, ITC related chapter, ISD related chapter. All the chapters they are trying to link and say this mistake, you will be liable for a penalty. Remember one thing. Now, any person, I'll talk about this at the last, everyone. Okay? Now, the next one, 1B, circumstances for levying of penalty on e-commerce operator. Do you remember e-commerce operator should collect TCS, etc.? E-commerce operator, the TCS point I told you over here only. Correct, everyone? Collect TCS wala point. Now, do you remember in e-commerce chapter, I told you special procedure. E-commerce should make sure that whenever a person who is supplying goods through them should be enrolled. If you are enrolled, he should make sure that you don't supply interstate. Compulsion dealer ko e-commerce operator should not allow to supply interstate. What if e-commerce operator does not do his duty properly? So the government is going ahead and telling e-commerce will be liable for a penalty of 10,000 or tax involved, whichever is higher. You know what, everyone? One composition dealer was there. E-commerce operators should not allow composition dealers to supply interstate. Do you remember, everyone? Now you are a composition dealer. You supplied from one state to another state using e-commerce operator. How much is the penalty? 10,000 or tax involved. Now tax involved, composition dealer ka only it is 1%, but government is telling I will not take 1%. I will take the tax which would have been paid if that person was not composition dealer. It means government is telling I want 18% or 28%, whatever is actually applicable on those goods. So what they are telling over here, had 10,000 or tax involved, had the supply been made by a registered person other than composition. And now any e-commerce who is liable to collect, this word was missing, amendment, this word they have included now. Take everyone, any e-commerce who is liable to their TCS. People, what is the mistake? Allow supply by a through unregistered person other than person who are exempted from registration. Do you remember, everyone? Supplier of services is exempted up to 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Supplier of goods is exempted up to 40, 20 or 10. Correct, everyone? If other than exempt people, might be, my turnover is already 50 lakh rupees, but still e-commerce is allowing me to supply without any registration. E-commerce operator will be liable for a penalty. Allows interstate supply of goods services through it by a person who is not eligible to make interstate. Composition dealer not allowed to make interstate. Sir, so now, everyone, normal person who has taken enrollment also not allowed to supply interstate, but he is allowing. E-commerce operator is allowing. Then gone, e-commerce will be liable for a penalty. Do you remember all the details of the supply should be reported by the e-commerce operator in GST 8? He is not reporting some sales. Then, Baba, if fails to furnish correct details in GST 8 of outward supply affected by a person exempted from obtaining registration, if remember one thing, any of these violation he is doing, then 10,000 or the amount of tax whichever is higher, ka penalty will come on the e-commerce operator. Section number 122, which is there, circumstances for levying of penalty on registered person. See, Baba, government had gone ahead and made this section number 122, thinking there'll be a practical applicability of this. But you know what, everyone? Section number 73, 74, and 74A may, if you have gone ahead and done a fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, or it is other than fraud, willful misstatement or suppression, people, do you remember 10,000 or tax amount, 100% of the tax, which is 100% of the tax in case of fraud case. Non-fraud case, 10% or 10,000 of the tax amount, 10,000 or 10%, whichever is. Do you remember, everyone? 73, 74 we learned 100% of the tax can be charged. Non-fraud case, 10,000 or 10% of the tax can be charged. Correct, everyone? But because this tax is already charged under section number 73, 74 and 74A, 122 ka, generally this penalty does not come anywhere. Because whenever you do a fraud under section number 73, 74 and 74A, whenever demand order is given under 73, 74, 74A, then you are already penalized over here. Again, this penalty will not come. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. The next one over here. So it says, registered person supplies goods, services or both. Baba, if you have done a supply, for supply done, on which tax has not been paid, short paid, erroneous refund, ITC wrongly availed or utilized. If you have done a supply, and because of that tax not paid, short paid is there, always penalty under 73, 74, 74A comes. It will not come under section number 122. Everyone, so basically practical applicability of section number 122 you will not be able to see. Can I go to everyone? The next one, section number 123, 123 is there. Circumstances for levying of penalty on any person. Any person means registered, unregistered, doesn't matter. Penalty up to means officer can go ahead and charge up to 25,000 under CGST, up to 25,000 under SGST. Aids or abates any of the offences under 121. All these offences which are there, no? I went ahead and told I'll supply without invoice. You told you will buy without invoice. You are also an offender. You will come under here. You will be liable. So aids or abates, who is helping me in doing an offense. I told I'll supply goods without invoice. I told I'll supply service without invoice. You told I'll buy without invoice. You are also helping me. You will also be liable for a penalty. Deals in any goods, deals in any way, goods which he knows are reason to believe are liable to be confiscated. I told, sir, these goods pay no, there is no GST. I will not charge you. I'll be liable for a penalty. You told I will also buy without GST. You will also be liable for a penalty. You are receiving or concerned with, this was supply of goods, you are receiving supply of service which he has no reason to believe are in contravention. I told, sir, I will give you classes without books, without GST. You told, okay, sir, I will also take classes without GST. I told, you are also liable for penalty. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, fails to appear before officer of central tax when someone, but do you remember someone were issued under section number 70 in inspection search, either we learned, if you don't appear before the officer when they called for someone, penalty up to 25,000. Fail to issue invoice or account for invoice. You are not a registered person, but will you not issue invoice only? Commercial invoice, so you have to issue, no? You are not issuing invoice only, you are not accounting only. You are telling, when will my turnover cross 40 lakh? Never, because I am not doing accounting only. Then you will be liable for a penalty of up to, how much, everyone? 25,000. Any person who is there will be liable for a penalty up to 25,000. Now you tell me one thing. You know what happened? When GST came, you know, one village, one farmer was there. GST department went to him and told crores of rupees cut fake bill you have issued. When GST department went to him, he told, sir, my very far one cousin had come. He told me his cousin's brother, etc. had come. He told me, give me your Aadhaar card, give me your PAN card, give me all your details, etc. Every month you will get 2,000 rupees in your bank account. So I gave him all my Aadhaar, etc. And that cousin or that cousin's brother who was the cousin's son who was there, he opened one fake GST registration in his name, did thousands of crores of rupees ka bogus invoice. Now this farmer is telling, sir, they told you are the registered person. You are liable for a penalty. We'll put you in jail. He's telling, okay, put me. I don't have money only. Daily wage under I am. Now department is telling what to do. When department went to the person, they told, sir, I'm not his cousin's brother who was there. He told, sir, I'm not the registered person. He's the registered person. You catch him. I'm any other person. And any other person, you can charge maximum penalty of 25,000. Take your 25,000 and 25,000 get lost. So government went ahead and told whoever is the mastermind behind a fraud, for them also we want penalty, and that is why government introduced section number 121A saying if you are the mastermind behind the fraud, then you will also be penalized. Any person who retains the benefit of a transaction, is his cousins, that farmer ka cousin ka son, retaining the benefit covered under 1, 2, 7 and 9 of subsection 1. Sir, what is 1, 2, 7 and 9 of subsection 1? Can you see underline, everyone? Underline. This is 1. Supplying without invoice. 2. Invoice without supply. Bogus invoice. 7. Takes or utilize ITC without actual receipt. Or takes or distribute ICC in contravention. People, you are an ISD taking or distributing in contravention. So people, you tell me one thing. Bogus people do what? They go ahead and take the ITC also, and then they distribute the ITC also. They take the ITC also, they issue bogus invoice also. Correct, everyone? In this scenario, they're telling all these four cases may, if you are the person who has retained the benefit of the transaction and at whose instance the transaction is conducted, who made the bogus, who made this transaction happen, that person also will be liable for a penalty. He shall be liable for a penalty amount equivalent to the tax evaded. ITC availed or passed on. Whatever ITC you took, whatever ITC you passed on, remember one thing, that much tax you have to pay, equal amount of penalty also you have to pay. So that guy who did 1,000 crore ka business, 1,000 crore is the tax which he has to pay. 1,000 crore pay whatever, 1,000 crore, if he has gone ahead and passed on the tax worth rupees 1,000 crore, then 1,000 crore ka penalty also will come. Gone. Can I go ahead, everyone? And that is what is told by section number 122. I like section number 122 because they will go ahead and ask a small point in the exam. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now, listen. The next one, section number 123, penalty for failure to furnish information return. As of now, information return is not there, but GST department can go ahead and take your information from someone else by telling them to file what, everyone? Information return. Like how in income tax department has all your information from other parties, they will take bank, etc. In the same way, in GST also they are going ahead and telling that, sir, we will go ahead and tell penalty for failure to furnish what, everyone? Information return. My information will be taken by the department from third party like bank, stamp duty authorities, etc. All these people say to take the information, department will tell them to file what, everyone? Information return. And if they don't file information return, how much is the penalty per day, everyone? Rupees 100 per day, up to a maximum of how much, everyone? 5,000. And same amount under SGST. Information in a more organized way is statistics. Now, commissioner, if it wants, people, in your miscellaneous chapter, you have this, that if commissioner wants, commissioner can go ahead. People, here, statistics. Commissioner or an officer authorized by him can go ahead and issue an order and direct a person to go ahead and furnish what, everyone? Statistics in the connection with the act, whatever matter he is dealing. He has to furnish what, everyone? Statistics. If he has been given an order by whom? Commissioner or the person authorized by commissioner. If commissioner has authorized you, if commissioner or the person authorized gives you an order, then you have to furnish statistics. Sir, what if I don't furnish the statistics which has been told by the commissioner? Then they are going in and telling, if you have been told to furnish statistics but you don't give, then the fine will up to 10,000. And you remember one thing, if you don't, after taking the fine also from you, if you are still not giving, then in case of continuing offense, 100 rupees per day up to a maximum, how much, everyone? 25,000. Sir, section number 125, very, very important. Anywhere in the act, if you don't see a penalty for any offense, but still GST department wants to charge a penalty on you, the penalty can be up to 25,000. Section number 125 belongs to any penalty, any act or any omission, any mistake which you did for which no penalty has been told in the act, then you can be penalized by using section number 125. Any contravention, any provision of the act or rules, no penalty has been separately provided. Penalty up to rupees 25,000. People, tell me one thing. Is this point clear to all of you? Now comes section number 126. I like section number 126. Why, sir? Listen. It says, see, no penalty, general discipline for levying of penalty. Whenever officer is going ahead and charging a penalty, what are the general discipline an officer should follow? It says, no penalty for minor breach where tax involved is less than 5,000. Minor breach, small breach ke liye, of tax regulation and procedural requirement, and in particular, any omission or mistake which can be easily rectified. Baba, if it's a minor breach which is up to 5,000, they will not go ahead and charge a penalty only. Amount involved is less than 5,000, not up to, less than 5,000, or any omission or mistake in documentation you have done which is easily rectifiable. Easily rectifiable means which is apparent on the face that documentation mistake it is, and it should be done without any fraudulent intention or gross negligence. Baba, documentation mistake wherein basically it was not done because of negligence, it was by mistake happened, then they will not go ahead and charge any penalty. Penalty will always depend upon fact and circumstance of each case and will be commensurate with the degree of severity. People, whenever officer is charging a penalty, no, if penalty is told up to 25,000, less severe offense, less penalty. More severe offense, more penalty. That's what they are telling. It will always depend upon the fact and circumstances. No penalty without OBH, opportunity being heard. When the penalty is order is given, always it will be a speaking order. In the penalty order, officer will always state your mistakes. Next, voluntary disclosure may be considered as mitigating factor. Maybe means you went ahead and told, sir, I came and myself told I did a mistake. Don't charge me penalty. No, if officer wants, he might not charge. But it's not mandatory that because you told he will not charge. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, that this section shall not apply where penalty is either a fixed sum or expressed as a percentage. They went ahead and told more severe offense, more penalty. Correct, everyone? Now, they have gone ahead and told here penalty will be 10,000, right? You're telling, sir, take 9,000, no. Take 8,250, no. Where it is fixed amount, that time this all provisions will not apply. Section number 126 will not be applicable where the penalty is a fixed amount. It is only applicable where the penalty is up to Are you guys able to understand? Sir, penalty is 10%. You're saying, sir, takes 5%, no. Take 5.5%, no. That time, this provision is not applicable. More severe offense, more severe penalty. All these are applicable only when the penalty is up to. Then they can go ahead and charge you 10,000, 15,000, etc. When it is fixed amount, 10,000 only. There is no scope of bargaining, etc. Can I go ahead, everyone? They are telling this section only will not apply where the penalty is either a fixed sum or expressed as a fixed percentage. Everyone over here now, the next one. Very, very important from exam point of view. Section number 129. You were going on the way without any invoice or without any e-way bill, or invoice and e-way bill is not matching, then first they will detain you. Detain means they will tell you, hey, your invoice and e-way bill is not matching. Come on the side. Then they will seize your goods. Seize means they will take over the possession. Now you want to release the goods and release the truck in transit. Transit means which was standing on the roadside. You want to release the truck, you want to release the goods, pay the fine. They are telling goods and conveyance after detention or seizure. Detention means first they have put you on the side and then they have taken over the possession of the goods and the conveyance. It will be released. If owner comes forward, owner does not come forward. Owner has come forward or owner has not come forward. If owner comes forward, very good. If owner does not come forward, they'll charge you more penalty. They are telling if the owner comes forward, then the penalty is only 200% of the tax payable on such goods. You tell me one thing, everyone. 200% of the tax payable. For an example, the goods were 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees with 9% CGST is 9% SGST there. First of all, the tax you have to pay. How much is the tax, everyone? 9,000 and 9,000. They are telling penalty will be 200%. 200% means 18,000 and 18,000 rupees penalty. 200% of the tax payable. What if, sir, these goods which were there were exempt supply, no tax only? In that scenario, no tax, so no penalty. 200% of 0 means 0. This is 0. 0 ka 200% 0. No. They are telling if the goods were exempt supply, 1 lakh rupees ka, you have to take 2% of the value of the goods or 25,000. Can you tell me 1 lakh ka 2% is how much? 2,000 or 25,000. Which is lower? Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Is this point clear to all of you? Tax amount ka 200%. And if it is exempted goods, this amount or 25,000, whichever is lower. Is my point clear to all of you? See, first they taught you this one in CGST Act. Same amount payable under SGST. This is under CGST, same amount payable under SGST. Is my point clear to all of you? If they ask you in CGST in the exam, write only this much and come. If they ask you IGST, it is the total over here. Please be very careful in the exam. Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now listen to very carefully. If owner does not come forward, then what will happen? If owner does not come forward, then higher of 50% of the value of the goods. 1 lakh rupees is there. 50% of the value of goods means 50,000. Correct, everyone? Listen. 50% or 200% of the tax payable. On this tax payable was 9%. 9,000 means 200% is how much? What is the penalty you have to pay? 50,000. This under CGST, same amount under SGST means 1 lakh rupees ka goods pay, 1 lakh rupees ka penalty also taken. Is my point clear to all of you? Then they have gone and told if it is exempted goods, penalty instead of 2 will become how much, everyone? 5% of the value of goods up or 25,000, whichever is lower. Remember one thing, whenever they detain or seize the goods and conveyance, within 7 days they will issue show cause notice. Show me the cause why we should not go ahead and auction your goods and recover the amount, or why you should not go ahead and pay your amount. They'll go ahead and tell you, show me the cause why I should not charge you a penalty of, no, not auction, why I should not charge you a penalty of so and so amount. You have to go ahead and reply within how many days? 7 days. They will give you only 7 days. First, show cause notice. Issue show cause notice within 7 days, and thereafter they will pass an order within 7 days from the date of service of notice. Means first they will, within 7 days they will go ahead and issue you show cause notice, and then within the next 7 days demand order. So within the next 7 days you should make sure you give a representation and close. Otherwise, 14 days mein to all over. Sir, what if it is mangoes? Period of 15 days. 1 minute. Sorry. Penalty paid. Proceedings will be concluded. People. Detention done within 7 days, show cause notice. Within the next 7 days, order came. Remember one thing, penalty paid, proceeding concluded. If penalty is not paid within 15 days of the receipt of order, first show cause notice, then within 7 days, then within 7 days, order also given. You will be given 15 days. If within 15 days you pay, then chapter close. If you don't pay, goods and conveyance will be sold. And you tell me one thing, do you think they will wait for so many days to pass order, show cause notice, then order, and 15 days if it is mangoes? Baba, in case of perishable goods which is there or hazardous goods, the period will be less than 15 days also. And also remember one thing, for conveyance, no, for truck, for goods they have told, people, for goods they have told how much has to be paid, right? If you want your truck also to be released, you have to pay 1 lakh rupees, straightforward. Conveyance shall be released on payment of 1 lakh or the penalty. Which penalty? This or this, whichever is less. People, tell me one thing. First of all, for releasing the goods, you have to go ahead and pay a penalty, which is this or this. Correct, everyone? Is this point clear? For releasing your truck, 1 lakh or whichever penalty you are paying. Owner came forward, owner did not come forward, whichever penalty is there, 1 lakh or the penalty amount, whichever is less. Is my point clear to all of you? Please do some questions on this and go. Very, very important. Next one. Sir, one truck was caught. Invoice was there with the goods. Then proper officer will tell, depends. So for example, I was sending the goods to you. In that scenario, can you tell me everyone, who is the owner? I told I will send the goods to you. I am the owner. You told you will collect and go. You are the owner, you are liable for penalty because you should have gone ahead and made sure e-way bill etc. is there. So officer will decide in this scenario. Officer will go ahead and decide that person who is responsible for sending the goods, that person will make the person who will be liable for penalty. If invoice is only not there, then what will happen? If invoice is only not there for the goods, then what will happen everyone? Then officer will decide who is the owner. They are telling if invoice or document is accompanying, either consignor or consignee will be the owner. If not, then in such case, invoice is not there. Officer is telling who is the owner, who is the recipient, who is the supplier, who is the recipient, I don't know. You will make transporter only as the owner and do summary assessment. Do you remember everyone? In that scenario, the proper officer will determine who should be declared as the owner, supplier, recipient or the transporter. Who will decide? Proper officer. Section number 130 which is there goes ahead and talks about confiscation. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What do you mean by confiscation? Confiscation means taking over the ownership. Taking over the ownership. Baba, confiscation means what everyone? Taking over the ownership by the... See, seizure means possession. Ownership also will be transferred to the government in 5 scenarios. Remember, what are the cases when goods will be confiscated? What are the 5 cases when goods will be confiscated? Number 1. Confiscation of goods and conveyance and levy of penalty, where any person supplies or receives goods in contravention of the act with an intent to evade tax. You are not paying the taxes only and you are supplying or receiving the goods. Then God, Baba, those goods are liable for confiscation. People forget it. Now we are not talking about 129. 129 was in transit wala penalty, on the way. We are not talking about on the way now. For example, in your premises, the officer came for inspection. He found some goods on which tax is not paid. Those goods are liable to be confiscated. Does not account for goods which is liable to pay tax. Officer told this goods ka, show me the stock में detail. You are not showing only. Then those goods are liable for confiscation. Supplies any goods liable to tax without having applied for registration. Without registration only you are supplying. Those goods are liable for confiscation. You contravene any of the provision of the act with intent to evade tax. Then also if any goods are involved, those goods are liable for what everyone? Confiscation. Last one over here. You tell me one thing. Officer came to a premises. He found one truck over there. This truck was not caught on the way. But he told Ramesh, these goods came to your premises without any tax being paid. These goods came. This truck is used. Oh, this is that fraud wala truck. Then the truck is also liable for confiscation. Is my point clear? Above one was what everyone? On the way. Now we are not talking on the way. Where any conveyance which is used as a means of transportation for carrying of goods in, these all goods which you are transporting in contravention, this goods which you are transporting and getting, for this which truck is used, that truck will also be liable for confiscation. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, remember one thing. Unless the owner of the conveyance proves that it was so used without his knowledge or connivance. If you go ahead and prove that, sir, the truck is mine, but I don't know that this guy is a fraud. He was using my truck for doing all this work, sir. If you prove, then okay. Otherwise, your truck is also gone. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember, what are the 5 cases? Your goods are liable for confiscation. And here they have gone ahead and told, now you tell me one thing. Goods also will be confiscated. Conveyance also is confiscated. Person can't be confiscated. They can't confiscate and say, you are now my labor for lifetime. Government can't do that. Person pay penalty will come. Goods confiscated, conveyance confiscated, and liable for confiscation, and person will be liable for penalty under section number 122. Correct everyone? Person will be liable for penalty. Now, person ka penalty to you know. But goods ke liye, if you want to release your goods after being confiscated, sir, please, I will pay fine in lieu of confiscation. Don't confiscate, I'll pay fine. They are telling, pay fine as the proper officer thinks fit. Proper officer will tell, write a blank check and give. Is it? No. Here, they have gone ahead and told minimum and maximum is there. Maximum is the officer can go ahead and penalize you is for confiscated goods. These 5 cases may confiscation of your goods is done. What is the maximum penalty? They have gone ahead and told the maximum penalty is market value of the confiscated goods. Government will tell, now the goods ka ownership is mine. 10 crore rupees ka goods are there. The GST on that goods is 1 crore rupees. You can pay me 9 crore and I'll release the goods. What they are telling over here, market value minus the GST. Can I go ahead everyone? Minimum fine will be fine on the person, fine of the goods plus penalty should be equal to 100% of the tax payable on such goods. Means what they are telling is minimum how much they will charge you. Goods was 10 crore rupees. How much was the GST payable on those goods? Arey, how much is the GST? 1 crore, no? People, goods ka value is 10 crore. Tax chargeable is 1 crore. So maximum fine can be 9 crore. Minimum fine can be equal to how much everyone? fine plus the penalty which is charged on the person will be greater than equal to 100% of the tax payable. 100% of the tax payable means 1 crore. And you know what, everyone? This is for releasing your goods. Correct, everyone? Goods ke liye I've gone ahead and spoken. What about the conveyance? Person pe to fine. Goods you already know. Goods means goods ke liye market price minus GST. Minimum should be at least the GST amount. Arey, GST to you will pay. GST amount ka penalty also you have to pay. People, I'm talking about penalty. Tax to anyways you will pay. Can you tell me maximum penalty is how much? Value of the goods? Value of the goods minus GST. Minimum penalty, the GST amount. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, if you want to release the conveyance, so owner shall be given an option to pay fine on the GST payable on that goods. What is the GST payable on the goods? 1 crore, no? If you want to release your truck also now, people, for the goods I taught you already. Can you see, everyone? I taught you only for the goods. What about the truck? If you want a truck, please pay the GST, which is payable on that goods. For release of truck, the penalty is the GST on the goods, which were transported by the truck. The next one over here, confiscation order of goods or conveyance or penalty shall be issued after giving opportunity of being heard. And Baba, confiscated goods and conveyance will be disposed of after giving you 3 months ka time. They'll tell you, please pay the fine for the truck and for the goods. If you pay the fine within 3 months, we'll release the goods and the truck. If you don't pay the fine, then they will sell it off by an auction and recover their amount. Tell me one thing, everyone. If you are to release your goods, you have to pay maximum fine how much? Value of the goods minus GST. Minimum fine plus the person pay penalty will be how much? Minimum, the GST amount. Conveyance, if you want to release, GST amount. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, liability for officers and certain other person. You tell me one thing, everyone. Tell me one thing. I am filing my return. When I file my return, behind there is a person who is sitting in the system who can see my return. What if they disclose my return ka information to everyone? My return is my return. You can't go ahead and tell to everyone, right? But if GST officer disclose the return ka information, then they are telling GST officer also will go to jail for up to 6 months, fine up to 25,000 or both. Are we clear, everyone? Next. People, the next one over here is section number 132, very, very important. Everyone, section number 132, punishment. People, till now we were talking about fine. Now they are telling, beta, you will go to jail. Everyone, they are now talking about what, everyone? Jail. 1. It says, whoever commits, whoever is doing it, or causes to commit, whoever is making it happen. First of all, whoever has done it, or whoever is trying to do it, or retain the benefit arising out of any of the following. Means if you are doing it or trying to do this also, you will be liable for a penalty. Not a penalty, jail. Now we are talking about what, everyone? Jail. What are the cases you will go to jail? People, all these offenses, no, you will see most of them are there already over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? Same kind of offenses only, but here, if the severity is more, then you are sent to jail. Not for small, 100 rupees, 200 rupees. 100, 200, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 ke liye you come over here for penalty, pay money and go. Penalty you pay. But sir, now they're going ahead and telling, if you supply invoice, supply without invoice, invoice without supply, avails ITC with the help of bogus invoice, or without invoice only you are taking the credit, or you collect amount as tax but did not pay to the government greater than how many months? 3 months from due date. You evade the tax or fraudulently obtain refund. Plus, the offense is not covered under. People, you have evaded the tax or you have taken a refund and offense is not covered under A to D. Then in that scenario, if you falsify or substitute financial record, produce fake accounts or document and furnish false information to evade tax, if you are doing all this wrong thing, if you, G is gone. Acquires possession of concerned in transporting, removing, depositing, keeping, concealing, supplying, purchasing, or any other manner dealing with goods you are liable for confiscation. Tax not paid, goods paid. You are buying it, you are selling it, you are transporting it, you are keeping it. You will also go to jail. If you receive or concerned with supply of or deals with goods and service, he knows or reason to believe are in contravention. This was talking about goods. Above one was talking about goods. Second one is telling goods and service both. The last one over here, if you attempt to commit, if you try to do it also, or you abate the commissioning, if you are helping someone in doing the above offenses also, you are doing it, or you are helping someone, or you are trying to do it also. People, one is you've done it. Secondly, if you try to do it, or if you help someone in doing it, then also you'll be liable to go to jail. And they are telling, if the amount of tax involved is more than 5 crore, 5 year plus fine will also be there on you, and minimum jail is how much, everyone? 6 months. More than 2 crore, 3 years plus fine, and minimum jail is how much, everyone? 6 months. Then remember one thing, people, to go to jail, no, minimum you have to do is more than 2 crore. More than 2 crore only, then you will be sent to jail. But only one case is there, which is bogus invoice. They have told over here, only for offense under clause B. Which one, everyone? Bogus invoice. Issuing invoice without supply. Do you remember bogus invoice, everyone? If you are giving bill without any supply, if you are bogus invoice ka supplier, then they are telling, even if it is more than 1 crore up to 2 crore ka tax involved, then you will go for how much, everyone? 1 year plus fine and minimum jail is 6 months. People, bogus invoice case, all the three are applicable. People, bogus invoice case, all the three are applicable. If it is not bogus invoice ka case, then more than 2, more than 5 only. And they have gone ahead and told, if you commit or abate the commissioning of an offense under clause F. What is clause F? Here. If you falsify, everyone here, falsify or substitute financial record, produce fake accounts, document, furnish false information to evade tax. If you do this one, then they are going in and telling, Baba, if you do it only, you're producing fake document, falsifying record, then they're telling amount and all will not see. You will go jail up to how much, everyone? 6 months or fine or both. Tell me one thing, everyone. This offense, if you go ahead and do, if you do it only, they're telling jail up to 6 months or fine also will be charged or both will be charged. Now, my question to all of you, if F wala offense you do it, you are going for this much. If F wala offense may amount involved is more than 2 crore here, F wala offense may amount involved more than 5 crore here. Array, less than 2 crore then here. People, more than 2 crore here. See, okay. First tell me F wala offense. Falsifying wala. If you do it, will you go to jail? Doing only, you will go to jail. Minimum 6 months or fine or both. Correct? If the amount exceeds 2 crore, then here. If amount exceeds 5 crore, then here. Bogus invoice case. 1, 2, 3, all 3. All other case, only 2 and 3. Is my point clear to all of you? How about 1 and 2? Sorry, 1 and 2. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, listen to me very carefully. If you subsequently do the offense under 132, Baba, one time done, okay, they will see the amount. Subsequently, if you do no, then to gone. Again, if you do the offense which is told under section number 132, first time they have told you how much jail, etc. Other, if you do again, then to Baba jail up to 5 years plus fine and minimum jail is 6 months. Subsequent offenders will not be left by the department. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. Sir, what you are talking about jail and all? I will pay money and I'll get out honey. They have told compounding. Section number 138, compounding offense. You know what happened? You went and did all these offenses and they are going to send you to jail. You tell money I will give and they will not send you because sending you to jail, unnecessarily you will eat food over there, waste their money. Correct? No, better take money from you. Yes or no? So government went and told, listen, compounding offense, any offense before or after institution of prosecution can be compounded. What do you mean by before or after institution of proceedings? Prosecution proceeding, compounding proceedings. See, whenever you have to be sent to jail, no, the commissioner will always issue a prosecution sanction letter. Even if prosecution sanction letter is issued, they take him to jail. Still, you can pay money and you'll be left. They're telling after the institution of proceeding, means after the commissioner has given a order sending you to jail or before the commissioner has given an order, doesn't matter, you can still pay money and they'll leave you. It says no compounding if a person who has been allowed to compound for an offense under 132(1)(a) to F, H, I, L, all of them, Baba. Can I go ahead, everyone? They are telling, sir, if you have been allowed to compound once, second term compounding is not there. People, again and again, people ke liye compounding is not there. Is my point clear? Secondly, a person who has been accused of an offense under 132(1)(b), bogus invoice, compounding is not there once also. Remember one thing, everyone, all offenses ke liye compounding is there, but for what is not there? People, all offenses ke liye first time compounding is allowed. Bogus invoice ke liye one time also not allowed. Thirdly, a person who has been convicted by a court. Tell me one thing, court went in and told, take Ramesh to jail. You're telling, hey court, I will pay money and I'll get out. No, court already convicted you. Now court is above all, you will go to jail. They're telling if you are already convicted. And last, any other class of person who will be prescribed. Tell me one thing, everyone. Number one, all offenses, first time compounding is allowed. Second time not allowed. Once, it is allowed. Once also is not allowed for bogus invoice. Invoice without supply. Thirdly, convicted person, no compounding. Lastly, government can notify category of person for whom no compounding. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing. At least for all the offenses, one time compounding is allowed other than bogus invoice. So when one time compounding is allowed, how much is the fees? Not to send me to jail, sir. Don't send me to jail. How much money I have to pay? They have told compounding fees is depending on offense. A, supply without invoice. Invoice without supply is not there because for that no compounding. Invoice without supply without invoice. Invoice without supply is not there. C is what? If you take IDC on the basis of bogus invoice, or D is what? Collects amount as tax not paid to the government greater than 3 months from due date. And E is if you evade tax or fraudulently obtain a refund which is not covered under A to D. You have taken evading tax or you have fraudulently obtained refund. Then Baba, in these 5 cases they have told people, remember these 5 cases, if the amount of tax which is involved is more than 5 crore, your penalty will be how much, you know, whatever is the tax amount, 75% of the amount maximum, and minimum will be how much, everyone? 50%. Tell me one thing, 75% and 50. Here if the amount is more than 2 crore, because up to 2 crore so you don't go to jail only. More than 2, up to 5, then 60% of the amount. Minimum is how much, everyone? 40. All other cases, Baba, all other cases, F, H, I, okay? Anyone who is attempting to do it also, or helping someone in doing any of the offenses which are told under the above, people, then remember 25, 25, 25, 25, whatever it is. You have to pay 25% of the amount of tax involved as what, everyone? Compounding fees. Very, very important is compounding from exam point of view. I want you to write one point over here, which I had given to my regular batch students. I told this point, so I'll tell you to write this point. Write one point. Where one offense, people listen, listen. If one offense is falling under this also, which one will you pay? They are telling where one offense falls under more than one category. You are falling under more than one category. You are falling here also, you are falling here also. Then what to do? Compounding amount shall be the offense for which higher amount is prescribed. Always remember, whenever any offense, write down this line and keep, where one offense falls under more than one category, where one offense falls more than one category, compounding amount shall be for the offense for which higher amount is prescribed. Means if one offense ke liye two places mein you are falling, find out whichever is higher and take the higher amount as compounding fees. Can I go ahead, everyone? Done. Chalo, people, now please come back. Here one circular is there. Let's go ahead and talk about the circular. People, listen to me very carefully. Circular, this circular which is there, no, various issues relating to applicability of demand and recovery in respect of transaction involving what, everyone? Fake invoices. They are talking about what, everyone, now? Fake invoices. Issue is a registered person issues tax invoice to another person B without any supply. State the penal consequences. Tell me one thing, everyone. A is there. A is going ahead and issuing one invoice to B. A has issued one invoice to B, but A has not done any supply. No supply, but invoice issued. Bogus invoice case, everyone. Will section number 74 में offense, will section number 74 में demand order be given, or section number 122 में penalty will be charged, is the question. Are you guys able to understand? Is supply done or no supply? No supply. Remember one thing, if because of a supply you have not paid any tax, if there is a supply, then your case always comes under 73 and 74. If there is no supply, then always your case comes under 122. What they are telling, everyone? It says fake invoice without any supply does not amount to supply. You can't demand and recovery under 73 and 74, and penalty under 73 and 74 comes whenever supply done, tax not paid, short paid, etc. But supply only not done, then Baba, A shall be liable for penalty under 122 for issuing fake invoice which is 10,000 or the ITC passed on. Baba, you will be liable for a penalty of what, everyone? 10,000 or the amount of tax involved, whichever is higher. Everyone, is my point clear to all of you? So A पे what penalty will come? A has supply, not done supply. So 122 में penalty will come 10,000 or the ITC which he has passed on, whichever is higher. The next one over here is, sir, registered person A has issued an invoice to B without any supply. B further issues an invoice with underlying supply to his buyer and uses the ITC on the basis of A's invoice for making the payment of his liability. A went ahead and this is B over here and this is C over here. Here there is a supply, but here there is no supply. Okay, everyone? Here there is no supply, but invoice has been given. And B went ahead and did supply, and whatever invoice was given, on that whatever the output tax liability was there, no, the ITC which was there has been used over here. My question over here, B pay, what penalty will come? Has B done a supply? Arey everyone, then Baba, 73 and 74 ka proceedings will be done, and 73 and 74 mein penalty will be charged, not under section number 122 because he has done a supply. Tell me on A what penalty will come? 122. So they have gone ahead and told whether B will be liable for demand and recovery or other provision. They have told B has contravened section number 16 to B. Arey, ITC taken without receipt. He will be liable for demand and recovery under section number 74. No penalty under any other section. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing, everyone. Here, if I go ahead and draw A, B, C. A went ahead and did the supply. He did not do the supply. He gave a tax invoice. He went ahead and again did not do a supply, but he went ahead and gave a tax invoice. He did a supply. Here tax invoice is there. Output tax liability ke liye he went ahead and used the input tax rate. See, registered person A issued a tax invoice to another registered person B without any supply. B avails the ITC. B avails the ITC and further passed on the ITC to another registered person C without any supply. People, B went ahead and availed the ITC and further passed on the ITC without any supply. State the consequence on A and B. Tell me one thing, no supply, no supply. Correct everyone? For him penalty under 122, for him also penalty under 122. A के ऊपर penalty will be 10,000 और ITC passed on whichever is higher. Do you guys agree with me? B has gone ahead. B के ऊपर penalty will be 10,000 और ITC availed whichever is higher 10,000 or ITC passed on whichever is higher. Do you guys agree? For B, two penalties will come here. A के ऊपर तो only one penalty. He has passed on. He has availed also and passed on also. So for him also 122 में two penalties will come. But C पे, can you tell me penalty will come under 122 or section number 74? 74 because he has done a supply. Are we all clear till here? People, against A, since no supply, no demand and recovery, but penalty will come 10,000 or passed on. B, no demand and recovery, penalty will come. Issue penalty 10,000 or ITC passed on and 10,000 or ITC availed, whichever is higher. C, I went ahead and told you additional point. People, remember, no supply, no demand and recovery, but penalty can come. But if supply is there, 73 and 74 will come, 122 will not come. Is my point clear to all of you? People, listen to me very carefully. Here we are done with your chapter of offences and penalties, A graded chapter. What is the most important point? See, Baba, most important point, so anything can come. Correct? You can't do anything about it, but 122 is a good section. 122 may anything they can go ahead and ask you in section number 122. Please remember 122 is a very good section. Okay? After 122, I'll go ahead and say section number 125 you should remember. No, any offense for which nothing is told, you'll be penalized under section number 125. 126 also a good section. 129 is a good section. 132 is a good section. 138 is a good section. Besides that, this circular which is there is also a good one, everyone. I'll close my revision on the chapter of offences and penalties. Remember one thing, everyone, question answer practicing from this chapter is very, very important. Closing my revision on the chapter of offences and penalties. Done. All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is liability to pay in certain cases. C graded chapter. C graded chapter, but again, a C graded chapter may say you will see in the exam at least 3 mark. Alternate attempt. It has been seen that they go ahead and ask one question from this. I believe for a September or January attempt, you will get a question. So let's go ahead and do it quickly, everyone. But a C graded chapter. See, in this chapter, they have gone ahead and told liability to pay in certain cases. There is no linking, etc. for this chapter, but it's just a case where they have gone ahead and told in certain cases which we are telling, who will be liable to pay the GST. For example, there is a transfer of business and the business which has been transferred to me, but there are some old liabilities which are lying. Who will be liable to pay? So they are telling transferor and transferee. So whoever is the transferor and the transferee, both will be jointly and severally be liable. Jointly means together and severally means separately. Jointly or together? Jointly means together or separately. They will be liable to pay the dues. Dues means it can be tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. All the dues which are up to the date of transfer. So for example, business has been gifted, sold, lease, leave, license, hire or any other manner. One person has transferred the business to another person. Transfer and transferee, whatever is the liabilities of the business. Once the transferee has taken over, he is liable. But old liabilities, who will be liable? The transferor and transferee both will be liable. The next one over here, agent and principal. I am the agent supplying on behalf of principal. On the behalf of principal, I supplied. On these goods which agent has gone ahead and supplies, who is liable? Agent is also liable. And because the agent has supplied on behalf of the principal is also liable. So in case of where agent supplies or receives goods on behalf of whom, everyone? Principal, agent and principal will jointly and severally. This is a law word which is called jointly and severally. Jointly means together, severally means separately, will be liable to pay the tax due on such goods. So can you tell me, everyone, in case of goods which are sold by an agent, who is liable? Agent and the principal. The next one is amalgamation or merger. So for example, there were two companies, A Limited and B Limited. Everyone, A Limited and B Limited now became AB Limited. One, they went and decided they will become AB Limited. Then they applied for NCLT. NCLT ka order came. After that, they went to ROC. ROC ka order came. People listen to very carefully. When the ROC ka order came, they got registration. Once the ROC ka order came, then they will apply for registration and then they will start business as AB Limited. Now, their board of directors went ahead and decided here. They applied for NCLT. NCLT gave a backdated order saying you are one from here only. But in the eye of GST, you got registration here. So during this period, you would have supplied to each other. A would have supplied to B, B would have supplied to A. In the eye of GST, they are different. Yes or no? Hence, they are telling, in pursuance of an order of court or tribunal, whenever merger, etc. happens, order is taken effect from the date earlier to the date of the order. So what happened over here? A Limited and B Limited is there. They went ahead and decided, board of directors decided they will become one. They went ahead and applied to the NCLT, and NCLT gave a backdated order over here. NCLT ka order came over here, but order is given backdated saying from this date only we are making you one. They are AB limited from this date only. But now they will go to ROC. ROCs will issue a certificate of incorporation that now the birth certificate of AB limited. Correct, everyone? From here, you will become liable. You will apply for GST registration. And once you go ahead and apply, then our registration certificate will be granted. Correct, everyone? Now, during this time, whatever sales happen from A to B or B to A, who will be liable? Will A and B individually be liable or A, B together will be liable? Are you guys able to understand? So what they are going and telling, any two or more of such companies have supplied or received goods from each other. Such transactions shall be included in the turnover of supply and received on their respective company and they shall be liable to pay tax accordingly. People, the said company shall be treated as distinct person for the period up to the date of such order and registration certificate of the said company shall be cancelled with effect from the date of such order. Now you tell me one thing, till the NCLT order came over here, then you went to the ROC, ROC gave you certificate of incorporation, you went to GST and GST ka registration certificate came. Now till the date of this order which is there, order was given retrospective effect, but all the supplies which was done during this period, who will be liable? They went ahead and told A will be liable for his supplies, B will be liable for his supplies. The next one over here is company went into liquidation. Baba, in case of liquidation, who will be the person liable? The liquidator. And everyone, if a company has gone into liquidation, whatever the GST liability of the company, who will pay? So they have gone ahead and told whenever every person appointed as the receiver, basically the liquidator, will be within 30 days of appointment. First of all, he has to come and tell the commissioner within 30. Once he is appointed, he should tell the commissioner within 30 days, I am the liquidator of the company. The commissioner will go ahead and make inquiry and inform him within 3 months of the receipt of intimation the amount of tax interest payable by the company. So first of all, once he is appointed within 30 days, he should inform the commissioner, I am the liquidator. Commissioner within the next 3 months will inform him what is the liability and he should pay the liability of the company. So in case of company in liquidation, who is liable, everyone? Liquidator. In case private company, always remember one thing. In case of private company, directors will jointly and severally be liable because behind the veil, who is there, everyone? The directors. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. The liability of directors of a private company. You tell me one thing. If private company ka any liability is there, let the company pay. If the company cannot pay, then who will pay? Directors. If dues of a private company cannot be recovered from the company, basically, every person who was a director shall jointly and severally be liable. Unless the director goes in and says, sir, I was the director of the company, but I was not in India only, sir. I did not know about this only, sir. Then, Baba, unless he proves that the non-recovery cannot be attributed to his gross neglect, misfeasance, or breach of trust on the part in relation to the affair. So, sir, it was not my mistake. Then, Baba, he'll not be responsible. Otherwise, always remember, first the company is liable and then the directors. In case of private company is converted into public, then the director shall not be liable because public company ka case mein always the liquidators are liable. Then, sir, provided that nothing in this will be applicable, shall apply to any personal direct liability. But personal liability ke liye to director is only responsible. Whatever is the personal liability of the director. Next, liability of partners of a firm. Tell me one thing. In case of a partnership firm, who is liable? First of all, the partnership firm will be liable. If partnership firm could not pay the liability, who will be liable? Each of the partners. So they are telling the firm and each of the partners shall jointly and severally be liable. Remember one thing. If you are a retiring partner, once you get retired, no, you should go ahead and inform. Retiring partner shall intimate the date of retirement to the commissioner and he shall be liable to pay the dues up to the date of retirement. So for example, people tell me one thing, in case of partnership firm, who is liable? Partnership firm is liable and then the partners are liable. But if I am already retired, once I retire, I should intimate the commissioner that I have retired. Then I will be liable only up to the date of my retirement. But if I don't intimate the commissioner within how much time? 1 month of my retirement, then my liability will continue till the date of intimation. Is my point clear to all of you? If I intimate within 1 month, then till the date of retirement. If I don't intimate within 1 month, till the date of intimation. Everyone over here now, guardian or trustee, liability. Baba, you tell me one thing. Liability with respect to tax interest penalty carried on by a guardian or trustee or agent on behalf of minor or incapacitated person. People listen to me very carefully. One minor is there. Minor means under 18 or incapacitated person. Incapacitated person means who's cannot work in his full capacity. And Baba, these people have a business which is there, which might be have been given by their parents or might be incapacitated person ka parents have gone ahead and given. But these people can't carry on the business. And hence there is a guardian who is there who is going ahead and carrying on the business. Are you guys able to understand? Now who will be liable to pay the dues? Will these people be liable or guardian be liable? Guardian. So they have gone ahead and told over here. Dues shall be recoverable from the guardian, trustee or agent as would have been recoverable in as if such minor or incapacitated person as if he was a major and incapacitated person as if he was carrying on the business himself. As if this minor is not a minor, incapacitated person is not incapacitated, how dues would have been recovered from them? the dues will now be recovered from the guardian, or you call them the trustee, or you call them the agent. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here is court or ward of court or trustee appointed by the court. Again, Baba, listen to me very carefully. Sometimes what happens? No, one person owns a business. I have a business which is there. Now my whole property has gone under the court. Court has taken over my property. So what court does is court appoints a legal body which is known as court of ward. Are we clear? So under my property which has a business under it, now my whole property is under the court of what? Court has gone ahead and taken over my property, and the property is under the court of what? Under that property there is a business which is carrying on the business. Under my property there is a business. Business ka liability is there. Who will pay? The court of what? The legal body which has been created by the court to take care of the property will be taken. GST liability also will be taken care by this court of what? Which is a legal body created by the court. They are going ahead and telling where estate of a taxable person owning a business in respect of dues is payable is under the control of the court of ward or the trustee appointed by the court. Sometimes what happens? No, one person is there, his whole property is taken over by the court. Now court will appoint one court of wards or one trustee who will basically take care of the property. Take care of the property. In the property one business is also there. So business ka liability who will take care? The court of ward or the trustee who is been appointed by the court. So they are going in and telling then the dues shall be recoverable from the court of ward or the administrator general or the official trustee in the like manner and to the extent it would have been determined and recoverable from the taxable person as if he was conducting the business himself. So basically I had a business, I had my property which has now been taken over by the court. Then court will create one body which is called court of ward. Who will be responsible for all the liabilities? The court of ward, the body which is created by the court. They are taking care of my property, they are taking care of the business, they will be liable to pay all the dues. Special provision. So when death of a person happens, remember one thing, if the death of a person happens and the business is being carried forward, then business is being continued after the death, then legal representative or any person carrying on the business will be liable. Whoever is carrying on the business, that person will be liable. Sir, if business is discontinued, in that scenario, how much can be recovered from the dead person ka property? That much dues will be recovered. It says legal representative is liable to pay the dues out of the estate to the extent the estate of the deceased is capable. Tell me one thing, if I carry on the business, I'll be liable for the entire dues. If I don't carry on the business, the dead person ka estate, how much they can pay, that much will be paid by me. Next, partition of HUF. HUF was there, partition happened. After the partition, each member will be liable for their part. But before the partition of the HUF, whatever is the liability, who will pay? All the members and group of members, basically the karta ke saath, all the family members who are there, they will jointly and severally be liable to pay the dues up to the date of partition. After partition, so you go ahead and take care of your own dues. On dissolution of partnership, partnership form dissolved, who will be liable? All the partners. Partners will jointly and severally be liable. Termination of guardianship, major has become minor. Minor has become major. Incapacitated person is now fine, he's become capacitated. Guardianship is gone. Then who will be liable? The major or the person who is now capacitated will be liable. It says the ward or the beneficiary, basically the person who is the major person now or capacitated person, he shall be liable to pay the dues up to the date of termination. Is my point clear? Now, whenever any termination happens, then whoever is the beneficiary, that guy will be liable. Basically, the minor who has become major, he will be liable. Discontinuation of business of the firm, AOP or HUF. See, Baba, here the partition happened. Firm dissolved. Here, firm did not dissolve. They have just stopped business. HUF is not partitioned. HUF has just stopped doing business. So they are going and telling partners or members of association, family shall not withstanding this discontinuation. Forget discontinuation. Whoever is the partner, whoever is the family member, they shall jointly and severally be liable. Change in constitution of firm or AOP. Baba, 3 partners were there, one left and different person has come. Reconstitution of the firm has happened. Before reconstitution, whatever is the liability, who will be liable to pay? Partners or member as it existed before and it exists after. People, if you knew the firm has liabilities, why did you join the firm? It means A, B, C, and you now, you also are liable. Is my point clear to all? So if there is any reconstitution of the firm has happened, then partners or member as it existed before and after reconstitution shall without prejudice to section number 90 will jointly and severally be liable to pay the dues from such firm or association before its reconstitution. After reconstitution, new member. Before reconstitution ka dues, always remember all partners plus the new partner also will be liable. The next one over here, sir, whenever one person is going ahead and transferring the business, the transfer and transferee both are liable. What if one transferor died? It says transferee or successor shall be liable to pay the tax, interest, penalty, dues from the transfer in case of transfer of business due to death also. Tell me one thing, everyone, who will be liable? Transferee. It means they are going ahead and telling in case of death, people tell me one thing, one person died. Business transferred to another person. Who will pay? Transferee is no more. He's up. Transferee will be liable. That's all is the chapter of everyone. You know what happened? This chapter, whenever I say, whichever point I will tell, it will come in the exam, that will not come. That is why I don't like it. Okay? So, because whenever I say whichever point, they will ask something else only in this chapter. But still, I will tell, amalgamation wala point is good. Private firm wala, this one is good. Liability of the partners of a partnership firm. You know, last time, I did not say partners of the firm will come. And this came. Okay? This guardian also can come, court of ward also can come. These 5 points, so I like it. Done, everyone. So now this time you see liquidation will come. Everyone. Chalo, I like 87, 89, 90, 91 and 92. These 5 I like it. Other than that also, the person setting the paper might not like my liking. So I've gone ahead and revised everything. I'll close my revision on the chapter of liability to pay in certain cases. Remember, you should always use the word jointly and severally whenever it comes in the exam to score better marks. Right, everyone? Closing my revision on the chapter of liability to pay in certain cases. Alright, students. Now the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of ethics, everyone. Listen, ethics as such does not have a chart. It's there in the smart book. So we'll just go ahead and quickly run through the chapter. Okay? This chapter which is there in your ICI ka material, offenses and penalties ke saath attached chapter is ethics. Baba, ethics is nothing other than morally what is correct you should be doing. They are going ahead and telling in the chapter. And there are a lot of places where the chart accountant should be ethical. Basically, you'll see in your GST ka act also, lot of places chart accountant or cost accountant have been mentioned. So as ICI is over here, so ICI has gone ahead and told for its student that you should also be ethical. If you are not ethical, what will happen? Baba, Baba, what you are doing is wrong. Correct? When you are doing everything wrong, it is harmful for the society also. Yes or no, everyone? So they are just trying to tell in this chapter, ethics under GST, saying please be ethical. Now, a lot of places where a chart accountant has to go ahead and issue certificates under GST also. Like, sir, whenever you want to go ahead and take ITC in special circumstance, if the amount is more than 2 lakh, CA certificate will be there. Correct? If there is a reversal which is there, in case of reversal of credit, if fair market value is used, CA certificate is required. Refund is more than 2 lakh rupees, CA certificate is required. So they have gone ahead and told CA should be ethical when they are going ahead and issuing this certificate. If they don't go ahead and be ethical, then Baba, it's an offense and penalty will be imposed. Baba, code of ethics which is there. Basically, they are going ahead and telling all those things will apply. So please be ethical. That's all has been told in this chapter. It's just a chapter which has been attached with the chapter of offenses and penalties. Are we clear, everyone? So I'll just quickly 5 minutes run through the chapter. It is not very important from exam point of view. Just quickly we'll run through the chapter as a revision part. Everyone over here now. See. Ethics under GST. What is the meaning of ethic? Again, Baba, theoretical. What do you mean by ethic? Ethic means what is morally right. You should be going ahead and doing. Ethics just help you in district. If a person does not have ethics, he will not know what is right, what is wrong. So, Baba, it helps you to decide what is right and what is wrong. Ethics are crucial for effective functioning of any tax system because in GST also, lot of places, the chart accountant, basically, I'm talking about chart accountant because ethics as a chapter is from chart accountant's point of view. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, so, sir, a chart accountant should be ethical. Okay, when he is going ahead and issuing certificate, when he is going ahead and doing the other work for the client. That's all they have told. If ethics is there, then regulatory compliances will be better. The tax evasion will be less. Government ka revenue will go up. And government ka revenue going up means public welfare will happen. Ethics create a fair, transparent, trustworthy environment leading to what? Economical growth. And unethical practices like issuing fake invoices, wrong ITC claims, etc. They basically have a tax impact wherein government ka revenue will come down. Government ka revenue comes down, government will not be able to spend it for the people. If government is not able to spend for the people, ultimately the country will come down. Yes or no, everyone? The next one over here, impact. It undermines the tax revenue and creates unfair condition for honest taxpayer. Just imagine I am also earning 10 crore. One person is also earning 10 crore. I am paying more taxes. He is not paying taxes only. So it's an unfair practice. It is not a level playing ground which is there. Then they have gone ahead and told ethical behaviors will always help reduce tax related dispute and litigation. What is the role of chartered accountant, Baba? Again, chartered accountant should go ahead and the role of the professional behavior of a chartered accountant is governed by ethical guidelines and principle, which is known as what, everyone? Code of ethics, which is given by your ICI. Every chartered accountant should abide by it. If you don't go ahead and if you abide by it, then it will result in integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, professional behavior. All these things you will do if you are basically ethical, following the code of ethics. Now, sir, if you don't go ahead and you are guilty of professional misbehavior, wherein you are going ahead and not following the code of ethics, you are not being ethical, then they are going ahead and telling again, what will happen over here? Sir, you will be found guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, Further, a CA needs to follow ethical conduct while discharging his duties, namely compliance function, certificates, advisory function, and he needs to adhere to a set of principles that promote integrity, transparency, and compliance. If he violates, then he'll be liable for penalty and prosecution under the GST law also. But under the GST law also, in offenses and penalties chapter, they have gone ahead and told anyone going ahead and who becomes a mastermind and he goes ahead and gets all these bogus invoices, etc. done, he will also be liable for a penalty. He will also be sent to jail. So they are telling don't do all wrong things, otherwise he will also go to jail. Chart accountant also play a crucial role in basically GST compliances, assisting in the process of obtaining registration, sir, structuring the transaction of supply, making supply, receiving supply, etc., optimizing tax position. All these are done by whom, everyone? Again, the chart accountant over here. Now, they ensure that GST compliances are done like TDS, TCS ka compliances, e-way ka compliances. They ensure timely filing of periodic returns, etc. Now, if they go ahead and tell you in bookkeeping, what is the role of chart accountant? Again, in section number 35, we had gone ahead and learned these books are to be kept. Who will help in keeping? Again, the chart accountant plays a very important role in ensuring the books of accounts are kept. They are kept for a specific period which has been told in the law. Who will tell the client? The chart accountant will go ahead and tell. The next one over here, CA's role as a tax advisor. Again, what is the GST impact on your whole chain? What you are going ahead and supplying? Who will go ahead and tell? Again, as a tax advisor, the chart accountant will go ahead and tell how the pricing strategies should be done. Sir, how you should go ahead and receive the supply, how supply should be done so that the tax position can be optimized. The next one over here, CS role is representing, again, before the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, advanced ruling authority, who can go and represent? The chart accountant who is there, he can go ahead and represent. CS role in providing certificate. Now, a lot of places in GST also, we need CA certificate whenever refund is more than 2 lakh rupees. Sir, whenever you are going ahead and claiming ITC special circumstance amount is more than 2 lakh rupees, so CA should go ahead and ensure that he has done all the checking before he goes ahead and issues the certificate. Baba, now, what are the various places where certificate by chart accountant is required? Do you remember section number 18.1, read with rule number 40, special circumstance, when you are going ahead and claiming your credit, 18.1 A, B, C, D, new registration, voluntary registration, composition dealer become normal person, or sir, exempt supply of registered person became taxable supply. You will be going ahead and claiming the credits. When you go ahead and claim the credit in special circumstance, if the amount is more than 2 lakh rupees, it has to be certified by a chart accountant. A chart accountant should make sure that he has examined the books, he has examined all the records, and after that the certificate has been issued. After taking the due care, the diligence has been done, the checking, etc. has been done. The next one, sir, if you are going ahead and selling your business, if you sold your business, people, in case of sale of sale, merger, demerger, etc. Section number 18.3, read with rule number 41. Do you remember, everyone? Again, ITC chapter ka part it is. That, sir, whenever the amount here, irrespective of the amount, the chart accountant, when the ITC 02 is filed, when you are transferring the credit, the chart accountant certificate is chart accountant or cost accountant. Baba, whatever I'm telling relating to chart accountant, same applies in GST Act for cost accountant also. Can I go ahead, everyone? So all the chart accountant, whenever I'm telling cost accountant, students also go ahead and refer it. Same instead of chart accountant, cost accountant. Can I go ahead, everyone? So you should ensure that all the whenever business has been transferred to one person, all the liabilities also are transferred. The credit has been transferred properly. In case of demerger, it has been transferred in the asset ratio. All these things should be checked by the chart accountant, and he should examine the books of account, relevant record, and provide reasonable assurance that all the transfer of business has been done with transfer of liability. Now, whenever there is a CS, whenever there is a refund amount more than 2 lakh rupees, again the chart accountant has to ensure that, sir, the liability, the burden has not been passed on to the front person, and there is no unjust enrichment. So chart accountant has to certify that there was no unjust enrichment. The benefit, the refund which is being claimed, this person only has borne the burden. He has not passed on the burden to someone else. The chart accountant has to again play a crucial role over here. Sir, now the next one. Whenever you reverse the credit, normal person became composition, taxable supplies became exempt supply. Then you have to reverse the credit. When you are going ahead and reversing the credit, at that time, if you don't have invoices, you have to use fair market value. Everyone, that time also the fair market value has to be certified by a chart accountant. Again, the chart accountant has to make sure that, sir, he has checked the books of account and properly he has to go ahead and give the certificate. That's all, everyone. Sir, do you remember, everyone, special audit ka case mein, again, a chart accountant has been involved, wherein the chart accountant or the cost accountant nominated by the department will go and do what, everyone? Audit. When he does the audit, he should not get involved with the client saying, okay, sir, I will not go ahead and give proper audit report to the assistant commissioner. No, all these things should not be done by a chart accountant. He should follow ethics and he should do the audit properly, and then the certificate should be given. Basically, the audit report should be given to the assistant commissioner so that the fair decision can be taken. So they have gone ahead and again told over here, a chart accountant must approach special audit in unbiased and impartial mindset, free from any external influences. That's all they have gone ahead and told. Now, in this chapter, there are four case studies which have been given. Now, all you do is go ahead and do the case studies and you're done with the chapter. That's all I have to go ahead and tell about ethics. Baba, please be ethical. If you are unethical, again, code of ethics will apply, and the various roles of chartered accountant in various places under GST you can remember, and I think that should be good enough, right, everyone? For this chapter, there are only case studies which you have to just go ahead and do. There are 4 case studies which have been given by the ICA. Just go through the case studies and you're done with the chapter. I'll close my quick revision on the chapter of ethics. It's just a part which is attached to the chapter of offenses and penalties, because if you're not ethical, on you also being a chartered accountant or cost accountant, penalties can be imposed. I'll close my revision on the chapter of ethics, everyone. Done? All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is place of supply. Everyone over here now, place of supply as a chapter from exam point of view, A graded, Baba. 4 to 6 marks you will see in your exam. It will come in the exam. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, place of supply, when we go ahead and talk, always remember, everyone, place of supply, may we talk IGST Act. Which act we are talking? IGST. Now, IGST Act, section number 10, section number 11, section number 12, and section number 13, we are going to talk in this chapter. People, let's go ahead and take a quick linking of the chapter. Tell me one thing, everyone. Sir, 1 minute, everyone. Chapter number... Chapter number 28, place of supply. Everyone, can you tell me what is the linking of this chapter? We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. To determine inter or intra, you need location of supplier and place of supply. And this place of supply will be told by section number 10, 11, 12 and 13 of the IGST Act. 10 and 11 deals with place of supply when you are trying to find out place of supply with respect to goods. 12 and 13 deals with place of supply when you are trying to find out place of supply with respect to service. Remember one thing. Now everyone over here, we are talking about goods. Goods के लिए section number 10 and services के goods के लिए again section number 11 and services के लिए section number 12 and section number 13 of the IGST Act. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Section number 10 goes ahead and talk. 11 actually goes ahead and talks about goods imported or exported. Whenever it is goods imported, what will be the place of supply? Place where it is imported or location of the importer. Remember, location of the importer. For an example, I imported the goods to Mumbai. Place of importation is Mumbai, but the place of supply is not Mumbai. It is the location. I am from Delhi. Who has the importer? So place of supply will be what, everyone? Location of importer. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, if I go ahead and export some goods from India outside India, where the goods are going, that is only the place of supply. Now, I've gone ahead and told over here, section number 10, which is talking about goods. If it is not import and export, all other cases will come under section number 10. Everyone over here, in section number 10, we have section number 10(1)(a), which goes ahead and says, sir, whenever your supply involves movement, whether the movement is done by supplier, recipient, or any other person. Always remember one thing, if my supply involves movement, where the goods are going from my location to other location, where the movement terminates, for delivering the goods to the recipient, that is the place of supply. If I am sending the goods from Karnataka to Delhi, then where the movement terminating? Delhi, where the recipient for delivery is given, that is the place of supply. Then they have gone in and told bill to ship to model. For example, you bill it to me. I told you bill it to me, but you ship it directly to my buyer who is there. Then when you bill it to me, you will not go ahead and say where the delivery location is, that you will take as the place of supply. No, you will go ahead and say it's a bill to ship to model. In this case, the principal place of business of the third party, the person in between. I am the buyer. Goods are actually going to him. He is the supplier. He is the recipient. But I am the person in between. My place of business will be the place of supply. They have gone ahead and told principal place of business of the third party. Such supply does not involve movement. You came to my shop. I went ahead and gave you the goods. Delivery happened over there only. That is only the place of supply. Location of the goods at the time of delivery. This building I went ahead and purchased. The person who was moving out told me these goods which are there, I am giving you the delivery over here only. From today, the risk is also your, reward is also your. That time when he gave me the delivery, he told the whole building the goods are yours now. What is the place of supply? Where the goods are at the time of delivery. Sir, it is 10(1) CA which goes ahead and says if the supply is done to an unregistered person. For an example, in my shop, one person from Delhi came. He is an unregistered person and he told I want to buy a mobile phone. In this scenario, they are going and telling basically whenever over-the-counter sales etc. is happening, to whom? Registered or unregistered? Unregistered people. Always remember one thing, if the unregistered person goes ahead and tells you that his address is Delhi, then the place of supply is Delhi. If the unregistered person does not go ahead and tell you the address, then remember one thing, you are here, the place of supply is also over here only. It says location as per the address recorded in the invoice. If the person does not give you the address, then remember your location becomes the place of supply. Over here, the next one over here came. Sir, you told if the person gives you the address, then the place of supply is the location as per the address. Now, you know what happened. I went ahead and ordered from Flipkart. I went ahead and ordered one mobile phone. Flipkart went ahead and told me billing address. I gave Karnataka address. But delivery address, I gave Assam address. They are supplying to a unregistered person. I am the unregistered person. I bought a mobile phone, but I told I don't want over here. I want it to be delivered to my father. In this scenario, two addresses there. They told, sir, take as per the address. Whenever you are supplying to an unregistered person, location as per the address. Now, address is two address, billing address and delivery address. So in this scenario, what address should be taken? Billing address or delivery address should be the place of supply. So they clarified that whenever place of supply, particularly when goods are supplied through e-commerce to unregistered person, people unregistered person, where billing and delivery address will be different, then the delivery address and the delivery address is the place of supply. Supplier may record the delivery address as the address of the recipient on the invoice for determining the place of supply. Remember one thing, in case of supplying to an unregistered person का case में people bill ship there, take the shipping address. Registered person, take the principal place of business of the third party, which is the billing address. Everyone, did you guys get it? And the last one over here, assembly or installation. I went in and supplied your machine. You told me, sir, I don't want the machine to be installed in Karnataka. I want the machine to be installed in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Then what is the place of supply? Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Sir, services supplied on board is where they are taken on board. For example, you are going in a plane, you are going in a train, and you are being sold some goods. In this scenario, what is the place of supply? Because the goods are sold in the air. What is the place of supply? Air. For example, you are going in a plane and they sold you some goods in the plane. Indigo Airlines sold you the goods. What is the place of supply according to them? They went and told where the goods were loaded in the plane, where the goods were loaded in the train, where the goods were loaded in the bus, where the goods were loaded in the ship. That becomes the place of supply because goods are supplied on board, the place where they are taken on board. Tell me one thing, everyone. We went ahead and did place of supply. In place of supply, we went ahead and learned section number 10 and we went ahead and learned section number 11. Section number 10, 1. A go ahead and told you, sir, wherever movement is there, then where the movement terminates. B went ahead and told you, bill to. People with me, bill to ship to. You have to take the billing address basically. Principal place of business of the third party. When movement is not there. C1, movement is not there, then where the goods were at the time you gave the risk and reward delivery. Sir, CA went ahead and told you, unregistered person. Address. Take as per the address. Then Baba, D went ahead and told you, installation ka case mein, place of installation or assembly. E went ahead and told you, goods taken on board is Baba, goods supplied on board is where they are taken on board. Supplied on board is taken on board. 11 told you goods imported and goods exported. Import ka case mein, place of supply of the importer. And export ka case mein, everyone? Outside India, place outside India. Now comes section number 12, which goes ahead and talks about services. What will be the place of supply? For services, they went ahead and told. Now, services may know. Section number 12, when it is applicable. Whenever location of supplier and location of recipient both are in India, then section number 12 is applicable. But section number 13 is when applicable. When location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India, then 13 is applicable. So people, when supplier and recipient both are in India, then you will apply 12 and find out the place of supply. When location of supplier or recipient, any one is outside India, then 13 will apply. People, section number 12 has section number 12.1 till section number 12.14. 12.1 is just telling when location of supplier and recipient both are in India, apply section number 12. 12.2 goes ahead and talks about general rule, residual rule. If you are not falling under any specific rule, then general rule will apply. Can I go ahead, everyone? And Baba, let's go ahead and talk about the general rule. General rule goes ahead and says, Ramesh, if you are supplying to a registered person, no, location of the registered person is the place of supply. For an example, I went ahead and supplied to you. You are a registered person. I give you service. Chart accountant is giving the service. Doctor is giving the service. No, leave doctor. Chart accountant is giving the service, and you are a registered person. What should I take as the place of supply? Always remember, if you are a registered person, location as of the registered person. If you are unregistered and I took your address, then whatever address is there on the record with me, that is the place of supply. If I don't have your address also, I am over here, you are over here, place of supply is over here only. If address on record is not there, location of the supply. Tell me one thing, everyone. If I go ahead and give services to a registered person, his address. If registered person ka address is not there, sorry, registered person, location of registered person. Unregistered person, take his address. If address is not there, I am over here, place of supply also over here. Section number 12.3 goes ahead and talks about immovable property related if you are going ahead and giving the service. Everyone, immovable property related service if I am giving directly in relation to immovable property, accommodation service, function at immovable property, or any ancillary service to the above. People, tell me one thing. I am running a hotel. I went ahead and give accommodation service. I am going ahead and giving one function hall on rent. Then what is the place of supply? Where the immovable property is there, that is the place of supply. Location or the intended location of the property becomes the place of supply. Now Kerala houseboat is there. They also give accommodation service, but that's not immovable property. It is going round and round the houseboat. But still, it will be treated as immovable property only. The place of supply will be location of the boat or the ship. Remember one thing. For example, I'm in Karnataka. Shah Rukh Khan is in Bombay. I went ahead and did the immovable property ka interior designing of his property in Bombay. The place of supply will be Bombay. But if his immovable property is outside India, then his location, which is Maharashtra, will become the place of supply. If sir, immovable property is outside India, then take location of the recipient. Now, sir, if I have gone ahead and done the interior designing, everyone listen to me very carefully. If I have gone ahead and done the interior designing, for an example of Shah Rukh Khan ka property, wherein Shah Rukh Khan is in Bombay, he told me to do the interior designing of his property, which is in Maharashtra also and one is in Delhi also. Two properties are there. I should collect separate amount, separate GST I should charge. But if I collect one consolidated amount, how to divide the value? They have gone ahead and told immovable property is in multiple state, supply of service in each state, because multiple state place of supply will be in each state. Now, in the proportion to the value, sir, on which amount what GST should be charged? For example, I am in Karnataka, I am in Mumbai, I am in Maharashtra. Shah Rukh Khan ka property in Maharashtra, for that I will charge GST as GST. Shah Rukh Khan property in Delhi, for that I will charge what? IGST. So how much amount pay CGST, SGST, how much amount pay IGST? They went ahead and told value should be always collected separately. Collect Delhi ke liye separate amount, Maharashtra ke liye separate amount. If he does not give you separate amount, then determine as per the contract. Might be he went ahead and told you per square feet I'll pay you 1,000 rupees. Bombay wala property is 10,000 square feet. 10,000 into 1,000 is the value of supply. Delhi wala property is 1,000 square feet. 1,000 into 1,000 is 10 lakh rupees. So you can charge GST. But if you are not able to determine as per the contract, then apply rule number 4. So whenever any immovable property related service is given and you are not able to find out the value separately, you have collected a single amount, then how to divide the value? They went ahead and told in the proportion to the nights. For example, I give you accommodation service in 2 states. So divide on the basis of nights. Sir, or on the basis of area. Shah Rukh Khan wala example mein, I went ahead and collected an amount wherein Delhi ka property is 5,000 square feet, Maharashtra ka property is also 5,000 square feet. 1:1 is ratio, I divide the value. If I can't go ahead and do that, then Baba, the last one over here, on the basis of time spent on the boat in each state. For example, I went ahead and gave service to one person in the houseboat, and houseboat 20 hours it is in Karnataka, 4 hours it is in Kerala. 20 hours it is in Karnataka water, 4 hours it is in Kerala water. Then the value which I collect from you, it should be apportioned on the basis of time spent in the state of Karnataka and time spent in the state of Kerala. So they went ahead and told over here. Tell me one thing, everyone. I started with section number 12. Now section number 12, one told location of supplier and location of recipient. Both are in India. Then section number 12 will apply. Section number 12 to residential rule. Correct, everyone? Location of the registered person. If location is not there, then take the address on record. If unregistered, take address on record. Otherwise, take location of supplier. 12.3 went ahead and told immovable property ka case mein, take the location of the immovable property. Can I go ahead, everyone? And sir, if it is immovable property is outside India, take the location of recipient. If immovable property is in multiple state, take the amount separately. If amount you can't collect separately, then go ahead and find out from the contract. If you can't apply the contract and find it out, then Baba, apply the area on the basis of that, might be on the basis of nights, and whatever the declaration has been given by the service provider, how much time was spent in each state, on that basis the amount will be divided. The next one over here is performance based services. Everyone over here, what is performance based service? When you are going ahead and performing some service for someone. For that, I've gone ahead and put one shortcut over here, that RCB failed pathetically, but this time RCB won. Okay, everyone, only for classroom purposes. RCB failed pathetically. Okay, everyone, this was always only for classroom purpose. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, so R for restaurant and catering services, C for cosmetic and plastic surgery, B for beauty treatment, RCB. Okay, inter students went ahead and told me, sir, RCB forever has a place in our heart. Okay, that is also okay, but that you will not remember. If you failed pathetically, that you will remember. Negative thing. Okay, RCB failed pathetically. F for fitness services, P for personal grooming, and H for health services. Remember one thing: restaurant and catering, cosmetic surgery, beauty treatment, fitness service, personal grooming, and health services. These services ke liye they have gone ahead and told. Always remember, the place of performance is the place of supply. Restaurant services, you came from Delhi to Karnataka. I gave you restaurant service. I am in Karnataka. Restaurant service given in Karnataka. Place of supply Karnataka. You came from Delhi to Karnataka. I gave you a haircut. Where I gave you the haircut, Karnataka. Karnataka is the place of supply. Shah Rukh Khan went from Bombay to Delhi to take one cosmetic surgery. Delhi is the place of supply where the performance is done. Is my point clear to all of you? Training and performance appraisal. For example, I've been called to train some people in Delhi. I went to Delhi and gave the training services. Delhi becomes the place of supply. Is the person in Delhi is a registered person. One person from Delhi called me. I was going to Delhi. He told, sir, no. I'm a registered person in Delhi. He's a registered person in Delhi, but he told, sir, my employees are sitting in Dehradun. I gave the service in Dehradun. The training I gave to his employees in Dehradun. But because he's registered in Delhi, the place of supply becomes Delhi only. But if that person is not registered in Delhi, then the place of supply becomes Dehradun, where I went and gave the service. Remember one thing, always if you give to a registered person, location of registered person. If you give to unregistered person, it is place of performance. Is my point clear to all of you? Next one over here, admission to event or park or ancillary service. For example, one person from Delhi came to Karnataka in the park which is there. Wonderla Park. Wonderla mein they went and charged him 100 rupees. Baba, the Wonderla owner is also in Karnataka, supplier in Karnataka, the park is in Karnataka, he will charge GST, GST story over. Remember, where the park or the event is happening, that is only the place of supply. Arjit Singh came to Karnataka for an event. The tickets are sold by the Karnataka organizer. Location of supply is in Karnataka. Place of supply will be what, everyone? Wherever you come from, I don't care. Where the event is happening, that is the place of supply, and accordingly, I'll charge GST and SGST. Is my point clear to all of you? Organizing of event and ancillary service. What do you mean by organizing of event? For example, I'm in Karnataka. I'm an event organizer. People, I'm not telling I'm selling entry ticket now. No, no, no. I'm talking about now what, everyone? Organizing of event. For example, ICI Delhi went ahead and told me, can you organize members event for Goa? I organized a members event in Goa. But remember one thing, because ICI is a registered person, location of registered person becomes the place of supply. In this scenario, if ICI was not registered, then the place of supply would be where the event is happening, which is Goa. Remember one thing, everyone, organizing of event. If you organize an event for someone, remember always it is the location of the registered person. Whether the event is happening in India, outside India, doesn't matter. Always the registered person ka location will become the place of supply. I went in and organized one event for ICI Delhi. What is the place of supply, everyone? If it is a registered person, Delhi. ICI told the event should be done in Goa. Still, Delhi only is the place of supply. ICI told me the event should happen in Singapore. Still, it will be Delhi only because the ICI is registered in Delhi. But if ICI is not registered, remember one thing, if it is unregistered person, then always the place of event. And if event is outside India, then you take the location of the recipient. Is my point clear to all of you? For example, ICI went and told me, sir, can you organize an event for us in Bangkok? I told, okay, I'll organize the event in Bangkok. Over here, because ICI is registered, then location of the registered person, which is Delhi only. If it is unregistered also, still I have to go ahead and take the location of the recipient, which is in India. Everyone. But if event is in India, an unregistered person, then place of the event. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing. For example, ICI went ahead. Okay. For example, Naveen is getting married. I went ahead and told. Naveen told me, sir, in my marriage is a personal affair, not for registered person. It will be an unregistered person wala thing. He told, sir, marriage should happen in Delhi. No, engagement should happen in Delhi. Marriage should happen in Kolkata. Post-marriage party I will give in Bombay. 3 places I give the service to an unregistered person. The place of supply will be 3 places. I charge him 30 lakh rupees. 1 day event in Delhi, 1 day event in West Bengal, 1 day event in Maharashtra. How will I divide the value? 1:1, 1:1. Apply your brain. Apply the generally accepted accounting principle. Is my point clear to all of you? Collect separate amount. If you can't collect separate amount, determine as per the contract. If you can't find out as per the contract, apply generally accepted accounting principle. How you would have done the accounting? By following 1:1:1. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Next one over here is transportation of goods and passenger transportation. Listen to me very carefully, everyone. Goods transportation or passenger transportation. I am a GTA. Or I am giving transportation, I am railway, I am giving transportation service. I am airway, I am giving transportation service. Remember one thing, whenever you are giving transportation service to a registered person, always remember location of the registered person. But if you are giving to unregistered person, no. For example, I am DTDC. I am giving services to an unregistered person where I pick up the goods, that is the place of supply. I'll give you one example. For example, if over here, everyone listen to very carefully. DTDC is there. DTDC went ahead and gave me services. I am a registered person in Karnataka. What is the place of supply? Karnataka, the location of the registered person. But you know what? I told the DTDC, I am a registered person only, but I told DTDC my goods should be picked up from Delhi. Then also location of registered person, Karnataka will become the place of supply. But if I am unregistered and they picked up my goods from Delhi, the place of supply will be Delhi. Remember one thing, everyone, unregistered person, always the pickup location. But if they went ahead and gave to registered person, location of registered person, unregistered person, then the pickup location. Sir, in case of passenger transportation service, again, Indigo Airline, Air India, all these are giving services to a registered person, then location of registered person. If they are giving to unregistered person, where you jump inside the flight, that will become the place of supply. For example, I tell you, I am a registered person in Karnataka. Indigo Airline Maharashtra, I am a person registered in Karnataka. For them, the place of supply will always be Karnataka, whether I am going from Karnataka to Bombay, Bombay to Delhi, Delhi to Assam, wherever, doesn't matter. If airline companies are giving services to a registered person, always location of the registered person. But if they are giving to unregistered person, no. For example, I am Indigo Airline, I gave services to Naveen. Naveen is an unregistered person where he will jump inside the flight. That is the place of supply. For example, he is going from Bombay, Bangalore to Delhi. Place of supply, Bangalore. From Delhi, he is coming back to Bangalore, Delhi. But if he was a registered person and registered in Karnataka, always the place of supply would have been Karnataka. Going, coming, doesn't matter. Unregistered person, then the place of embarkation. People, where you jump inside the flight. Goods are picked up, people are not picked up, people jump inside the flight. Place of embarkation. And remember one thing, now, return journey is always treated as separate journey. Going and coming means 2 separate journey. But if it is given to registered person, it does not matter because location of registered person always. Given to unregistered person, then going ke liye separate place of supply, coming ke liye separate place of supply. Is my point clear to all of you? Remember one thing, now, there is a right to passage. What's a right to passage? Right to passage means your metro card. Right to passage. You can get out, get inside anytime, get out anytime, get inside anytime, get out anytime. That's called a right to passage. Whenever metro issues a right to passage, or anyone issues a right to passage, one airline company gave you right to passage. You can get inside the flight anytime, get out anytime. Or metro is the best example. Metro went in and gave you right to passage. What is the place of supply? Given to unregistered person. Place where you will get in. How will they come to know when you are getting in, from where you are getting in? All this is headache. So they went in and told, please apply general rule. If right to passage is issued to registered person, take the location of registered person. Given to unregistered person, take location of address on record. If address on record is not there, metro is over here. Place of supply is also over here. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here. On board goods we learned, right? Goods are taken on board. Services are not loaded because services are intangible. You were inside the flight. You told air hostess, madam, I want to see a movie. She switched on a movie for you. She charged you 100 rupees. Service given on board. What is the place of supply? Air. She will sit down. Which state we are crossing? No. So in this scenario, the place of supply will always be which is the first scheduled departure point of that conveyance. First scheduled departure point where the conveyance started from. Can I quote everyone? Next. Telecommunication services, always remember one thing. If telecommunication services are provided through fixed line, telecommunication services are provided through fixed line, circuit, dish, location of the fixed line, circuit, etc. For example, I wanted one fixed landline at my home. They went ahead and provided me landline connection in my home in Karnataka. What is the place of supply according to Airtel? Airtel went ahead and fixed one landline in my home in Karnataka. What is the place of supply? Karnataka. Postpaid mobile. Airtel Karnataka went ahead and gave me a postpaid mobile. I gave my billing address of Assam. Billing address will be the place of supply. They will charge me IGST if the billing address is of Assam. Whenever prepaid mobile services are given, for example, this is over here, Airtel. Airtel will go ahead and sell to a distributor. Distributor will sell to a consumer, right, everyone? In this scenario, two places of supply. When Airtel will sell it to the distributor, no, distributor's address becomes the place of supply. When distributor sells the vouchers to the final subscriber, then Baba, where the vouchers are sold, that will become the place of supply. So here they are going in and telling whenever prepaid mobile service or internet service are provided through selling agent, reseller, etc., address of the seller. Airtel sold the vouchers to a seller in Assam. Place of supply is in Assam. Assam wala seller sold the voucher further to a customer in Assam only by any person to the final subscriber where the payment has been received or the voucher is sold. Nowadays, all these vouchers, etc., are not sold for mobile connection. Online, you can do the recharge. Correct, everyone? Whenever prepaid services are provided through internet, like Paytm, all this may you can do online recharge. Paytm will go ahead and charge you GST according to your address. Place of supply is address on record. Sir, any other cases, always take address on record. Any other case of telecommunication service, take address on record. If address on record is not there, take location of the supplier. Now, whenever any circuit, for example, Airtel went ahead and installed one circuit in your office in Karnataka. Place of supply is Karnataka. Airtel installed one circuit in Karnataka also and Tamil Nadu also. Baba, people, two places where the circuit has been installed and Airtel charged one single amount. How to do the apportionment? They went ahead and told, see, lease circuit is installed in two states in the proportion of the value which is collected separately, or as per the contract they will do the apportionment, or as per rule number 6. Rule number 6 says in the proportion to number of points lying in the state. One state may 1 point is there, another state may 1 point is there. 1:1 ka ratio mein they will divide the value, and Airtel is in Karnataka. For Karnataka they will charge CGST, SGST. For other state they will charge IGST. The next one over here is financial and stock broking service. Banks provide financial services. Stock brokers provide stock broking service. If they have your address, they will take address on record. For example, Zerodha went ahead and provided you the services, demat services, etc. Zerodha will go ahead and charge you GST as per your address. If they don't have your address, then what is their address will become the place of supply. Always remember, if they don't have your address, it is the location of the supplier. The next one over here, insurance services. Baba, insurance companies provide insurance service. If that is provided to registered person, take the location of the registered person. If they are providing insurance service to unregistered, address on. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is advertisement services. When it is given to whom? Central government, state government, local authority, or statutory body which is meant for the state or union territory. People, what are they telling about advertisement services? See, general advertisement service, general rule will apply. But whenever advertisement service is given to whom? Government. Then they are going in and telling, for example, central government went ahead and told Times of India, please do advertisement for Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao. The advertisement should be done in 3 states. Times of India newspaper, in 3 states this advertisement will be shown. What is the place of supply? The 3 states which are there. They have gone ahead and told place of supply in every state or UT, and the value will be amount attributed to service provided in the respective state in the contract. Please, how much will be the value as per the contract, or apply rule number 3. People, whenever government told you to give advertisement service, for example, I'm newspaper agency, government told me to give advertisement service. I displayed the newspaper in 3 states. The place of supply will be in 3 states. Can I go ahead, everyone? But how to divide the value? So they went ahead and told divide as per contract or divide as per rule number 3. Now rule number 3, I've gone ahead and written over here advertisement. You have to see where you have done the advertisement for the government and what is the basis of apportionment or what will be the value of supply. Some places they have gone and told how to divide the value. Some places they have told what will be the directly the value of supply. So they are going in and telling Ramesh, if you have done advertisement for the government in newspaper and publication for 3 states, I should collect 3 separate amount. That will be my value of supply. They have told whatever is the amount payable for publishing of the advertisement. Government told give me 10 lakh, 20 lakh, and 30 lakh. What is the value of my supply? 10, 20, and 30. I am in Karnataka. For 10 lakh which I have charged for Karnataka, I'll charge CGST, SGST. For other state, I'll charge IGST. Separate bill should be issued. Government told me to give advertisement in printed material like pamphlet, t-shirts, etc. In this scenario, when I'm going ahead and doing advertisement for the government in pamphlet, t-shirts, etc., what will be my value of supply? If I'm doing advertisement for the government in what everyone? Pamphlet, t-shirt, etc. Sir, whatever is the amount payable, government told I will pay you 10 lakh for Delhi, 20 lakh for Rajasthan, 30 lakh for Karnataka. I'm in Karnataka only. For Karnataka, I'll charge GST, SGST. For other states, I will charge IGST. Whatever is the amount payable by the government. Government told me to put up hoardings. I told okay. Government told file your income tax return. That hoarding you put it up for us. I told okay. In which state? Government told in 5 states of India you have to put it up. For 5 states, whatever I'm going in and charging for separate state, that is my value of supply with respect to that state. If I'm in Karnataka, for Karnataka I have charged 10 lakh rupees. For Karnataka I'll charge CGST, SGST. For all other states, I will go ahead and charge what everyone? IGST. Now government went ahead and told Ramesh, one train is going from Delhi to Goa. I told okay sir, I will go ahead and do the advertisement in the train which is going from Delhi. Baba, this is the train, okay everyone. The train which is going from what? Delhi to Goa, I'll do the advertisement. But the train is passing through 1, 2, 3, 4 states. Everyone, Delhi, 2, 3, 4 states it is going through. So my value should be divided between 4 states. So they have gone ahead and told if you charge government 1 lakh rupees, divide the value between the 4 states on the basis of how much is the railway track in each state. The amount which is payable by the government in the ratio of what everyone? Railway track. So if government paid me 1 lakh, 250 kilometer, 250 kilometer, 250 kilometer, 250 kilometer is the ratio of the track. For an example, just divide in 1:1:1:1 ka ratio. You have to divide basis of what everyone? Railway track. The next one, government told me to do advertisement in oil bill, gas bill, etc. You'll see oil bill ka behind, gas bill ka behind, government ka advertisement is there. So I did the advertisement for the government behind the gas bill. Whatever amount government is paying me for each of the state respectively, that is my value of supply, and I'll accordingly charge GST. Railway ticket, then Baba, government paid me 1 lakh rupees for doing the advertisement in railway ticket, and railway ticket ka behind you would have seen the advertisement of the government. Government gave me 1 lakh rupees for advertisement on railway ticket. Railway ticket, the advertisement should be done in Orissa and West Bengal. West Bengal में 600 railway stations are there. Odisha में 400 railway stations are there. On what ratio? 6:4. On the basis of what everyone? Whatever amount is payable by the government, I should apportion in the ratio of the railway station. Government told me to do advertisement over radio station. I am Radio Mirchi. I am doing advertisement for the government. File your GST return. If I am doing the advertisement for the government, in what ratio I should divide? They went ahead and told whatever is the amount payable with respect to the every state, whatever is the amount payable by the government. Sir, I am doing the advertisement for the government on TV channel. I am Soni TV, and I am doing the advertisement for the government. Sir, you would have seen in TV, file your income tax return, the due dates have come, etc. Advertisement will play. I am doing the advertisement for the government. In what ratio I should divide? So they went ahead and told whatever is the amount payable by the government with respect to each state, that is your value of supply. Whatever is the amount, whatever amount has been paid by the government, you should divide on the basis of channel viewership. If my channel is viewed more in one state, the value belongs to that state more. Channel viewership detail, and this channel viewership detail you will get from broadcast audience research council. Take the last week of the last quarter ka viewership details. Last week of the last quarter ka viewership details, you take it and then divide the well. Sir, cinema hall ka case mein, whatever is the amount payable, you would have seen in cinema hall for the government, advertisement is done for the tobacco wala advertisement. So whatever is the amount payable by the government to the cinema hall, that is the value of supply. The next one, internet ke through, I went in and did advertisement for the government. Jio is doing advertisement for the government over internet. Then Baba, remember internet though it is seen across India, and hence the value of supply should be divided among every state. So they are telling basis on what basis. So for example, I charge 1 lakh rupees to the government. Advertisement done on internet. It means advertisement is provided across India. So I should divide it among all the states in what ratio? Internet subscribers. Sir, if advertisement is done through SMS, I've done one advertisement for the government through what everyone? SMS. I'm sending SMS for the government. In that scenario, what is the value? They have gone in and told whatever you charge to the government. I did advertisement over SMS in 3 states. Charge 3 lakh rupees to the government. Divide on the basis of telecom subscribers in each of the states. And these telecom subscribers will be given by Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Take last week of the last quarter ka figure. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. The next one. Listen to very carefully. Now, if advertisement service is not given to the government and advertisement service is generally given, can you tell me what will happen? For example, I am an advertisement company. Okay, everyone, I am Pogo, the advertisement company. I am giving advertisement service to Reliance. Reliance is registered in Maharashtra. I am in Karnataka. I gave advertisement service to Reliance, which is in Maharashtra. Which rule will apply? Normal advertisement service. General rule. Place of the registered person. Do you guys agree with me? Section number 12.2. 12.2. The general rule will apply. Location of the registered person. Do you guys agree with me? Now, my question to all of you. For example, this advertisement company came to me and they went in and told me, Ramesh sir, outside your home, this hoarding is there? No. Give us this hoarding. I am in Karnataka. Correct, everyone? Can you tell me what will be the place of supply when I give them the hoarding to use? Is the hoarding an immovable property? Attached to that, which rule will apply? Section number 12.3, which says place of supply is where the hoarding is. Hoarding is in Karnataka. So when I give them the hoarding ka right to use, I'll charge what? CGST and SGST. Because I am also in Karnataka, place of supply also will be Karnataka because hoarding is immovable property. Now I'll go ahead and ask you in the same example, for an example, in the same example over here, I am in the state of Karnataka. Reliance came and told me, we don't want your hoarding now. We don't want your hoarding. You do one thing. We will give you a subcontract for the advertisement. We have taken from Reliance, for an example, they have taken from Reliance 10 crore. They gave me with 2 crore rupees. They told you find out the hoarding. You go do the printing of the hoarding ka material. You make sure the advertisement is done for Reliance for 1 year. We are giving you 2 crore rupees. In that case, they have gone ahead and done the subcontracting to me. Have I given immovable property related service or other service? Other service, which rule will apply? General rule 12. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone, the same thing which I've gone ahead and told, I've gone ahead and written over here. Can we go ahead, everyone? Now, one amendment, one small point which is there over here. Sir, place of supply in case of online services like OIDS services, online money giving service, all these are online services. When they are provided to an unregistered person, what will be the place of supply? For example, you came online. I went ahead and gave you mobile. You downloaded one game in your mobile phone, you played. You paid me an amount. What is the place of supply? If I'm giving to an unregistered person. Supplier shall record the name of the state of the unregistered person on the tax invoice. So for example, you came online, you took my classes online. I should always ask you the state. And in my invoice, I should mention the state. And that state is only the place of supply. People, in your rule number 46, one point is there. If you are an e-commerce operator or you are supplying OIDR services or online services, then remember one thing, always you should mention in your invoice state, and that state only is the place of supply irrespective of the value, and declare the place of supply and location of recipient in the GSTR 1 or 1A. Tell me one thing, everyone, online services which are provided. For this, there is a circular which has come, everyone. Clarification regarding place of supply online services supplied by the supplier of service to unregistered person. Basically all this online services, digital services, OIDR service, online money giving. Baba, you came to Ramesh Soni classes online. You purchased a class over here. Online, you are watching the class. In this scenario, I am giving you online service or ebook I went ahead and gave you. What is the place of supply? I should always ask your address. Record the address in my invoice, irrespective of the amount. Amount is less than 50,000, doesn't matter. I should mention your name because rule number 46 says whenever you are supplying online services which is supplied through e-commerce or OIDR services, etc., you should always mention the name of the state. And that is only my place of supply. When I am in Karnataka, your place is Tamil Nadu. I should charge you what, everyone? I'm from Karnataka. You are from Tamil Nadu. I should charge you GST. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? That's all they have gone ahead and told. Total, they have written over here, but the same thing over here that you should always record the name of the state of the registered person, and that is only the place of supply. Always remember, declare the place of supply as the location of the recipient. Can I go ahead, everyone? Triple in the GSTR 1 or 1A. Now we are done with section number 12. Now comes section number 13. Section number 13, everyone over here. People, are we all clear with section number 10, 11, 12? Now comes section number 13, everyone. Section number 13 goes ahead and talks about surveys when location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India. Everyone, either of them, location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India, then what will apply? Section number 13. Remember one thing. If location of supplier or location of recipient, any one is outside India, no. What will happen? No. Listen. Import of service ka definition says what? Supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. If place of supply by applying section number 13 comes outside India, your service will become supply is in India, recipient is outside India. Place of supply also came outside India by applying section number 13. And you got foreign convertible currency. You both are not mere establishment of distinct person, it will become export. So Baba, whenever you are trying to find out section number 13, no, section number 13, the time you find out place of supply, that will help you to determine whether it is export or not. By chance place of supply came in India, then it will never be export of service, you will not get the benefit of export. Can I go ahead, everyone? If you are going ahead and talking about place of supply, import also can happen. Supply is outside India, recipient is in India. Section 13 will apply. Supply is outside India, recipient is in India. If place of supply by applying section number 13 came in India, report of service, and you will have to pay GST under RCM if you are a registered person. Do you remember, everyone? So remember one thing, either it can be import of service or export of service. Everyone over here now, sir, what is the general rule? Whenever location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India, remember one thing, as a general rule, always location of recipient of service becomes the place of supply. Location of recipient of service. If recipient ka location is not there, take the location of the supplier of service. The next one, performance based service. Baba, here they have not gone ahead and given performance based service, which we have gone ahead and learned over here. They have gone ahead and told all the kinds of performances which you do, whether you are performing your service on goods or you are performing the goods service on individual, which requires his physical presence. Now, if I am doing performance services on goods, for example, some goods have come from outside India to India for testing purpose, testing. I did the testing in India where the goods were made available. India, the place of supply will be the actual performance. I did the testing in India. Supply is outside, supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. The place of supply will be what, everyone? Place of actual performance, which is in India. The testing was done in India. The place of supply will be in India, and hence it will not be export of service. Indian government will keep the GST over here. People, did you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Can I go ahead, everyone? So tell me one thing, everyone. Location of supply is in Karnataka. Okay? Location of recipient is US. Supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. The place of supply is what? Actual performance. Actual performance is done in Karnataka, India. Will it be export or not export? Not export, right? Tell me one thing. If it is not export, when I have gone ahead and given him the service, how did I find out place of supply? By applying section number 13. Can you tell me, everyone, when I applied section number 13 and find out place of supply which came in India only, place of actual performance India? My question over here, is it export of service or not export of service? Not export of service. Tell me one thing, is it CGST, SGST or IGST? CGST, and you are absolutely wrong, because you have to understand one thing, everyone. Listen. When you go ahead and read section number 7, no? Section number 7 and 8 of the IGST Act. Section number 7 and 8 of the IGST Act. Remember one thing, everyone. Section number 7 and section number 8 of the IGST Act says for it to be inter or for a supply to be intra, always the place of supply has to be determined as per section number 10 or section number 12. Only then it will be intra. 1 minute. In this case, the place of supply is determined by section number, so hence it will never be intra. And Baba, you know what, everyone? Whatever is not intra, whenever anything is done in the taxable territory and it is not intra as per section number 7, everyone, what is happening in the taxable territory, not being intra, not covered anywhere else, is always what, everyone? And hence this transaction always will be inter and you should charge IGST. Can I tell you one thing? If you determine place of supply as per section number 13, it can never be intra. Because for it to be intra, the place of supply has to be as per section number 10 or 12. If it can't be intra, section number 7.5 says what is not intra, it is always. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear with this point? Remember, and hence this will be always interstate and IGST will be applicable. I'll not repeat the point again, but please remember this point. Everyone over here now, not repeat the point means for every example which I give, I'll not tell you the same thing. But remember, in case of section number 13, when you find out the place of supply, it can never be intra. It will always be interstate. Either it will be export or import. Can I go ahead, everyone? And if it is export also, it will always be inter only. Even if it is not export also, still it will be inter only. Everyone over here now, supposingly, I went in and did the testing services with respect to a machine and the machine had not come to India, the machine is still in US only. Remotely, if I've gone ahead and done any services, performance-based service with respect to any goods, I've remotely gone ahead and done the service, then always remember one thing, remotely if I've gone ahead and done the service, where the machine is at the time I've gone ahead and given the service, that will become the place of supply. Location of the goods at the time of supply of service. For example, I went ahead and did the testing of a machine, or I did the repairing of a machine, not repairing. I went ahead and did the testing of a machine and the machine was supposedly in US. Location of supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. Place of supply will be what, everyone? Where the machine was outside India, place of supply is outside India. Can I go ahead, everyone? If I receive foreign convertible currency, my service will become export of service. Export of service, first of all, it is inter. Location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India, it is inter. I should pay the IGST, but because it is export, I will not have to pay GST. Annuity or bond can be given, ITC refund can be taken. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is temporarily imported into India. People remember one thing: if you have gone and imported something temporarily into India for repair, treatment, or process (RTP), and re-exported without being put to use in India, you're not putting it into use in India. Baba, you might have put it to use in India temporarily just to check whether the repair is done or not. Then it's okay. But otherwise, you should not put it to use in India. If anything has come for RTP, repair, treatment, or process, always apply general rule. For example, from outside India, diamonds have come. This circular I am going and explaining. These diamonds have come from outside India, unpolished diamond. In India, we went in and did the polishing. In that scenario, repair, treatment is done. What is the treatment? Polishing ka process. You will apply which rule? General rule. Supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. Place of supply will be what, everyone? General rule says location of recipient of service. Hence, place of supply also will be outside India. If you receive foreign currency from outside India, your service becomes export of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. If you did services supplied on individual requiring his physical presence, for example, Dubai ka Sheikh, he came to India and I gave him a haircut. What is the place of supply? Location of supply is in India. Recipient is from outside India. Place of supply will be where the actual performance is done, that is India only. And Baba, it will be interstate, IGST will be payable. You will not get export ka benefit because supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. Baba, recipient came to India does not mean recipient ka location is in India only. He is from outside India, so recipient is from outside India. Place of supply will be in India only. When place of supply is in India, it will never become export of service, even though he pays me in dollars. And you know what, everyone? If it is not export, I'll have to pay IGST on the transaction. Can I go ahead, everyone? It will never be intra, it will always be inter, and I should pay IGST. Is my point clear to all of you? People, remember one thing: any immovable property related service. Always remember any immovable properties related service. For example, Dubai ka Sheikh is there. He went and told me, Ramesh sir, can you do the interior designing of my place? Supply is in India, recipient is outside India. Place of supply will be where the immovable property is there outside India. If I receive foreign convertible currency, my service will become export of service. But that is not the matter over here. What is the place of supply if I wanted and given interior designing services for property which is outside India? Sir, the location or the intended location of the property. Now, everyone over here, admission to an event or organizing of an event. People, both are combined over here. Admission related means selling of ticket or organizing a service. People, for example, I'm in India. I organize one event for Justin Bieber. He told organize the event in US. Supplies in India. Recipient is outside India. Event is happening outside India. I receive foreign convertible currency. My service will become export of service. People, supplies in India. Recipient is outside India. Place of supply is what? So place of supply is also outside India. What I received is foreign convertible currency. My service will become export of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Services in 3, 4, and 5 supplied at multiple locations, including one in the taxable territory. For example, Justin Bieber went and told me, Ramesh sir, can you organize the event for me in US, London, and then India? What is my place of supply? Supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. Place of supply is 3 locations: US, UK, and India. They are telling, because you made a single contract, your place of supply will be India, where the event is happening. If one location is in India, entire place of supply will fall in India, and Indian government is selling place of supply is in India, it is interstate, you have to pay IGST. So remember one thing, place of supply is the location in the taxable territory. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one over here. Just give me a second. Now, everyone over here, we are back. There was some issue, it's fine now. Okay? If any service is provided at multiple locations and one location is in India, then place of supply will be in India for the entire service. So better make different contract. If you make one contract, entire service ka place of supply will come in India only. The next one over here is, sir, 13.7, which says services in 3, 4, and 5, basically immovable property related service, admission or organizing of event of service, sir, and performance based service. If it is provided in multiple states in India, place of supply will be in each of the state. For example, I went and provided immovable property related service. Dubai ka Sheikh is there. He went and told me, I have 3 properties in India. I went and gave services with respect to 3 properties in India. What will be the place of supply if they are located in different states? Place of supply will be in each of the state. What if he pays me a consolidated amount? How do I divide the value? So they went and told, sir, whenever place of supply, you have to find out services in 3, 4, and 5 are supplied in multiple states. All this performance-based service or immovable property or admission or organizing of event ka service, you went and provided in what, everyone? Multiple state, then value will be in the proportion to the value collected separately. For multiple state, collect different value. For example, Dubai ka Sheikh went and told me, immovable property, I have 3 properties in India. I did the interior designing of 3 properties in India. My place of supply will be in all the 3 states. He went and he should pay me separate amount, then I'll charge separate GST. Oh, it is always interstate, I should charge IGST only. but I should make 3 different bill because 3 different properties. Now they are telling how will you divide the value? Please collect different amount. If you can't collect different amount, divide as per the contract. If you can't divide as per the contract, then apply rule number 7 for 13.3. Performance based service, please apply rule number 7. Rule number 8 for 13.4, which is immovable property related service rule, apply rule number 8. Rule number 8 says please apply rule number 4. Divide on the basis of area, number of nights, and whatever is the declaration which is given by the service provider. And rule number 9 says apply, people, tell me one thing, for this organizing of event, for Justin Bieber, I organized 3 events in India. 2 days in Bombay, 2 days in Delhi, 1 day in Kolkata. How will I divide the value between all the 3 states? 2:2:1. So basically, I'll apply what generally accepted accounting principle. But tell me one thing: if I give testing services for one machine which has come in India, testing was done in Delhi also, testing was done in West Bengal also. How do I divide the value? Then they went ahead and told if services supplied on the same goods, divide the value equally between the state where the service is performed. If I go ahead and supply services with respect to different goods, for example, one person from outside India sent me one machine in India and did told do the testing. Tell me one thing: in case of testing service provided for 2 machines which are there, one machine was done in Delhi, one machine ka testing was done in West Bengal by me. Place of supply will be Delhi and West Bengal. I collected 1 lakh from him for doing the testing. How will I divide the value? On the basis of invoice value of the machine. Invoice value, ratio of the invoice value of the goods. Because if 10 lakh rupees ka one goods, 20 lakh rupees ka one goods, I should divide the amount which I have charged them on the basis of the ratio of the invoice value. Sir, services supplied for individual apply generally accepted accounting principle. For an example, Justin Bieber came to India, I gave him haircut. He told, you should give me all denting, painting, all haircut, etc. You should keep doing for me. For 3 days I'm in India. 1 day I'll be in Bombay. 1 day I'll be in Goa. 1 day I'll be in Delhi. I gave services in 3 states for him. What is the place of supply? All the 3 states. Everyone, how should I divide the value? 1 day I was in Kolkata. 1 day I was in Delhi. 1 day I was in Maharashtra. 1:1:1. Where I did the performance, that is the place of supply. I did performance in 3 states. 3 state place of supply. How do I go ahead and divide the value in 3 states? 2 days I was in Bombay. 2 days Goa. 3 days in Delhi. 2:2:3 mein I should divide the value. The next one over here. People, I like point number 8. Please remember it. Okay, everyone. Services in respect of banking company, financial institution, and NBFC. If they are giving services to whom? Account holder. If they are giving services to account holder, always go ahead and take the place of supply as the location of the supplier of service. Sir, if it is not to account holder, general rule. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, intermediary service. What do you mean by intermediary services, everyone? Broker wala services, Baba. 2 main people are there. I am the intermediary in between. I am charging commission to him. Then I am an intermediary. My services ke liye, what is the place of supply? I am an intermediary sitting in India. Okay? One person from US told me, I want some goods. From China, I directly sold the goods to him and I am taking commission in India. I am an intermediary. Place of supply was location of supplier. India will become the place of supply because the intermediary is sitting in India. Is my point clear to all? Next. Hiring of means of transportation including yacht. Excluding aircraft and vessel. Aircraft and vessel ke liye, if you hire them, always apply general rule. Other than that, any other transportation means including yacht, etc. For example, Mukesh Ambani took one car on rent when he went to his London trip. Supplier is in India, recipient is out. Supplier is outside India, receiver is from India. Place of supply will be what, everyone? Location of supplier of service, which is outside India. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. People, what do you mean by intermediate services? Tell me one thing. Everyone, you supplied to me. I supplied to the other person. Am I an intermediary? Or it is principal to principal basis ka service? You sold to me, I sold to him. That is not intermediate service. What is intermediate service? A and B is there. In between I am C. The transaction is happening between A and B, and in between I am C, who is facilitating the transaction. It is not on my own account that I am supplying. He is selling to me, I am selling. No. What is intermediary? When one person is selling directly to another person, and in between I am facilitating the transaction. I am a broker. Then I am providing intermediary. Clarification on doubt relating to scope of intermediate service. This circular clarifies the concept of intermediate service. Remember one thing, 3 parties should be there. 2 of them are actually transacting and 1 is facilitating that main supply. 2 of them are transacting and I am facilitating the transaction. Then I am providing what, everyone? Intermediate service. Remember, there should be 2 distinct supply. One is main supply between principal and principal. Secondly, ancillary service of facilitating the main supply. Baba, what are the 2 transactions? One is a transaction between principal to principal. Secondly, I am facilitating the whole transaction. For that, I am charging my commission. Intermediate service provider shall have the character of agent or a broker. He is a commission agent. Intermediate does not include a person supplying on account. You tell me one thing. You sold me. I sold to this person. Am I an intermediary? No. What is an intermediary? Broker. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Subcontracting is not intermediary. You sold the goods to me. I sold the goods to him. That is not intermediary. What is intermediary, everyone? When principal to principal supply is happening and I am a broker in between, then it's a intermediary service. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, passenger. People, you know what happened? Section number 12.9 was goods transportation service. But here goods transportation service wala point got deleted. When it got deleted, can you tell me, for goods transportation, supplies in India, recipient is outside India, or supplies outside India, receiver is in India, which rule will apply? General rule. Can I go ahead, everyone? They went ahead and clarified that also, because 12.9 is deleted. What rule will apply now? General rule. The next one over here, passenger transportation service. Remember one thing, Indigo Airline went ahead and gave services to a passenger who is from outside India. Supplies in India, receiver is from outside India. Place of supply will be where the passenger jumps inside the flight. If the passenger jumped inside the flight from India, place of supply will be India. The next one, services on board. Again, same thing, first scheduled departure point. OIDR services, everyone. You know, online information database access and retrieval services. OIDR is providing services from outside India in India. I am the receiver in India, place of supply will be in India only. Indian OIDR providing services to a person outside India. Place of supply will be outside India where the receiver is there. Now, government have gone ahead and told to prevent double taxation or non-taxation. Some services are getting doubly taxed or some services are not getting taxed only. And hence government went ahead and told, in order to avoid double taxation or non-taxation of a service which is not taxed in India also and which is not taxed outside India also, or might be some services taxed in India also and some services taxed outside India also, government is telling for that services, we will go ahead and say wherever that service ka effective use is happening, that is the place of supply. We will not go ahead and charge the tax in India if in India effective utilization of that service is not happening. For example, medicines came from outside India. We did the testing of the medicine on rats, etc. in India. Testing done in India. Place of supply will be coming as place of actual performance India. Do you guys agree with me? Everyone. But then you tell me one thing. Testing done in India. The testing ka report was sent to US. US se some medicine came. We did the testing in India and sent the report to US. You tell me one thing. Testing done in India. I can understand. But tell me one thing. What is the actual use of the report happening where? In India or US? The government went ahead and told the place of supply will be in US. Supplies in India, receiver is in India, place of supplies where the effective use is happening, that is US. If you receive foreign convertible currency, your service will become export of service. Is my point clear to all of you? I am giving only export example, but same is applicable with respect to import also. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, they have gone ahead and told place of supply in case of R&D services relating to pharmaceutical sector, location of the recipient. Sir, again, supplying of MRO service, maintenance, repair, overall services with respect to aircraft, ship, other vessels and their engine, component parts to a person for use in the course of furtherance of business, place of supply, location of recipient. For example, I'll tell you. Indigo Airline from Emirates from Dubai came to India. In India, we went and did the MRO service, maintenance, repair, overall services. MRO services performed in India, place of actual performance will become the place of supply India. Suppliers in India, place of supply in India, he'll charge interstate IGST. It will never be export. So then government went ahead and told the maintenance repair overall of Emirates Airlines is done in India, but Emirates Airline went back outside India. Where is the effective use happening? Outside India, supplies in India, receiver is outside India. Place of effective use, which is outside India, will become the place of supply. If you receive foreign convertible currency, your service will become export of service. They went ahead and told over here location of recipient of service. The next one over here. People, advertisement services provided to foreign client. People listen to very carefully. There's a circular which is given on this. Advertisement services which are given to whom, everyone? Foreign client. Tell me one thing. Apple is there. Apple went ahead and told me, Ramesh sir, in India, Apple ka advertisement, where to display, what to display, how much to display, everything has to be taken care by you. You know what happened? Apple gave me the contract and I am doing contracts with various advertisement agencies. They are giving me the service. I am giving them the service. Am I an intermediary? Am I an intermediary? They gave me 10 crore rupees and they told Ramesh, sir, your work to strategize, your work to connect, your work to do everything. He is giving me the service. I am giving the services to Apple. In this scenario, I am not an intermediary. Principal, he is giving me the advertisement service. I am giving my services to Apple. Separate supply. I am being appointed by Apple in India and Apple went ahead and told me, your job to go display the advertise, your job to strategize, your job is to find out who is the vendor. Everything you have to do it in India. They gave me a contract. Now, after they gave me a contract, I went in and told, hey, you do the advertisement in this state, you do this for me, you do this for me. Everything I am planning, plotting, everything is done by me. So when I am doing taking their service, they are giving me the service over here. I am giving them the service. Tell me one thing, when I am taking the service from them, general rule, we both are in India, section number 12.2. When I am giving the services to Apple, I am giving the advertisement service to them. Again, general rule. Do you guys agree with me? Location of recipient of supply will become the place of supply. Supplies in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. It will become export of service if I get foreign convertible currency. So advertisement service, in case not acting as agent, people, or agent or intermediate, 13(8)(b) is not applicable. Tell me one thing, everyone. Representative of foreign client in India. Okay. You know what happened? I'm in India. I told Apple, see, I will connect you directly to this media firm. This media firm will help you with the advertisement. I want my brokerage. Then intermediate service with place of supply. General rule or location of supplier of service. I am intermediary in this scenario. The place of supply will become location of supplier of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Is my point clear to all of you? Next. Then they are telling over here, people, representative of foreign client in India or target audience cannot be considered as recipient. You tell me one thing, everyone. Apple is over here. Okay? Apple went ahead and took advertisement services from one person in India. This is an advertisement service provider. Okay? Who is the recipient? You told place of supply is the location of recipient. Arey, advertisement service, you told general rule, place of supply is the location of recipient. Apple ko, this advertisement company is providing the service. Location of supply is in India. Location of recipient is, you know what they told? Actually, Apple is not the recipient. The advertisement of Apple is shown to whom? Supposingly, it is shown to the people in India, no? So the location of recipient is this audience or the recipient. Huh? Are you guys able to understand? Is audience the recipient? No. Or Apple has one representative in India. Is the advertisement service? Baba, I am just representing Apple. I have not taken the service, so I am not the recipient. Recipient is Apple only outside India. So for example, I am giving advertisement services. I am doing advertisement services for Apple in India. Will his representative or will his audience become the recipient? No. Apple only is the recipient. Supplies in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. If I receive foreign convertible currency, my service will become export of service. Sir, place of supply is always as per general rule. In case advertisement company in India merely acts as an agent, then Baba, it's an intermediary service and 13(8)(b) will apply. But tell me one thing, I went in and told Apple, I'm not an intermediary, you give me 10 crore rupees for the service. I will take care of all strategizing everything for you. Then am I giving intermediary service or I am giving normal service for which general rule will apply? Advertisement service for which general rule will apply. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, the next one. There are some more cases where they have gone ahead and told place of supplies. Everyone, let's quickly run through. Place of supply in case of cargo handling services. In the port, cargo handling services will be there. For cargo handling service, always remember general rule is applicable. Cargo handling services, what rule is applicable? General rule is applicable. 13(3) is not applicable. It is not a service with respect to immovable property. Cargo handling services which are provided at port, always general rule is applicable. If supplier and recipient both are in India, 12(2). If supplier and recipient is outside India, 12(3). Sir, place of supply in case of transportation of goods, including mail and courier. Baba, general rule will apply because I told you transportation service is deleted now. So what rule will you apply? 13(2), general rule. Sir, in case of custodial services by bank to foreign portfolio investor, what is custodial services, everyone? One bank is there. Bank is not providing banking service. If bank is providing banking service, then it is location of supplier of service. What is custodial services? Custodial services means, for example, US ka what Peter is there. Peter went ahead and told one bank in India, HDFC Bank, you provide me custodial service. In India, whatever I invest, all the investments, etc., which is happening, taking care of the investments. Sir, all the investment ka accounting, etc., everything you take care. So HDFC Bank is giving custodial services to one person outside India. For custodial services, if you go ahead and consider it as banking service, then it will come location of supplier of service. If you consider general rule, then location of recipient of service. Bank is in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply outside India. If you receive foreign convertible currency, it will be export of service. So custodial services के लिए general rule will apply or banking वाला rule. So they went and told for custodial services, remember one thing, they are not services with respect to account holder, not covered under 13(8)(a. General rule will apply. Custodial services के लिए what rule will apply, everyone? General rule will apply. The next one over here, place of supply of data hosting services provided by service provider. Data hosting service provider. People, data hosting service provider. One is a DHSP, okay, everyone, and one is cloud computing service provider, CCSPs. Everyone, I'll tell you like this. For example, I am over here. I am a Apple user. You know what happened? I went to Apple and I told iCloud, I want iCloud services. Apple will go ahead and give me iCloud ka services. Do you guys agree with me? iCloud means OIDAR services. Correct, everyone? OIDAR services, section number 13. 12 is applicable. Do you guys agree with me? Now, this is not the point over here. You know what happened? Whenever one person, I'm in India, this is Apple over here. Apple went ahead and gave me OIDR services for this 1312 is applicable generally. Correct, everyone? But you know what, everyone? When you are going ahead and taking all this cloud computing, etc. services, Apple does not take your data outside India. Your data will still be in India. In India, there will be data hosting service provider. You know what these people do? These people maintain big warehouses where they will put all hard disk, etc., backup plan. power generator, everything will be there. All your data will be stored with the DHSPs. Basically, DHSPs are providing services to Apple, and Apple is providing cloud services to you. Are you guys able to understand? Your data is stored with them only. So when DHSPs are providing services to cloud computing service provider like Apple, when DHSPs are providing services, which rule will apply? Are you guys able to understand? Which rule? General rule. And hence they have gone ahead and told whenever DHSPs are going ahead and providing the services, then always remember to CCSPs, cloud computing service provider outside India, general rule will apply. So whenever DHSP will provide the service, general rule will apply. When they are providing the service, OIDR services, 13, 12 will apply. The next one over here on the right hand side, we have one more. This one we already did. The next one, which with respect to clarification on software development services. Everyone tell me one thing. You know what happened over here? Again, Apple is there. Apple is in US. I am over here in India. Apple told me, Ramesh, can you develop one software and give it to me? I told, okay, I'll provide you software development service. Can you tell me, everyone, software development services ke liye, what rule will apply? Specific rule is there or general rule? General rule, section number 13, 2 will apply over here. You know what happened? They told Ramesh sir, when you are doing the software development, I will send you one mobile phone. In that mobile phone, you also test the software. Because I will develop the software, I'll also test it. So I am also providing along with this testing services. Correct, everyone? Wherein the testing services are performed in India. And hence one officer went in and told when testing services are done in India, place of supply will be where the performance of testing is done. That is in India. Place of supply will be coming as what, everyone? Place of actual performance, India. I told I'm giving software development, testing is ancillary. And hence, principal supply ka place of supply will apply, not the ancillary service. Testing service is ancillary. Principal is what, everyone? Software development, and hence general rule will apply. Is my point clear to all of you? The last one over here, satellite launch services. Baba, remember one thing, satellite launch services which are there. When I am sending the satellite outside India, I am sending goods outside India. Yes or no? Goods ke liye, always remember, if satellite launch services are given to domestic customer, goods are, array, you give me a satellite, I am transporting your satellite to outside India. What is it? Goods transportation. General rule will apply? No. Here, transportation of goods, services, and in case of section number 13 over here, you will apply what rule, everyone? General rule. So they have gone ahead and told satellite launch service, international customer, general rule, domestic customer, goods transportation, no. Satellite is also goods, and hence 12(8). But you know what, everyone? Domestic customer ke liye, anyways, there is no GST. Because satellite launch services are exempted. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. We are done with your chapter of place of supply. Important chapter from exam point of view. One amendment which is there, I've already gone ahead and told you. Online services ke liye, the place of supply will be what, everyone? Place of supply is what, everyone? The state which is recorded in the invoice, that is only the place of supply. Is my point clear to all of you? And everyone, that's all is the chapter over here. You know what? Section number 12 or 13 say you will definitely see question. I'm not going ahead and telling you what is it, which will come. Why? You know, you can see any one point from here. You will see 2 points from here. You will go ahead and see circular say 1 or 2 points. All the circulars which I told, you will see from overall 1 or 2 points. So there is no option I can go ahead and tell you that you study this or that. In exam, you know what they do? They give you 5-6 points and they tell you write the place of supply. So the more time you revise, the better you will remember. Can I close my revision, everyone? I hope we have gone ahead and covered everything. Yes, I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of place of supply. Done. Now, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of imports under GST. See, Baba, imports under GST, no? Actually, you will go ahead and see imports already gets covered when you go ahead and revise all the other chapters which is there. So, for an example, what is imports under GST chapter going ahead and talking about? Let's go ahead and cover it. Imports under GST says import can be of goods also, import can be of importation of goods means bringing of goods from outside India to India. From outside India, if you bring the goods into India, it is import. That's all. Section number 7, subsection 2 of the IGST Act says importation of goods into the territory of India is always what, everyone? Interstate. And you know one article is there, article number 269A of the Constitution of India, that also says importation of goods is what, everyone? Interstate. So people, and you know what, everyone? We went ahead and learned in our charge of GST chapter, whenever you import the goods into India other than specified actionable claim, which is online money giving, etc. Correct, everyone? They went ahead and told over here, importation of goods ka case mein, always the IGST will be levied and collected under section number 37 of Custom and Tariff Act on the value determined under section number 38 and 8A of the Custom Tariff Act at the point when custom duties are levied. So we'll have to pay custom duty when? We'll have to pay IGST when? When we pay custom duty. Is my point clear to all of you? So importation of goods pay under GST Act, GST is not charged. It is charged under Custom Act. Post payment of IGST along with custom duty, you can go ahead and avail the ITC on the basis of bill of entry. People, what is the document to take the importation of goods ka credit? Bill of entry. Sir, importation of service mein section number 7 in the supply chapter we went ahead and learned importation of service can be for a consideration, and schedule 1 importation of service from registered person or related person or on establishment outside India in the course of furtherance of business, if you go ahead and receive, even without consideration also it will be supplied. For consideration, business non-business both are supplied. Without consideration, only from related person or own establishment for the in the course of business is a supply. If it is a supply, it's always an interstate supply. Importation of service is always interstate. Always remember IGST will come. But then here the IGST has to be paid under RCM. Here it was there, but it has been exempted, saying, sir, non-business purpose people will not pay, and hence government went ahead and exempted. But then government told OIDR services which are provided from outside India into India to an unregistered person, OIDR will take, unregistered means NTOR, OIDR will take compulsory registration in India, charge GST under forward charge mechanism, it is not exempt. But importation of service without consideration from related person or an establishment outside India, GST has to be paid under RCM by the business entity in India. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, this is just what we had already learned. Do you guys agree with me? Now, there are some important points which I have written. Bond to bond transfer. What do you mean by bond to bond transfer? When the goods were in the warehouse, if you transfer to someone, it is what? Bond to bond transfer. Goods sold in the custom warehouse from one person to another by transferring the bill of lading. Document of title you gave to someone and you told warehouse goods are transferred. On that, IGST will come under 3.8 ka value or transaction value, whichever is higher. We learned under Custom Act. Custom ka section number 3.8 of the Custom Act में, Custom Tariff Act में what value we learn, or transaction value whichever is higher, that amount पे GST will come. Then sir, high sea sale. High sea sale means when the goods are coming in the sea or the goods have reached the port. On that also IGST and custom duty will come on what value? On the last transaction value paid by the buyer who files the bill of entry. I sold the goods to one person for 1 crore. When he will go ahead and file the bill of entry for clearing the goods from the custom port, no, he will have to pay custom duty and IGST on that 1 crore rupees. The next one over here, third country shipment. I sold goods from China to directly US without goods entering into India. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Sir, importation of goods by an SEZ unit or an SEZ developer. SEZ unit or SEZ developer are always exempted from IGST, which is there. IGST is not there. Importation of goods by EOU, export oriented unit. Again, EOU, etc. Government have told no custom duty, no GST, nothing is there. Is my point clear to all of you? These are just some small points which were there. OIDAR services. People, special provision for OIDR service. Always remember, what is an OIDR service first of all? A service whose delivery is mediated over information technology over the internet. People, the service which you are getting over the internet and or an electronic network, the nature of which renders their supply impossible to ensure in absence of IT. You tell me Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. service, can it be given without internet only, without network only? No. And there are some services which are included in OIDR service. They have been included specifically. Advertisement on the internet, iCloud service, ebooks, music, software, other intangibles through telecommunication network or internet, providing data, information, retrieval or otherwise service, online services of digital content, storage, online gaming, including online money gaming. All these are what, everyone? OIDR. Sorry, but excluding online. Sorry, people, excluding online money gaming, because exclude online money gaming ke liye they have told specifically 40 me. Now, OIDR services, whenever it is provided by a person outside India, you tell me one thing, I am an OIDR supplier, I am in India. For example, RameshSoni.com, we go ahead and provide ebooks. We are also OIDR supplier. But Indian OIDRs are like domestic normal supplier only. If an OIDR is supplying from outside India, that is only when section number 14 of the IGST Act goes ahead and says that OIDR outside India is going ahead and providing services in India. For example, Netflix is providing services in India. Then Baba, Netflix, if it is providing to other than NTR means an unregistered person including TDS deductor. TDS deductor like government, central government, state government ka department, even though registered, but still they are considered under the category of unregistered for the purpose of this OIDR service, and in that scenario, OIDR will charge GST under forward charge mechanism. Now, how will OIDR charge GST? OIDR has to take compulsory registration, which is simplified registration, one India, one registration. Registration form is REG10, and they will get the registration certificate. They also have to pay the tax in through their e-cash ledger. They have to furnish the return, which is GSTR 5A monthly. Now, you tell me one thing, OIDR services provided to other than NTR means normal registered person. Then, Baba, remember, normal registered person should pay GST under RCM. Is the point clear to all of you? Now, I will go ahead and talk about special provision with respect to person who is supplying actionable claim, which is online money gaming from outside India. Online money gaming ka case mein, remember one thing. Again, supplies in non-taxable territory providing online money gaming to a person in India. Baba, the person in India who is taking online money gaming, he will never take for business purpose. You tell me one thing, as a registered person, what will I do with online money gaming? Do you guys agree with me? So generally, in online money gaming, always forward charge is applicable. Who will collect? Supplier. So supplier first has to take simplified registration in India. One registration for India. Registration Form is REG 10. Registration certificate will be given. They will pay the GST in cash and file the return GSTR 5A. Is it same, everyone? Yes. But remember one thing, in case this online money gaming wala person who are from outside India, don't go ahead and take registration in India. Gone, Baba, gone. What government is selling over here? We will go ahead. In case of non-compliance, any information generated, transmitted, received, or hosted in any computer resource used for supplying of online money gaming shall be liable to be blocked for access to public. So what they are telling, if you don't go ahead and take registration in India, if you don't pay the GST, then whatever online money gaming ka business you are doing, we'll close it, we'll block it, so people can't use only your app. Is my point clear to all of you? And that's all is told over here. This chapter from exam point of view is a C graded chapter, but still, I believe you should remember OIDR and this online money gaming wala point. They can go ahead and ask you a small point on this. I'll close my revision on the chapter of imports under GST. Done, everyone. All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is exports under GST. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Exports under GST may, again, exports may you have two things which are there. One is export of goods, one is export of services. Again, exports has two things. One is exports of goods. Hey, what happened to this? Exports has export of goods and export of services. Exportation of goods means what, everyone? Just take the goods from India outside India and it is export. Export of goods means taking goods from out of India to a place outside India. Export of service means what, everyone? It means supply of service. When this is very important to remember the definition. Supply is in India. Recipient is outside India. Place of supply is outside India. What you have received is foreign convertible currency and SIR or INR wherever permitted. And supplier and recipient are not mere establishment of distinct person. They are actual different person. And then they have gone ahead and told one circular is there, which goes ahead and says, in case of all this Baba Nostro accounts, you would have heard, no. If you are going ahead and receiving Indian rupees also, so what they are telling, Indian exporter can also receive the payment in INR from special rupee Vostro account. That will also be okay. It will still be considered as what, everyone? Export of service. Everyone over here now, export of goods is also interstate. IGST is applicable. Export of service is also interstate. What is applicable? IGST. But export of goods may, they have gone ahead and told over here, export of goods may, sir, supplies in India, recipient is, sir, 1 minute, export of goods may taking goods from India outside India. They have gone ahead and told over here, it is IGST is applicable, but exports can also be, section number 16 says zero rated supply. Are you guys able to understand this? Exports are always zero rated supply. And export of service is also zero rated supply. Sir, how to make it zero rated? There are two options. Sir, first you give LUT or bond, ITC will be refunded. So, sir, when I'm exporting, I'll give LUT or bond, ITC refund I'll take. So, buying to selling ka chain pay, no GST. Second is, I can go ahead and pay IGST and export. ITC I will use it, remaining amount I'll pay in cash. And this IGST paid full amount I can go ahead and claim a refund. Do you guys agree with me? And here they are telling supply can be done under LUT or bond. Or sir, supply can be on payment of IGST. If you are giving LUT or bond, you don't have to pay any GST. Whatever is the unutilized ITC, you can go ahead and claim a refund. For claiming or refund, you have to read, sir, in our next chapter, refunds ka chapter we will be learning over here. One formula will come, which is rule number 89.4 and 89.5, 89.4 ka formula, where you can go ahead and claim a refund of the unutilized ITC. Just go ahead and apply to the GST officer. You have exported, given LUT or bond, ITC will be refunded. And that is what is told over here, that sir, you can go ahead and claim a refund as per the formula. Just go online, file one RMT01 and your refund will be based on a formula which we are going to learn in the next chapter, refund ka chapter. And sir, process, the GST department will go ahead and give your refund in your bank account. Is my point clear to all of you? Sir, if you have gone ahead and exported goods, everyone listen to very carefully. If you have gone ahead and exported goods, then remember one thing, you would have paid refund of exported goods on payment of IGST. You did not give LUT, but you paid IGST. You would have used your credit. Remaining amount you would have paid cash plus the ITC which you use. Total amount is IGST. This IGST you can claim a refund because you did not give an LUT, you paid the GST and you exported. This IGST you can claim a refund. But you know what? Export of goods ka case mein, when you pay IGST and you export, that IGST ka refund is not processed by the GST department. That refund is processed by the custom department ka officer. And that is what we told. Section number 54.6, right, with rule number 9.6. I'll go ahead and teach you over here rule number 9.6. It says shipping bill or the bill of export is only a refund application. GST department will not process the refund. The refund will be processed by the proper officer of customs. Tell me one thing, export of goods are of two types. One is export when you give LUT or bond, ITC refund. ITC refund, GST department will process. You exported the goods on paying IGST. This IGST refund is given by whom, everyone? GST department or custom department? Custom department, you don't have to file a refund application. Whatever shipping bill or bill of export you file, that is only your refund application. The next one over here is, sir, in case of services, again, same LUT or bond you can give and you can take the ITC refund. Service ka case mein, and service ka case mein, if you go ahead and export on payment of IGST, that refund will also be processed by the GST department only because services ke liye customs don't get involved. Correct, everyone? And hence, claim refund of the IGST paid. You have to file a refund application, and refund will be processed by GST department. Tell me one thing: whenever I'm going in and exporting goods or service, on giving LUT or bond, what is the process? They went ahead and told the process told by rule number 96. A. Export of goods or service under what, everyone? Bond or LUT. So always remember one thing: whenever you are exporting on payment of LUT or bond, whenever you are going ahead and exporting on payment of LUT or bond, second. Whenever you are going ahead and exporting on payment of LUT or bond, remember, prior to the export, you should furnish the bond or LUT in GST RFD 11 to the jurisdictional officer. And then it says you have to bind yourself to pay the tax and interest if goods are not exported within 3 months. If you don't export, people, from your date of invoice, goods should be exported within 3 months. If you don't export within 3 months, in the bond or LUT you are writing, if I don't export within 3 months, within the next 15 days after the 3 months from the date of invoice or any further period allowed by the commissioner. Basically, from the date of invoice, I will export within 3 months. If I don't go ahead and export within how much time, everyone? 3 months from the date of export. From the date of from the date of invoice, if I don't export within 3 months, then whatever is the GST I have not paid because I gave LUT or bond, right? I will pay that GST within the next 15 days. Can I quote, everyone? Or payment for services, if it is not received within how much time? 15 days after the 1 year or time limit allowed by FEMA, including any extension given by RBI, whichever is later. RBI, FEMA ka time limit or RBI ka any extension time limit from the date of invoice for export or any further period allowed. People, whatever is the time period allowed, first of all, 1 year or any extended time period, whatever is given. Are we clear? Within that time also, if you don't get foreign currency, then they are going in and telling within the next 15 days, you gave LUT or bond, right? You did not pay the GST. Pay the GST, pay the tax along with interest. Details of the goods exported in GSTR1. People, you know what? Sir, how will they come to know? Because in GSTR1, you will show your export invoice. From that day, 3 months, goods should be exported. In your GSTR1, you showed the export invoices, but you did not export within 3 months. Then, Baba, GST department will come to know about it. Correct, everyone? What they are telling in GST, first of all, in GST, you will file the return. GST department will communicate the details to the custom department. Custom department ka ICGATE ka website, it will go directly and it will say, hey, Ramesh has shown the invoice in GST, but export is not done. When goods are not exported within time and you fail to pay the amount, whatever the amount was due plus interest, you fail to pay. People, then they are going ahead and telling LUT and bond facility will be withdrawn immediately and they will recover the amount. Facility shall be restored when the amount is paid by you. And they are telling LUT is not allowed for those people who are prosecuted for an offense where tax evaded is more than 250 lakh. Government is telling for thieves and all this LUT bond etc. is not allowed. If you are already prosecuted for an offense in the last five years for an amount which is involving how much, everyone? More than 2.5 crore, then you will not be given this LUT or bond wala facility. You have to pay GST and export. Remember, if you are going in and supplying to SEZ unit or developer, then also it is zero rated supply. For that also you can go ahead and follow the same process. Everyone over here now, if I am going ahead and telling I will export the goods, people, this was talking about what, everyone? Export under LUT or bond. Export of goods or export of service under LUT or bond. Now we are going to talk about refund of IGST, integrate IGST paid on export of goods outside India. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear till here? The next one is telling over here, sir, you exported the goods outside India. People, on payment of IGST, this IGST refund will be given by whom? Here, so we are talking about LUT or bond. Correct, everyone? Everyone. Now we are talking about export on payment of goods under export of goods on payment of what, everyone? IGST. So they are telling whether it is export of goods or it is service on payment of IGST. You will get a refund of what, everyone? IGST paid. In case of goods, let's talk first. In case of goods, the refund processed by whom, everyone? Custom department. So they are going in and telling whenever you file a shipping bill is deemed as the refund application. And refund application is deemed to be filed. Number one, everyone, you are going ahead and exporting the goods outside India. When you are exporting the goods outside India, to the custom officer, you will file shipping bill. Everyone, the shipping bill is only your only your refund application. This custom officer who is there, no, he will only process your refund. But sir, when you file shipping bill, just by filing shipping bill, your refund application is filed. No. When you are filing shipping bill, you are telling I am going to export. But have you actually exported? You are telling I paid IGST and exported. Have you actually paid the IGST? They will verify, right? So they are telling shipping bill is deemed refund application and application is deemed to be filed when person in charge files departure manifest or export manifest or report covering the name and number of the shipping bill or bill of export. People, you tell me one thing. The ship is going outside India. The person in charge of the ship, no, when he is going outside India, he files one departure manifest or export manifest telling I am taking the goods and going. If he has gone ahead and filed the departure manifest, number one, that is a confirmation that goods have gone outside India. Because only if the goods leave India, you can take export of GST. Whatever GST is paid on export ka refund. Everyone. So first of all, Your departure manifest में it should be mentioned what you are telling in your shipping bill. Same goods are the same shipping bill का details. It is covered in the departure manifest. He is telling yes sir, relating to the shipping bill, I am taking the goods and going. Secondly, they are telling over here, applicants should file GSTR 3B. You tell me one thing. You are telling I have paid the IGST, correct everyone? So how you paid the IGST? You should have filed your GSTR 3B. Only then it's a proof that you have paid the IGST and IGST ka refund will be done. So basically, you should have filed your refund. You should have filed your GSTR 3B and paid your GST because you are asking for a refund of the IGST paid. So first, your shipping bill should be covered in departure manifest. Secondly, you should have paid the IGST. Thirdly, they are going ahead and telling any mismatch between details filed in shipping bill and that which is in GSTR1. You tell me one thing. You will also file your GSTR1, right? In your GSTR1, you will show your export invoice, correct? In your export invoice, you told I have exported goods worth rupees 1 crore. In your shipping bill, it is selling goods worth rupees 80 lakh. Huh? Mismatch, no? Any mismatch, you will have to correct. Such application for refund shall be deemed to be filed on such day when such mismatch with respect to the shipping bill is corrected. You are telling in your export invoice, I exported goods worth rupees 1 crore. In your shipping bill, the goods ka value is only 80 lakh. Why there is a difference? Then they are telling applicants should have undergone Aadhaar authentication. I told you already, refund, array, RRR. Revocation application, refund application, under rule number 89 and 96, which you are learning now, Aadhaar authentication must be done. Number one, tell me one thing, everyone. First of all, when you have filed your shipping bill, that is only your deemed refund application. Do you guys agree with me? And shipping bill is deemed to be filed. Number one, he should have filed departure manifest. In the departure manifest, your shipping bill ka number should be there. Secondly, you should have filed your GSTR 3B. Thirdly, you should have undergone Aadhaar authentication. Then it will be deemed that your refund application is filed. Is my point clear? Who will process your refund now? Custom department ka officer. They are going in and telling, sir, for any refund of additional IGST paid, people, this I'll talk little later. Everyone over here now. This I will not talking now. This I will talk little later. Everyone over here now. Details of export invoices in GSTR1 will be transmitted. So you tell me one thing. You gave your export invoices over here, no, in GSTR1. They will send it to the IceGate portal to verify whether the actually goods are exported outside India or not. Your GSTR1 may export invoices, they will be matched with the shipping bill to see whether the goods have actually gone outside India. So this will be sent to the custom portal, and custom it will verify whether the goods have actually left India or not. Then we are going ahead and telling next, upon receipt of information of GSTR 3B being filed, once GSTR1 is filed, export invoices shown, they will verify with the shipping bill whether it is actually exported or not. After that, you have paid the IGST. No, the time you pay the IGST, IceGate or proper officer at custom will process the refund. Custom officer will go ahead and give you a refund. Is my point clear to all of you? Now, they are going ahead and telling withholding or refund. Everyone listen to it very carefully. Now, your refund has to be processed by custom officer. But there are three reasons when your custom officer will withhold your refund. Number one, your custom officer is telling this guy has exported in violation. He has done some violation. Then he will not process the refund. He will withhold it. CBIC ka commissioner told this officer, hey, withhold the refund. If CBIC commissioner tells him, he will withhold. My GST officer, above me, my GST officer is sending no. My jurisdictional officer told him, I withhold, then he will withhold. Number one, my GST officer will tell, then he will withhold. If CBIC ka GST officer says, he will withhold. If he himself finds out, then also he will withhold your refund. Is my point clear to all of you? What they are telling over here, see. Upon request from jurisdictional commissioner or proper officer determines goods are exported in violation, or the commissioner in the board or officer authorized by the board on the basis of data analysis is of the opinion that verification of credential of exporter including ITC availment is essential before granting of refund to safeguard the revenue, then they will withhold your refund. Correct everyone? You know what everyone? Whenever refund is withheld, no, you know what? Listen. This custom officer was about to transfer your refund, correct? But he himself told, no, I should withhold, there is something wrong. Or CBIC commissioner told him, I withhold, wait. Or my jurisdictional commissioner told him to withhold. Then this guy will hold the refund. You know what? As soon as the refund is withheld, no, online in the GST portal, no, one GST RFD01 automatically gets created. When he will withhold the refund, no, he will withhold, and online on the GST portal, what will get created? GST RFD01. One refund application automatically on the GST portal will get created. And now you know what will happen. He will tell, now my hands, I have wiped it off. I am not going to process the refund. Now, my GST officer will process the refund because automatically one RFD01 will go to my GST officer and my GST officer will now process the refund within the next 60 days. Is my point clear? Whenever a refund is withheld, they are telling, whenever a refund is withheld, claim will be transmitted to the proper officer as the case may be electronically through a system generated what? RFD01, and the intimation shall also be sent to the exporter. I will also come to know, oh, my refund is withheld. And the said system generated RFD01 is the deemed refund application which is deemed to be filed on the date of transmission. What will happen? As soon as he withholds, he will inform to my officer by generating one system generated RFD01 and my GST officer will now process the refund. Again, same. Where refund is withheld under 4B, the proper officer, people 4A or B or C, whenever refund is withheld, then they are telling the proper officer custom will pass the order that the goods have been exported in violation, and such claim will be transmitted to my proper officer, and one system generated RFD01 will be generated, and the intimation shall also be sent to the exporter, and the said system generated RFD01 will be deemed as refund application. You tell me one thing, everyone over here now. I went ahead and filed one shipping bill, and then that is my refund application. But refund application is deemed to be filed when departure manifest is filed. Secondly, I filed my GST at 3B. Thirdly, I have done Aadhaar authentication. My refund will be processed by GST department. GST or custom? Custom officer. Basically, he is your GST officer sitting in the custom port. So the custom officer, he is called the proper officer of custom. He'll process my refund. But by chance, he determined that the goods are exported in violation, or my officer determined goods are exported in violation, or CBIC officer, based on these parameters, told the goods are, the refund should not be done. My proper officer or CBIC officer informed him, or he went in and found out there is something wrong, then refund will be withheld. But whenever refund is withheld, automatically one RFD01 refund application will get generated, and now refund will be processed by whom? GST officer. Custom officer will say, my work is done. I will not process the refund anymore. Is my point clear to all of you? And here it says, for notified goods, Baba, there are some notified goods for which the government of India says will not give the refund to the exporter, will give the refund to the government of Bhutan and Nepal. They basically government of Bhutan. This total bakwas. Baba, tell me one thing. For goods, you understood. For services, remember one thing. For services export, custom department will not come. If you pay IGST and export, normal refund application to be filed, and GST department will process your refund. I've written over here for refund of IGST paid on services. For refund of IGST paid on service, remember RFD01 you file with the GST department, and it shall be dealt as per rule number 89. Means your GST department will process the refund. Are we all clear till here? People, I went ahead and told you whenever you are giving LUT or bond, how to go about rule number 96A. Whenever you are exporting by paying of IGST, how to go about, that is told by rule number 96. One of the very important section now. Tell me one thing, everyone. Export of service mein to supplier should be in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. If I receive foreign convertible currency, only then it is export of service. It means foreign convertible currency should be received, only then it is export of service. And then only I'll get refund of ITC or the IGST paid. Correct? But in case of export of goods, though, they told take the goods from India outside India, export. I took the goods from India outside India. If ITC was there, ITC refund was given. Or if IGST paid was there, GST custom department gave me IGST refund. But you know what? In case of export of goods of foreign currency, they never told. But still, I will get the refund. Do you guys agree with me? Everyone, in case of export of goods, without receiving foreign currency also, will I get a refund of ITC and IGST paid? Yes. But if I don't get the money, foreign currency within the time limit as per FEMA, whatever ITC refund or the IGST paid refund is given, that will be recovered from me. If that is told by rule number 96B. Rule number 96B goes ahead and says over here, recovery of refund of unutilized ITC or IGST paid on export of goods where export proceeds are not realized. The person to whom refund is made shall deposit the amount refunded to the extent of non-realization of proceed within how many days? 30 days. If you don't realize foreign currency, people in case of service, so they will not give you the refund unless you realize foreign currency. But in case of goods, the day you take the goods from India outside India, you get a refund. For everyone of the ITC or the IGST paid. But they are telling, if you don't get the money, then you should deposit the ITC refund or the IGST which was refunded within how many days? Within 30 days along with interest. If you don't deposit, the amount will be recovered from you. Demand order will be given and it will be anonymous refund, and you'll have to give the refund back along with interest. 73, 74, 74A is always added nowadays. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Sir, you know what, everyone? I exported the goods. I did not realize foreign currency. What will happen? Whatever ITC refund was given or IGST refund was given will be taken back from me. Do you guys agree with me? Or everyone? Then they are telling it will not be recovered if RBI writes off the requirement to realize the forex. If RBI says Ramesh is a good boy, in his case, even if it does not realize forex, leave it. Then they will leave it. They will not go ahead and recover the GST from me. And then it says, sir, I exported the goods, took the refund. Later, I realized the foreign currency. But till then, they had already taken the money from me, saying you did not get the foreign currency within the time limit of FEMA, please give the ITC refund back. I had already given the refund back. Later, I got the money. Foreign currency came. If you get the foreign currency later, if sale proceeds are realized post recovery, then prove the evidence produce the evidence within how much time? 3 months from the date of realization, and recovered amount shall be refunded. Tell me one thing, everyone. First, you exported the goods, took the refund. You did not get the foreign currency, so refund was taken back. Later, you got the foreign currency, refund will be given. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I go ahead, everyone? That's all, everyone, from this chapter. Sir, what kind of a chapter? Again, a C-graded chapter. But you never know from rule number 96A, 96, and this 96B. The most important part being 96B, everyone. Done, everyone? Closing my chapter, revision of exports under GST over here. Exports under GST. All right, people, let's go ahead and now start the next chapter. The most important chapter, again, A-graded chapter from exam point of view. But it sometimes happens they don't ask question on that also. But still, I believe it's a A-graded chapter for your September, January attempt onwards. It is a A-graded chapter. They should go ahead and ask a small question. Let's go ahead and start with the chapter of refund. My fund is there with the government. I want it back. And hence the chapter of refund. Your fund with the government, you want it back. And hence the chapter of refund. Sir, giving money is very easy, but taking it back is very difficult. Are you guys able to understand? In the same way, when you give the fund to the government, it is very easy. Taking the fund is very difficult. You have to follow application, you have to give application, you have to do Aadhaar authentication, you have to go ahead and give documentations. All these things are required. Are we all clear till here? So whenever you have gone ahead and given anything to the government, it was by mistake, or might be some of your money is lying as input tax credit and ITC ka refund is there in case of zero rate supply, etc. You want those ITC, etc. ka refund, then you can go ahead and apply it to the government, give the documentary evidences to prove that the refund is due, plus give one documentary evidence that refund is due to you only, because it's an indirect tax. Whenever government gives the refund to you, government goes ahead and says you would have already gone ahead and passed the burden. I want a proof from you that you have not passed on the burden to the ultimate consumer, and that is why you have to give a documentary evidence to prove the refund is due to me only. And hence there are three things which you have to go ahead and always give when you're filing a refund. One is your application. Number two, all the documentary evidences to prove refund is due. And due to me only, for that also, that there is no unjust enrichment. I have not passed on the burden to the ultimate customer. You have to go ahead and give one documentary evidence, which is basically a CS certificate. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone, let's go ahead and start with refund. Baba, whenever anyone wants a refund, applicant can be any person. Any person means what, sir? He can be a supplier also. He can be a recipient also. He can be the e-commerce operator also. Whoever has paid the tax, he can go ahead and apply for a refund. Always remember, whenever you want to apply for a refund, you should go within how much time, everyone? 2 years. Do you remember UIN holders, embassies, consulates, etc.? Whatever they buy, whatever tax they have paid, it goes to the government and government gives them a refund. So, Baba, all these UIN holders also have to apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. And remember one thing. Now, sir, for application, first of all, you have to do Aadhaar authentication. Whenever you are going in and applying, you should do what, everyone? Subject to rule number 10B. Do you remember rule number 10B went and told whenever you are applying for refund under rule number 89? Today we are learning section number 54, which is refund, read with rule number 89 over here. Can we go ahead, everyone? So basically, whenever you are going in and applying for refund, then sir, first of all, you should do your Aadhaar authentication, plus you should give your application. Along with that, you should give documentary evidence or undertaking or statement to prove that the refund is due, and that the refund is due to me only. For that, you have to give another documentary evidence to prove that there is no unjust enrichment. If the amount is less than 2 lakh rupees, then it's self declaration. If the amount is more than equal to 2 lakh, it is CA certificate. Are we all clear to here? Clear to all of you? Am I clear, everyone? What are the three things, everyone? First of all, you have to go ahead and give a application. Along with that, documentary evidence to prove refund is due, and due to me only. For that, again, you have to go ahead and attach one documentary evidence. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, you tell me one thing. Sir, whenever you are applying for refund, within 2 years you have to apply. Can you tell me, sir, what do you mean by 2 years? From which date? From which date 2 years? So they have gone ahead and told relevant date. Say how much time, everyone? 2 years. And relevant date in different scenarios is different. They have gone ahead and told what are the various scenarios you will get the refund, what are the various scenarios you will get the refund. In that, all scenarios from the relevant date you should apply within 2 years. Are we all clear till here? Along with what documentary evidence you should apply? I'll go ahead and talk over here. Saying, sir, what are the situation your refund is due? You have to apply within 2 years from relevant date. And what are the documentary evidence you have to give that the refund is due? Plus the refund is due to me only. For that, you have to give undertaking self-declaration if the amount is less than 2 lakh or above. CA certificate. That is okay, sir. So, sir, can you tell me I have to apply for refund within how much time, everyone? 2 years from relevant date. So, relevant date say 2 years. What do you mean by relevant date? If in different scenarios when refund is due, relevant dates are different. So, government went ahead and told if you have exported the goods by sea or air or by land or post, then sir, which day I should run? Baba, run. You should apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. Because if you don't go ahead and apply within 2 years, your refund will become time barred and you will not get the refund. And that is why time is the essence over here. So they go ahead and say the day your ship or aircraft left India, no. So you have gone ahead and exported the goods by ship or aircraft. The day the ship or aircraft left, run, Baba, run, apply for a refund. Then they went ahead and told the day In case of export by land का case में there is no ship wala case. So they say when the goods pass the frontier, means when they left the custom ka border, you run and you apply for a refund. If you have exported the goods by post, the day goods are dispatched by the post office, you should run and apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. Is my point clear to all of you? And along with that, you should give a documentary evidence. Whenever you are going and exporting the goods, you will file your shipping bill or shipping bill or bill of export. So they are telling, first of all, make one statement. Make one statement that these are the shipping bill, these are the bill of export for which I want a refund. First of all, make a statement containing the number and date of shipping bill or bill of export. When you are exporting, you will have a shipping bill or bill of export of all the shipping bill and bill of export which you want a refund. You have to make a statement. They are not telling give a copy. They are telling make a statement. There is the number and date of the shipping bill. Along with that, you should give number and date of relevant export invoices. See, Baba, in customs you will file shipping bill or bill of export. Land ka export mein you file bill of export. In case of sea or air, you file what, everyone? Shipping bill. Along with that, you have to give number and date of relevant export invoices. And this is equally applicable for all the three modes. So people, first of all, when you have gone ahead and exported the goods by see, the day ship or aircraft left, run power run, apply within 2 years along with the documentary evidence, which is statement of your shipping bill, bill of export, along with that export invoices ka number and date. And everyone, number and date. They are not asking a copy, they are asking the statement. Statement, correct everyone? A statement which has the number and date of the relevant export invoices. Again, land export, the day the goods left the custom border. Sir, if it is post, then the day goods are dispatched by the post office. Again, sir, if I have gone and exported service, Baba, in case of service, payment realization is very important. And hence they go and say, sir, remember, later of date of invoice, you make the invoice in this month, payment you realize in next month, your refund will be given to you in the next month only. Because for export of service, what is export of service? Supplies in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. What you have received is foreign convertible currency. So currency receipt is very important for export of service. Goods ka case mein to goods left India, export. You take a refund. But if you don't get the money within time limit of FEMA, you have to give the back the refund amount. Do you guys remember everyone? Rule number 96B. But in case of service, so it is export and you will get refund only if foreign country. So date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is later. I raised the invoice in January, received the payment in February. So February, the day I received the payment, I should run and apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. Sir, and along with that, again, you have to give a statement containing the number and date of export invoices. Along with that, bank realization certificate or foreign inward remittance certificate that you have received the payment. Everyone over here now. The next one, if you are going ahead and supplying goods or service to an SEZ unit or developer, that SEZ unit or developer. So if I have gone ahead and supplied to an SEZ unit or an SEZ developer, they are going ahead and telling due date of return under section number 39 with respect to that supply, that is a relevant date. So for an example, I have supplied in January. January month ka due date is 20th February. January month I have supplied to SEZ. January month ka due date is 20th February. From 20th February, within 2 years, I can go ahead and apply for the refund of the taxes which I paid on my export to, on my supply to SEZ unit. Because SEZ unit ko when you are going and supplying, or SEZ developer ko when you are going and supplying, that's a zero rate supply. Whatever taxes you have paid, the IGST paid, you can go ahead and claim a refund. Within how much time? 2 years from the due date of the return. Along with that, you have to give a statement of the containing. Baba, this is containing the number and date of invoice. Along with that, one endorsement is also there. Sir, what is this endorsement? See, Baba, whenever you supply goods or service to an SEZ, no, SEZ ka one authorized specified officer will be there who will sign that invoice and he'll put one seal and give, we have received the goods in the SEZ. So always remember, whenever you are supplied to an SEZ, SEZ may one SEZ ka specified officer is there who will go ahead and sign saying we have received the goods in the SEZ. That endorsement is very, very important. Only then your refund will be given. Along with that, you should also give payment detail in case of service. In case of service, also supply to an SEZ unit or developer. But do you remember supplying outside India exports or supplying to an SEZ? Both are zero rated. So in case of export of goods or service, whatever GST is paid, or whenever you are supplying to SEZ unit or developer, whatever is the GST paid, you will get a refund. Here it is due date of return plus along with the statement containing the number and date of invoice plus endorsement plus. In case of service, you should also give a proof that the payment has been realized from the SEZ unit or developer. The next one over here is deemed export. People, what do you mean by deemed export? Everyone listen to me very carefully. Deemed export, in exports under GST, the chapter, you have one concept of deemed export. Deemed export. See, Baba, these are goods which don't leave India. But even if you are supplying those goods in India, the government is saying, I will go ahead and deem your activity as what, everyone? Export. So this is the concept of export. When your goods which you have supplied don't leave India, but still government goes ahead and says, I will deem your activity to be a export activity, and that is called deemed export, everyone. Let's understand. Number one, whenever you are supplying to a person who holds an advance authorization. Sir, where will you find this discussion? If you want in your textbook, in your exports under GST chapter, it is given. Section number 147 deals with deemed export. Section number 147 says government can notify supplies which will be deemed as export. Number one, if you go and supply to a person who has an advance authorization. Sir, can you please explain? I'll tell you quickly. For example, you went to the DGFT. You went to the DGFT and you told, sir, I want an advance authorization. You are an importer. You are an importer over here. You told, I want an advance authorization. Sir, I want to import raw material without paying any duty. I will make first class goods and I will go and export. Please, DGFT, give me advance authorization, one authorization in advance so that I can import without paying any duty goods from outside India. Is my point clear? DGFT go, you gave one dream saying DGFT, I will make the goods in India, export outside India, I will earn foreign currency. That time you tell foreign currency, no, DGFT becomes very happy, love in his eyes, and he will give you one advance authorization saying, okay, fine, go import the goods without paying any custom duty. Now you know what happened. I have to import the goods from outside India. For example, 10 crore rupees ka advance authorization has been given, then I don't have to pay any custom duty. Do you guys agree with me? Now, you know what? Instead of going ahead and if I import the goods, I will spend foreign currency, right? But everyone, then I'll make the finished goods and I'll export and earn foreign currency. Do you guys agree with me? You know what happened? This guy, whatever raw material he was going to import, no, raw material which he was going to import, same raw material, he found one domestic manufacturer. He came to me, he told, see, I want same kind of material. If I go and import it from outside India, I will have to spend foreign currency. I'll do one thing. I will give you the order. You give the raw material to me. 10 crore rupees ka raw material to me. I will give you the money and the advance authorization in return. I will give the advance authorization in return. You keep it with you. Now you are basically, I am going to supply against an advance authorization to him. Now, if you are supplying against an advance authorization, government says, Ramesh, you are ultimately going to give him. He is going to make the finished goods and export it outside India. So your activity of giving it to him will be deemed as export because ultimately the goods are going to go outside India and you are doing a good job because you are saving the foreign currency of the country. Forex of the country you are saving, and hence government says if you are supplying to a person who has an advance authorization, your supply is going to be deemed as export. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Whenever you make a deemed export supply, you will have to pay GST on this transaction. And whatever GST you have paid, the supplier of what everyone? Deemed export. Correct everyone? This person, whatever GST he will pay, government will give a refund to him. Is my point clear to all of you? It means in the invoice, I will show GST, but I will not take the GST from him. I can go ahead and claim a refund. But if I go ahead and collect the GST from him, then he will go ahead and claim a refund. In case of deemed export, when you go ahead and supply to a person, you should not go ahead and charge GST. You should go ahead and pay the GST and government will give you a refund. Yes, you pay from your own pocket and government will give you a refund. But if you go ahead and supply to a deemed export wala, for example, he gave me already this advance authorization, right? Now he can't go ahead and buy any other thing. Might be to make the finished goods, he needs something else also. So he went to one more person and bought the goods from him. That person charged him GST. Although I had gone ahead and supplied to a person who was holding an advance authorization, but that person ka advance authorization was already exhausted. So he still went ahead and took it from me to make the finished goods and export. So again, my activity is because I have supplied to a person who was holding an advance authorization is deemed export. But I went ahead and charged him GST. When I charge him GST, he can also go ahead and claim a refund. What government goes ahead and says, if you are supplying to a person who holds an advance authorization, then remember one thing, if you charge the GST to him, he can go ahead and also claim a refund. Deemed export. Generally, suppliers pay the GST, suppliers claim the refund. But if recipient say by chance you have collected, recipient also can go ahead and claim a refund. There is no restriction on recipient of deemed export claiming a refund if he has gone ahead and borne the burden. Can I go ahead, everyone? First one I explained to you, if a person is holding what, everyone? Advance authorization. People, it's a revision, so I'm not getting in detail with this, but I've just told you the overview of it. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, supposing you are supplying to a person who is a EPCG authorization. What is EPCG? Export Promotion Capital Goods Authorization. Again, you went to the DGFT. And told, sir, I want capital goods from outside India. But if I get the capital goods, no, I'll make first class goods and I'll export and I'll earn foreign currency. Again, DGFT went in and gave me an authorization. But this time it's an authorization to import what, everyone? Capital goods. So it is called export promotion ke liye capital goods ka authorization. You know what happened? If I buy the capital goods from outside India, I'll spend 10 crore rupees plus custom duty I don't have to spend, right, everyone? But I will have to pay foreign currency. Do you guys agree with me? So what I did, I went ahead and found one indigenous guy who is making the same machine in India. I told him, you give the machine to him. I gave him the authorization over here. When he's supplying the machine of 10 crore to me, he will go ahead and pay the GST from his own pocket and claim a refund of the GST. He will not go ahead and charge the GST to me because ultimately when he gives it to me, it is a deemed because ultimately he's going to make the goods and export outside India only, no? So people, whenever you are supplying to an advance authorization holder, EPCG authorization holder, you know EOU, export. What is the work of export oriented unit? To export. If I go ahead and supply to an export-oriented unit, ultimately they are going to supply outside India only. So whenever you make any supply to an EOU, please, that supply is called deemed export. You pay the GST, you can go ahead and claim the refund. Is my point clear to all of you? Number one, advance authorization order I am supplying. Number two, APCG authorization I am supplying. EOU ko I am supplying. Or bank or PSU is supplying gold to an advance authorization holder. For an example, everyone, one person is there. He is holding an advance authorization. Okay, everyone, he is going to make gold jewelry and supply. So he came to one bank and he told, I want gold. I want gold. Okay, everyone. Bank went ahead and supplied him gold. Bank will not go ahead and charge any GST. Bank will pay the GST and bank will go ahead and claim a refund because this will be deemed as export. Because he is going to make gold jewelry and export. So he is buying gold from me. The government goes ahead and says, if you are going ahead and supplying to a person gold to who is holding an authorization, you are supplying him gold. Baba, you can't go ahead and import gold from outside India just like that. Gold imports can be done only by specific entities which are there. So government is going and telling a bank and PSU is supplying gold to that person who is ultimately having an authorization to make gold ka jewelry and export outside India. Then your supply is going to be what everyone deemed as export. Pay the GST, claim a refund of GST. And my point over here, tell me one thing, can recipient also go ahead and claim a refund? If recipient has borne the burden, then he can also go ahead and claim the refund. Are we all clear till here? How will you remember deemed export, everyone? Remember, deemed export, AA, EE, boys, PG. Okay, everyone. A for advance authorization holder, E for EPCG authorization, E for EOU, bank and PSU supplying gold to an authorization holder. Can I go ahead, everyone? See, what is deemed export? In one boys PG, what happened? No, hey, he. Night they were shouting, hey, ye. They were thrown out, deemed exported. Boys PG. Can we go ahead, everyone? Just like that, I remember. Okay, so I've told you so that you can also remember. Hey, ye. Boys PG. Can we go ahead, everyone? But don't remember that one. In exam, you have to remember advance authorization holder if you're supplying, EPCG authorization holder if you're supplying, EOU if you're supplying, if your bank or PSU is supplying gold to a person who is holding an authorization, then Baba, in that scenario, it will be called as what, everyone? Deemed export. Now listen to me very carefully. I have gone ahead and supplied, for example, to Naveen. Naveen holds a deemed export car. Naveen holds a advance authorization holder and I have supplied to him. I will go ahead and pay the GST. I will only claim the refund. Do you guys agree with me? So they are telling, remember one thing, the actual date of filing of return relating to deemed export. Now tell me one thing, the day I file the return relating to the day I filed the return with respect to the deemed export. For example, I did the deemed export in the month of April. 20th May, I filed the return. Run, Baba, run. You have to apply for the refund, which you have gone ahead and paid within 2 years. Along with that, I have to give a statement containing the number and date of invoice. Invoice ka copy is not required. Number and date of invoice. Along with that, other document which will be notified. Baba, you tell me one thing. I have gone ahead and supplied to a deemed export. I've done a deemed export to an advance authorization holder. Has he received in his premises those goods? So I have to go ahead and take an acknowledgement by the jurisdictional tax officer of the advance authorization holder, EPCG authorization holder, that they have received the goods in their premises, or tax invoice signed by the EOU. In case of EOU, from its jurisdictional officer not required. If the EOU signs no on the invoice saying that we have received the goods, that is also enough. That supplies are received by whom? People, if I've gone and supplied to EOU, if I've supplied to advance authorization holder or EPC authorization holder, first of all, advance authorization or EPCG ka jurisdictional tax officer say I should take in writing that they have gone ahead and received the goods. Secondly, EOU should sign in the invoice and say we have received the goods. Secondly, sir, you tell me one thing. I went ahead and gave you an invoice in which I have gone ahead and charged GST. What if I am going ahead and claiming a refund of the tax? You also take the ITC, or you also go ahead and claim a refund as a recipient. So you should take an undertaking by the recipient that no ITC will be taken by him and he will also not file a refund application. My question to all of you, can a supplier of deemed export go ahead and take a refund? Yes. Can a recipient of deemed export also take a refund? Yes. But whenever supplier is applying for refund, remember one thing, whenever supplier is applying for refund, he should go ahead and make sure that he gives an undertaking from the recipient. The recipient will not take ITC also, he will not claim a refund also. Now, one point which I want to tell you, if supplier is claiming a refund or recipient of deemed export is claiming a refund, any one of them claiming a refund, they will apply within how much time? 2 years. 2 years from what date? The day when supplier files the return with respect to the deemed export. So I went ahead and supplied you in the month of April. I filed the return on 20th May. If I am applying for refund, then also I should apply from my date 20th May within 2 years. And the day I file the return, actual date of filing, from that day you should also apply within 2 years. Whether it is supplier's return is important over here. From supplier's return, supplier also can go ahead and claim within 2 years and recipient also can claim within 2 years, but it will depend on whose return? Supplier's return. The next one over here now. Sir, one court ka judgment came and whatever is the tax paid became refundable. Do you remember, everyone? Whenever you go ahead and pay pre-deposit, appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court, supreme court, you have gone and deposited the tax. Now court ka judgment came and your refund is due. Then they are going and telling the day the judgment has been communicated, run Baba run. Not that the day judgment came, the day judgment was communicated, run Baba run. You should go ahead and apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. And they have gone and told, please give the reference number of the order. Please give a reference number of the order and copy of the order passed. Plus, sir, I've done the pre-deposit ka payment. That reference number also has to be given. Arrest, order has come because of its refund is due. Plus, pre-deposit was given. That ka details that I've given the pre-deposit and your refund will be processed. The second one, refund of unutilized ITC. Can you tell me, everyone, unutilized ITC ka refund can be taken only in two scenarios. One is zero rated supply. Number two, if your input pay rate is more and output pay rate is less, it's called inverted duty structure. In that scenario, also refund is there. Correct, everyone? Now, in case of input tax credit ka refund, there is only two scenarios, right, everyone? And sir, the due date of return under section number 39. So, for example, I have gone ahead and made one zero rated supply this year. Zero rated supply in the month of April. April ka 28th May is the due date. From that day, I should run and apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. They have gone and told the due date of return under section number 39. And also I should give a number statement of number and date of invoices received and issued. Sir, these were the invoices received. These are my export invoices issued. For that, I should make one statement and give it to the government. I should say, sir, these are the input tax rate for which I want a refund, and these are my sales which are there. You can see, sir. Next. Provisionally paid tax. Do you remember, everyone? You can go ahead and pay tax provisionally also. Array, provisional assessment. You paid provisionally 6 lakh. Later, it turned out you have to pay 5 lakh. Refund will be there. So what happened? Provisionally paid tax. No, when final assessment order comes, final assessment ke baad, department does one adjustment. Adjustment of provisionally paid tax with final amount. That's called a adjustment. That, sir, 6 lakh say 5 lakh had been adjusted. So the day adjustment is done, from that day you can apply for refund within how much time, everyone? 2 years. It says the date of adjustment of tax, and you have to give a reference number and copy of the final assessment order. Because of the final assessment order, your refund is due. So you have to give a reference number of the final assessment order. Person other than supplier. Can you tell me? I have gone and supplied you some goods. Instead of 18, I charge you 28. I should have, if I apply for refund, refund will not come in my bank account. It will directly go to consumer welfare fund. Whenever refund is due, no, if you can't prove that the refund is due to you only, refund goes where? Consumer welfare fund. For example, Naveen came to my shop. Instead of charging 18%, I went in and charged him 28%. It means 10% charge extra. That refund will be given, but it will not be given to me. It will be put in consumer welfare fund. So if Naveen comes to me, no, I will tell Naveen, you do one thing. You directly apply for refund. Can Naveen also apply for refund? Baba, any person can apply for refund. Any person who wants to be a beggar can become a beggar. Means you can go and apply for refund. You are a supply recipient. Any person who has borne the burden. So they are going and telling, if you are a person other than the supplier, the day you receive the goods, you should go ahead and apply for a refund. They have not gone and told anything, but you can make a statement saying, sir, these goods were there, 18% GST is applicable. I have paid 28, 10% is the differential, which is the refund amount. Can I go ahead? Are we all clear? Everyone over here now, the next one. Wrong classification. Bible, wrong classification. You remember, everyone, I paid IGST by mistake. Now I have to pay, actually, it is intra and I should have paid CGST as GST. To pay the CGST as GST, correct tax, and wrong tax, you will be given a refund. Section number 77 in your demand and recovery, I taught you. The wrong tax should be taken a refund, but correct tax you have to pay the day you pay the correct tax. From that day, apply within 2 years and you'll get the refund. Is my point clear? The day you pay the correct tax, wrong tax ke liye, refund ke liye you have to give an application within 2 years, or any excess payment, the day you have gone ahead and made the payment. A statement showing the transaction, I thought interstate, I paid IGST, it is intra, and I should pay CGST as GST. That statement has to be made. Is my point clear to all of you? The next one over here, UIN holder, people, unique identification number holder. You tell me one thing, whatever inward supplies they receive, on that whatever tax they pay, it goes to the government and government gives them the refund. So they have to give a statement of the inward supply. Sir, within how much time they should apply? 2 years, no? From which day? The day quarter gets over. No, quarter means April, May, June. Last day of the quarter, say, in which supplies were received. From that day, you should apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. And remember one thing, they should just give a statement of inward supply in which form? GSTR 11. People, you tell me, why am I UN holder? Whatever GST I have gone ahead and paid, I will get a refund. I should apply within 2 years. From which day? That quarter I have received the inward supply. That quarter ka last day, say I should apply within 2 years. Sir, refund of additional IGST. I'll talk about this little later. Everyone over here now. Tell me one thing, everyone. Whenever you have to go ahead and apply for refund, you should apply within 2 years from relevant date. Did I go ahead and tell you relevant dates in different scenario are different, everyone? Now, always remember relevant dates you should apply within 2 years. UN holder also should apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years, which is there. Now they have gone ahead and told when you are going and applying for refund, always refund is subject to rule number 10B. Other authentication must be done. Always remember refund application is RFD 01. But CSD canteens, you know CSD canteen, army canteens which are there, CSD canteens can go ahead and take a refund of whatever they purchase. No, 50% of the tax paid, they go ahead and get a refund. And for them, the application is GST RFD 10A. This is just for your knowledge, they have RFD 10A. Otherwise, normally people go ahead and file what, everyone? RFD 01. So you tell me one thing, I have to go ahead and apply for refund. First document I need is RFD 01 application. I should fill my application. Secondly, I have to give a documentary evidence, which I've already gone ahead and told you over here. Give your documentary evidence. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is plus what documentary evidence. See, sir, refund is due, and refund is due to me only. For that, you have to go ahead and give a documentary evidence, which is undertaking Self-undertaking, basically, if the amount is less than 2 lakh, if the amount is 2 lakh or above, CA has to go ahead and certify that you have not gone ahead and passed the burden to someone else. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? Remember one thing, some cases, this proof of unjust enrichment is not required. It means you don't have to give a CA certificate at all, not required. What are the cases when you don't have to give a CA certificate? Remember, section number 54(8) says unjust enrichment is not applicable in case of tax paid. Or people tell me one thing, zero-rated supply. Zero-rated supply is of two types, right, everyone? Number one is exports. Number two is SEZ, when you are going in and supplying. Correct, everyone? If you are going in and exporting, you'll give LUT or bond, or you can pay IGST and export. Here also you can give LUT or bond, or you can pay IGST and export. Do you guys agree with me? What they are going in and telling, in case of export of goods, services, or both, whatever IGST paid or ITC का refund you are asking, both का case में unjust enrichment is not applicable. Unjust enrichment is not applicable. It means you don't have to give any documentary evidence. If you have gone in and exported, what when you export, no person outside India will never pay you India ka taxes, and hence whatever in case of export you have paid the GST, you can go ahead and claim a refund, or whatever unutilized ITC is there, you can claim a refund. You don't have to give any proof of unjust enrichment. But sir, SEZ ka case mein they have gone ahead and told whenever unutilized ITC is under section number 54(3), that basically ITC refund on SEZ supply. People remember one thing, LUT or bond you have given, you want ITC refund? No, baba. ITC refund can unjust enrichment is not applicable. But in case of IGST refund, whenever you have gone ahead and supplied to an SEZ, unjust enrichment is applicable. Basically, you have to go ahead and prove that you have not gone ahead and passed on the burden. So you have to go ahead and give a CA certificate. The next one over here is, sir, if you have gone ahead and paid tax on advance, people tell me one thing, you went ahead and gave me some advance, I have gone ahead and paid the tax on advance, I issued you a receipt voucher. On services, I paid the advance. Now, when I'm going to claim the refund of the GST paid on my advance, for example, I refunded your money, government will also refund my GST paid on advance. So in that scenario, unjust enrichment is not applicable. No invoice was issued, refund voucher was issued, your refund voucher is approved that you have gone ahead and gave the money back to the person, government will also give your money back. Tax paid in pursuance of section number 77. People, you tell me one thing. I paid wrong tax. Interstate, I assumed, and I paid IGST. IGST have to claim a refund. I don't have to give any proof of unjust enrichment. Do you think my customer will pay me CGST, GST, IGST, everything? So if I paid IGST by mistake, I can go ahead and claim a refund. I should apply within 2 years from which date? Correct tax. Very good, everyone. The day I've gone ahead and paid the correct tax, but proof of unjust enrichment is not applicable. And the last one, any tax or interest borne by notified class of applicant, if government have gone ahead and notified that class of applicant is also not required to go ahead and give any proof of unjust enrichment. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, tell me one thing. People, whenever, very easy, you know what, refunds is my favorite chapter because nothing is there in the chapter. It is very easy chapter, but the only thing is the chapter is so lengthy, students think it is difficult, but there is nothing in the chapter. The chapter is filled only with one chart and all others are circular clarifications. Can I go ahead, everyone? Because you know what, everyone, giving money is easy, taking it back, no, lot of problems are there. You would have already seen, give your friend some money, try to take it back, there will be a lot of things which are there. Correct or not? In the same way, government is telling this will not be acceptable, that will not be acceptable, this will not be given, Aadhaar authentication you do, whatever possible. You missed one thing, God. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen. Whenever you are applying for refund, you should apply within how much time? 2 years. Whenever you apply, you should give document evidence to say refund is due and due to you only. For that, you have to give one document which is called what, everyone? One second. Okay, audio is fine. Okay, everyone over here now, tell me one thing. From the relevant date, you should apply within 2 years along with an application RFD 01. Along with that, you have to go ahead and give what, everyone? Documentary evidence to prove refund is due, and refund is due to you only. You have to give documentary evidence. I've gone ahead and told you everything. Now you all have to go ahead and apply for refund. You applied for refund. People, you know what, everyone? The day you apply for refund from your e-cash ledger, see, if you have paid wrong tax and you have applied for refund, that clearly there is no debit in the e-cash or e-credit. Whatever you have paid wrongly, you are asking for a refund. But if you have want your e-cash ledger ka refund, e-credit ledger ka ITC refund, then always whenever you apply for refund, you know what they go ahead and say, immediately when you apply for refund, it will get debited. The ledger will get debited. When the money will come in your bank account. So when you apply for refund, they are going in and telling amount will be debited from your e-cash ledger or credit ledger, and one application reference number will be generated. Now you tell me one thing, you gave your document, everything, right? Now officer's work will come. Officer will start the verification of the document, whether application is fine. Documentary evidence are given. Documentary evidence to prove there is no adjustment enrichment has been given. If he finds all the documents correct, first he will do a preliminary check of all the three. And so basically the application will be transferred to the jurisdictional officer. He verifies application for completeness. And within 15 days from year end, he will go ahead and give one acknowledgement. Everyone listen to very carefully. If the application is complete, just give me a second, everyone. If the application is complete, he will go ahead and give me what, everyone? If the application is complete, he will go ahead and give me incomplete or complete. Complete, then he will give me an acknowledgement in GST RFD 02 indicating the date of filing the claim. RFD to wherein he will go ahead and indicate the date of filing the claim. But sir, if application is not complete, then what will happen? People tell me one thing. You know why? It is very important that application should be complete, because if the application is incomplete, no, he'll issue a deficiency memo in RFD 03 saying these are the deficiencies, and whatever amount was debited, no, it will be recredited in your e-cash ledger and credit ledger. Now he'll tell go ahead, file a fresh application. Remember one thing, amount recredited to your e-cash ledger, now you have to file a fresh application. Why they are telling a fresh application? You know what? Because from the date of application, no, your money will be given to you in your bank account within 60 days, not from the date of acknowledgement. From the date of filing, the money always comes to your bank account within how many days? 60 days. And hence they go ahead and say, if you have filed an application and there is a deficiency, we reject the complete application. You have to go ahead and file a new application. So they don't reject it, they go ahead and give a deficiency memo saying these are the problems, deficiencies, please correct and file a fresh application, because the day you file an application, from that day you are given how many days? Money in your bank account within 60 days. If the money does not come in your bank account within 60 days, department has to give you interest also. Government has to give you interest. And that is why date of filing is very important. Now everyone listen to me very carefully. What did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told, sir, first of all, relevant date will be there. From there, 2 years may, they will go ahead and give you what? First of all, you have to do Aadhaar authentication and file one GST RFD 01 along with the documentary evidence, to prove no unjust enrichment. Now what will happen once you go ahead and file your application? Correct everyone? Then GST officer will take 15 days ka time, and he will give you what everyone? Acknowledgement that we have gone ahead and received your application. And you know what? In the acknowledgement they will say this is your date of application, because from the date of application I should get the refund within how much time in my bank account? 60 days. Is my point clear to all of you? Now sir, what if they don't give an acknowledgement and they give a deficiency memo? If they give a deficiency memo, file a fresh application after correcting everything, and after that again acknowledgement will be given, and from this application you will get 60 days ka time mein bank account mein money. Is my point clear to all of you? Now you tell me one thing, they went ahead and gave you a deficiency memo saying, sir, see, people, relevant date say 2 years was about to get over here. Might be 30th December, 2 years was going to get over. You know what? You filed your application on 28th December. Refund application filed within 2 years. Now you thought money will come in your bank account, but here what happened? Deficiency memo came. He told deficiency. Now you have to file a fresh application. But sir, 2 years to gone over here. Yes or no? So what they are going ahead and telling, if you filed an application and deficiency memo was given and they took 10 days for this thing, then they will give you additionally 10 days to file a fresh application, because 2 years is already gone. But what they are trying to tell you over here is, sir, limitation period of 2 years for filing to exclude time period from RFD 01 to RFD 03. If you are given any deficiency memo, then whatever time they have gone ahead and taken to give you the deficiency memo, they will give you additionally that much time so that you can file a fresh application. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The next one over here, let's go ahead and talk about the next point. The next point goes ahead and says, sir, now once the application has come to them, people, 1 minute, application came, they gave you an acknowledgement, everything is fine. Now remember, from the date of application, your refund will come to your bank account within how much time, everyone? 60 days. But you tell me one thing, I am an exporter or I am a zero-rated supplier. I went and told the government, sir, for export we need a lot of money. You take 60 days, that is not fair, sir. We want our money quickly. And hence government went ahead and told, see, within 7 days, everyone listen carefully, within 7 days on the basis of prima facie examination, means GST department will do what you know, prima facie, everything is correct, this document evidence is also correct, this proof of unjust enrichment is not required anyways in that scenario. Sir, everything is fine for zero-rated supplier. Let's go ahead and process the refund within 7 days so that they need money, right? So immediately the processing will be done. But here, provisional refund will be given only 90% of the amount which they have gone ahead and applied for refund. Sir, section number 54.6, read with rule number 91 goes ahead and talks about grant of provisional refund. 90% of the refund claim only to zero-rated supplier of goods and service will be given as refund. Remember one thing, for that officer will always pass a provisional refund order RFD 04, and you know what, everyone, whenever a refund is given, along with the refund, one payment order is very important. People listen to me very carefully. Whenever one refund order will be given, along with that officer has to pass a payment order, which is RFD 05. Listen carefully. You know what happens? Whatever RFD 05 officer will pass in a day, the GST portal will make one consolidated payment advice of all the RFD 05s. In that consolidated payment advice, the GST department will, the GST portal will put my name, my bank account numbers, all the details of my bank account, and put the amount, name, all the details, bank account detail, and amount. Like that, for everyone, one consolidated payment advice, one consolidated advice will be made by whom? GST portal. See, GST officer issued to all of you payment orders. All of you need money in the bank account, but GST department does not give the money. These GST payment orders which are uploaded on the GST portal by the officer, all this one consolidated payment advice is made. That payment advice is sent to PFMS ka website, which is Government of India ka website. And PFMS ka website gives you the money in your bank account. Government of India ka PFMS website is there. From there, the money comes in your bank account. And hence, Baba, always remember, if your GST department does not issue a payment order, he gave you a refund order, RFD 04, provisional refund given. but payment order was not given by you, then your money will never come to your bank account, because only on the basis of payment order, consolidated payment advice is prepared, where your bank account, your amount, your bank account, your amount, your bank account amount, for everyone it is made. And GST portal sends it to whom? PFMS website, and PFMS makes sure that the money comes to your bank account. GST department does not give the money. The money comes from Government of India ka account. Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence they have gone ahead and told over here, payment order will be made. Everyone listen to it very carefully. Now payment order will go where, everyone? Payment order, say portal will create one consolidated payment advice, and based on the payment advice will be shared with PFMS website, public financial management system, and the amount will come in your bank account. But definitely it will not take so much time. I've just connected it over there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Tell me one thing, everyone. What did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told whenever relevant date is there, everyone. This is very easy. Listen, relevant date is there. You should apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. 2 years from relevant date. Give your RFD01 application. Application के साथ documentary evidence, along with documentary evidence to prove that there was no unjust enrichment. Now you have to go ahead and apply. Once you apply, from application 60 days, money should come in your bank account. So officers generally take 15 days, maximum 15. They will give you the acknowledgement within 1-2 days only. Because for them, application date se money has to be given. So they will go ahead and take maximum 15 days, and they will give you the acknowledgement. Either they will give you acknowledgement or deficiency memo. If they give you deficiency memo, you have to file a fresh application. If they give you an acknowledgement, from the date of acknowledgement, from the date of application, money comes in your bank account within 60 days. But from the date of acknowledgement, provisional refund is given to zero rated supplier. Within how many days? 7 days. For that, they will issue provisional refund order, and 90% amount will be given as refund. But you know what? Officer was checking on preliminary basis, and he told what provisional? I will give full refund only to him. Can the officer do that? Yes, Baba. If officer is satisfied, or if officer is satisfied that no further scrutiny is required, then he will give a final section order in GST RFD 06. Along with that, he will issue a payment order in RFD 05. Remember one thing, if he gives a final refund, that is RFD 06, again the payment order will go to PFMS website, and PFMS website says the money will come in your bank account. Remember one thing, if you are a thief who has been prosecuted of an offense of more than 2.5 crore in the last 5 years, then Baba, for you provisional refund is not there. Only when they check everything, only then they will give you the final refund only. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, tell me one thing, I am not a zero rated supplier. Normal person who wants a refund, then all the verification etc. will be done. Processing of application will be done, and the refund will come to my bank account within how much time, everyone? See what happened. No, see, if you see over here, already we went in and utilized 15 days. Do you guys agree with me? Already the officer is utilized 15 days, correct? He have 45 days. In 45 days, if he takes 45 days, then when it will go to the PFMS website, say money will come in your bank account, it will take 10. Do you guys agree with me? Baba, GST officer के लिए actual time limit to issue refund order is 60 days only. But now government have advised the GST officer, see GST officer, already you ate off 15 days. After that, you please take only 30 days. Keep the refund sanction, because after that, the details will go to the PFMS website, money to come to the bank account, it takes time. And that's why, Baba, generally the refund order passing ka time limit is 60 days only. But proper officers are advised that please make sure that the refund if refund is inadmissible, send them a love letter. And applicant will reply within how many days? 15 days in RFD 09. Then you can reject the refund sanction also. If you think refund is admissible, then please give a refund sanction order. Remember on things, sanction order and rejection order number is same. Okay, everyone? Now, listen to me very carefully. He told final refund is 1 crore rupees. Out of that, provisional refund was given 90 lakh rupees to you. Then remaining payment order will be issued for 10 lakh. Or might be any old demand was outstanding. Baba, from your refund, they will adjust the demand. And remaining amount ke liye, they will give a payment order. Payment order goes to portal, creates one consolidated payment advice, sends it to the PFMS website, and PFMS website will give the money in your bank account. If the PFMS website say money does not come in your bank account, then remember one thing, again the officer has to issue a payment order for the interest portion, and again PFMS website say interest will also come. Always remember, after this, the interest which is there is how much, everyone? 6% under section number 56, day wise calculation, you will get interest. Now, sir, my refund which came, no, it's a erroneous refund. I cheated and took refund. Then remember one thing, again demand and recovery chapter will start over here. Do you remember demand and recovery, everyone? Now the time limit is not 3 year, 5 year, now it is as per section number 74. Is my point clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? What is section number 74 going ahead and telling? Baba, show cause notice ke time limit is 42 months, etc. Do you remember, everyone? After that, 12 months they will pass the demand order. Can I go ahead, everyone? Okay, that is okay. I've just connected your demand and recovery chapter over here. Now tell me one thing, people. Is this very, very easy? And what I've explained, same thing over here. Your money came to your bank account. Now what they are going ahead and telling, withholding, your refund, which was GST department officer passed your refund order of 500 crore, but GST department has a doubt on you. In that scenario, you know what will happen? The GST department can hold you with it. If GST department is telling, we have to go for a departmental appeal, this refund should not be processed, then GST department will put your refund on hold it. What they are telling over here, refund is due if you have defaulted in returns, or you're liable to pay tax interest penalty, any demand is outstanding, then proper officer will withhold the refund, deduct the tax interest penalty late fee or any other amount unpaid. People, this is your proper officer can withhold. Your proper officer went ahead and passed a refund order. People, when can your proper officer withhold? When you have not filed your return, not paid your tax interest, he'll tell, hey, I'll not give your money. First file the return, pay all your tax interest, etc. Proper officer gave you a refund order of 500 crore. GST commissioner has a doubt on this order. GST department ka commissioner is telling, I'll go for an appeal, departmental appeal. So GST officer can say, hey, proper officer ka order which is there, put it on hold. Don't process the refund. So in this scenario, they're telling withholding by the, if refund is subject matter of appeal or further proceeding likely to go ahead and affect the revenue, if he process the refund, he'll run away. Don't give the refund. Then he will issue an RFD 07. Remember one thing, whether your proper officer withholds, whether the commissioner withholds, what they will go ahead and do, everyone? They will give one RFD 07 Part A order for withholding of refund and inform the reasons. It says, when proper officer is satisfied, refund is no longer liable to be withheld. People, you tell me one thing. First, they will withhold. And later, they realize, okay, Ramesh has filed all his return, paid all the tax. Or commissioner is telling, okay, we've lost in the appeal. We have to give the refund. In that scenario, they are telling, they will pass an order for release of the refund in RFD 07 ka Part B. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, if withheld amount is refunded, you will get it. Sir, my money was not given to me over here in 60 days. You have withheld it. And you are going to pay me after 2 years, for example. I want interest after 60 days. Whenever they will withhold your refund, if they give you the money back, they will have to pay along with interest. Sir, one point over here, in rule number 921A. I'll tell you what is rule number 921A telling. People, you know what? People are very smart. People go ahead and file the return like this. Listen. For example, these are return for the month of April. You know what I will go ahead and do? I will go ahead and file the return on 20th May, where I will go ahead and tell my output tax liability is supposedly 10 lakh rupees. Input tax credit I have 12 lakh. So I will tell, by mistake I paid 12 lakh. I told, oh, by mistake I calculated instead of 10, 12 lakh and input was 12. I paid 0 to the government. I became hero. Now what will happen? I paid 2 lakh rupees extra. I will go ahead and file a refund application. And you know what happened? 2 lakh rupees came to my bank account. Maja? Correct? No? Government told, if you think I am a fool, your input tax credit you converted into cash. But input tax credit ka refund is not there only. You told by mistake I paid tax using my credit. Government will tell no problem. This 2 lakh rupees, no. I have to give you back, no. How did you pay me? I will also give it back in your credit ledger. By mistake you paid, no. I'll put it back in your credit ledger. What they are trying to say is refund is always based on original mode. Proper officer will issue an RFD 06 for refund sanction amount for putting the money in the people. If they have to give you the money in your bank account, they will sanction the refund and pass one payment order. But if the final refund amount is there 10 lakh rupees, out of that outstanding amount is 5 lakh, remaining amount ke liye they will go ahead and pass a payment order. This will come in your bank account. Correct, everyone? But instead of passing payment order, no, if they have to put the money back in your credit ledger, he will go ahead and pass PMT 03. He will not pass a payment order. Otherwise, the money will come in your bank account. Is my point clear to all of you? For that, he will pass PMT 03. Remember one thing, everyone. Sir, I filed a refund application, but I don't want the refund. My mistake, sir. You can file a withdrawal order. Withdrawal. It says what, everyone? Application before issuing RFD 04, which is provisional refund order, refund sanction order, refund ke liye payment order, or sir withholding of refund, or when show cause notice was issued to you over here. All these came before. If you want, you can withdraw your refund application by filing RFD 01 W, and what on submission, whatever amount was debited in your e-credit ledger or cash ledger shall be recredited. Everyone over here, people tell me one thing. Refund is based on original mode. Correct, everyone? So you tell me one thing. If I am a zero-rated supplier, ITC ka refund I want. If they put the refund back in the ITC ledger only, what is the point? And hence they went and told this rule is not applicable to tax paid on zero-rated supplier or on deemed export. In that scenario, whatever you apply for refund, the ITC refund will not be given back to the ITC ledger, e-credit ledger. The amount will be given in your bank account only. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Sir, I am a UN holder. People, UN holders are given a refund of the goods services which they have received from a registered person, and on the tax invoice, UN number should be written. But for an example, UN holder received one invoice, on that UN number is not written. Still, they can go ahead and claim a refund of that invoice, provided they self-certify that invoice copy that we have received the supplies for us and submit that copy. What they are telling? If UN holder ka UN is not mentioned on a tax invoice, refund will be available if invoice copy duly attested is submitted. One more point over here, no refund of unutilized ITC or IGST paid on account of zero-rated supply shall be allowed. People, you tell me one thing, ITC is if I have exported the goods and paid IGST refund. If I give LUT or bond, ITC refund. They are telling no refund will be given where such goods, zero-rated supply of goods is subject to export duty. You know what? Under customs, if government has imposed custom duty on this item, for example, this item is there, government has imposed custom duty, export duty. Baba, in customs, government, whenever government is imposing export duty, no, government is demotivating that product to be exported. Under custom, government is charging export duty means government is demotivating that product. In GST, we are giving GST refund. Not matching, no. So they're telling in GST also will not give GST refund for that item because when government is charging export duty means government is demotivating that product to be exported. And hence in GST also, we will not give ITC refund also or IGST paid ka refund also. Everyone, are we all clear with this first point? In here, one point which I have written on the top, no refund if the amount is below 1,000. This is not applicable for e-cash ledger. This is only for your ITC refund or basically for your e-credit ledger, for your any GST paid ka refund. Whenever you are going in and applying, the amount should be at least how much, everyone? 1,000. CGST also 1,000, SGST also 1,000, IGST also 1,000 only. Can I go ahead, everyone? If amount is below, beggar, get lost, don't come. We will not go ahead and give you the refund. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, listen to very carefully. Please come to the next page. People over here, I have gone ahead and told, you know electricity. Arey people, electricity is also goods. Electricity is also goods. When you go ahead and export the electricity, all the input tax rate which is there, Baba, electricity is exempted. But when you export, it says zero rated supply. Whatever items you have used in manufacturing the electricity, you will take an ITC refund. Yes or no, everyone? And hence they have gone ahead and told for documentary evidence to obtain for refund for electricity. Can you see this, everyone? Documentary evidence for obtaining a refund for electricity. This is just for a reading purpose, everyone. What are the documents you have to give? This is just for reading purpose, not very important. Everyone over here now, I want to go ahead and talk to you guys about the very, very important point which is there, refund. Where refund is claimed by an unregistered person, where agreement or contract for supply of service has been cancelled or terminated. I want to talk about this. People tell me one thing, I'm an unregistered person. Can registered person only apply for refund or unregistered person also can go ahead and apply for refund? Tell me, everyone, can registered person also apply for refund? Unregistered person also apply. Yes, unregistered person also can go ahead and apply for refund. What are the documentary evidence to be given? And for that, government have gone ahead and given one circular also. Can I go ahead and directly explain to you? Everyone listen to me very carefully. For an example, this is one builder. Builder means a promoter who is making a flat. I am over here. I am the buyer of the flat. Builder went ahead and told me he will go ahead and give me the flat. Under construction flat I have taken. So I have gone ahead and paid him 1 lakh rupees plus GST, 10 lakh rupees plus GST, 20 lakh rupees plus GST, 30 lakh rupees plus GST. But he's not given me the flat yet. And then he is gone ahead and delayed the possession. So what I told him, sir, you are delaying so much. So I want to cancel the contract. He told, sir, whatever 1 lakh plus GST, 10 lakh plus GST, 20 lakh plus GST, 30 lakh plus GST you have given, I will go ahead and issue you the credit note. He issued me the credit note. He will get his liability adjustment. Correct, everyone? And he will refund my GST also. Do you guys agree with me? But for an example, the time limit to issue the credit note is maximum next year ka 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier. Now that time limit is gone. Long-term contract it is. After 5 years, I am cancelling the contract. So he has to refund me the money also. He has to refund me the GST also. But he is telling I will not refund GST because if I issue you a credit note, government will not give my GST back. So in this scenario, he never refunded me the GST. But has he already paid the GST to the government? So in that scenario, when he can't issue a credit note, I can go ahead and apply for this GST refund to the government. Is my point clear? So unregistered person can also go ahead and apply for refund of the GST paid to the government if your builder has not gone ahead and refunded you the GST. Is my point clear? I'll give you one more example. This is one life insurance corporation. You are over here, you have taken a LIC. They have gone ahead and given you the life insurance. Now here you are paying every year premium plus GST, premium plus GST, premium plus GST. You know what happened? After 2 years, they came to know when you took the life insurance, you are told lie. Baba, life insurance are bona fide contract. They can go ahead and cancel the contract if you are lied. Is my point clear? They cancelled the contract. And the time limit to issue credit note is gone. They can't refund your GST. But they have paid the GST to the government. Contract is already cancelled. You want your GST back, you can apply for refund of the GST which is paid to the government. So unregistered person, in case of these long-term contracts which are there, like builder went ahead and sold you the flat or insurance company sold you the insurance and the contract has been cancelled, you will get a refund of the GST. But who will apply? Not the supplier. You have to apply as a recipient. Nothing, Baba. You have to go online. You have to go online and apply for refund. They have gone ahead and told manner of filing refund by unregistered person when the contract or agreement for supplying of service or construction of flat has been cancelled or when long-term insurance has been terminated. It says nothing, Baba. You have to go online and take one temporary registration on the GST portal using your PAN number. When you are taking your temporary registration, state the name. You basically have to go to the GST portal and you have to take one temporary registration. And you have to, when you are taking the temporary registration, no, you have to go ahead and tell the state where the supply is registered because the money will be given by the state and the central government. So people in respect of which the invoice ka refund claim is filed, where the supplier is registered. Secondly, you have to undergo Aadhaar authentication. I have to undergo Aadhaar authentication also as a recipient. Only then refund will be given to me. Thirdly, bank account details should be put. Baba, you tell me one thing. Government is going to give the money in my bank account. Unregistered person, no, I should put the bank account detail also when I am going in and filling the details online. Then the application for refund is RFD01 should be filed in the common portal saying that, sir, I am an unregistered person and I want a refund. Refund for unregistered person. Upload the documentary evidence which is stated above. Here I have gone ahead and given the documentary evidence. Nothing, Baba. You have to give a documentary evidence saying, sir, this was the original contract. This was the contract which was cancelled. This is the payments I have gone ahead and done along with GST. Sir, this is the refund which has come. See, I have made the payment this much. Refund has come without GST refund. For everyone, you have paid the supplier, you have to give a documentary evidence. So who is applying for refund? Supplier or unregistered person? Unregistered person. When you are applying for refund, nothing, Baba, go online, take a temporary registration. When you take the temporary registration, put your bank account detail, put all the documentary evidences, etc., and the money will be given in your bank account detail. And you know what? Unregistered person, when he is applying for refund, government is telling will not trouble you. CS certificate is not required for refund claim by whom, everyone? Unregistered person, and that is what is government telling over here. Chartered accountant or cost accountant certificate is not required to be furnished. And government says, sir, what is the relevant date for filing the refund? I should apply within 2 years, right? As an unregistered person also. 2 years from what date? The day the contract was cancelled, because that day I came to know the refund is due. So government says you should apply from the date of issue of letter of cancellation for supply by the supplier will be considered as the date of receipt of service by the applicant. That is the relevant date. Nothing about what they are going in and telling. Service was never given to you. That day cancellation of contract was done. From that day you should apply within 2 years. And they are telling what is the minimum amount of refund? No refund claim if the amount is less than 1,000 rupees. Sir, what are the documentary evidences I should give if I am an unregistered person? Nothing, Baba. Original contract, cancelled contract, date of these are the details of the payment, these are the details of the refund. All details you should go ahead and provide. This is just for a reading purpose. You can read it once. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. You know what happened? I went ahead. I want to tell you something now. I went ahead. People, will you guys read this? This is just for a reading purpose. These are the documentary evidences required. It is not that it will not come. What if they tell you what is the documentary evidence to be required by a person who is filing who is an unregistered person? Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, you know what happened? People, listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and exported the goods. When you go ahead and export the goods, no, you will go ahead and file your shipping bill, and proper officer of custom will process your refund. Do you guys agree with me? When you have exported the goods on payment of IGST, if you have exported the goods, he will go ahead and file his departure manifest. Yes or no, everyone? And you will go ahead and file the shipping bill. And shipping bill, once you go ahead and file, proper officer of custom will go ahead and process the refund. People, do you guys remember this? Export of goods, mein, whatever GST paid, you want a refund. Your refund has come. Your refund has already come. Now later you went ahead and told the buyer outside India, hey, international prices of the goods have gone up, and now I am sending you one upward revision. Basically, I had already charged you 1 crore. I want 20 lakh rupees more. For 20 lakh upward revision ke liye I am sending one invoice, and I will only go ahead and pay the GST, which is 4 lakh rupees over here. Do you guys agree with me? This 4 lakh rupees, will I get a refund now? Yes or no, everyone? 1 minute. I have already exported the goods. 1 crore rupees ka goods. Whatever the GST refund was there, I have already, custom officer has already given me the refund. Later, what happened? I upward revised the price. What do you mean by upward revising the price? I increased the price and I called him. I am sending one bill for the upward revision. When I send him the bill for upward revision, on that I will pay GST also. That GST ka refund, Baba, now custom department will not deal because custom officer has already given you the refund. So for the upward revision, whatever IGST you have paid, this refund also will be given to you. By whom? By the GST department officer. For that, you have to go ahead and give the normal refund application, which is GST RFD 0. Is my point clear to all? That is called as upward revision. And that is what in this chapter also, one line I had gone ahead and left over here in your exports under GST. This was talking about that refund of additional IGST will always be processed by whom, everyone? The GST officer. And that is what is being told over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? And that only I have gone ahead and written over here. Any person claiming refund of additional IGST paid on account of upward revision in the price subsequent to the export and on which refund of IGST paid at the time of export has already been sectioned under rule number 96. Under rule number 96 means I told you in export under GST ka chapter. So Baba, here your custom officer has already given your refund on the export of goods. So upward revision mein extra GST which you have paid, who will process the refund? GST officer only. For that, you will file one refund application to the GST officer, which is the refund application to everyone, GST RFD 01. They have gone ahead and told time limit for filing refund is 2 years. Baba, that additional refund which is there, for this you have to give RFD 01 to your GST officer within 2 years, right? 2 years from what date? 2 years from relevant date. That is same as in case of export of goods. What is export of goods? Means the day ship left India. From that day, you should go ahead and apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, oh, yeah, it is already told here, no? This relevant date says you should apply within how much time, everyone? 2 years. It says, what are the documentary evidences? Everyone, here, number 1. Sir, a statement containing the number and date of export invoices. Statement should be given. Correct, everyone? Along with the copy of invoices. Again, you should give a statement containing what everyone? This is common. A statement containing, this is common. A statement containing the number and date of shipping bill and bill of export. A statement containing the number and date of BRC and FIRC in respect of shipping bill that you have received the payments. A statement containing the details of refund already sanctioned. Sir, how much refund was already given? A statement containing the number and date of relevant supplementary invoice or debit note. Sir, this is the additional invoice which I've gone ahead and issued. A statement containing the details of the payment of additional IGST. Sir, I've gone ahead and paid the additional IGST. Sir, the number and date of FIRCs which are there, foreign inward remittance certificate. A copy of the contract or other document which indicates that we can upward revise. It says indicating requirement of upward revision. That document should be there. A reconciliation, reconciling the value of supply declared in the supplementary invoice, debit note, credit note, along with relevant bank remittance certificate, bank relation certificate. Sir, listen, nothing, Baba. Once the ship leaves India, from that day, you have applied for refund to the custom officer. Custom officer gave you the refund. Additionally, you entered and charged something, debit note you issued and you charged. On that, whatever GST paid, refund will be given by the GST officer. For that, you have to go ahead and give all these documentary evidences. Nothing, Baba. Payment receipt ka details, invoices ka detail, all the details is you have to give a statement. Along with that, they will go ahead and give you a refund over here. Yes, madam. The day you file the application, from that day, refund is given within 60 days. Upward revision have. So 2 years you should do it. 2 years this should be done. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here? Yes. Everyone over here now. Next one. People, CTP and NRTP, they have gone ahead and told. CTP and NRTP ka case mein, always remember one thing. CTP came for 2 months. 2 months ka they should file their return. Only then whatever is the e-cash ledger ka money is there, they will be given a refund. Always remember, CTP and NRTP, refund of CTP and NRTP shall be claimed only after the last return, which is required to be furnished, have been so furnished. CTP or NRTP, whenever they want to apply for refund, if they have gone ahead and paid, file their last return, only after that they can apply for a refund. The next one over here, interest on delayed refund. Sir, remember one thing, if a refund does not come within 60 days from a date of application, then you are given an interest at the rate of 6%. But you remember, sir, if refund is because of a court order, tribunal order, appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court or Supreme Court, then it is 6, not 6%, it is 9. Generally, whenever you get a refund, if refund is not given to you within time, interest is 6. But if refund is because of a appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court or Supreme Court order, then do you remember there I gone and told you the interest is 9. Everyone over here, this is 57 and 58, Consumer Welfare Fund. Reading for your reading, read at home. There's nothing for me to explain. What is it talking about in Consumer Welfare Fund, everyone? Listen. See, whenever refund is given by the government, no, GST department always puts the money in the Consumer Welfare Fund. Money is never given to you. Consumer Welfare Fund mein only money goes unless you prove that the refund was due to you. Can I go ahead? Sir, what will be happening in Consumer Welfare Fund? Consumer Welfare Fund will be used for the benefit of the consumer because it's a consumer money. So whenever I apply for refund, refund will always go to the Consumer Welfare Fund unless I prove that the refund is due to me only. Otherwise, money goes to the Consumer Welfare Fund, and Consumer Welfare Fund, as per the government, supposedly is to be used for what? Benefit of the consumer. They are telling will show display advertisement relating to GST for consumers so that consumers are aware. Can I go ahead? There are various features which are there. This is just for your reading purpose. Everyone listen to me very carefully now. People, tell me one thing. ITC refund I want. Can you tell me what are the 2 scenarios I'll get zero rated supply refund? If you have gone ahead and made exports or you have made supply to SEZ, correct everyone? You have gone ahead and given LUT or bond. You have gone ahead and given LUT or bond. Then in that scenario, your ITC will be refunded. Do you guys agree with me? Everyone. Can I go ahead? Second case is if your output pay rate is 5 and your input pay rate is 18, 13% will always be refunded. Do you guys agree with me? Extra ITC will always be refunded. These are 2 cases. One is zero rated supply under LUT or bond. Number 2 is what, everyone? ITC refund in case of inverted duty structure. Now this refund is given by rule number 89.4 and this refund is given under rule number 89.5. These formulas are told in rule number 89.4 and rule number 89.5. People, please come to your book over here. Now we have 89.4 and 89.5 which is there. Correct everyone? 89.4 and 5 is relating to unutilized ITC refund. For that, government goes ahead and says, I will follow a formula. Baba, there is nothing called a formula over here. You understand one thing. Tell me one thing. Unutilized ITC refund I am getting. Correct everyone? For an example, I am a supplier who is there, who is going ahead and buying goods. I take ITC and then I go ahead and make domestic supply. My question over here, will I get ITC refund or I have to use it? Will I get ITC refund or there is no ITC refund? I just have to use it. Do you guys agree with me? I can't take a ITC refund. Is my point clear? See, I will get an input tax rate over here, but refund is not possible. This input tax rate I have to go ahead and use it. Do you guys agree with me? Now, I have gone ahead and bought some goods on which I have taken input tax rate. First of all, I am talking only about inputs because whenever you are taking out zero rated supply in case of exports or zero rated supply in case of supplying to SEZ, they are telling unutilized ITC on inputs ka will give refund, not input service, not capital goods. Government have told. Okay, everyone. So only inputs ka refund will be given. I bought some input which I have gone ahead and used to make supplies which are under LUT or bond. Zero rated supply. My question over here: will I get a refund? Tell na, Baba. Yes. Yes or no? So you tell me what is the formula if I ask you. There is no separate credit which is there. Credit is only one. So ITC multiplied by zero rated supply under LUT or bond. Do you guys agree with me? Divided by. That's all they have told. See, net ITC, input and input. Sorry. In this you get a refund of input also and input services also. For inverted duty structure you get only inputs. Here you get input also and input services also. Now you tell me one thing. Common input and input service is there. Multiplied by what will you do? Turnover of zero rated supply divided by full turnover. Is that the formula, everyone? They have also gone ahead and written the same formula. But can I go ahead and explain the formula now again? Everyone listen to me very carefully. Everyone tell me. Supposingly, I am a person over here who is going ahead and supplying. I bought some inputs. The ITC is there. I went ahead and did domestic supply. My question over here, will I get a refund or I have to use it? No refund. But will I get the ITC? Yes. Refund is not there. Do you guys agree? I bought some inputs which I took input tax credit. I made exempt supply. Exempt supply ke liye, whatever I use, do I even get ITC or I don't get ITC also? And if I'm doing exempt supply which are exempted, I don't get input tax rate also. Do you guys agree with me? So is there any question of refund or no refund also? No ITC, then what ITC refund? Everyone, please be active, everyone. The next one, I went ahead and bought some inputs. The ITC is there over here, input and input service. Correct, everyone? I went ahead and used it to make zero rated supply on IGST payment. I have to use this. Do you guys agree with me? And I will claim IGST refund. My question out to all of you, do I get ITC refund or no? No, you have to use the ITC over here. Now, my question to all of you, everyone listen to me very carefully. Again, I bought some inputs on which I took input and input service on which I took input tax credit. I used it to make zero rated supply under LUT or bond for which I have gone ahead and done what, everyone? For which I will take ITC. So here ITC will be refunded. So can you tell me, everyone, in this scenario, if I go ahead and tell you how much refund will you get? First, you need net ITC. Can you tell me net ITC means which one? 1, 2, 3. Is it clear? Will you get ITC refund here, ITC refund here, ITC refund here? This amount will be taken ITC, not refund. I'm telling all the three will be taken in your net ITC. So net ITC means will, okay, if I take this as 2, this I take as 3, and this I take as 4. In your ITC, which one will come? 1, 3, and 4. 2, why? 2 is not ITC only because you are using it to make exempt supply. Do you guys agree with me? So first you have to take net ITC. Net ITC means whatever is relating to exempt supply, don't take it. Can I go ahead, everyone? Multiplied by turnover of zero rated supply of goods and services which are made under LUT. Can you tell me which is made under LUT over here? This one. Yes or no? Divided by adjusted turnover. Adjusted turnover means correct. But tell me one thing. In numerator, if you don't take this, in denominator also you will not take this. Is my point clear? So in your denominator also you will take this, this, and this. Arey Baba, if 3 people have contributed, it will be distributed also between 3 people only, no? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now, I want to ask you, is this point 100% clear to all of you? People watching at home, people over here, can I explain again or got it? Arey everyone! Adjusted turnover, I'll go ahead and explain. Now listen to very carefully. So you need to learn first of all net ITC. What do you mean by net ITC? I'll use my textbook to go ahead and talk about it. Don't worry about it. First understand. When I talk about refund means net ITC. People tell me one thing. What do you mean by net ITC? Net ITC just means the input and input services during the relevant period. You tell me one thing. In my example, what is the input and input services? First one. Second. No, it is not your ITC only because exempt supply ke liye, if you are using something, you don't get credit. 1, 3, and 4. Is my point clear? Is net ITC clear to all of you? They have told this only. They have told, sir, net ITC means the ITC. Now, you need what? First of all, turnover of zero rated supply of goods which is done under LUT. Everyone, what do you mean by turnover of zero rated supply of goods which is done under LUT? Whatever you have gone ahead and exported or you have supplied to an SEZ under LUT or bond. Everyone. So, sir, for this they have gone ahead and told, Ramesh, listen. Whatever the value of goods services which are made without payment under an LUT, you take it. For example, 1 crore rupees. But sir, you know what people do? You tell me one thing. If I go ahead and show my LUT or bond card more supply means if I inflate the turnover, refund will be more. So what people do, no, they inflate their turnover when they are exporting the goods from India outside India. No, they inflate the turnover and show more as a sale value. Outside India, a person when he's paying, no, whatever cash, etc., they have outside India, something wrong things they would have done, they get the money from outside India, that is okay. How they get the money, you forget it. But what they are telling, they are inflating their sale. And hence government went and told, if you can sell that item in India for only 50 lakh, the maximum export value you can show is 75 lakh. It means 1.5 times of the value of the goods which are domestically supplied by the same supplier or similar supplier. So sir, if the item amount was 50 lakh rupees, you are telling export invoice is 1 crore, they are telling we'll not take 1 crore, we'll take 50 lakh or 1.5 times, which is 75 lakh, which is lower, everyone. 75 lakh. Is my point clear to all of you? You know what happened? Everyone over here. Value of the invoice is 5 lakh. For example, domestically you are supplying at 4 lakh. The maximum can be 6. So 6 or 5, which is lower. 20 lakh may you are selling in outside India. Domestic export invoice. Domestic value is 10 lakh. You can show maximum how much? So 15 or 20, which is lower? 15. Domestically you are selling at 20. Sorry. Export invoice is 20. Domestically you are selling at 14. 14 ka 1.5 is 21, which is lower. So you'll take 20. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone now listen to very carefully. Whenever you are going, now you tell me one thing. In this question, in this point, first of all, as per this came 75 lakh, correct everyone? Now your shipping bill which you have filed with the custom department, no. In that the FOB value you have shown only 70 lakh. You're telling gone, Baba. 75 or 70, whichever is lower again. See what they have gone ahead and told. One more in the explanation. For the purpose of this rule, the value of goods exported out of India shall be taken as the FOB value of the goods which is declared or the invoice value, whichever is less. You tell me one thing. How do you find out net ITC? You understood? Zero rated supply of goods. Zero rated supply of goods which is made under LUT. How will you take? First of all, whatever is the export invoice ka value. Suppose this is 1 crore. This goods ka domestic supply ka 1.5 times. Do you guys agree with me? 1 crore into 1.5 times is how much, everyone? No. Domestically it can be supplied for 50 lakh. 50 lakh ka 1.5 times is how much? Which is lower. But export ka invoice, here the value came 75 lakh. FOB value which you have shown in the shipping bill which you filed with the custom is only 60 lakh. What will be your export ka value? Only 60 lakh. Government is telling, beta, in export, in shipping bill, why did you show 60 lakh? I want 60. Now I'll show. I'll give you refund only to the extent of 60. Is my point clear to all of you? My question to all of you, is the first point clear? Is the second one clear? Now, third is services supplied under LUT. Everyone, what do you mean by services supplied under LUT? Listen. You are claiming a refund for a period. Always remember April, May, June. For example, 3 months ke liye you are going ahead and claiming a refund. During this period, people listen carefully. You received payment for services 50 lakh rupees. How much payment received? But you know what? Out of the total payment received, 10 lakh relates to services which are to be provided in the next period. Is the service already provided or to be provided? Advance received. 10 lakh is the advance for next period. What to do? Is it relating to this period or not relating? Advance relating to next period. No. What will you do? Delete it. Last period I received 15 lakh rupees advance for which service is given now. Advance previously received 15 lakh added. People, I received some advance now which is for next period. Delete it. I received from advance previously which is for this period. Added. Is my point clear? So can you tell me what will be the services ka value? Hey, 50 minus 10, 40. 40 plus 15 is 60. Again. Everyone over here now, it will be how much, everyone? 55 lakh. Is my point clear to all of you? Tell me one thing. Net ITC means what? Input and input services ka credit. Exam supply wala credit don't take. Zero rated supply of goods means what, everyone? Whatever is the export invoice ka value you have declared, 1.5 times of the domestic supply value, whichever is lower, compared to the FOB which you have shown in shipping bill, whichever is lower. Is my point clear? LUT of services, what will you take? Whatever total payment is received, advance relating to next period, delete it. Advance received previously, which is service is provided now. Added. Can I explain again or got it? People, first point is clear. Second point is clear. Third point is clear. Can I go ahead, everyone? Is it? Smile. Can I go ahead, everyone? Is it easy, Baba? Now we have adjusted turnover. Now people get confused with adjusted turnover. Listen. Turnover, little adjust. Turnover, little. So from turnover, we have to reach to adjusted turnover. Correct, everyone? Now listen, in turnover, turnover can be of goods also, turnover can be of service. But I want everyone to first confirm, is everyone 100% clear till here? Are everyone? Now we are going to learn about turnover little adjusted. Turnover can be of goods, turnover can be of service. Do you guys agree with me? Turnover can have domestic supply which is taxable supply. It can have exempt supplies which are there. Are everyone? It can have, one is domestic supply which are taxable, one is domestic supply which are exempt supply. Do you guys agree with me? It can have zero rated supply which is made under on payment of GST. It can have zero rated supply which is made under LUT. Here also it can have domestic supply which are taxable, domestic supply which are exempt. It can have zero rated supply on IGST payment. It can have zero rated supply under LUT. Do you guys agree with me, everyone? Everyone can have four categories: domestic supply taxable, domestic supply exempt, zero rated supply under LUT or bond, zero rated supply under IGST payment. In your adjusted turnover, what will go? Remember the numerator ITC. Will this come in your adjusted? Yes. This though did not ITC also not taken. Don't take in turnover also. This will come in your adjusted turnover. No. Sorry. This will come in your adjusted turnover, and this will come in your adjusted turnover. Domestic supply, adjusted turnover, it will come. Exempt supply will not come. You know what, everyone? One more thing which they invented and specifically have excluded, which I don't know the reason. Okay, everyone? Now I will definitely figure it out, and there will be some reason which is there, but still they have specifically told in case of service which you have made under IGST payment also has to be excluded. Are we all clear? And this amount also will come in your adjusted turnover. Can you tell me, everyone, when I go ahead and tell you now in your exam, whatever they give you, you'll be able to find it out. Turnover and adjusted turnover. What is turnover? Turnover can be of goods, turnover can be of service. Turnover can be domestic supply, which is taxable supply, domestic supply, which is exempt supply. Turnover can be zero rated supply made on IGST payment, and turnover can be zero rated supply under LUT. Service के लिए domestic supply, which is taxable supply, service के लिए domestic supply, which is exempt supply, zero rated supply, IGST payment, and zero rated supply under LUT. You tell me one thing, everyone. First one, will it go? Yes. Second one, no. Third one, yes. This one, yes. This one, yes. This will not go. This specifically told no, and this also will go. You know what, everyone? Zero rated supply under LUT, take from the numerator. Hey, we calculated no. This we calculated. Service also we calculated. Here we calculated no. How you calculated service and goods? That same thing you should take in your turnover as per the numerator. What you calculated for the numerator? Is my point clear to all of you? People, tell me one thing. Now, is it clear? Net ITC multiplied by zero rated supply under LUT for goods. Will you be able to find it out? Plus zero rated supply under LUT for services divided by adjusted turnover. Everything I've gone ahead and bifurcated and explained it to you. I hope rule number 89.4 is clear to all of you. The same thing has been written down over here. Now I want to go to rule number 89.5. Remember 89.4, it is only input and input services. Now I want to go to the next one, which is rule number 89.5, which talks about refund of I claim on account of inverted duty structure. Please come to 89.5. Now we have the next one, which is rule number 89.5, which talks about refund amount which will be there with respect to what, everyone? Inverted duty structure. Everyone, can I go ahead and directly explain to you inverted duty structure? Listen, inverted duty structure, what they have gone ahead and told is, first you have to go ahead and take again the net ITC multiplied by turnover of inverted duty structure goods. People, inverted duty structure ka whatever is the goods or service, and divided by adjusted turnover minus the tax which is payable. Clear, everyone? 1 minute. Whatever is the tax payable with respect to those goods you paid. For example, input pay rate is 18, output pay rate is 5%. So, Baba, input rate is 18, output is 5. Correct? You will pay your 5, no? Then remaining only you will get the refund. How much? 13. So that is what they are trying to say. Let's understand this with the help of a diagram. Everyone over here now. For an example, I went ahead and bought one input in which the rate of GST is 18%. Everyone listen carefully. Everyone listen carefully. Input services on which the rate of GST is supposedly 18%. Don't worry about it. Now you tell me one thing. I paid 18 lakh rupees over here. You know what? Out of this, I made product A and I made product B also. Okay, everyone. Inputs I went in and bought on which I paid 18% GST. For example, 18 lakh rupees I've gone in and paid. I used it to make product A also. I used it to make product B also. Product A ka, the turnover which is there, here also turnover is given. Product A ka turnover which is there is supposingly, product A ka turnover which is there is over here 100 lakhs. Product B ka turnover is also 100 lakhs rupees over here. Product A pay rate of GST is 18. Product B pay rate of GST is 5. Can you tell me which product is inverted? Product A or product B? Product B is inverted. Do you guys agree with me? Baba, are you guys convinced, first of all, that product B is inverted? I bought input services and capital goods also 18% GST I've gone ahead and paid. But now you tell me one thing, first of all, which product is inverted, product A or product B? Product B. If I go ahead and ask you, in this input, how much relates to product A and how much relates to product B? Based on your turnover. Everyone, tell no. Apply little brain. Think, tell me. 18 lakh is there, which is the ITC, multiplied by turnover of, this is inverted, right? Why inverted? Rate is only 5, input pay rate is 18. So this is inverted, how much is the turnover? Divided by how much is the total turnover? 200 lakh. You tell me, everyone, this is the formula, no? Net ITC multiplied by turnover of inverted divided by adjusted turnover. Can you tell me how much is the amount coming to inverted? So 9 lakh relates to this, 9 lakh relates to this. Do you guys agree with me? When 9 lakh came over here, will you get full 9 lakh refund? Why no? They are telling, see, 9 lakh relates to product B, 9 lakh relates to product A. Product A wala, so you have to use it. Product B wala 9 lakh, you will get a refund, but not full. 100 lakh pe how much is payable? 5%, no? So 9 lakh minus 5 lakh is payable. Correct, everyone? Everyone. So 5 lakh is payable. How much will you get a refund? Do you got it? That's all. That's all, everyone. ITC relating to input multiplied by zero inverted ka turnover divided by total turnover. Everyone. Now you tell me one thing. You should get a refund of 5 lakh, right? 5 is the tax payable. 4 lakh. Correct? Now you know what happened. This matter went to the court and people went in and told I should get a refund more. Court, there is some problem with the formula. And they went ahead and changed the formula. I'll tell you why. Listen. People, is this first of all clear to all of you? I'll ask you again. You tell me only if I'm convinced, I'll go ahead. Input, I told you. Input services I bought. Capital goods I bought. Okay, everyone. Here also I paid GST. Here also I paid GST. Here I paid 18% GST, 18 lakh rupees for an example. Out of this, I made the final goods. Final goods I went ahead and made was product A, and I went ahead and made product B. Product A pay rate of GST is 5%. Product B pay rate of GST is supposedly 18% or 28%, which is inverted. Product A. Here the turnover supposedly is 100 lakh. Here the turnover supposedly is 400 lakh. Can you tell me how much is your refund? First of all, everyone, can you tell me how much is your refund? Quickly. Sir, 18 lakh rupees into 100 lakh is the inverted duty structure. Correct, everyone? Cut turnover divided by adjusted turnover. 500 lakh. How much would you get a refund? 3.6 lakh. Do you guys agree with me? How much is the tax payable? 5 lakh. And hence you got a refund of 0. Tax payable. Do you guys agree with me? Are we all clear with this point? Now you tell me one thing. Everyone, I'll come back to this. Sir, here but the tax payable was there. Correct, everyone? Now you tell me one thing. People went to the government. People, is the same thing which I explained down? Now you know what, everyone? This is your inverted duty structure ka tax. People, how much is the tax with respect to my inverted duty structure? How much is the input tax relating to my inverted duty structure? 9 lakh. How much is the tax payable? 5. Government is assuming, okay, this input tax credit is relating to only inputs, right? Array, and this is my tax payable. Array, everyone, tax payable, I can pay using my input also, input service also. Array, you are giving me a refund of 9 lakh. Relating to my inverted duty structure, how much is the tax? 9 lakh. Now this 9 lakh, how I have to pay, I will decide, no? I will use my input, I will use my input service, I will use my capital goods and pay. How whatever input tax rate I have, I will use and pay. You are assuming that this 9 lakh, may say 5 lakh which I have to pay, I will use my inputs ka credit only. So people went to the court and told court, this is not right. Okay, you are giving me a refund only of inputs. 9 lakh which is there, give me full 9 lakh. I have to pay 5 lakh. No, I will pay out of my input service, capital goods. I'll decide how I have to pay. You have to give me a refund of 9. You are telling tax payable also, I will assume is paid out of input ka tax only. You understood? And hence court went ahead and told, okay, the court gave department one this thing. Court told, hey, make some changes. Department told, okay, this 5 lakh which you have to pay, no, you can use. People, earlier the refund was 4 lakh, right? Now listen, government went ahead and told, listen, you can pay 5 lakh. You can use your inputs divided by input plus input services ka ratio mein. Input means your net ITC. Array, net ITC means inputs only, no? How much is the net ITC? You tell me one thing. 5 lakh I can pay in this ratio, input to input services. Here supposingly I had gone ahead and paid input services. I had gone ahead and have the credit of 36 lakh. Now you tell me this 5 lakh, how I will pay, that I will decide, no? The government told, no. 5 lakh also I will say that you use little of your input, little of your input service. How much of your input? In the ratio of input divided by input plus input service. And you know what? Here the net inputs means what? Only input only, no? So they are telling into net ITC, which is relating to what? Input divided by input plus input service. Because they are telling this 5 lakh, now I will assume that you are paying in the ratio of what? You are using little of your input also, little of your input service also. So how much of my inputs I am using, everyone? Into 18 lakh divided by 18 plus 36 lakh. Do you guys agree with me? Can you tell me in what ratio will I use 5 lakh rupees input? How much will I use? 9 lakh minus 5 lakh into 18 divided by this one is how much? 3 lakh. Can you tell me my refund now? Earlier the refund was only 4, now the refund became 6. Because I told, see, relating to my inverted duty structure, how much is my input tax? 9 lakh. I'm telling, give me this whole 9 lakh. I have to pay 5, right? 5 I will pay how I want. So they went ahead and told, no, 5 you should pay in the ratio of input by input plus input service. And hence your refund became how much, everyone, now? 6 lakh. And that's what they have gone ahead and told in the formula. Everyone see. Net ITC, you take it. Net ITC, you know what is ITC now? Correct? Array, net ITC of only inputs. In multiplied by turnover of inverted duty structure of goods and service divided by adjusted turnover. Adjusted turnover, I have already taught you how to calculate above only. Can I go ahead, everyone? Nothing, Baba. I adjusted turnover. Take the turnover which is of inverted and non-inverted. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here, listen. Minus, you have to do the tax payable. In our question, the tax payable on inverted duty structure was 5 lakh, which I used multiplied by inputs divided by input and input services. Can I explain again or got it? Got it, everyone? That's all, everyone. Now listen to me very carefully. People, there are some circulars which will go ahead and explain you now quickly. Everyone over here. People, the circulars you guys will be reading at home. I'm just running through the circular and telling you the gist of the circular, final circular. Everyone listen to me very carefully. On refund of unutilized ITC, in case of export of goods which are having nil return. People, tell me one thing. If my goods are subject to export duty, no ITC refund. No ITC. Array, under customs, if my goods are subject to export duty, ITC refund is not there or IGST refund is also not there. Now, for example, in the custom tariff act, one item ka rate is written as nil. It means no export duty. Will I get ITC refund? Yes. So they clarified over here on unutilized ITC when you are claiming refund. If the export of goods have nil rate, will you still get the refund? Nil means what? No rate. It means will I get ITC refund? Yes. So they went ahead and told, sir, whether it is prohibited? No, it is not prohibited. You can go ahead and claim a refund. There is no restriction. Even if my goods have nil rate of duty or goods are exempted from export duty, it means I'm not paying any export duty. Will I get ITC refund? Yes. Next. People, you tell me one thing. When government went ahead and told inverted duty structure, you will get inputs ka refund. Inputs means what? Other than capital goods, all the goods. All the goods can be packing material. All the goods can be spare parts. All the goods can be any input. Do you guys agree with me? Now, GST department went ahead and told Ramesh to make this item, whatever inputs you actually use, raw material, only that will be considered in input. So, government went ahead and clarified, and people told, sir, spare parts are there. We have put it in P&L. If you put it in P&L, it's an input only, no? If you put it in balance sheet, then it's a capital goods. So, some spare parts, we have gone ahead and put it in P&L. Packing material, we have put it as an expense in the P&L. Now, GST officer is telling, I will not consider all this as an input. But, sir, packing material is an input. Spare part which we have put in the P&L account is an input. GST department government gave the clarification in favor of the taxpayers, and government told input include all inputs which are there. Even if spare parts are put in the P&L account, that is also input, and all the inputs ka ITC has to be taken in net ITC while calculating the refund in case of inverted duty structure. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? The same thing has been told over here. The next one, people, refund of unutilized ITC in case of reduction in rate of GST. People, you know what happened over here. Now, for example, I went ahead, everyone listen. I bought this bottle before 2 years. Rate was 18. Today, when I'm selling this bottle, the rate is only 12. Is it inverted? When I bought the bottle before 2 years, suppose in 2023, the rate was 18%. Now, when I'm selling the bottle in 2025, the rate is how much? 12. Is it inverted? Will I get 6% refund? Government told, because input and output is same, there is no refund. Yes or no? But then again, one clarification came where now government have gone ahead and changed its stand and told even if the input and output is same, you will get inverted duty structure ka refund, but provided it should be at the same point of time. Means it should have been 2025 when you bought it, 2025 only when you sold it, the rate should have been less. Sir, how it is possible? If I buy today and if I sell today, if rate is 18, I have to sell also at 18. For an example, I'll tell you. People, you tell me one thing. I bought one bottle, sold the bottle same. Will I get inverted duty structure? Yes. I bought the bottle at 18. When I sold the bottle, I sold it to the government department. There is one notification which says government department when you are selling bottle, the rate should be charged only 5. That's why I charged 5. Same point of time. But rate is 5. Will I get inverted refund? Yes. Can I go ahead, everyone? Earlier they told, because it is different point of time, because it is same item, we are not giving the refund. But then now they have gone ahead and changed their stand on told over here, very simple. It should be at the same point of time. You bought at 18, you're selling at 5 because of a exemption notification might be you're selling at lower price, you will get inverted duty structure even if it is the same item. Are we all clear till here? And that is what is being told over here. The next one. People, now can I go ahead and claim refund? Everyone, for an example, there are 2 years over here. People listen carefully. One is financial year 24-25. One is financial year 25-26. There is Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June. These are the years which are there. Can I branch it together and claim one refund application? Means 2 financial year ka 2 period, can I join and claim refund for the whole period? You got my point, everyone? Yes, you can do it. Branching of 2 financial year is possible, no problem at all. What they have gone ahead and told, branching of refund across financial year. People, when I wanted to club 6 months and claim refund, no, 6 months mein 3 was here, 3 was another financial year. Is it okay? Yes. You can file one refund application. Now you tell me one thing, whatever refund ka formula we learned, no, that is the maximum amount of refund. That is the maximum amount of refund. Now, sir, you tell me one thing. For an example, everyone here, I am going in and applying for refund for the period Jan, Feb, March. Here, after that, when I filed the GSTR 3B for the whole 3 months, no, my GST, after I filed my GSTR 3B, the balance in my e-credit ledger is 1 lakh rupees only. But now I filed the refund, no, when I filed the refund, my e-credit ledger balance is only 50,000. Listen to me very carefully. You know what? When I applied the formula, as per 89.4 or 5, formula told refund of 40,000 only. How much will I get? See, this period ke liye I am applying for refund. This whole period ke liye I am applying for refund. For the period for which I am applying for refund, after I have gone ahead and filed my return, my balance is 1 lakh. When I actually filed the return, people, for this period I filed the refund, might be in September I filed it. I can file within 2 years. I filed in September. When I applied for refund, my balance was how much, everyone? 50,000 only, credit ledger. When I applied the formula, how much is the maximum amount of refund? That is 40. How much will I get the refund? 40. The maximum amount of refund came 60. How much will I get the refund? How much? Lower of the three. Correct, everyone? 50. I went ahead and applied for refund over here. And you listen to me very carefully. They have gone ahead and told over here, sir, whenever you apply for refund, in case of refund of unutilized ITC, always remember one thing, the portal will always calculate the list of the following. Unutilized ITC, whenever you apply for refund, number 1, as per the formula. Number 2, balance in e-credit ledger at the end of the tax period for which refund claim is filed after the filing of 3B. You tell me one thing, this period I am filing a refund. If I file my 3B, the balance is only 1 lakh. And then they are going ahead and telling the balance in the e-credit ledger at the time of actually filing the application. Sir, when I actually filed the application, it was 50 only. Now you tell me one thing, as per the formula, it came that your refund is 2 lakh rupees. Will you get 2 lakh? When your 3B got over here, 3B ka balance was only 1 lakh. Sorry, when you filed your 3B, your e-credit ledger balance was only 1 lakh. How can you get more than 1 lakh? But actually, when you applied for refund, in my balance only 50 is there. 50 only you'll get. My point clear. Now you tell me one thing. For an example, the maximum refund came only 40,000. Which one will you get? Now this 40 will be given for my e-credit ledger. E-credit ledger has IGST also, CGST also, e-credit ledger has SGST also. This 40 will be given for where? They are telling first, remember, IGST will be used. So 40,000, supposing you have IGST 20, so that 20,000 will be used fully. You need 30 more. Array, you need 20 more, right? 20 is gone. The remaining will be given 10 from here and 10 from here. They are telling over here, CGST and SGST will be used equal. And in the event of any shortfall, wherever balance is available from that ledger, the amount will be paid. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone over here now, the next one. Circular. Refund of ITC restricted to the, okay, tell me one thing. I am applying for refund of ITC. ITC means your GSTR 2B. Whatever invoices came in your 2B, only that should be included in your ITC calculation. You are asking for a ITC ka refund, correct? So people file GSTR 1, it came in your GSTR 2B. Whatever has come in your GSTR 2B is your confirmed credit. Only that should be going in the calculation of net ITC. Only that ka refund will be given. They are telling, sir, whatever is not coming in your 2B is not your confirmed credit. So we will never go ahead and give you the refund. The next one, sir, deemed export ka case mein. You tell me one thing, can there be the recipient who can file a refund application in case of deemed export? Yes, I clarified, in case of deemed export, supplier also can file, recipient also can go ahead and file for a everyone refund. There is no restriction on recipient of deemed export going ahead and filing for a refund. The next one. People, tell me one thing. I have money in my e-cash ledger. E-cash is your cash. Time limit of 2 years, etc. is not applicable. Your cash, which is lying in your e-cash ledger, you can apply for refund anytime. There is no problem. E-cash ledger ke liye, no problem. Next, sir. When I am applying for refund from my e-cash ledger, your wallet ke liye, what proof you have to give? There is no proof of unjust enrichment required. They are telling no self-declaration or CS certificate is required if you are going ahead and applying for refund of what, everyone? E-cash ledger. Sir, people deducted my TDS and TCS. That will come in my e-cash ledger. Can I apply for refund? Yes, they're telling TDS and TCS, which is in your e-cash ledger, can be refunded as a balance of your e-cash ledger only. No problem. Apply anytime. It's your money. You can take it. Next. Sir, whether relevant date for the refund regarded as deemed export by the recipient has to be determined. If so, what is the date? Hey, nothing, Baba. You tell me one thing. In case the recipient of deemed export applies for refund, he has to apply within 2 years. 2 years from which date? In case recipient of deemed export applies for refund, he has to apply within 2 years from the day supplier files his return. Did I already tell you, everyone? The same thing. Next one, everyone over here. Clarification in respect of certain challenges faced by the GST. You will tell me, everyone listen carefully. I got advance. I got an advance. I should receive voucher, paid the GST on advance. Service ka case mein. I paid the GST on advance. Later contract got cancelled. I refunded the advance. Can I adjust my liability or I have to claim a refund only? You got my point, everyone? Later, can I adjust my liability? No. When you have gone ahead and given money on your advance, remember refund also has to. People, I received advance, I paid GST. When I refunded the advance, I also have to file refund application only. There is no adjustment of liability. I received the money. I gave you a tax invoice. Now you are asking your money back. Contract got cancelled. I'll give you a credit note. I can adjust my liability. Array, against a tax invoice, always credit note, right? And I can adjust my liability. If I don't have money to adjust only, for example, that month payable is nothing, then what should I reduce? In that scenario, I can apply for refund. People, 1 minute. I went and received on advance for service. I paid GST to the government. I have to file a refund claim to take the money back. Refund claim. I got the money. I paid the GST to the government. I issued tax invoice. Against tax invoice, I'll issue. If I return the money to you, I'll go and issue what? Credit note. I'll return the GST. Government will say that much you can adjust. That month I can adjust. If adjustment ke liye I'm telling nothing is payable, where should I adjust? Then you can apply for refund. Is my point clear to all of you? Can I explain again or got it? Got it, everyone? The same thing I've gone ahead and told over here. People over here, this thing. Everyone over here now. 1 minute. Same thing which I've told you, same thing has been written. Everyone over here now. The next one. Clarification on certain challenges faced by the registered person in implementation of the GST provision. Everyone over here now. Listen to me very carefully. Whether ITC available to the recipient of deemed export for claiming refund on deemed export supplies would be subject to section number 17. You tell me one thing, everyone. Listen, listen. I am one supplier there who is deemed export ka supplier. People listen carefully. He went in and supplied me. I am the recipient. I am the recipient of deemed export. Okay, everyone. When I receive the deemed export supply, I have already paid him the GST. Whatever GST paid, no, you can apply for refund. Now, you know what this recipient told? This recipient told, sir, when we are going ahead and filing a refund claim, no, RFD01, this GST ka refund we are applying. We are not taking ITC. People listen. Deemed export ka recipient don't take ITC. Whatever GST paid is there, they get refund of the GST paid, full amount. It is not ITC. Whatever is the GST paid on their inward supply, they get a refund. It means they don't take ITC. GST ka, they take a refund. Paid ka. But they told, sir, you know what? When we go online and file a refund claim saying this amount of GST which is paid, 1 lakh, we want a refund. The portal, no, immediately in my e-credit ledger, it is debiting 1 lakh rupees. But sir, I never took GST ka ITC because deemed export wala recipient never take ITC. So I never took the ITC. But in my e-credit ledger, when I file refund claim, it is getting debited. It's a technical error. So government told, okay, fine. Do one thing. You first take the ITC and then you can go ahead and when you file a refund application, it will get debited. So technical problem will get solved. My question to all of you, I am a deemed export ka recipient. Will I take ITC or GST refund? GST paid refund. But when I am applying for a GST paid refund, my e-credit ledger is getting debited. So what to do? I can go ahead and take the credit so that it will get later debited and it will nullify. Is my point clear to all of you? That's all they have gone ahead and told. ITC is so availed by registered person. Okay, now tell me one thing. Now my question to all of you, is this credit taken by me because of a problem? Actually, should I take credit or I should not take credit? I will get refund of the whole GST paid. Do you guys agree with me? You know what, everyone? If it is ITC, it will be subject to section number 17. Block credit, apportionment, everything. I told sir this amount is not credit only. I took the input tax credit. Why? Because of filing a refund application, it was getting debited, so I took the ITC. It is actually ITC or not ITC? If it is not ITC, section number 17, the provision of block credit will not apply. Apportionment will not apply. And that is what they are telling. ITC so availed by the recipient of deemed export supply would not be subject to provision of section number 17. The next one over here, whether ITC availed by recipient of deemed export for claiming refund of tax paid on supplies regarded as deemed export is to be included in net ITC for the computation of unutilized ITC under 89.4 and 89.5. You tell me one thing, everyone. Is it ITC at all? Deemed export ka recipient took the ITC over here 1 lakh. Correct, everyone? Is it ITC or it is just taken for the technical problem? It is not ITC. Do you guys agree with me? If it is not ITC, will it go in net ITC ka formula while calculating 89.4 and 5 mein 89.4 and 5 mein we need net ITC? Will this amount go in net ITC? I am the deemed export ka recipient. Will I take this 1 lakh in my net ITC is my question. No. Why? Because it is not ITC only. I am just taking it Because when I'm filing refund, it was getting debited, so I took it as ITC. Otherwise, it is not ITC only. Can I go ahead, everyone? And hence they went ahead and told ITC availed by recipient for supplies regarded as deemed export, uh, not to be included in net ITC for the computation of refund of unutilized ITC under 89.4 and 5. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? All these were just the circulars which are there. Baba, you know what, everyone? Refund as a chapter is very good chapter. I like this chapter, and I've gone ahead and told you what are the amendments also. A graded chapter, everyone, from exam point of view. People, A graded chapter, anything can come from the chapter. You can't do anything about it. I've gone ahead and told you absolutely everything from the chapter, including circular, everything. Can we go ahead, everyone? They can tell you, please listen, remember, they can go ahead and tell you what are the cases unjust enrichment is not applicable. Correct, everyone? This point, this one small point is a part of amendment. If your goods are subject to export duty, ITC refund or IGST paid refund, both are not there. Okay, everyone? Then I went ahead and told you, people, you remember, for unregistered person claiming a refund, unregistered person claiming a refund, you can have a small question on this exam in the exam. Sir, upward revision, you might have a small question in the exam. So, a person went ahead and supplied his goods. He already filed his shipping bill. He already got his refund. Later, he upward revised the price. Can he apply to the custom department by filing a shipping bill again, or he has to apply to the GST department? What is the procedure? They can tell you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, rule number 89.4 and 5. Very, very important. I've already explained you in detail over here. Correct? Although A graded chapter, circulars, you might or might not get. B graded, I'll call all the circulars. But I like the circulars, Baba. Trust me, anywhere, any point, one small point, they can go ahead and give you. Done, everyone. Closing my discussion, wherein I have covered all the amendments also which is applicable, and everything from the circulars are also done for this chapter. Please do some question. We'll close our discussion on the chapter of refund. My fund is there with the government. I want it back. So you do three things: application, documentary evidence, and documentary evidence to prove refund is due to me. Closing my discussion on the chapter of refund. All right, students, let's go ahead and now move to the last chapter in your GST, which is your miscellaneous provision. Again, miscellaneous provision from exam point of view, C graded. Baba, good luck is very good. You will get 3 marks per question. Now, what I've gone ahead and done for miscellaneous chapter is all the miscellaneous sections in your GST are there in your miscellaneous provision. Now, all the sections, so you can't go ahead and remember. So, what I've gone ahead and done, whichever sections are important from this chapter, I've gone ahead and made one summary, not chart, it's a summary which is there. It's not a chart which is there, it's just a summary note which is there, where I have gone ahead and told which sections are important, what is the name of the section, what are the questions we can expect, and what will be your answer. That's all. Which is summary of that section only. Can I go ahead, everyone? So, what I've gone ahead and done, the first one, section number 145, as admissibility of microfilm, facsimile copy, documents, and computer printout as document and evidence. You know what happened in your premises? One small search and seizure happened. Officer went ahead and found one paper lying in your premises, one document lying in your premises, one printout lying in your premises, one photo lying in your premises. You are telling, no, no, this does not belong to me. No, what they are telling, if anything is found in your premises, that will be presumed to be yours only. So what they are telling, what are the document and evidence deemed to be document and evidence for purpose of proceeding? Whatever they find in your premises, they will use it against you for in the proceeding. It will be deemed that it belongs to you. A microfilm of a document, or microfilm means a video of a document, or reproduction of image, any image which is there, facsimile copy, Xerox copy, basically photocopy, a statement containing a document and included in a printout material produced by the computer, any information stored in electronic media. One hard disk they found. You're telling, no, no, it does not belong to me. That information does not belong to me. All the sales information which are there in this document, these sales are not mine. They will deem it to be yours. Any information stored in electronic device, including media, including hard copy, made of such information shall be deemed to be document for the purpose of this act and the rules made thereunder, and shall be admissible in any proceeding. You're telling, sir, this photo of some document or these documents which are there, these are not mine. I don't know whose documents are this. They're telling, if it is found in your premises, it is deemed to be yours, and we'll use it against you in a proceeding. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. Section number 150, which is there, obligation to furnish information return. Who are the people liable? See, Baba, your information can be obtained from a third party by the GST department, and those third parties have to file to the department one information return wherein in respect of you, the information will be given by them to the department. Like how in income tax, all your deposits which you make in the bank, if you deposit more than 10 lakh in cash, banks will inform the GST income tax department. Same way, GST department also can collect your information by telling certain people to file information return. Now, if they ask you who are the people who are required to file information return, a taxable person, a local authority, other public body, association, income tax authorities, a banking company, state electricity board or electricity distribution and transmission licensee, the registrar, sub-registrar, ROC, recognized stock exchange, GSTN. All these people are required to file information return. The next one over here is power to collect statistics. Who shall exercise the power? People, again, statistical data. data in a more organized manner is called statistics. And a commissioner or the person authorized by the commissioner can go ahead and direct any person by an order and tell him, I want these statistics which are there. You, for these topics which you are dealing with in the GST Act, I want the statistical data from you. You have to give me the statistical data if you have gone ahead and given you an order. The next one over here, taking the assistance of expert, who at who, when, and at what stage. For example, GST department is doing an investigation in your case and they feel they need the help of a chartered accountant. Can they go ahead and take the help of a chartered accountant, cost accountant, information technology expert? Yes. Who can take the help? Any officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner, when having the regards to the nature and complexity of the case in the interest of revenue at any stage of scrutiny, inquiry, investigation or other proceeding, they can go ahead and take the help. If they want, if they feel the system, the information which is there, I want an IT expert, they can call an IT expert. I want a chartered accountant, they can go ahead and take the help of chartered accountant, cost accountant, everyone, whomever they want. Next, but it should not be the officer below the rank of assistant commissioner. Everyone, any officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner. Disclosure of information by a public servant. What are the circumstances when information collected by GST officer can be disclosed? Tell me one thing, everyone. GST officer has my information, sales information, this information, that information, proceeding information. Now, those information which are my information with the GST officer, he can't make it public. If he makes it public, penalties. Correct, everyone? Now, what are the cases when GST officer can go ahead and make my information public? So, they are telling, yes, the confidential information can be disclosed only for certain purpose, for prosecution, for sending you to jail. Your details can be disclosed by the GST officer. For carrying out the object of the GST law, if he feels that disclosing your information, the GST law objective can be carried out properly. For service of any notice or notice of demand, for furnishing information to the court in a proceeding, Baba, court may do details are required, then he can disclose. For audit of tax receipt or refund, for audit purpose, he can go ahead and disclose the information. For inquiry into the conduct of GST officer, for enabling levy, realization of any tax or duty, Baba, for realizing a tax, he can disclose your information. In lawful exercise, he can disclose, and for inquiry into the charge of misconduct of any professional, also the information which is there can be disclosed by the GST officer. Might be my chart accountant is going ahead and filing my return, he is doing all wrong thing. So against my chart accountant, if he wants to go ahead and charge something, he can disclose the information which is filed in my case by my chart accountant. So all the information can be disclosed. So next it says consent-based sharing. Baba, this is one point I like it. Consent-based sharing. They might go ahead and tell you something. Consent-based sharing. Everyone, I'll go ahead and tell you. Listen to me very carefully. For example, this is me over here. My information, I am going ahead and filing my GST return with the Goods and Services Act network, right? Everyone, GSTN ke saath I am filing my GST returns, etc. Now, this is the bank. Bank is going ahead and telling me, Ramesh, every month I want your sales ka information. But I am filing my sales ka information with GSTN. They are telling, sir, we don't want the information from you because you might manipulate and give us the sales ka detail. Bank is telling, I have given you a loan. For that, I want the sales ka information every month. Now, if I give the bank the sales ka information, bank is telling, I don't believe you. So what government have gone ahead and created? Government have created one system called accounts aggregator system. Wherein what will happen? No, first you will give permission to the accounts aggregator system that your information they can go ahead and ask the GSTN. And now GSTN, we will go ahead and give the information to the accounts aggregator system, who is the third party over here. And accounts aggregator system will start sharing your information with the bank. So for example, bank needs your sales ka information. You can go ahead and tell GSTN, okay, you can go ahead and give the information to accounts aggregator system and they will share the information with the bank. Now bank will say this information is coming directly from GSTN, right? Through the accounts aggregator. So bank will trust this information. Your information, bank can obtain from accounts aggregators. And what they have gone ahead and told, what are the system notified for consent-based sharing? Baba, they can't take my information without my consent. I will first give the consent to the GSTN. GSTN will give the information to accounts aggregator system, and accounts aggregator system will give the information to the banks, financial institutions, etc. Now, for an example, one more financial institution is there who wants to give me the loan. But before giving me the loan, he wants my information of sales, etc. So one is accounts aggregator system who can give the information. One more system has been notified. Which are the system which are notified by the government for sharing your information with the bank's financial institution? Number one, accounts aggregator system. Number two, public tech platform for frictionless credit have been notified as a system with which information may be shared by the common portal. Basically, when I allow them, they will share the information with accounts aggregator system and they will share it with the bank, financial institutions, etc. So accounts aggregator system and public tech platform for frictionless credit. There are two systems which are there. I will give the information to GSTN. I will tell the GSTN, you share the information. GSTN will share with them. They will share with the bank, financial institution, etc. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here, sir, publication of information in respect of certain person means your information, they can make it public. So for an example, against you one proceedings was done. After the proceedings was done, your information can be made public by the GST department. For example, you are involved in bogus invoices. Now, can the proceedings, what happened in your case, be made public by the GST department? They have gone ahead and told publication of information in respect of certain person. When shall the particulars of any proceeding or prosecution. See, just to set you an example, see, we have gone ahead and charged him. We have sent him to jail. All this information of a proceedings, we carried out proceedings against you. We have sent you to jail. This prosecution ka proceeding, can we make it public to everyone? Yes. But first, your right to appeal is there. Then let him appeal. Otherwise, what if you told him thief to everyone and he went to appeal and he won it? So they are telling over here. Can it be published under the GST law? Discuss the relevant provision. When the commissioner is of the opinion that it is necessary or expedient in public interest to publish the name of any person. Baba, one bogus invoice supplier got caught. Now, in the interest of the public, he wants to disclose the name of that bogus invoice supplier. Can he do that? Yes. In the interest of the revenue and any particular relating to proceedings or prosecution in respect of any person. Baba, if he considered it necessary or expedient, he can go ahead and do it. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. No publication under this act in respect of any penalty shall be made unless the time for filing an appeal to the appellate authority has expired without an appeal being presented or appeal, if presented, has been disposed of. Just imagine, I went ahead and charged you with a prosecution, I went ahead and charged you with a penalty or anything, and now time limit for filing an appeal is still there. And I went ahead and made your information public that he has been penalized. Later you went and fought the appeal and you won then. So I have to wait till the time you don't file the appeal, the time period is gone. Or if file the appeal is disposed of against you, then I can go ahead and do what, everyone? Make your information public. Next, rectification of error. I have already told you, if any error is apparent on the face of record, it can be rectified within how much time, everyone? 3 months. Maximum time limit to rectify is 6 months. And this 6 months is not applicable in case of clerical error. Remember one thing, any error, whenever it is rectified, if it leads to your liability going up or ITC coming down, then you will be given opportunity of being heard. I like this one. I like this one. I like this public tech platform wala consent based sharing also. The next one, people, government goes ahead and issues CBIC. CBIC issues circular, not government issues CBIC. CBIC goes ahead and issues circular. Who gave the power to the CBIC to issue circular? Section number 168 gives the CBIC the power to go ahead and issue circulars and direction. And Babu, whenever CBIC issues any circular, no, we are just studying, but it is not mandatory for us to follow in our life. It is mandatory and binding on the GST officers to follow circular. If I don't follow the circular, GST officer will pass an adverse decision against me, then I have to go and appeal. So people also follow it. But it is not binding on us, it is only binding on the GST officers. The next one, 168A. I like 168A. You know what happened? COVID came. In COVID, this section got introduced because there is a time limit, government can give extension, no? But in COVID, the unlimited extension you had to be given. So whenever there is any force majeure, means drought has happened, flood has happened, pandemic, epidemic, all this has happened, and government wants to extend the time limit beyond the time limit which is told in the act, then government can use the power under section number 168. Can the time limit under the GST Act cannot be extended, correct? But do you agree? No, the government has the power to extend the time limit under the GST Act. However, such powers are not unbridled powers. Such section number 168A empowers the government to extend the time limit only when the action cannot be completed due to force majeure. Means government can't extend the time limit beyond the time limit which is told by the GST Act unless it is what case, everyone? Force majeure ka case. What do you mean by force majeure? Force majeure means war has happened, epidemic. Just imagine fighter jets are going, war is happening, and you're telling no, I have to file GST return. That time government can extend the time limit beyond the time limit which is told in the act. Is my point clear to all of you? Next. Sir, section number 169 talks about what? Okay. Force majeure means war, epidemic, drought, fire, or any other calamity caused by nature affecting the implementation of the provision of the act. The power can be exercised retrospectively also. Everyone over here now, service of notice. Now, whenever government has to send you a love letter, notice, how will government send? What is the method? I like this section also. State the various modes of service of notice or decision or summon or any other communication under the GST Act. How can GST department go ahead and send you notices? They have gone ahead and told you, see, giving directly, including by courier to the addressee. You went to the department or GST officer met you, he gave you directly. Or including courier to the addressee or authorized representative or to the adult member of the family. They can send it by courier to the adult member. It should not go to my son. My son will make aeroplane and fly. So they are going ahead and telling what, everyone? It should be sent. Addressee should be one, everyone. Either me or my authorized representative or any adult member of the family residing with the taxable person. Or by registered post, speed post, courier with acknowledgement due at the last known place of business. It can be sent, or at my residence it can be sent. Or emailing can be done to that email address which I have gone ahead and given. Or they can go ahead and make it available to me on the common portal. Or they can make it public in the newspaper. They'll print it in the newspaper which is circulated in the area where I was last known to have resided or carried on business for gains. Or if that is also not possible, what they will do, if none of the above are practicable, they will affix it at the last known place of business or residence. They came to my place of business, one ground is there, one cow is going here and there. Where will they affix? In that scenario, they're telling if such mode is also not practicable for any reason by affixing a copy thereof in the notice board of the officer concerned. Basically, officer ka office ka outside, he will stick in the notice board and that is notice served. Is my point clear to all of you? First of all, directly he will go ahead and give it to you. Otherwise, he can go ahead and send what everyone registered post, speed post. If that is not there, email or in the command portal. If that is not there, he will circulate in the newspaper. If that is not there, he will come to the last place where you are carrying out business. He'll put it over there. But there, supposingly, it is not possible. One river is flowing over there. Where will he put? In the river? Make boat and send? No. In that scenario, he'll just put it outside his office in the notice board, and that is notice served. Is my point clear to all of you, everyone? In this part, C graded, but I like one section which I have told you already. Consent based sharing, rectification of error, power of the government to extend the time limit, and section number 169. These 4 sections I like it. Other than that, the first one, facsimile copy wala point also is a good one. Done, everyone? We are done. Just give me a second. We are done with the miscellaneous questions over here, which can come from a miscellaneous topic. Done, everyone? I've gone ahead and covered the question over here only. Now, we have one small part which is anti-profiteering. Baba, listen to me very carefully. What is this anti-profiteering measures? You know what happened? Now, GST law. You tell me one thing. For example, in the GST, the rate of GST was 18%. People tell me one thing. The GST rate was 18%. It means 20 rupees ka masala dosa one person was selling. On that, he was charging 18%. 18% means 3.6, and he was selling the masala dosa at 23.6. Do you guys agree with me? And supposedly his profit was only 2 rupees over here. Now, 20 rupees is the selling price of the masala dosa. Masala dosa ka, for example, rate went up to 28%. Will he immediately increase the rate by 5.6? Everyone, will he immediately increase the GST or not? Because GST rate went up by the government. Will he increase the GST rate? His selling price will become how much, everyone? 25.6. He will never let his profit get impacted. If GST rate goes up, he'll increase the GST immediately from my pocket. He will take it. Do you guys agree with me? Now you tell me, what if it is ulta? One shopkeeper was selling one masala dosa for 23 rupees 60 paisa. GST rate came down. Government reduced the rate on restaurant to 5%. And 20 rupees ka masala dosa, 1 rupees is the GST. So he should charge me how much? 21. But do you think the shopkeeper will reduce the price? They are still keeping the price at this and making extra profit. People, tell me one thing. Because GST goes up, the money goes from my pocket, right? When GST rate comes down, the profit also should come to my pocket. If the profit is not given in my pocket, this 2 rupees 60 paisa, GST rate came down, no, the profit should have been given to me. If the shopkeeper does not give it, he is doing profiteering. And in GST, we have introduced anti-profiteering measure wherein GST department can cancel your GST registration if you do like this profiteering. GST rate went up, you charge extra GST to the customer. When GST rate come down, you should give this equal benefit to the customer only. You should not keep it in your pocket. Everyone, I'll give you one more example. Tell me one thing. GST got introduced in 2017 and leading to free flow of credit and reduction in the cost. Now what happened? Credit was 2 rupees earlier. Cost was 20. Selling price was 25. Profit was 5 rupees. GST came. Your input tax rate went up. Free flow of credit, right? Your credit went up. It means your cost came down. Arey, we are getting more credit of buying things. Your cost will come down. Still you are selling at 25 and making extra profit. Arey, this profit, this ITC ka benefit should have been given to the customer by reducing your selling price. You did not do it, you will be such extra profit due to reduction in rate or benefit of ITC not given to the customer. If commensurate benefit is not passed to the customer, supply is guilty. What everyone? Profiteering. And if not passed, you are guilty of profiteering. One principal bench, you know what everyone? Earlier one profiteering authority was there, National Anti-Profiteering Authority. Then the work was given to Competition Commission of India. And now the work has been passed on to the central government has empowered principal bench of appellate tribunal to go ahead. So principal bench of appellate tribunal will go ahead, listen your case and tell you have done profiteering and they will charge you with penalty. Is my point clear to all of you? Everyone, now listen to me very carefully. What they are going in and telling, supposingly this is over here Naveen. And Naveen started crying, masala dosa sir, 18% was there GST. Then also this shopkeeper charged me 23 rupees 60 paisa. Now government have reduced the rate of GST to 5% and still he is charging me 23.56 paisa. Sir, since you see the bill, and you want to go ahead and complain. Remember, a complaint can be filed by the consumer, organization, supplier, trader, retailer. Anyone can go ahead and file the complaint. Whoever is impacted by what everyone? Profiteering. So you will first go ahead and file your application with evidence. Saying, see sir, earlier also this much is charged, now also is charging this much only. You will file your application. Can I go ahead everyone? Now what they are going ahead and telling over here, when you go ahead and file your application, if your application is of local nature, means that supplier who is there, no, he's of local nature, that complaint will not have any all India impact. It's a local nature ka complaint, then your complaint directly goes to the state level screening committee. But otherwise you should directly, if your complaint issues a all India impact ka national issue, then your complaint should go to whom everyone? Standing committee. Is my point clear to all of you? First of all, either your complaint, local nature complaint should go to state level screening committee or it should go to standing committee if your complaint will have all India impact. If you go ahead and send any state level ka complaint over here, they will send the local nature ka complaint to the screening committee who will screen, and then it will come back to him. People, tell me one thing. Local nature ka complaint first goes here and then it comes over here to the standing committee. If local nature ka complaint came here, he will send over here, they will screen and give it to the standing committee. Is my point clear, everyone? Now, what does standing committee do? Standing committee will examine the accuracy and adequacy of the evidence to determine if there is an evidence of what, everyone? Profiteering. And within 2 months plus 1 month, they will go ahead and refer the matter to whom? Director General of Anti-Profiteering. Are we all clear, everyone? Now, Director General will call you. Hey, you come here, dosa seller. Hey, you dosa eater, you come here. Both of them he'll call and he'll tell what is the issue. And he will go ahead and discuss with them, and they will initiate the proceeding. They will issue the notices to the interested party, investigate and collect the evidence, and they will complete the investigation. Who will complete? DGFP will complete the investigation within 6 months plus 3 months. And upon completion, the Anti-Profiteering Authority furnish the principal bench of appellate tribunal ko, they will send a report with the relevant record. Now these people, principal bench of appellate tribunal, they will go ahead and give opportunity of being heard to both the parties. Hey, you come here, and then they will go ahead and pass an order wherein what are the various example important, what are the various orders which can be passed by the principal bench of appellate tribunal for people who are doing profiteering. Number 1, reduction. Hey, reduce your masala dosa ka price by 2 rupees. Secondly, return. Hey, 2 rupees you took from him extra, no? 2 rupees you took from how many people? 10,000 people, sir. 8 masala dosa. 20,000 rupees return to them. Sir, where will I search people? No problem. Put the money in the consumer welfare fund. Central government consumer welfare fund 50%, state government consumer welfare fund 50%. So what they are telling? Return to the recipient with interest. If from the date of collection till the date of return. If you don't find the person, no problem. Deposit 50% to center and 50% to state with interest. They will also impose a penalty on you, 10% of the amount profited. 10% of the amount profited, but no penalty if the amount is deposited by you within how many days? 30 days. And remember one thing, they can also cancel your registration. Baba, in this chapter, the most important part over here is what are the various orders which can be passed against a person who is doing profiteering. Number 1, reduction in price ke liye they can tell you. Number 2, you have to return whatever profiteering you have done. Number 3, they will impose a penalty. And number 4, everyone, cancellation of registration. Are we clear, everyone? Other than this, everything over here, what is written is just for the purpose of your reading. Profiteering means making undue, illegal profit. Anti-profiteering measures are introduced in GST to stop all those illegal profit. And for that, who takes care, everyone? Principal bench of appellate tribunal. Now, remember, National Anti-Profiteering Authority is not there. Competition Commission is not there. Now, principal bench of appellate tribunal takes care of all these things. Are we clear, everyone? Remember, what are the various orders they can go ahead and pass? I'll close. People, all other things written over here is just for the purpose of reading. There is nothing important. I'll close my revision on miscellaneous provisions, and GST revision is also done over here, Baba. Done.